My Wife is a Beautiful CEO Chapter 811 to Chapter 874. That night, in the meeting hall of the Tang family fortress, Tang Dianshan, Tang Lui, and a few other core elders of the Tang sect, including Kai Ning, were all sitting there with stiff expressions on their faces. Yangqing sat in a mahogany chair with his legs crossed. He held a bottle of Tang sect wine in one hand and took a sip from it from time to time. He held his phone in the other and called Lin Ruoshi, who was far away in Zhonghai. "Honey, I heard from Mullen that you wanted to be a heroine today, but you were saved by a little girl?" As expected of the talented girl who failed the physical education class in her school days. This plot contrast can be made into a comedy, hee. Yangqing laughed heartily. After leaving the Tower of Scrolls, Yangqing gave Mullen a call and asked about the women in Zhonghai. Other than Lin Ruoshi, everyone else was fine. After listening to Mullen's description, Yangqing more or less knew who the little girl was. He had noticed her before, but he hadn't expected her to be so strange. A 4-year-old super strong man? Yangqing was very interested in meeting them. Of course, there was also the mysterious expert that he had sensed before. However, in order to let Lin Ruoshi relax, Yangqing didn't want to make things serious, so he joked with Lin Ruoshi. Lin Ruoshi gritted her teeth on the other end of the phone. "If there's nothing else, I'll hang up." Yangqing hurriedly said, Don't tell me you don't miss me when I've been away for 4 days? Come, give me a kiss on the phone." Before Yangqing could finish his words, the phone had already hung up. Yangqing helplessly shoved his phone back into his pocket and said to Tang Dianshan and the others, "All right, I'm done. What did you guys want to say to me?" Tang Dianshan chuckled dryly. "Actually, it's not us. It's the head of the Li family in Yanjin, Li Mozhen. He contacted us after learning that Child Yang is at the Tang sect. He hopes that we can talk when we're together. It seems like there's something urgent to discuss." "Li Mozhen?" Yangqing was puzzled. He didn't have any dealings with that guy. If he wanted to contact him, it should be his grandson. "Lord Li is aware of your presence in the Tower of Scrolls. Fearing that he might disturb your cultivation, he contacted my brother first. Once you're able to speak to him, we'll ask for your opinion," Tang Lui explained. Yangqing thought about it and vaguely guessed, since that's the case, let's contact them. Although the Tang family fortress looked antique, it had a lot of modern facilities. In the meeting hall, there was a video communication device. Tang Dianshan personally dialed Li Mozhen's number. Perhaps it was because the other side needed to turn on the equipment. After waiting for 3 minutes, the screen finally appeared. To everyone's surprise, besides Li Mozhen, Kai Yunqing of the Kai family was also sitting there, smiling at Yangqing and Kai Ning through the video call. Kai Ning was slightly surprised. She exchanged glances with Yangqing, confused. The spirited old man put on a suit jacket and casually sat on the office chair. He said to the people in the meeting hall in a friendly tone, "I didn't expect to receive a reply so quickly. Thank you, everyone from the Tang family fort." Tang Dianshan and the rest exchanged a few polite words. They were people who had broken away from the system and were not overly concerned with the illustrious reputation of the 4 great clans. Li Mozhen looked at Yangqing and chuckled. "We've never talked before, but your grandfather has often mentioned you. Yangqing, I heard that you entered the Tower of Scrolls in search of martial arts manuals. Did you find any treasures?" "I wouldn't tell you even if I did," Yangqing replied blandly. Li Mozhen was at a loss for words. He smiled bitterly and said, "No wonder you can hang out with my Li Dun. You're equally disrespectful. No matter what, I'm still your elder. You should at least give me some face." Yangqing rolled his eyes. "You don't have a granddaughter to give to me. What's there to be polite about? Isn't that right, father-in-law?" Hee. As he spoke, Yangqing immediately smiled at Kai Yunqing to please him. Instantly, the faces of the Tang clan in the meeting room stiffened. Kai Ning blushed and tugged at Yangqing's arm, hinting him not to talk nonsense. Kai Yunqing looked at Li Mozhen's dazed expression and coughed to clear his head. "Yangqing, the reason why I'm looking for you today is because something happened in Beijing recently. I need to talk to you about it. After all, you're one of the people involved in it. Father-in-law, please go ahead, Xianxia said in a serious tone, looking like he was asking for guidance. This contrast made half of Li Moshen's face darken. Kaining found it funny but felt that it was inappropriate to laugh out loud. She could only force herself to keep it together. Even though Kai Yunqing felt awkward, he didn't waste any more time and immediately summarized what he wanted to say. It turned out that it all started from the poisoning case of the Tang clan. The poisoning of Tang Zhichen and Tang Wan had been investigated by the Security Bureau. However, the person who poisoned them didn't reveal anything. Therefore, they could only analyze the poison itself. According to the information that Jane left behind before she left Xianxia, the Security Bureau determined that the number of people in Xianxia who could produce this poison could be counted on one hand. The most likely suspect was Yan Buwen from the Yan clan. The question was, who was Yan Buwen? He was the most popular genius scientist in Xianxia in recent years. He had made outstanding contributions to biochemical research and weapons development. As the idol of many researchers in Xianxia and the eldest grandson of the rising Yan clan, Yan Buwen wasn't easy to investigate. Moreover, due to the nature of Yan Buwen's work, it wasn't convenient for the Security Bureau to investigate his workplace and work information. This was because it was related to the confidential secrets of the military. Even though the Security Bureau and the military had a close relationship, the Security Bureau still served the government. The military was the protection of the weapons developer, Yan Buwen. Therefore, the investigation of Yan Buwen had been slow to make progress. This was also the main reason why the poisoning case of the Tang clan hadn't been solved. Originally, this was an independent case. However, the death of Luo Tsuishan made Yan Buwen even more suspicious. As you know, Ning Er was responsible for investigating the cause of Luo Tsuishan's death. I won't hide it from you. Actually, we used special channels to test the DNA of the burned corpse. After comparing it with some hair that fell in the room from Luo Tsuishan, we found that it wasn't Luo Tsuishan herself. Hearing this news, Yang Cheng's eyes narrowed and he frowned. Kaining was stunned. Dad, are you saying that the test results really prove that Luo Tsuishan is not dead? Before she left, she only handed over the evidence to the Yellow Flame Iron Brigade. She didn't know what happened after that. Kai Yunqing said in a low voice, we can't confirm whether she's dead or not. At least, we can conclude that Luo Tsuishan didn't die of sudden cardiac death like what the Ning family announced. As for why this happened, I think you, Yangqing, should have a better idea than us. Yangqing wasn't in the mood to joke. If Luo Tsuishan was dead, then it wouldn't matter. However, if she wasn't dead, with her hatred for him and Lin Ruoshi, who knew what she would do? Since you know what happened to her is related to me, then don't hide it for me. Just say it, Yangqing said. Kai Yunqing nodded and continued, according to what we know, there are two possibilities for Luo Tsuishan's death. First, it was because she couldn't stand your punishment and committed suicide. However, the Ning family wanted to find a way to deceive people and give her a better name before she died. That's why they did it. Second, Luo Tsuishan didn't want to die, but she had to die. Moreover, the Ning family might want her dead. How is that possible? Kai Ning was shocked. Then wouldn't it be Premier Ning? There's nothing strange about that, Li Moshen continued. That kid, Ning Guanyao, was able to control the government for so many years and take the position of premier before he was 50. If he wasn't ruthless, he definitely wouldn't be able to do it. Back then, when he was in his 30s and was the provincial secretary in the southwest, he was decisive in killing those disobedient local officials. He was in power for 3 years and killed at least 100 people, many of whom were local tyrants with prestige. If it wasn't for that boldness that intimidated the other competitors and made the old guys retreat, he wouldn't have had the chance to enter the center so early. After all, he was also the head of the 4 great families and Ning Guanyao's elder. When Li Moshen talked about one of the highest authorities in Xianxia, he didn't have the slightest fear. Instead, he talked about it as casually as if he was talking about a child. When the people from the Tang sect heard this, although they didn't have much of a reaction, they knew that this was Xiaxia's highest secret. Thinking about it, he must have wanted them to say something in the end, so they all had different expressions on their faces. Kai Yunqing said. However, whether or not Luo Xueishan was killed by Ning Guanyao isn't a big deal. Ning Guanyao did this to protect the reputation of the Ning family and the image of the government in the hearts of the people. After all, with Luo Xueishan's character and experience, she doesn't deserve to be the premier's wife anymore. The point is, where is her corpse? Yang Cheng's eyes lit up and he said, even if Ning Guanyao wanted to kill Luo Xueishan, there was no need to replace the corpse and cremate it. If the corpse was useless, then no one would remove the bag. You guys suspect that? Yan Buwen took her corpse. Not bad. A hint of approval flashed across Li Moshen's eyes. It's all thanks to the information you provided us. You reminded us of the importance of that lame youngster. Flower Rain didn't have the time to deal with these matters and accompany you to the Tang sect. However, the other members of the Yellow Flame Iron Brigade have already found the lame youngster named Wen Tao. He's already preparing to enter Yenjing University, and it was Ning Guanyao who secretly sent him there. What we find strange is that Wen Tao must have known something that he shouldn't have, but he wasn't killed. There's something fishy about this. Our informant in the Ning family reported that Wen Tao was transported to Yenjing on the same day as Luo Xueishan, but only Wen Tao survived. He was brought to the Ning family's residence to meet Ning Guanyao, while Luo Xueishan was declared dead. Yang Qing let out a weird smile. I knew that guy was unusual, but I didn't expect him to be so calculative. This isn't because he's lucky, he must have something on him that's worth Premier Ning's attention. We've been secretly monitoring Wen Tao, but it's unlikely that we'll be able to get any useful information from him, Li Moshen said, and the latest confirmed information is that Luo Xueishan's corpse was indeed taken away by Yan Buwen. How can you be so sure? Did you find it? Yang Qing asked. Li Moshen and Kai Yunqing's expressions turned complicated. It's a long story, so I can't tell you everything. However, there are two people who played a crucial role, Kai Yunqing said solemnly. One is Ning Guodong from the Ning family, and the other is Yang Lai. Hearing the name Yang Lai, Yang Qing couldn't help but frown. He didn't say a word. Kai Yunqing said, Yang Lai's condition is very strange. Because he had a conflict with you before, you crippled his martial arts. However, not long after, he recovered to his original state. Not only was he not crippled, but he also displayed a very strong combat power in the few missions he carried out. I've discussed this with Grey Robe and Abbess Yun Miao from the group of 8. Yang Lai's strength might have already entered the Xiantian realm. What? Him? Even though Kai Ning was usually calm, her reaction at this moment was intense. She originally thought that among the younger generation, other than the freak Yang Qing, no one would enter the Xiantian realm faster than her. She didn't expect that Yang Lai would beat her to it. Furthermore, he was crippled by Yang Qing once. Yang Cheng's face was gloomy. I personally crippled his meridians and dispersed his internal energy. How could he recover in such a short period of time? Normally, it's impossible, but Yan Buwen is a genius scientist who has always created miracles, Li Moshen sighed. Yang Qing, I admit that you're very capable, but don't underestimate Yan Buwen. Yan Buwen's personality isn't good, and our higher-ups have been paying attention to him for a long time. However, the impetus he can bring to our research community in Huaxia is unprecedented. In the entire world, other than Britain's Princess Jane, no one can be compared to Yan Buwen in terms of scientific talent. Therefore, we've always cherished talent and didn't restrict him much. He's doing biochemical experiments. I don't believe that a pervert like him wouldn't use living people as experimental subjects. It's just that in your eyes, the lives of ordinary people aren't as important as developing weapons. I can understand that. Anyway, I'm not much better than you guys, so there's no need to beat around the bush with me. Yang Qing sneered. The two of them muttered to themselves awkwardly for a while before Kai Yunqing said, Yang Lai. After coming into frequent contact with Yan Buwen, he gradually recovered and became stronger. Moreover, recently, he often appeared in Yan Buwen's exclusive military research base. And after the ceremony for Luo Xueishan's memorial, Ning Guodong received Yang Lai's invitation and secretly went to Yan Buwen's laboratory. So, as long as we enter the laboratory to investigate, we'll most likely be able to find out the truth? Yang Qing asked. This matter requires the approval of the military. After all, the laboratory belongs to the military. Speaking of which, your old man can play a big role. If he speaks up, the military will most likely agree to let us in. Li Mozhen smiled. I'll borrow your name to let old man Yang show up. Don't blame me. Yang Qing said nonchalantly, he's not a fool. Can't he tell if you're lying to him or not? Li Mozhen laughed. Oh right, that kid from our family, Li Dun, is also involved in the investigation. Now that we've confirmed that Tang Xian from the Tang family has a close relationship with Yan Buwen, it's in line with our previous speculation. However, Yan Buwen didn't reveal anything, so we can't forcefully capture anyone from the Tang family for questioning. So, there are many things that we'll have to investigate further. Yang Qing sensed something fishy and raised his eyebrows. Did you say? We? Li Mozhen said matter-of-factly. Of course it's us. You're involved in the matter of Luo Tsuishan. Also, Yang Lai and Ning Guodong are related to you. Even, the Ning family is related to your family, isn't it? Seeing the cunning look in the old man's eyes, Yang Qing understood. It seemed that the fact that Lin Ruoshi was the blood of the Ning family was nothing special to the heads of the security bureau like the Li family. Do you want me to investigate for you? Yang Qing curled his lips. I don't have the time to do that. I'm still busy dealing with family matters. If they come to provoke me, I'll just kill them and be done with it. Look at you, why are you so murderous? Li Mozhen shook his head. Killing people can save you trouble for a while, but it will cause endless trouble in the future. If you kill any one of them, it will only make your life in Huaxia unstable. Even if you make a move, you must have evidence. I've discussed it with General Kai. Currently, the biggest mystery is what Yan Buwen, the central figure, is up to, and what secrets are hidden in his laboratory. Also, we need to secretly investigate the relationship between that Lame Wen Tao, Luo Tsuishan, and the Ning family. He must be hiding some secrets. Yang Qing thought about it. It was fine if he didn't have to do it himself. Helping them would also help him get rid of the boring bugs. Why not? Thus, he said, tell me then. As long as it doesn't violate my principle of neutrality, I don't mind helping you. Naturally, it won't involve your international affiliation, Kai Yunqing said. Yellow Flame Iron Brigade doesn't have enough manpower, and we can't send ordinary agents to participate in this level of investigation. That's why we thought of borrowing some reinforcements from you. You happen to have a very suitable troop in your hands that can enter Huaxia without anyone noticing. You mean Japan's Yamada sect? Yang Qing could only think of that group of ninjas. Their skin color and appearance were the same as the people of Huaxia. They were indeed suitable for this kind of mission. Li Mozhen nodded and said, we'll close one eye and let those Jonans of Yamada sect enter Huaxia. After all, since they're loyal to you, you don't have to worry about anyone maliciously sabotaging it. As a reward for your help, I can allow you to send more members of Sea Eagles into Zhonghai to protect the people around you. I just received news today that your wife, Miss Lin, is in some trouble. If there are more members of Sea Eagles, I'm afraid you can have more on Qin. Yang Qing was delighted. This was a good offer, so he agreed. Kai Yunqing said, there's one more thing. Although it doesn't seem possible, it can be included in the scope of investigation. Previously on the Pacific Ocean, if the figure that looked exactly like you wasn't you, then it must be someone with divine power who impersonated you. I vaguely feel that it might have something to do with Yan Buwen. Because he could improve Yang Lai's combat power by leaps and bounds in such a short period of time, he must have some special ability. This time, Yang Cheng's heart sank. Kai Yunqing's words suddenly reminded him of something. Could the God Stone have fallen into Yan Buwen's hands? If Yan Buwen studied the God Stone and cloned his own body, then used the strength of his body to create a god that could use the law of space, then it might be possible. This situation was the most terrifying. One must know that a god who disregarded the treaty of gods and was like a fighting machine could use the law of space at will. The threat level could not be compared to other things at all. What if it wasn't one, but a group of them? Since Yan Buwen is already so dangerous, why don't I kill him directly? Isn't that more direct and effective? Yang Qing was ready to kill. No way. Li Mozhen hurriedly said, putting aside the fact that the Yan family is now a powerful family, and although Yan Buwen is very suspicious, he has not done anything to harm Huaxia. We can't rely on these half-truths to erase his contributions to Huaxia. Before we get to the bottom of this, we must not touch Yan Buwen. If we kill the wrong person, wouldn't it be a great loss for Huaxia? Yangqing was annoyed. Cooperating with the government was indeed a troublesome matter. He waved his hand. Do as you please. Anyway, if he wants to do something I can't tolerate, I don't care about the rules. After the matter was settled, Li Mozhen and Cai Yunqing discussed with Tang Dianshan and the other members of the Tang sect about the allocation of manpower. They hoped to gain some benefits from the ancient martial arts sect during this period of time. Tang Dianshan and the others had originally planned to stay out of this. However, the elders of the Tang sect had just been controlled by an unknown person, almost causing the Tang sect to cease to exist in name only. They no longer felt that the Tang sect could stay out of this. They agreed to send some of their strongest disciples to the Security Bureau to assist in this case. This was also to further improve their relationship with the government, in case something happened to the Tang sect. After the call ended, Yangqing told Tang Dianshan and the others that he planned to return to Zhonghai the next morning. After all, there was no point in staying any longer. There was still a lot of work to be done. The members of the Tang sect did not try to persuade him to stay. Faced with Yangqing's unpredictable personality, they were also on tenterhooks. Kai Ning naturally left with him. However, she wanted to go to Beijing. Hearing about the undercurrents in Beijing, as a woman of the Yellow Flame Iron Brigade, she began to worry about her father's safety. The two of them returned to a side room. Kai Ning smiled faintly and was about to return to her room when Yangqing pulled her back. Kai Ning was taken aback. She didn't know what Yangqing was doing. I originally wanted to wait until I perfected my understanding of the cultivation method before teaching it to you. But since you're going back to Beijing, why don't I teach you what I can teach you tonight? It should be of great help to you when you enter the Xiantian stage, Yangchen said softly with a glimmer of light in his eyes. The next morning, which happened to be Sunday, a white BMW sped out of the parking lot outside the Zhonghai International Airport. It was Yangqing. He had returned to Zhonghai by plane early in the morning and was on his way home. Hui Lin's latest song was playing in the car. Yangqing was in a good mood and hummed a few lines from time to time. He spent the whole night in Kai Ning's room in the Tang family fortress. Of course, the two didn't do anything intimate. Yangqing explained some of the cultivation techniques he had learned to Kai Ning and answered some of her questions at the same time. This kind of thing couldn't be sloppy. After all, if he did something wrong, he could suffer internal injuries or even go berserk. Therefore, it was rare for Yangqing to be so serious. It wasn't until dawn that the two booked flights to Yanjin and Zhonghai were about to arrive that they took the car sent by the Tang sect to the airport and said their goodbyes. The reason why Yangchen was in a good mood was because he had learned a lot during the process of teaching Kai Ning last night. Through the questions and answers, he managed to guide her in an orderly manner. Gradually, Yangchen was able to establish the backbone of his teaching. Then, he made up for the parts that he was still confused about. It could be said that Yangqing was very confident in teaching women on the path of cultivation. He also knew where to start. This trip to the Tang sect in Sichuan was very rewarding. Not only did he answer many of his basic questions, but he also achieved his original goal. Half an hour later, Yangqing returned home. He had only been away for 4 or 5 days, but he already missed it. Yangqing couldn't help but realize that it was difficult for women to follow him to live abroad. He had already treated this place as his home, and he didn't want to go overseas to avoid those troubles. In the courtyard, the lush yellow poplar trees and magnolia trees had spread out their huge canopies, echoing each other. A natural fragrance permeated the courtyard. A familiar figure wearing an apron stood on the grass, watering a few osmanthus trees and cycad trees. Guoshuihua had a gentle smile on her face, taking care of the flowers and trees as if they were her own children. She didn't even notice that Yangqing had returned. Luckily, you're not the only one at home. Otherwise, we wouldn't even know when a thief came. Yangqing smiled as he walked up from behind. Guoshuihua was a little startled. She turned around and scolded him with a smile. Child, why are you always like this? You should inform me before coming home, and you even scare your mother. It's not like we're going to the countryside. Why did you tell me in advance? Yangqing touched his stomach and said, I haven't had breakfast yet. Is there any leftover at home? Guo Shuihua smiled, ask your mother Wang if you want to go. We've already eaten. Yangqing ran into the house excitedly. Mother Wang was mopping the floor. She wasn't too surprised to see Yangqing suddenly coming home. After all, this had happened several times before. Hearing that Yangqing hadn't eaten yet, she immediately brought out the leftover breakfast from the kitchen. Fortunately, it was summer, so they didn't have to eat it hot. Yangqing was also a glutton. He wasn't used to not eating. While chewing on the steamed bun, he asked, Mother Wang, why aren't Ruashi and Xianxia here? Isn't Xianxia on vacation? Mother Wang was wiping the furniture in the living room. She turned around and smiled. That child Xianxia went back to the orphanage to help. She didn't get to go back for her exams. She wants to take care of the old dean before she goes to university. After all, it's tiring to take care of a child in summer. Yangqing suddenly understood, what about Ruashi? Isn't it Sunday today? She's also working? Miss. Mother Wang's expression was a little strange. Son-in-law, did you say something strange to Miss? Miss seems to have changed these 2 days. What do you mean? Yangqing was puzzled. On the second day of your business trip, Miss suddenly woke up early and didn't go to work. Instead, she wore running shoes and went out for a jog. Mother Wang said doubtfully, you have to know that I've watched Miss grow up. I've never seen Miss exercise at home. Yangqing was amused. This girl was quite obedient. However, thinking about it, the temptation of being able to stay young was huge for any woman, so it wasn't strange. Mother Wang said approvingly, this is also good. Nowadays, young people are weak. Running can also increase their resistance. Yangqing smiled and nodded, but he felt a little regretful in his heart. Even if he started to exercise now, it was actually very late. If he wanted Lin Ruashi and the other girls to improve greatly in a short period of time, the chances were too small. He had to think of other ways. After eating for a while, a woman wearing a pink Nike sports t-shirt and light green hot pants walked in. Her hair was tied up in a ponytail, and her forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. Her face was red, and with her outfit, she looked like a lovely strawberry on a green leaf. This was the first time Yangqing saw Lin Ruashi dressed like this. It was completely different from her usual strict and elegant makeup. Not to mention the intoxicating blush after sweating, the proud long legs under the 2 hot pants were enough to attract people's attention. This was completely the body proportion of a model. Yangqing couldn't help but lick his lips with his tongue. He stared at the woman's 2 legs, thinking about how it would feel to touch them, and couldn't move his eyes away. Lin Ruashi was surprised at first because she suddenly saw Yangqing at home. Then, after noticing what Yangqing's fiery gaze was staring at, she asked in embarrassment and annoyance, have you seen enough? No. Yangqing replied numbly. Lin Ruashi was about to faint. Originally, it was nothing, but being stared at by Yangqing like this, she felt particularly uncomfortable. Yangqing suddenly quivered and asked, wife, where did you go to run? Lin Ruashi looked at him and murmured, in the park on the west side. I ran around it. What's wrong? What? Yangqing suddenly stood up and said gloomily, how can you wear this to run in the park? Aren't those old men staring at you? No way, no way. From tomorrow onwards, you have to wear long pants. You definitely can't show so much meat. Lin Ruashi finally understood that this guy was actually jealous. She felt a little sweet in her heart, but she also felt that a man like this was very childish. I'm not the only one who runs. Do you think everyone is so free to look around? Not everyone is as thick-skinned as you, staring at a woman's legs without blinking. Lin Ruashi teased. Yangqing persistently said, I can openly stare at you because we have a marriage certificate. You can say that I'm unreasonable, but in any case, you're only allowed to wear this kind of hot pants at home. When you go out to run, wear long pants. Otherwise, if I find out, I'll carry you back from outside. Lin Ruashi couldn't do anything about him. This scoundrel was really capable of doing what he said. In order not to embarrass herself on the street, she could only nod and agree. Fortunately, she didn't lack any clothes. She could just ask her subordinates to give her some long sweatpants. After returning upstairs and taking a hot shower, Lin Ruoshi changed into a casual white dress. When she came downstairs, Yangqing had already finished his meal and was watching the news. Lin Ruoshi ignored him and went straight to the kitchen. Not long after, Lin Ruoshi took the snacks she wanted and sat on the other sofa to watch TV with Yangqing. The two of them rarely had the chance to sit together and watch TV on the weekends. Although it was a normal time for a normal couple, it was something the two of them couldn't imagine in the past. It was either a cold war or they were busy with their own things. Yangqing subconsciously glanced at the woman and saw a box of glutinous rice balls in a familiar packaging. "Baby, isn't this from the Zhao's glutinous rice ball shop? You went to buy the glutinous rice balls?" Yangqing asked. As usual, Lin Ruoshi held the big glutinous rice ball in her hands and nibbled on it like a chick pecking at rice. She shook her head and said, "Auntie Ma brought it for me." "Auntie Ma?" Yangqing frowned. "You asked Qianni's mother to bring you glutinous rice balls? What's wrong with that? It's convenient anyway." Lin Ruoshi said, "A few days ago, I saw Auntie Ma taking care of the small vegetable sprouts in the yard every day. I asked her why she didn't have to go to work. She said she lost her job, so I asked her if she was willing to help out at the glutinous rice ball shop. She said she liked the job and has been going to work these days." Yangqing didn't expect Lin Ruoshi to be in the mood to care about Ma Guifeng's job. He only felt that the woman in front of him was especially cute. He smiled warmly and said, "I knew my wife was the most generous. She even wanted to take care of Qianni's mother. Looks like I'll get along well with Qianni in the future, hee hee." "Don't give me that." Lin Ruoshi glanced at him coldly. "Don't think I didn't hear it. Just now, you thought that I deliberately ordered Auntie Ma to do things for me and that I was deliberately making things difficult for them, right?" Yangqing quickly shook his head and denied it. "I'm just curious. Why would I think of you like that? Didn't you always know how vicious my heart is?" Lin Ruoshi's eyes were filled with disbelief. Yangqing rubbed his head and muttered, "We agreed that the one-year peace agreement hasn't expired yet. No matter what, there's still half a year left. You have to keep your word when doing business." When Lin Ruoshi heard the one-year agreement, she became angry. She forcefully bit down on a meatball and ignored the man. After the news was over, Yangqing looked at the time, stood up and said, "I won't be coming back for lunch. I have something to do. Tell Mother Wang to do less." When Lin Ruoshi heard this, she frowned. "Why are you leaving so soon after coming back?" Hearing the reluctance in the woman's tone, Yangqing was filled with joy. Although he looked cold on the surface, he still cared a lot about him in his heart. Thus, he smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm not going far away. I'm just going next door." Halfway through his sentence, Yangqing's back was covered in cold sweat. Damn it. How could he say it? Sure enough, Lin Ruoshi's body was so cold that it could freeze the rice ball in her hand. She snorted and said, "So you're going to accompany your lover next door? What a good man. You just went home to eat 2 steamed buns, and now you're going to find your lover for lunch. You're even saving food for the family. You better not come back for dinner and tomorrow's breakfast." Yangqing only felt that his teeth were numb. He smiled stiffly and said, "Ruoshi, listen to me. I'm going to give Qiangwei the skills I got from the Tang sect this time. Of course, I also said that I would teach you, but you've only been training for a few days. At least you have to improve your physical fitness to the point where I think you can start." Although Lin Ruoshi felt uncomfortable, she also knew that she couldn't stop the man. She snorted and said, "Then when can I start?" It would be a lie to say that she was not interested in the method that Yangqing said to prevent aging. Lin Ruoshi was quite tempted. Yangqing thought for a while and said, "At least wait until your qi and blood reach the level of ordinary people. You sit in the office every day. You look healthy, but you're actually very weak. In the future, exercise more and eat more nutritious food. Don't eat glutinous rice balls all the time. Within 2 months, you should be able to start basic cultivation. Otherwise, the effect will be greatly reduced if you start rashly. 2 months was not too long. Lin Ruoshi nodded and didn't say much. In fact, Lin Ruoshi wouldn't be too uncomfortable for other women. Most of the time, she didn't have the strength to put on a straight face with Yangqing because of this. Even Lin Ruoshi herself didn't notice the change in her mentality. Yangqing wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. Fortunately, his attitude was sincere, and he barely passed this hurdle. Soon, Yangqing went out. He didn't bother to go through the main door to Chang Wei's house. He directly climbed over the wall and came to the courtyard next door. After knocking on the door, the person who opened the door for Yangqing was not Chang Wei, but Mo Chenni, who happened to be at home on Sunday. The woman, who had regained her confidence, seemed to be in good spirits. Her face was rounder than before, as if she had just taken a shower in the morning. Her hair was still wet, and a few strands hung on the side of her face. When she saw Yangqing, she smiled and said, "You're back from Sichuan province?" Yangqing looked at Mo Chenni's blue-patterned thin silk dress, which outlined her graceful curves. Her white lotus-like arms were exposed to the air, and her body exuded the fragrance of a woman's body mixed with her shower gel. Opening the door dressed like this? What if we run into strangers? Yangqing said unhappily. Mo Chenni leaned forward and hooked her arms around the man's neck. I opened the door because I saw you through the peephole. Besides, Chang Wei's men are guarding this place. How can I be in danger? Yangqing checked and confirmed that there were indeed people from Red Thorn's society nearby. Only then did he feel relieved. Mo Chenni asked with anticipation, "Did you bring back any specialties from Sichuan province this time?" Yangqing slapped his forehead. He forgot that it was Mo Chenni's hometown. This woman must be greedy. Xianxia smiled. Next time. Mo Chenni bared her teeth. I knew you didn't take me seriously. I didn't bring it for other women. Yangqing said innocently. Mo Chenni smiled. I'm just teasing you. I know you don't have that concept. I'll be flattered if you bring it for me. Only then did Yangqing realize that he had been fooled. Without caring about anything else, he squatted down and picked up the woman's round and beautiful legs, lifting her fragrant body onto his shoulders. Mo Chenni exclaimed and patted Yangqing's back. What are you doing? I just took a shower. You can't waste it after taking a shower. As they spoke, Yangqing rushed into the living room and put Mo Chenni on the hard leather sofa. Then, he threw himself on her. Last time, Mo Chenni's body was weak, so they didn't do anything in the woman's room. This time, after a few days apart, the two of them felt like they were going to have sex. Yangqing realized that there was only Mo Chenni in the house, so he was even more unscrupulous. He kissed the woman's small mouth, and his hands moved up and down, caressing her full chest and plump buttocks. The temperature in the room rose quickly. After a while, the two of them had completely taken off their clothes, and their hot bodies were glued together. Both of them were familiar with each other. It had been a while since Mo Chenni had tasted the taste of a man and a woman. For a woman of her age who had tasted it, a man's fiery aura was an irresistible poison. As if they were doing soft gymnastics, Yangqing held the woman in front of him. Mo Chenni's lower abdomen and thighs were pressed tightly against the sofa's backrest. She leaned back and turned her head away. They continued to kiss passionately, and the lower part of their bodies gradually moved closer. Finally, the woman let out a deep moan. Countless emotions seemed to explode in her throat, and her eyes lost focus. The two of them rolled from the sofa to the fluffy carpet, and were easily picked up by Yangqing. She was like an octopus, holding on to the man's broad back. The hall was filled with the sound of birds singing, and the passion was like fire. Mo Chenni was completely lost in the sudden rush of pleasure in the morning, enjoying the intertwining of passion and love in the bumpy way. However, just as Yangqing was about to put the woman on the big dining table for the next round of sprint, a sudden warning flashed across his mind. Not good. In the next second, the entire house let out a loud bang. Boom. A glaring flame suddenly burst out in broad daylight. The flames were mixed with thick black smoke, spewing out from all the windows of the house in all directions. From afar, it looked like a unique house had been engulfed by a large area of fire without any warning. The strong explosives also destroyed a large area of the house next to it. If it wasn't for the isolation belt in the middle, it might have collapsed as well. Even so, the houses in this area were completely destroyed. In the midst of the fire, Yangqing flew out of the thick smoke with Emocheni in his arms. The scorching temperature around them and the strong shockwave of the explosion did not harm the two of them at all. Without hesitation, Yangqing flew to the balcony on the second floor of his house. He turned around to look at the area next door that had been blown into ruins and was still burning. Yangqing's eyes were also burning. At that moment, Emocheni was completely scared out of her wits. Her heart almost stopped at that moment. At that moment, she could only hug Yangqing tightly. Even though she was naked, the woman could not react in time. After a moment of contemplation, Yangqing turned around and walked into his room without hesitation. He put Emocheni on the bed and walked to the wardrobe. He took out two simple short-sleeved shirts that could be worn by women and threw them on the bed. Then, he changed into a pair of clean clothes. When he turned around, he saw that Emocheni's eyes were filled with tears. She was sitting there motionlessly. Yangqing felt a pang of heartache. He walked over to grab Emocheni's hand and said gently, "Cheni, it's okay. I'm here. You change your clothes first and wait for me at home. I suspect that someone wants to harm Changwei and me. Now, I'm going to deal with this matter. Don't be afraid. Everything will be fine." The sudden horror made Emocheni come back to her senses. She nodded with tears in her eyes and said, "Go ahead. Be careful." Yangchen leaped off the balcony and went downstairs. In the courtyard downstairs, when they heard the explosion, Lin Ruashi, Mother Wang, and Guo Shuihua ran out of the house. They stared blankly at the ruins beside them. Seeing that Yangqing flew down from the second floor safely, the three of them were delighted. Lin Ruashi immediately ran up and looked at Yangqing from head to toe. Her eyes were red as she asked, "You scared me to death. Didn't you say that you were going to Changwei? Why did the house suddenly explode? How are you? Are you hurt?" Yangqing smiled and shook his head. "This little trouble is not enough to embarrass me. What about the others in the house? Where are Changwei, Qianni, and Auntie Ma?" Yangqing said, "I suspect that someone deliberately used remote-controlled explosives to harm me and Changwei. I'm going to look for Changwei now. I just saved Qianni, and she's in my room. Take care of her first. She's quite frightened. As for the rest, wait for me to come back." After saying that, Yangqing touched his pocket and remembered that his phone was in his pants pocket. Now that his pants were blown up, his phone was naturally gone. Cursing under his breath, Yangqing asked, "Who brought your phone out? Let me use it first." Guo Shuihua hurriedly walked over and shoved her phone into Yangqing's hands. She was someone who had seen big scenes before. Although she was worried, she remained calm. "Take mine, son. Be careful." Yangqing took the phone and gave them a reassuring look. As he walked out, he dialed Molin's number. The call was immediately connected. On the other end, Molin said anxiously, "Your Majesty Pluto, I've been trying to contact you, but your line is not working. Miss Changwei is in trouble now." Yangqing's heart sank. He said angrily, "What do you mean? Didn't I ask you to send people to protect her?" Molin said nervously, "Your Majesty, please calm down. I did send Adeline to protect Miss Changwei, but this incident is not something we can predict. Miss Changwei has been practicing martial arts and strengthening her body at the peak of Mount Sun in the north of Zhonghai. I also sent Adeline to follow her. However, just now, when Miss Changwei went down the mountain, there was a violent explosion on the mountainside, causing a large-scale landslide. We don't know when the enemy secretly planted the explosives, so we were completely caught off guard." Hearing this, Yangqing's eyes were filled with murderous intent. "You'd better tell me what happened to my woman." Molin swallowed and said, "Adeline entered the explosion range as soon as possible and took protective measures. Fortunately, there were some places to hide in the valley. Apart from some minor injuries, they're not in danger. But because of the landslide, a large amount of rocks and mud covered the area, and the wreckage of the trees also blocked many areas. Adeline couldn't have come out on her own. She told me about this through the wireless communication device. Yangqing had never been to Mount Sun, but he had a map in his mind, so he could narrow down the area. But at this time it would be too late to search by car. So he said, "Molan, I'll go there myself. You just need to send people to watch over my house. Also, ask the professionals to check the houses of the people around me and see if there are any other long-range explosives." Yangqing was worried that the other party would use unscrupulous means to ambush other women in order to blackmail him, so he had to check again. Molan didn't dare to delay and immediately agreed. Although Yangqing didn't want to use his unconventional cultivation, Xiangwei's life was more important at this critical moment. If the other party had other means besides explosives, Xiangwei would be in danger if she couldn't fight back. Therefore, Yangqing chose a corner where no one could see him. His silhouette flashed and he disappeared from the spot. Sun Mountain was not very far from his residence. It was only a 10-minute drive away. It was a small hill about 500 meters above sea level. The trees were dense, and many people used to do morning exercises at the top of the hill. However, because of the construction of the park in recent years, people gradually stopped coming. In addition, the municipal government had been advocating environmental protection in recent years and didn't allow people to open small shops to do business in the area. This affected the popularity of the area and made it a lot more desolate. Xiangwei listened to Yangqing's advice that she should breathe more fresh air and feel nature during her training. It was good for the cultivation of her state of mind, so she chose this quiet place to train. Unexpectedly, it was this choice that gave the other party an opportunity. At this moment, the mountainside of Mount Sun was in a mess. Rocks and gravel collapsed in this area, and a large number of trees were blown to smithereens, falling on the mountainside. What was originally a small path leading to the foot of the mountain had now become a dead zone covered by mountain rocks. In the forest below, a group of men dressed in various colors were rushing over. Most of the men were Caucasians. They were tall and sturdy, and their hair colors and pupils were completely different. They seemed to have come from all over the world. Most of these people were carrying suitcases or backpacks for musical instruments. After they gathered near the collapsed area from all directions, they looked at the destruction caused by the explosion above and nodded to each other with hideous smiles. Then, everyone put down their luggage and opened it. Inside these large suitcases and backpacks were black rocket launchers. Most of these rocket launchers had a lot of marks on them. They should have been used for many years, but they were well maintained and assembled very quickly. After the group of foreign men finished assembling the rocket launchers, they prepared to launch a fatal shot at the area covered in rocks and soil. The fierce fire of more than a dozen rocket launchers would even blow a tank into pieces, not to mention the human bodies trapped under the rocks and soil. But at this moment, a man's figure swayed in front of everyone. This flash was Yangqing. The group of foreign men who were about to launch the rocket launchers were shocked. They couldn't believe it and thought they were seeing an illusion. Yangqing was not late. When he saw the row of rocket launchers aimed at him, he was furious. However, he felt that Xiangwei and Adeline under the pile of rocks were not in danger, so he didn't kill this group of people immediately. After all, it was not too late to kill the mastermind behind the scenes. Glancing at the model of the rocket launchers, Yangqing frowned. "Carl Gustav rocket launcher, are you Swedish soldiers?" Yangqing used a standard Swedish official language, which surprised the group of men. "Who are you?" A brown-haired man who seemed to be the leader of the team asked suspiciously. He really did use Swedish. Yangqing said coldly, "Carl Gustav rocket launcher is the standard equipment of the Swedish army. If you are the official army, you can't be here. It seems that you are mercenaries who retired from the army. So what if I am? Although you seem to be very fast, my brothers are all retired elites of the Lapland Rangers. Do you think you can stop us?" The man sneered in disdain. Yangqing was a little stunned. "Lapland Rangers? Why, have you heard of our name?" The man said proudly. The Lapland Rangers were a special force of Sweden. They were trained in the Arctic Circle of Sweden. They fought in the cold all year round. They were good at long-range patrols, long-range surprise attacks, and disrupting the enemy's rear area. When Yangqing carried out assassin missions near the Arctic Circle and did some training, he didn't play games with the Swedish Ace Army. Of course, he was still young at that time, so he could deal with them. But now, he didn't care at all. It seemed that they were the ones who secretly set up the explosives, avoiding the eyes and ears of the sea eagles. However, why did these retired mercenaries suddenly come to Xianxia to kill him and Xianxia? Suddenly, Yangqing remembered a name that he hadn't read for a long time, Situmingza. Back then, Xianxia said that she sent Situmingza to a Nordic country for him to retire there. Wasn't Sweden a Nordic country? Did Situmingza send you? Although he didn't know why Situmingza had another chance to fight back, Yangqing still asked. The man shook his finger. I don't know what you are talking about. I don't have time to waste with you. Guys, fire. Under his command, all the mercenaries with their fingers on the trigger pressed down at the same time. Bang bang bang. A series of almost simultaneous firing sounds shook the mountain forest. All the rockets brought with them white smoke as they headed straight for the collapsed area that was covered in rubble. However, before those rockets could get close to the edge of the mountain, it was as if all the firing power was suddenly lost, and all the rockets stopped in midair. This scene was like a frozen picture, and the group of Swedish mercenaries couldn't believe it. Yangqing narrowed his eyes. Since you don't want to talk, then there's no value in living. Having said that, Yangqing waved his hand, and all the rocket launchers turned around in midair, like a swarm of locusts, flying back to the starting point of the launch. No. The strange and terrifying scene made the group of men wail like ghosts and howl like wolves. But the result couldn't be changed. Only a dozen or so explosions could be heard, and a huge pit filled with smoke and dust was blown up on the entire mountainous area. All that was left of these arrogant soldiers were some pieces of clothes, and their bodies were so charred that it was hard to tell where they came from. Yangqing glanced at them indifferently. Killing more than 20 people was really nothing. He turned around and walked to the area covered in rocks and soil. With a wave of his hand, the heaven and earth restoration energy surged, and the rocks and soil turned into dust. A strong wind blew, and the dust scattered like sand. The figures of the two women were finally revealed in a sunken area. Adeline was wearing a tight-fitting armor, and she tightly protected Xianxia, using her back to bear a lot of pressure. Her back was a bloody mess. Fortunately, the members of the Sea Eagles were all trained, and their bodies were much stronger than ordinary people. Although the burden was too great, Adeline's life was not in danger. Rose had always been tough, but at this moment, her eyes were red and her face was covered in dirt. Tears kept flowing down her face. Adeline, who was hugging Yangqing tightly, raised her head and looked at Yangqing sadly. Hubby. You. Take a look at Adeline. Xianxia sobbed, and she could not continue. Xianxia knew Adeline because the Sea Eagles had trained the elites for her, but she never thought that one day, Adeline would risk her life to protect her. When the mountain exploded, Rose was completely disheartened. Adeline, who suddenly appeared, pushed her into a small call in an instant. Only then did she avoid being drowned by a large number of falling rocks and crushed to death. Even so, Adeline, who was outside, was hit by a lot of heavy objects. Yangqing quickly squatted down and carried the weak Adeline away from Xianxia. Adeline's lips were pale, and there was blood at the corner of her mouth. She was having difficulty breathing, but fortunately, her body was strong, and she was fine. You did well, I'm very grateful, Yangqing said sincerely with a gentle smile on his face. Adeline's sweaty face revealed a smile. Have I become His Majesty Pluto's benefactor? I can consider letting you retire early and honorably. Yangqing smiled and brushed his hand over Adeline's back. The powerful recovery ability of the Endless Resolve Restoration Scripture instantly stopped Adeline's bleeding. Next, Adeline only needed to receive some nutrition, and she would be able to recover quickly. Seeing that Adeline was not in danger, Xianxia was relieved and smiled. It's good that you're fine. Yangqing's expression was not good. The other party actually did things to this extent. If he did not come back in time, Xianxia would have died. It seemed that the matter of sending more Sea Eagles to Zhonghai could not be delayed. Of course, the bugs that popped up now had to be killed first. Just when he was about to ask Xianxia something, his phone rang. Yangqing took it out and saw that it was a call from Mullen. After picking up the call, Yangqing asked, "What's the situation?" "Your Majesty Pluto, the situation is more complicated than we thought." The members of the Red Thorns Society who seemed to be protecting your house had a sudden internal conflict when our team members went over to look for possible bombs. Some of them took advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention and attacked the members of the Red Thorns Society. Their target was your family. However, due to their internal conflict, they delayed it for a bit. The Sea Eagles member I sent arrived in time and stopped the traitors who wanted to harm your family. Molin's words challenged Yang Cheng's nerves once again. Luring the tiger away from the mountain? Hubby, how is it? Why do you look so pale? Xianxia asked worriedly after calming herself down. Yang Cheng told Molin to continue sending people to keep an eye on the place and report to him if anything happened. Xianxia, did you send your father to Sweden? Yang Cheng asked. A trace of surprise flashed through Xianxia's eyes. Hubby, you're asking this. Could it be my father this time? The other party is a mercenary group formed after the Swedish Special Forces retired. Otherwise, normal gangsters wouldn't be able to hide from my men and plant explosives in your house. Moreover, their target is obviously me and you. In other words, they are very familiar with our relationship and want to get rid of me, Yang Cheng explained. Xianxia's eyes instantly turned cold. I did send him to Sweden. I thought he would give up. I didn't expect him to make a comeback. If it's your father, then it's understandable why your men would have internal conflicts and kill each other, Yang Cheng analyzed. Some of the people you arranged to protect you have just betrayed you and wanted to kill your family members. Maybe they used to be from the West Union Society and chose to betray you after knowing that your father is back. Xianxia nodded, agreeing with this guess. She frowned and asked, then what do we do now? Yang Cheng looked back at the foot of the mountain and said, someone will come to report, and then we will know what to do next. At this time, a large number of black cars arrived at the foot of the mountain. The Mercedes-Benz S600 at the front stopped, and a young woman in a purplish-red short-sleeved dress walked out. It was Chen Rong. Chen Rong's face was filled with anxiety. Her forehead was covered in sweat as she commanded a group of Red Thorns Society members to run up the mountain. Because Sin Mountain was not tall, they soon arrived at the place where Yang Cheng and the other two were. Seeing the huge pit in front of Yang Cheng and some charred corpses, the members of the Red Thorns Society were horrified. Chen Rong saw that Yang Cheng and Xianxia were fine and breathed a sigh of relief. She smiled excitedly and said, Brother Yang, Sister Xianxia, it's good that you're fine. I just received a report from my subordinates that Sister Xianxia's house exploded. It's a good thing that Sister Xianxia wasn't home. I was worried that Sister Xianxia would be ambushed while you were training here. It seems that you're fine now, as long as Brother Yang is here. Looking at Chen Rong, who was so scared that her eyes were filled with tears, Xianxia's original trace of suspicion disappeared. It seemed that the chances of this girl taking the risk to make a move against her and Yang Cheng were not high. It seemed that it was all Sitaming's plan. Yang Cheng said indifferently, have you found out who did it? Chen Rong nodded and replied, we've already found some clues. Some of the former members of the West Union Society rebelled, and the mastermind is very likely to be Sitamingza, who sneaked back from Sweden, because his residence in Sweden is already empty. Where is he now? Yang Cheng asked. Chen Rong blushed, lowered her head and said, I'm sorry. Big Brother Yang, our people still haven't found any traces of him. Yang Cheng thought for a moment, then said to Xianxia, let's get in the car first and send Adeline back. Although Xianxia was anxious to resolve the matter, she also agreed. After all, Adeline had saved her life, so it was better to let her rest first. Her body was too weak after losing too much blood. Everyone returned to the car. The Mercedes-Benz S600's interior was relatively spacious. Chen Rong and the driver sat in the front, while Yang Cheng, Xianxia, and Adeline sat in the back. They returned home. Once there, Adeline would follow the Sea Eagles members to the base for treatment. Chen Rong made phone calls to all the branch heads and ordered them to monitor the movements of the betting sites. She especially put some of the West Union Society's henchmen under strict surveillance. After doing all this, Chen Rong turned around and asked respectfully, Sister Xianxia, should we send some people to search some places outside of Zhonghai? Sitamingza might have fled to another place after seeing that the attack had failed. Xianxia was about to nod, but Yang Cheng stopped her. No need. Rong, gather all the people who have a say in Red Thorn's society, whether it's branch heads, young or old, and gather them all at the southeast port of Zhonghai. I remember that Red Thorn's society has their own cruise ship. Let them all board, Yangqing said. Chen Rong was puzzled. Big brother Yang, why? Are we going out to sea? Yangqing said expressionlessly, do what I tell you to do, don't ask for the reason. Chen Rong looked at Yangqing's emotionless eyes and felt a chill in her heart. She quickly nodded and began to make phone calls to her subordinates to spread the news. Yangqing added, tell them, if they don't come this time, prepare the urn. Chen Rong's body trembled. She could tell that Yangqing wasn't joking. Qiang Wei looked at the man thoughtfully. She chose to remain silent and didn't ask why. 10 minutes later, the convoy arrived at the main road outside the house. Looking at the house that was completely destroyed, then looking at Lin Ruashi's house that was also disfigured, Qiang Wei smiled bitterly, hubby, it seems like we have to move this time. Move then, I'll help you move when the time comes. But let's solve the problem first, Yangqing chuckled and comforted the woman. Everyone got out of the car and Qiang Wei helped Adeline back to the courtyard. Although Adeline kept saying that it wasn't necessary, Qiang Wei still wanted to make up for the guilt in her heart as much as possible. When they returned to the courtyard, the scene was just as shocking. The ground was littered with bloody corpses. The blood had yet to dry, and the grass was dyed red. A muscular Caucasian man with brown hair walked in front of Yang Chen. He bowed and said, Your Majesty Pluto, the ones killed here are the rebels of Red Thorn's society who tried to harm Madam and your family. I'm very sorry for dirtying your courtyard. Yangqing patted him on the shoulder. Well done. Very timely. I'll ask Sauron to give you and Adeline a bonus. Anyway, we're moving, so let it be dirty. Although Yangqing could turn the corpses into dust in an instant, it wasn't necessary. Yangqing didn't want to use his heaven and earth restoration energy so that he wouldn't get used to it. On one hand, he was worried about the heavenly tribulation. On the other hand, Yangqing didn't think that he was undefeatable like before. To prevent a sneak attack, Lin Ruashi, Guo and the others stayed in the house. Yangqing didn't plan to go in at this time. After making sure that his family was fine, he left Adeline at home and asked the members of the Sea Eagles to send her for treatment. Then, he took Qiang Wei to the southeast port in the car. The car sped all the way to the port. The luxurious cruise ship with the Red Thorns Society's logo was already ready. It was originally used by the Red Thorns Society for occasional celebrations or underworld transactions on the high seas. This time, however, it was a little abrupt, and the crew didn't know why the president suddenly wanted it. A large number of high-end luxury cars were already parked at the port next to the cruise ship. One after another, the leaders of the Red Thorns Society boarded the cruise ship. Most of them looked puzzled and asked each other why they were suddenly asked to board the cruise ship. Moreover, it was a death order. The Red Thorns Society was no longer what it used to be. Some of the leaders of the society were frequent guests at the upper-class banquets in Zhonghai, not to mention the leaders of the society. If they were in another province, they could easily set up a provincial underworld organization. This was inseparable from Zhonghai's strong financial power in Huaxia. Coupled with the Green Dragon Society's alliance in Yanjin, it would be strange if they weren't powerful. Therefore, this group of people mostly held their heads high and puffed out their chests, exuding the arrogance of a powerful tyrant. When Yangqing and Qiang Wei boarded the cruise ship with Chen Rong, many of the leaders of the society were whispering to each other. As the real president, Qiang Wei rarely came out to deal with internal affairs. Other than a few times when she went to the front line to command in large-scale underground battles, the acting president, Qiang Wei, was in charge of the daily affairs. Therefore, many of the senior members were quite surprised when Qiang Wei came. Many of the senior members knew about Yangqing's ability, but many of the new members and those who didn't participate in the underworld wars in Zhonghai didn't know who Yangqing really was. After boarding the cruise ship, Yangqing asked Chen Rong to tell everyone to do their own things and stay on the ship. However, the ship had to leave for the high seas outside the East Sea immediately. These leaders asked each other and found out that this strange man was the president's man. He was also the key person who helped Qiang Wei defeat her father, Situ Mingzi. Therefore, they didn't dare to underestimate him. They looked at Yangqing curiously. the cruise ship's whistle sounded in the port. 10 minutes later, the luxurious cruise ship officially set off for the high seas. After Yangqing boarded the ship, he found a secluded luxurious room and asked someone to bring him a laptop. Then, he used the ship's wireless network to contact Sauron, who was far away in England. Although it was still early in the morning in the United Kingdom, Sauron's military training allowed him to get online in no time. In the video, a half-naked, muscular man with messy red hair asked, "Your Majesty Pluto, although I know you must have something to do, it's really an unpleasant time." Yangqing ignored the man's complaints and said, "I need you to help me track down someone." That guy hired a retired Swedish Lapland ranger. His targets are Xianxia, the leader of the Red Thorns Society in Zhonghai, and me. I'm guessing that he didn't enter Zhonghai but chose to control it from afar so that he could retreat at any time. But I can't be sure. So, help me find his specific coordinates. As for the arrest, we'll talk about it after we find him. Sauron thought for a moment and after confirming that there were no problems, he said, "May I know his name?" Xianxia. Sauron nodded. "As long as it's related to mercenaries, it won't be hard to find out. I'll give you an answer in half an hour." After contacting these people, Yangqing asked Sauron to inform him through his phone. Then, he left the room and went to the deck outside. Because it was a large cruise ship with luxurious facilities, there were a lot of entertainment facilities on the deck, including swimming pools and sunbaths. However, this group of big shots did not prepare much, so they could only drink cocktails, bask in the sun on the sea, and talk to each other to kill time. Xianxia and Qianrong chatted with some of the elders in the society that they hadn't seen for a while and told them about the emergency that had happened. Only now did everyone realize that it was actually Xianxia who had made a comeback and almost caused Rose's death. They were all terrified, and there were many people who were whispering to each other, thinking about it even more. Yangqing came to Xianxia with a glass of iced champagne. Just as he was about to ask something, he heard a familiar voice call out to him. "Brother Yang. I finally see you. Long time no see." A chubby, round-faced man in a blue floral shirt came over with a smile on his face. Yangqing looked him up and down. "You are Xiao?" I thought Brother Yang couldn't recognize me, haha," Xiao said happily. The young man in front of him was Xiao, whom Yangqing had met when he was still selling mutton skewers. He was the bartender at Rose Bar. At that time, this young man still had pimples on his face. Now, he finally looked like an adult, but his body was twice as thick. Xianxia walked over and said with a smile, "Xiao, I told you last time that you have to control yourself. You can't ignore everything just because you have a wife." Xiao scratched his head awkwardly. "I've been living a comfortable life for too long, and my wife is good at cooking. She won't be happy if I don't eat enough." Yangqing asked in surprise, "So you're already married? When did that happen?" "I got married half a year ago. It was held in my hometown, so I didn't flaunt it," Xiao said with a satisfied look. Xianxia shook her head and smiled. His wife was pregnant a while ago. She might be giving birth in another 2 months. Yangqing had a look of realization. He smiled ambiguously. "I couldn't tell. I heard that you're a hall leader now. You don't lack money for milk powder." Xiao smiled and said, "It's all thanks to Brother Yang's promotion." Hee. Yangqing sighed. In the blink of an eye, it had been almost 2 years since he returned to China. A lot of things that he didn't notice had changed quietly. Patting Xiao's shoulder, Yangqing turned to ask Xianxia, "Baby, are all your men here?" Xianxia wasn't sure either. She turned to ask Qianrong, "Did all the men you informed come?" Qianrong said in a low voice, "The leaders of the 16th and 23rd Streets, and the hall leader of the Pingnan district didn't come." "What's the reason?" Yangqing asked. Qianrong smiled stiffly. "They said that they didn't have a good reason. They were unwilling to come if I suddenly interrupted their plans." "Did you say that Xianxia asked them to come?" "I did," Qianrong said tactfully. "Maybe they have other urgent matters to deal with." Yangqing didn't say anything. He only glanced at Xianxia. Xianxia sighed faintly, but her eyes were firm. She said in a clear voice, "Since they don't take my words seriously anymore, I naturally won't take them seriously." Saying that, Qiang Wei extended her hand to Chen Rong. Rong Rong, give me the phone. Chen Rong realized something and said anxiously, Sister Qiang Wei, calm down. They are all people who have contributed to the society. They don't deserve to die. There were a few elders from the Red Thorns Society who overheard the conversation. They looked on worriedly. Some of them couldn't believe that Qiang Wei would act so harshly. Qiang Wei's beautiful eyes suddenly shot out 2 rays of cold light. I've already given a death order, but they still won't come. Are you telling me that my words are already bullshit? Of course not, but... Chen Rong wanted to persuade her, but Qiang Wei's anger was getting more and more intense. Her voice gradually became softer. Chen Rong had no choice but to give the phone to Qiang Wei. Qiang Wei quickly dialed a number and said indifferently, Wang Duo, Zhou He from the 16th and 23rd districts, and Lu Ziqiang from Pingnan. Leave no one alive. After that, Qiang Wei hung up and threw the phone back to Chen Rong. The big shots who heard Qiang Wei's order felt a chill down their spines. The strongest elite team of the Red Thorns Society was the loyal personal guards that Qiang Wei had asked the Sea Eagles to train. This team usually only listened to Qiang Wei's orders. They were responsible for punishing the troublemakers in the society and some troublesome gangsters from other provinces. Since Rose had asked them to torture them, the 3 of them definitely wouldn't be able to live. However, the killing method of cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots sent chills down their spines. At the same time, they were reminded that the true leader of the Red Thorns Society wasn't Chen Rong, but Situ Qiang Wei. Looking at Chen Rong's pale face, Qiang Wei said, What? Do you think I've gone too far? Chen Rong quickly shook her head, No. I don't dare. So you're still not satisfied with my methods, but you don't dare to disobey me. Qiang Wei snorted, I told you long ago that since they've embarked on this path, there's no turning back, unless they can become stronger than me. However, they foolishly chose to become disobedient when they're not stronger than me. I'm not interested in leaving some trouble under my nose. Chen Rong nodded and didn't dare to say anything else. After doing all this, Qiang Wei didn't have much of an emotional fluctuation. She turned and asked Yangqing with a smile, Hubby, why did you ask everyone to go to the high seas? Did you find that person? Yangqing shook his head, I'm not sure of the specific location, but the reason I went to the high seas was because I wanted to end things there. It's too close to the shore, so the conditions don't meet. Qiang Wei was a little confused and said angrily, You only know how to keep me in suspense. Forget it, you definitely have a way. I'll just be the stupid woman beside you. The 2 of them chatted with some of the elders in the association for a while. Because many people knew that Qiang Wei had started killing again, they were all in a state of danger, so there was no lack of flattery. Finally, about half an hour later, Yangqing received a call from Sauron. Your Majesty Pluto, your prediction is very accurate. It is indeed in the high seas outside of China. In the past month, Situmingza used a large sum of money to hire 3 teams of Lapland mercenaries. He is currently being protected by 2 mercenaries on a small destroyer on the high seas. Our satellite has detected that he's heading south. He's probably trying to escape. He's traveling at his maximum speed of 18 knots. Your cruise ship won't be able to catch up with him at its current speed. However, if necessary, you can ask the Yamata sect, which is based in Okinawa, Japan, to dispatch several ships passing by on the high seas to intercept him. You'll be able to catch up with him within an hour. Yangqing said with satisfaction, In that case, contact Hanya on my behalf and let her handle it. But just stop him, don't make a move. Then send me the estimated interception coordinates, and I'll go and solve it myself. Sauron agreed and immediately did as he was told. After Yangqing received the coordinates, he asked the captain to accelerate to the maximum speed of 22 knots and head in that direction. It was noon, but Yangqing was not in a hurry. He went to the restaurant with Qiang Wei to enjoy lunch, which was just enough to pass the boring time of the chase. Although the big shots of the Red Thorns Society on the ship were not very clear about what Yangqing was going to do, but after hearing some of Yangqing's deeds from Little Zhao and other old men, they all carefully watched from the side, not daring to show any dissatisfaction. About an hour later, when Yangqing was full, the captain of the cruise ship also reported that the small destroyer had appeared in front of him. At the same time, 4 Japanese warships flying the flag of the Yamada sect had surrounded it. When the cruise ship entered the range of the blockade, the scene on the opposite destroyer gradually became clear. The blue sky and the blue sea, the sun in Guanya's eyes. All the muzzles of the destroyer were ready to fight to the death at any time. On the deck, dozens of Lapland mercenaries with loaded guns looked serious, full of fierce and unafraid of death. Surrounding them was a man in his 60s with gray hair. Around him, the man stood upright with his hands behind his back, his loose clothes fluttering in the wind. Yangqing, Xianxia, and a group of people also stood on the deck. Seeing that person, many of the Red Thorns Society's elders cried out in surprise. That person was the leader of the West Union Society, Xianxia. Seeing her biological father was equivalent to confirming the mastermind behind this incident. Xianxia's expression was complicated. Apart from anger, there was also a trace of confusion in her beautiful eyes. She couldn't understand why, even though they were biological father and daughter, she had already spared her father's life, but he still insisted on killing her. He didn't even want to leave a complete corpse. When the 2 ships gradually lined up side by side, the other 4 ships of the Yamada sect silently retreated a certain distance. It seemed that they had received prior orders not to interfere in the upcoming conflict. Xianxia's gray eyes didn't show the slightest bit of fear or timidity. Compared to the past, there was a lot less hostility, but that trace of arrogance and disdain was still there. Both sides were silent for a long time. Finally, Xianxia opened his mouth and smiled, "You're really worthy of being my daughter. You can still survive in this situation. I didn't expect that I would lose again." Xianxia took a deep breath and looked at the man on the opposite deck. She felt that he was a stranger than ever. "You shouldn't have come back." Xianxia threw his head back and laughed, "You want me to stay in that cold and damned place for half my life, and then I don't even know which day I'll die alone at home, breathing in the muddy heat of the world? Are you kidding me? Even if I'm riddled with bullets, I won't be a turtle hiding in its shell. Those who hide in their shell aren't necessarily turtles, and those who stick out their head aren't necessarily turtles." Yangqing said lightly, and with a light tap of his foot, his body leaped into the air. Leaving a beautiful trajectory, Yangqing directly jumped a few dozen meters and landed on the opponent's ship. This scene was nothing to Yangqing, but in the eyes of the others, they were all dumbfounded. Xianxia frowned, "It seems that the person I underestimated the most is still you. You're much more capable than I thought." Yangqing said indifferently, "Who helped you hire these soldiers from Sweden? Tell me, and I'll let you die a quick death." "No one helped me." Xianxia sneered, "Do you think I won't leave a backup plan for myself? Since you're so dishonest, I'll think of a way to make the real clown show himself." Yangchen looked disinterested. Using Swedish, he said, "I'm going to start killing, you guys better stay close." Among the mercenaries, the leader was a burly man wearing a white camouflage uniform, holding a heavy German MG machine gun. This kind of machine gun was not something a normal soldier could carry so casually. He cursed in Swedish, "Who the hell are you?" If it weren't for the fact that there were 4 Yamada sect ships surrounding them, the mercenaries would have opened fire a long time ago. It was because they wanted to leave a chance of survival that they didn't go all out. Yangchen didn't answer. Instead, he walked towards the big guy. "Don't move." The big man used a warning, "If you come any closer, I'll shoot. Don't challenge the glory of the Lapland warriors." Yangqing still didn't speak. The distance between them was only a few meters. The big man cursed in his heart and no longer hesitated. Since there was a slim chance of survival, he might as well fight with his life. The heavy machine gun in his hand suddenly fired. "Two. Fire snakes spat out. It was only a few meters away, but the penetrative bullets could even turn an armored vehicle into a sieve. All of the bullets hit Yang Chen's chest, but what the brave mercenaries couldn't believe was that they were all blocked a centimeter away from Yang Chen's body. They couldn't advance any further, and all of them fell onto the deck with a thud. When the burly man opened his mouth wide, thinking that he was dreaming, Yang Chen had already walked in front of him. Yang Cheng's height was only up to the 2-meter big man's chest. He stretched out one hand and grabbed the big man's neck. Crack! After a crisp sound, the burly man's life was directly cut off. Yang Cheng didn't stop. He threw the dead body off the deck and into the sea below. Then, he continued to walk towards the nearest mercenary. Situmingza felt a hysterical chill rise from the soles of his feet, drilling straight into his head. This man didn't have the slightest emotion when he killed people. It was as if he was stepping on a bug. He thought that he was a hero for half his life, but he never imagined that a person could kill people so easily. I'll kill everyone, then I'll kill you. You can consider whether or not you want to tell me who the person who helped you is. Xianxia said casually. His footsteps and hands didn't stop. A group of mercenaries had already started firing at Xianxia in a frenzy. Bullets whizzed across the deck, forming a huge barrage of bullets around Xianxia's body. But Xianxia didn't slow down at all. He caught a person, broke their neck, and threw them into the sea. Most of the Red Thorns Society members on the cruise ship were so scared that their legs turned to jelly. They could only see the ghost-like man wandering in the rain of bullets. He used his body to beat the big and burly men until they couldn't resist and died instantly. Xianxia's method started from breaking the necks. Then, he started to show blood. Sometimes, he pierced his hand through their chests, and sometimes, he smashed half of their heads. He didn't hold back at all. As his methods became more and more violent, Situmingza's face turned ashen. His lips trembled, and he kept muttering something. Xianxia had seen Xianxia kill people before, so she could barely endure it. But Chenrong and the others beside her were pale, and some of them even started to vomit. Suddenly, the sea breeze started to fill with the smell of blood. Almost everyone thought that it would be a fierce battle, but the situation before their eyes was a one-sided massacre by a single person. After only 3 minutes, Situmingza was the only one left on the opposite deck. He was still standing, but his face was ashen and his eyes were numb. Xianxia shook off the blood on his hand and asked, "Are you going to tell me or not?" Situmingza gulped, and the corner of his mouth twitched. You're not human. You're the devil." Xianxia sneered. A father who wanted to blow up his only biological daughter with an anti-rocket cannon is calling me a devil. Why do I feel that it's not convincing? Situmingza was speechless. He took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. I already said that it was my own backup plan. If I lose, then I lose. If you want to kill me, then come. Xianxia narrowed his eyes and asked with a strange smile, "Do you know why I came to this sea to make a move?" Situmingza shuddered and couldn't help but ask, "Why?" "Because, there are some interesting little guys here." Xianxia's smile was a little sinister. The people on the cruise thought that Xianxia would easily finish off Situmingza, and they couldn't bear to see such a cruel scene. But now, it seemed that Xianxia had other things to do. Xianxia looked around, walked to the side of the destroyer, and took out a high-strength plastic rope that was used to tie some goods on the ship. Then, he walked towards Situmingza. "You. What are you doing?" Situmingza retreated in horror. Xianxia tied a loop around the rope, and in a flash, he appeared behind Situmingza. He tied the rope in front of him, and then pulled it back. Then, he circled left and right a few times. Situmingza was like a meat dumpling that was tied up, unable to move. Under everyone's astonished gaze, Xianxia grabbed Situmingza and threw him out of the deck. One end of the rope was caught by Xianxia, but Situmingza didn't fall into the sea. He was less than half a meter away from the surface of the sea, and just hung there, swaying. Xianxia picked up a light rifle from the ground, walked to the edge of the deck, and fired at Situmingza who was hanging there. However, the bullets didn't hit any fatal parts, but instead pierced a few holes in Situmingza's feet, causing some blood to flow out. Ouch! Situmingza couldn't help but cry out in pain. "If you want to kill me, then kill me. No matter how you torture me. I don't have anything to say." Xianxia looked down at him from above, and said with an evil smile, "It doesn't matter if you say anything or not, anyway. I just want to fish for a while." As soon as he said this, everyone on the cruise suddenly noticed something that they hadn't noticed before. Because there were a lot of bleeding corpses floating on the surface of the sea, there were some red waves. And around these corpses, there were actually some small sharks with dorsal fins. Some were grayish-black, some were spotted, but what was more consistent was that these sharks weren't big. Compared to the evil great white sharks that could grow to more than 6 meters long, these sharks were only about 2 meters or even 1 meter long. These sharks were attracted by the smell of blood, and they surrounded the corpses and began to ravage them. Although the sharks weren't big, there were at least a dozen of them. Many of the corpses that had been thrown into the sea earlier had already been bitten to the point where only some clothes were left floating on the water. Oh my God! It's sharks! When did they come? Why are there so many? The big shots of the Red Thorns Society finally understood what was going on, but when they realized what Xianxia meant by fishing, they all had goosebumps. Xianxia, who was being hung up, finally realized what was going to happen. Even the middle of his trousers had begun to get wet. Even though he had been through hundreds of battles, he was so scared that he peed his pants. Xianxia laughed excitedly. In this area of the sea, there are a large number of dog sharks and nurse sharks. Although these sharks are not as large as the great white shark and can swallow a person in 1 or 2 bites, they can still eat a person after a few bites. Not to mention, there are quite a lot of them. Most of the sharks were usually docile, but once they were stimulated by the smell of blood, their fangs would not hold back. Xianxia's laughter continuously stimulated the nerves of Xianxia and the others. They could not imagine how cruel the following scene would be. These sharks opened their bloody mouths. Although it was not enough to swallow half a human body, they could still swallow a foot or a calf. If they could not bite off the person in 1 bite, they would continue to bite on the wound multiple times. Just imagining such a scene would make anyone's scalp go numb. Many of the big shots of Red Thorns Society could not help but vomit. They ran back inside in a panic, not daring to look at the bloody scene on the surface of the sea. These sharks were still devouring the bodies of the mercenaries in the sea. They did not care about Xianxia's bleeding foot. However, looking at the sharks below them, Xianxia's heart was about to go numb. Xianxia! Xianxia! My daughter! Xianxia could not care about anything else. He began to shout, I am your biological father. Are you really going to watch me get eaten by the sharks like this? His tearful expression was extremely sorrowful and frightened. Xianxia stood at the edge of the deck with tears in her eyes. She smiled bitterly and said, if it was not for Xianxia, I would have been killed by you 2 years ago. If it was not for Xianxia, I would have been killed by you countless times. You are so heartless to me. Have you ever thought that I am your daughter? I gave you one last chance to live, but you did not cherish it. Instead, you wanted to blow me up. One is a father who I hate more than my blood enemy. The other is a man who has saved me time and time again. Do you think I would stop him for you? After saying that, Xianxia closed her eyes. The woman didn't want to stop what Xianxia was doing, but she also didn't want to see what would happen next. Xianxia sighed. Before, he thought that Xianxia would at least say a few words to persuade him not to let Xianxia die so miserably. He didn't expect that this woman was far more determined than he thought. Perhaps, from the moment Xianxia sent people to set up the bomb and used the rocket launcher to blow her up, Xianxia's heart towards her father had already completely withered. Alright, I've already shouted for help. Xianxia said with a relaxed expression, why don't the sharks come to eat you? How long do I have to fish? I'm still waiting to eat shark fins. Hey, go down a little more. As Xianxia said this, he ignored Xianxia's screams and loosened the rope again. Xianxia's feet directly fell into the sea. The bone-chilling seawater was mixed with salt, soaking his injured feet. Not only did the blood dye the seawater red, but it also stimulated his wounds to the point that they were unbearably painful. Xianxia painfully let out a throaty sound like grinding gears, his eyeballs almost popping out of their sockets. A colorful dog shark smelled the blood coming from Xianxia's feet and came over. It opened its red mouth the size of a basketball and bit the sole of Xianxia's foot. Ow! Xianxia's tragic screams directly shocked everyone's hearts. Many of the Red Thorns Society's big shots, who previously only saw the corpses being dismembered and eaten, now saw a living person being bitten by a shark. Many of them directly knelt on the ground, their legs went soft. There were even a few timid ones who actually threw themselves on the ground and wailed loudly. It was as if they were the ones being eaten. That dog shark was after all a small shark. When it bit, it only bit off a shoe and a small piece of flesh, revealing the eerie white bones. It didn't really bite the foot into pieces. Even so, Situmingza had already wandered back and forth between fainting and waking up from the pain many times. The constant stimulation from the seawater and the bone-piercing pain from the foot that had a piece of flesh bitten off made it impossible for him to faint even if he wanted to. Seeing that it was effective, Yangqing pulled up another section of the rope and continued to ask, "How do you feel?" "You, just kill me." Situmingza's eyes were lifeless, and his face was covered in seawater or sweat. "I haven't had enough yet. Before you give me the answer I want, I plan to start from your feet, then your calves. After I've bitten all the meat off your calves, I'll go to your thighs. This way, you won't die immediately. You can even slowly feel the process of your legs being eaten by sharks like a ham sausage." When everyone on the cruise heard this, they all looked at Yangqing in horror. Chenrong, little Zhao, and the rest were all pale. In their eyes, Yangqing's figure had completely become a demon from hell. Situmingza felt his body start to descend again, getting closer and closer to the seawater. As his blood continued to flow out, the smell of blood became more intense. There was already more than one dog shark under him. This time, he would be bitten by many sharks at the same time. "No. No. I'll talk. Situmingza started to cry bitterly. His nerves couldn't take another round of torture anymore. No matter how arrogant he was just an ambitious gangster. He hadn't received any special agent training, and he wasn't a fearless warrior. When fear took over his viciousness, he would no longer be able to hold on. Yangqing pulled him away from the danger zone and said with a smile, "Speak, I'm listening." Situmingza's face was sullen. If I say it, will you?" "You have no right to negotiate with me," Yangqing said coldly. "You have two choices. First, go down and let the sharks bite other parts of your body. Second, tell me who helped you kill Xianxia and me. Don't try to lie to me. First of all, there's no point in lying to me. Second, I can make you suffer more than this." Situmingza swallowed his saliva, his eyes filled with despair and helplessness. He slowly turned around and looked at the Red Thorns Society members standing on the cruise ship. The big shots who were still standing looked at each other. They subconsciously understood that it was someone from the society. At this time, Xianxia also opened her eyes. She looked at the battered Situmingza with a complicated gaze, waiting for an answer. Situmingza's voice was hoarse. It's Chen. Before Situmingza could finish, the situation on the cruise ship suddenly changed. Chenrong, who was originally standing behind Xianxia, suddenly grabbed Xianxia's neck with one hand and pointed a pistol at Xianxia's temple with the other. "Don't move. I'll shoot if anyone moves." The sharp voice broke the silence and instantly revealed the identity of the conspirator. "It's you. Damn it. Let go of the president. You're a traitor." The Red Thorns Society's big shots were filled with righteous indignation, but at the same time, they didn't dare to move. Because Xianxia was being held hostage, Chenrong only needed to pull the trigger slightly, and Xianxia would be dead. Moreover, if they provoked Chenrong slightly, the gun might go off by accident. Rose, who was being held hostage, looked calm, but there was a trace of melancholy in her eyes, as well as a trace of sadness. Yangqing stared coldly at Chenrong from a distance of tens of meters. This was what he wanted to confirm. Although it took some effort, the result was almost the same. "Damn old man. You're going to die, yet you still drag me down. Serves you right to be eaten by sharks. You even wasted the money I spent on hiring mercenaries." Chenrong's face was filled with ruthlessness, like a wild beast that had fallen into a swamp and was desperately trying to escape. Her originally delicate face became twisted and hideous. At this time, Situmingza didn't have the strength to speak. He had lost too much blood, causing him to be in a semi-conscious state. "You think you can save yourself like this?" Yangqing asked calmly. Chenrong clenched her teeth. "I still failed. I originally planned to let Situmingza bewitch the original West Union Society members, and then cooperate with the powerful Swedish mercenaries to eliminate you. But I still underestimated your ability. I didn't expect that I wouldn't be able to kill you. Before you said you wanted to go out to sea, I already thought that we might be exposed, but I didn't expect that. There's no turning back." Yangqing chuckled. "I remember I said before, if you do anything that I don't like, I won't care about your brother's reputation, you will be worse than going to hell. So what? Chenrong screamed, come at me if you dare. If you dare come any closer, I'll shoot your beloved woman. A life for a life, I won't pay for it even if I die. Everyone retreated a certain distance, afraid that Chenrong, who was in a frenzied state, would open fire. Xianxia, who had been quiet all this time, suddenly opened her mouth and asked in a clear voice, can you tell me the reason why you're trying so hard to kill me? Haha. Chenrong sneered, reason? Do I even need to say it? You want me to be a watchdog for the rest of my life? I can't accept this. Why is it that you're the leader when I put in so much effort to manage the Red Thorns Society? Just because you created it, just because you unified Zhonghai. Haha. Others might not know, but I know. If it wasn't for Yangcheng's help, you wouldn't even be able to defeat the West Union Society. You say I'm a good learner, that I'm talented in the underworld, but you know I'm better than you, so you want me to work for you. You're just a shameless woman who relied on a man to get to the top. I'm the one who used my talent to lead the Red Thorns Society to become the overlord of Zhonghai. It's me, Chenrong. Tell me, what ability do you have to convince the masses? I've always been the one who made the strategy to fight for territory with the gangs in other provinces. You're just better at fighting and killing than me. I'm the real leader of the Red Thorns Society. You wanted to cut off our cooperation with the Green Dragon Society just because they were doing some university girl business. You wanted to change the leader of the society just because your underlings were collecting protection fees. We're the underworld, do you think the underworld needs to benefit the people? *CK them. Those dog government officials are plundering the people, and we sell drugs. Pimps. It's not like we're robbing a bank, what's the big deal? Do you think the Red Thorns Society is a charity? Can we really not finish spending our money? Other gangs are risking being investigated by the government, but we're not even afraid of the government, yet we can only make small profits. Is your brain filled with water or do you think you're a saint? If it wasn't for me struggling to hold on. The Red Thorns Society's finances have been in the red for a long time. Do you think that the money you earn from the legal side can support so many brothers? Originally, if you had handed over the position of president to me, it would have been fine. I would have treated it as you bringing me into the underworld, showing filial respect to you and respecting you as the first president. When I take over as the president, everything will be under my control. In less than 3 years, not to mention Zhonghai. I can even devour all the surrounding provinces. But you only let me be the acting president. You keep saying that you will hand over the Red Thorns Society to me in the future, but you still occupy the position and refuse to give it up. I'm in my 20s this year, and you're also in your 20s. Are you going to wait until we're both in our 60s or 70s and have white hair before you give me the position of president? You want me to be a watchdog for a brainless and whimsical woman like you who relies on men to succeed? Dream on. Chenrong's words were like a surging tide, silencing all the leaders of the Red Thorns Society on the cruise ship. Everyone's faces were filled with confusion and complexity. They had been in the underworld for many years, and they all had their own thoughts on these matters. After Xianxia unified the underworld of Zhonghai, she put an end to the sale of drugs and women. This was a huge blow to the finances of many gangs. After all, those were the lucrative businesses of the underworld. However, because Xianxia had the most elite forces under her control, and many of the leaders were loyal to her since the beginning, no one dared to say anything. It was hard to survive in the underworld, but as the boss, how could she lack money? The scene suddenly became quiet. Although many people disagreed, they didn't dare to speak up. Xianxia let out a long sigh. So, that's what you think. What, did I say something wrong? Chenrong sneered. Sister Xianxia. I call you sister because you're older than me. But in fact, I've always wanted to say that your brain is as naive as a 3-year-old. A faint smile appeared on Xianxia's face. Maybe. Sometimes, I'm indeed naive. I hope that everything will be as perfect as I imagine it to be. But it doesn't seem to be the case. Cut the crap. If you want to live, turn back immediately. And don't let Yangcheng return. Or else, we'll fight to the death. Chenrong said sternly. Xianxia sighed and said, Rong. This is the last time I'll call you that. I've always hoped that you'd understand one day, but it seems that you still don't. What are you talking about? Qianrong frowned. Have you ever thought about the 20,000 brothers and sisters in the Red Thorn Society? How many of them want to join the underworld? Xianxia asked. This question stunned Qianrong for a moment, and the leaders on the cruise looked at her in silence. Rose continued to speak as if she was talking to herself. How many people are so willing to walk on this path that is outside of the law? How many people really hope to live these days of fighting and killing? How many people really want to live a life where they might not even have a tomorrow? These people seem carefree and happy, but are they really like that? Perhaps, when they return home, they don't even dare to look their families in the eye. Because they're seen as vermin, parasites, and filthy, detestable members of the underworld. If they're given a chance to be a good person, to have a stable income, to have a family, and to live a good life, do you think they'll be willing to live a bloody life just for a few thousand yuan a month? What are you talking about? I don't want to know. Hurry up and turn back. Qianrong pushed the muzzle of her gun forward. Rose's charming face was filled with indifference. Perhaps in your eyes, and in many others' eyes, I'm cutting off your path to riches by prohibiting you from selling drugs and selling human flesh. You think that now that the Red Thorn Society is like the sun in the sky, and even the government doesn't dare to interfere with us, we should make a big splash and make a lot of money. But do you think you can live such a carefree life forever? If it weren't for Yangqing by my side, if it weren't for our cooperation with the Yuan family, Feng family, and the other wealthy families in Zhonghai, do you think you can live under the sun so easily? Perhaps the government and the military can turn a blind eye now, but one day, when Yangqing and I are no longer around, what will you rely on to get special treatment from the government? Do you really think that 20,000 gang members can defeat a reinforced company of armed forces? Everyone listened with ugly expressions, and they were a little distracted. Qianrong's hands trembled slightly. Whatever you say is useless. Since the day I organized the Red Thorn Society, I never thought of walking the underworld forever. If it weren't for my family background, I wouldn't have chosen this kind of life. What I have to face is not only the bosses who have already drunk their fill, but also the underworld members who are still struggling to find a way to survive. For them, I have to prepare for long-term development, and not choose all kinds of underworld businesses that challenge the country's bottom line for the sake of momentary greed. What you said seems to be for the benefit of the Red Thorn Society, but in fact, it's just for short-term benefits, and you're ruining everything in the future. Shut up. Nonsense. Qianrong trembled with anger. It's you. You're the one who led me to this path. You're the one who told me. Walking on this path is like walking into the underworld, and there's no turning back. What future? What tomorrow? Only by becoming stronger and getting rid of all obstacles is the path that the underworld should take. A cold glint flashed across Qianrui's eyes. Is that so? It sounded like a sigh of regret, but Rose's body made an attack at this moment that no one expected. She elbowed Qianrong's throat like a bolt of lightning. When Qianrong stopped breathing and her hand went limp, Xianxia shrank back, turned around, and circled behind Qianrong. Like a thunderbolt, she snatched the pistol from Qianrong's hand and aimed it at Qianrong's head. All of this took less than a second, and it was the result of Qianrui's years of hard work. Yangqing, who was watching everything from the warship, was gratified. With Qianrui's physical fitness, it was indeed the perfect time for her to cultivate. On the other hand, the people on the cruise were cheering. Rose's sudden outburst made those who supported her extremely happy. Qianrong's face was ashen, and she couldn't believe what had happened. She couldn't even react. When you point your gun at me, don't forget who taught you. Xianrui's eyes were like deep water. Qianrong suddenly laughed foolishly, turned her head, and looked at Xianrui with hatred. If I lose, then I lose. Shoot. You were the one who led me on to this path of no return. You'll be the one to finish it. In any case, my life in the underworld is one of success or death. Xianxia said expressionlessly, before I kill you, I'll give you one last piece of advice. The reason why I'm still the president isn't because I'm much stronger than you. It's because I can sacrifice my own interests for my brothers. But you, to achieve your goals, you can sacrifice your brothers who seem to be at the bottom. The underworld is a path of no return, but I've never said that this path of no return must be filled with darkness and pain. It's just that, you've never tried to see it as a life of light and warmth. Even if there's a cliff in front of you, when you walk towards it, there will still be flowers by the side of the road. Also, if you had waited for another month, I would have already decided to officially entrust the president to you. Chen Rong's pupils contracted, and she resisted the urge to break down. Her voice trembled as she said, "I don't believe it." Xianxia didn't speak again, and her finger slowly pulled the trigger. "You don't have to do it." Chen Rong suddenly smiled brightly, and with a light leap, she flew out and fell into the sea. This time, it wasn't just Xianxia and Yangqing, everyone was stunned. This once simple young woman who came from the countryside to the city, after choosing this underworld path, used the most untamable method to end her madness. No one cried out, and no one felt much sadness or joy for Chen Rong's suicide. All of this made them feel numb. Yangqing released the rope without any hesitation. Situming's fate was still linked to the shark's teeth, but because he had been bleeding for a long time, he was already a corpse by the time he fell into the sea. The sudden incident this time was finally resolved satisfactorily. The only regret was that the Red Thorns Society had indeed lost an acting leader who was highly intelligent in the underworld. Yangqing jumped back onto the cruise ship, and reached out to hug Xianxui's fragrant shoulder. He patted it and smiled. "Can you not say such handsome and artistic words? My heart won't be able to take it." Xianxia looked at him gently, and threw the gun into the sea. Her gaze swept across everyone present. There was no dignity in her gaze, only a sense of intimacy. "I'm really tired. Ever since I could remember, I couldn't get rid of the word underworld in my life. Now, I officially announce that I will be stepping down as the president of Red Thorns Society, and will only take my share of the assets. The rest of Red Thorns Society's operations will be handed over to the new president," Xianxia announced in a clear voice. The moment those words came out, everyone who was still happy just a moment ago burst into an uproar. They were filled with disbelief. Especially little Zhao and a few other veterans who had been with Xianxia for a long time. They immediately tried to persuade Xianxia not to leave. Xianxia raised her hand, signaling for everyone to be quiet. "From today onwards, little Zhao, Zhao Mingbo, will be the president of Red Thorns Society." The scene quieted down once more. Everyone was stunned as they looked at little Zhao, who was at a loss. Yangqing gave Xianxia a thumbs up. "I think this fatty can do it." Everyone was a little hesitant. It seemed like Xianxui's resignation was inevitable, but many people weren't convinced that she would pass it on to little Zhao. Xianxia said, "I know many people won't be satisfied, but whether little Zhao can do it or not, everyone will know after a few months. If he really can't do it, we'll just elect him according to the rules of the society. As for if someone wants to rebel, I won't care. But, if Red Thorns Society is in chaos and causes unrest in society, without me and Yangqing, it's hard to say if the government and the military will do anything." Everyone's forehead was covered in cold sweat. They just realized that if Xianxia quit, it meant that Yangqing would no longer be in charge of Red Thorns Society. In other words, the era of Red Thorns Society relying on the government was over. Seeing that everyone was no longer complaining, Xianxia smiled and nodded. Yangqing walked to little Zhao's side, and patted the plump man's shoulder. "Little Zhao, you know your brother Yang hates people who disturb my peaceful days the most. If Zhonghai becomes chaotic in the future, I'll come looking for you." You have a wife and kids, right? You're not alone. You have to do a good job for your family." Little Zhao felt a chill down his spine. He thought of Yangqing's cruel methods and quickly nodded. After this series of sudden changes, not much time had passed even though it seemed like a lot of things had happened. When the cruise ship returned to Zhonghai, it was only dusk. The members of the Red Thorns Society returned to their respective halls. Although the world had changed, no one had any doubts, at least not on the surface. Although Rose said that she was no longer the president, what truly brought fear to everyone was Yang Chen's last words to everyone. God knows what this devil meant when he said not to disturb his peaceful life. What did he mean by that? Therefore, these people only wanted to manage their subordinates and obediently do their own things under the new president. Yangqing asked Xiao Zhao to tell her brother, Chen Bo, about Chen Rong's death. As for the cause of death, he told her that she had participated in Sitaming's revenge and jumped into the sea when she was exposed. However, there was no need to mention how she was eaten by sharks. Yangqing didn't want to hide it from Chen Bo. Yangqing didn't care what the man who was now with Chanel thought. He had asked Chen Bo if he was willing to let his sister follow Chengwei, and Chen Bo had agreed. Later, Chen Rong started to go into the underworld. As Chanel's man, it was impossible for him not to know what his sister was doing. Since Chen Bo didn't stop him from then on, he should have been mentally prepared. In fact, if it wasn't for the fact that Chen Rong was his sister, Yangqing would have killed this rebellious woman long ago on the streets. Then, Yangqing and Chengwei took a car back home. Since Chengwei's house was destroyed, she had to go home with Yangqing first. In the living room, Mo Qianni, who had calmed down, was waiting for Yangqing and Chen Bo's return with Lin Ruoxi and Gui Shuihua. Before this, Ma Guifang had come home from work, and Jinxiu had also returned home from the orphanage. Seeing that Yang Chen and Rose were safe and sound, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Is everything settled? Gui Shuihua stood up and asked. Yangqing nodded. It's no trouble at all. I just wanted to do a clean job, so I went out to sea. Sailing? Gui Shuihua and the others were puzzled. Yangqing briefly explained what had happened. When he mentioned Chen Rong, everyone sighed, especially Jinxiu. She looked a little scared. If Choi Yan hadn't dragged her into the police station, she might have walked into the abyss too. But after the discussion, the atmosphere in the hall became strange. Although they lived next door, most of the time, it was just Ma Guifang, Gui Shuihua, and Mother Wang chatting and drinking tea together. Lin Ruoxi, Mo Qianni, and Chengwei would never gather together like this. At this moment, because the two girls had nowhere to go, and even their belongings were destroyed, they had to start from scratch. They could only sit in the living room and look at each other. Jinxiu, on the other hand, was filled with anticipation. She seemed to be very interested in what her three sisters would say in such a situation. Gui Shuihua tugged at Yangqing's sleeve and whispered, "Son, what should we do next?" How would I know? Yangqing wasn't sure either, so he pretended to be innocent and didn't know anything. After a while, Lin Ruoxi finally opened her mouth and said naturally, "Why don't you stay in our house tonight? There are empty rooms here." But before she could finish, Mother Wang reminded her, "Miss, we can't do that. Many parts of our house were blown up, and the guest room collapsed. Actually, we have to move too. This house might not be safe anymore." Lin Ruoxi opened her mouth. She didn't notice this and said it casually, but she made herself embarrassed. Chengwei smiled and said, "Since we are moving, I have a suggestion. Why don't we look around and see if there are any suitable houses for us to live in now? We have been neighbors for a long time, so why don't we continue to be neighbors?" Hearing this, everyone was stunned, especially Gui Shuihua and Mother Wang. They didn't expect Chengwei to say that they should continue to stay together. Wasn't it obvious that she wanted to be close to Yangqing? Although Mo Qianni liked it, she couldn't support Chengwei in front of Lin Ruoxi, so she could only be the silent one. Ma Guifang also knew her daughter's difficulty, so she also kept silent. But in her heart, she agreed with Chengwei's suggestion. As for Yangqing, he was happy. He grinned and kept nodding. Lin Ruoxi stared straight into Chengwei's eyes, and the two women looked at each other unreservedly. Lin Ruoxi thought that Chengwei was provoking her, but after a while, she found that Chengwei's eyes were just asking kindly, without any intention of competing. She felt sour in her heart. When did she become such a suspicious woman? Even if they lived close to each other, should she be afraid of her? Lin Ruoxi thought gloomily. That's a good idea. Anyway, money isn't a problem. Let's choose a good house that we can live in now. Lin Ruoxi agreed. Hearing this, Gui Shuihua interrupted with a smile, "That's a good idea. I'm quite familiar with Yulan and Qianni's mother. It's good for us to have more companions at home when the younger ones go to work." Mother Wang and Ma Guifang looked at each other and smiled. The three beautiful women were all very willing. The matter was settled just like that. For Lin Ruoxi and Chengwei, the money to buy a house wasn't a problem at all. The key was whether everyone was satisfied. Although Lin Ruoxi owned quite a number of properties, most of them were commercial and business buildings. Other than the previous dragon garden, the real houses she lived in were either luxurious villas far away from her or near Zhonghai. She had no choice but to buy another one. After all, in the past, Lin Ruoshi only lived with Mother Wang. There was no point in having more. With 2 more women in the house, it was especially lively. After Xianxia helped Mother Wang to prepare a simple dinner, everyone started discussing where to buy a house after they finished eating. Lin Ruoshi took 2 laptops downstairs. She browsed through a website that specialized in high-end villas and residences. She evaluated the house as she searched. The house has to be new. It's best if it's ready to move in after the renovation. We don't have much time to buy things for ourselves. The location should be quiet and close to the mountains and rivers. It doesn't matter if it's far from the city center. Anyway, it's convenient to use the ring highway, Xianxia said. Lin Ruoshi nodded. Also, there can't be too many people. That's simple. You buy the most expensive one. There will definitely be fewer people, Yangqing interrupted. Lin Ruoshi glared at him. Do I need you to tell me that? Yangqing pouted and didn't say anything else. Xianxia turned around and asked Mo Qianni, who was smiling and not saying anything. Qianni, what do you think? We're living together. You should tell me. Mo Qianni shook her head. Do as you see fit. Mom and I can do it. Besides, I can't afford a villa that's worth 10 or 20 million. Mom and I can't take advantage of it. How would I dare to say anything? Although the woman was joking, there was a hint of self-mockery in her words. Compared to Lin Ruoshi and Xianxia, Mo Qianni's money was really nothing. Ma Guifeng only smiled and sighed, not saying anything. You can do it. Lin Ruoshi suddenly raised her head, her eyes were clear. Huh? Mo Qianni didn't understand. Lin Ruoshi smiled faintly. I know. These 2 years, other international groups and world-class headhunters have been trying to poach you. Even LV wanted you to be the vice president of the Asia branch. If you leave Yulei International and go to another international group, you can be a senior executive and hold a considerable amount of shares at the same time. Billions, to you, it's all in the bag. It's just that you gave up those opportunities to stay in Yulei to help me, isn't it? Mo Qianni smiled helplessly. Why did I say it out loud? It's nothing. Back then, the old CEO promoted me because he wanted me to assist you. If I left Yulei for money, I would look down on myself. Actually, you could have gotten 3 to 5% of the company's shares from me, but you didn't. I've always been grateful to you, Qianni. Lin Ruoshi smiled. I think I'm an excellent strategist, but I'm definitely not an excellent executor. So, I really have to thank you for all these years. Lin Ruoshi's sudden sincere gratitude made Mo Qianni a little dazed, while Guo Shuihua and the others all looked at her with approval. Ma Guifeng patted her daughter's back proudly. Girl, Mom knew you wouldn't let Mom down. You did the right thing. What's more important than money is a person's heart. Human heart. Then was it right or wrong for her to have feelings for her husband? Mo Qianni smiled shyly. Ruoshi. Suddenly saying these words, should I be moved to tears, or should I ask you for money? Lin Ruoshi pursed her lips. Money. No, but if Xianxia asks you for rent in the future, I can help you pay for it first, and there won't be any interest. Yangqing, who was drinking tea, spat out a mouthful of water. Fortunately, he covered his mouth with his hand, and then said with a stiff smile, Wifey, is this a cold joke? Lin Ruoshi blushed. She realized that everyone was looking at her with a strange expression, especially Xianxia, who wasn't familiar with her. Her pair of watery eyes were wide open. CEO Lin hurriedly coughed twice. What are you looking at? Look at the house. The 3 elders chuckled a few times, feeling that the atmosphere was exceptionally joyous. On the other hand, Xianxia suddenly let out a S sound, pointed to a picture of a villa on the screen, and said, Sister Ruoshi, look at this, it seems to meet your requirements. Western Suburbs Courtyard? Lin Ruoshi muttered the name, thought for a moment, and said, it seems. Yes. Xianxia and Mo Qianni also came over and stared at the elegant villa that was filled with greenery. They both seemed to like it. Mo Qianni said, Ruoshi, do you still remember that when this villa was completed 2 years ago, our Yulei cooperated with their real estate developer to sell home fashion products? These villas are Italian style, but our Yulei participated in the interior decoration. Now that you mention it, I have some impression. Lin Ruashi said softly. When Yangqing heard the name of this villa district, he felt that it sounded a little familiar, but he was too lazy to think about it. In any case, it was the same wherever he lived, as long as the woman liked it. The lowest price of this villa is more than 15 million. It uses the world's leading technology of natural temperature control of underground water. Moreover, each villa has a unique design. To the north is the hills of the western suburbs, and to the east is a branch of a river. The water quality is very good. There are comprehensive fitness and leisure facilities in the community, and it is guarded by the top 10 security companies in the country all year round. Because it's a super rich area, and it's not a popular area like a Seaview House, many of the villas are empty. It's been a cold winter for real estate for the past year, but the real estate developer hasn't been willing to lower the price, so there are very few people there. Mo Qianni spoke as if all of this information was deeply ingrained in her mind. Qiang Wei's face lit up. There's a mountain? That's great. It can train one's physical fitness and martial arts, and the air will be especially good. Hearing the word exercise, Lin Ruashi's heart was moved. Indeed, if there were fewer people and the environment was quiet, she would also go out for a run. It would be much more comfortable. Since that's the case, let's contact the real estate developer and choose 2 sets to move over as soon as possible. Lin Ruashi didn't drag her feet either. If she liked it, she would buy it. Once the decision was made, the women began to look at the specific locations of the houses. In the end, they chose the most expensive area with the most beautiful environment. It cost more than 50 million in all kinds of expenses, which was ridiculously high. Fortunately, the house could always be sold after it was bought. Since they were going to move, the whole family was busy. Things had to be sorted out, but Qiang Wei and Mo Qianni only needed to move some valuables that had not been destroyed by the explosion, such as jewelry, especially Mo Qianni's ring, which was worth more than 10 million US dollars. The woman had taken it out of the ruins a long time ago. The most troublesome thing was the replacement of identity documents. He had to go through the procedures to buy a house, so he needed these documents. However, the house was destroyed along with the explosion, so he could only rely on his connections to make up for it as soon as possible. Choi Yan was at home and didn't know so many things had happened here. When Lin Ruashi called, she was surprised at how Lin Ruashi could get rid of the grudge so quickly. When she heard that she was asked to help get 2 new ID cards and household registration books, she could only smile bitterly, but she still agreed. In the end, Choi Yan went to work tomorrow and asked people to hurry up. As usual, it would take 3 months to get the documents. It was all for personal gain. Although Choi Yan felt quite embarrassed, she had to perform well. Mo Qianni felt that it was okay. After all, she knew Choi Yan when she was a girl. However, Qiang Wei was quite surprised that Lin Ruashi was not stingy to help her solve it. Although she might be pretending to be generous on the surface, Qiang Wei still said thank you seriously. Guo Shuihua saw all this and couldn't help but put her arm around Yang Cheng's waist. She whispered, "Son, it seems that Ruashi is much less hostile to your other little lovers now. Maybe you can be more obedient in the future." Yang Cheng smiled and said, "Mom, that's because Ruashi finally realized that no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't cut off the relationship. It wasn't easy for me to endure until now." Guo Shuihua immediately said, "It seems that if I want to have grandchildren in the future, I won't only have 1 or 2. Well, actually, it's better to have more granddaughters. Boys are troublesome, and it's enough to have 1 to continue the family line." Yang Cheng's face was stiff. He looked at his mother, whose eyes were shining and full of imagination, and felt a headache. To be honest, with his current physical fitness, even Yang Cheng didn't dare to believe his true strength. If he wanted to make women pregnant with his children, even if he started cultivating, it would be impossible within 10 years. Even Kai Ning, who had the highest chance of entering the soul formation stage after entering the innate stage, might not be able to connect with his realm. Sometimes, Yang Cheng would deliberately hide some of his abilities. It wasn't because he liked to keep a low profile, but because he was worried that if he revealed too many abilities that were beyond human imagination, it would cause women to feel distant. It was like falling in love with a life that wasn't his own race. This kind of feeling would probably not be good. Only when the women reached a certain level as soon as possible, could Xianxia better face them with his true self. Although his comprehension in other aspects was mediocre, Xianxia never doubted his talent and luck on the path of cultivation. This also made him feel lonely at the top. At night, Qiangwei, Mo Qianni, and Ma Guifeng planned to stay in a hotel for the night. Early the next morning, they could go to the police station to cooperate with Choi Yun to apply for the marriage certificate. After Lin Ruoshi and the real estate agent talked about the one-time payment and other issues, the agent immediately sent people to clean the house at night and installed a series of the latest household appliances. They just needed to sign the contract tomorrow and move in. As for the actual situation, the agent didn't dare to hide anything from them. In this materialistic society, as long as one had money, everything seemed very simple. After dealing with a series of problems, Lin Ruoshi took Xianxia, Guoxiuehua, and Mother Wang to pack some necessary luggage at home. Tomorrow, they would send some freight cars to transport the things directly. Xianxia didn't have anything to bring, so he was purely a coolie, moving things here and there. Fortunately, Xianxia didn't have a problem with physical strength at all. He went up and down dozens of times, but he didn't gasp for breath, so he wasn't tired at all. This kind of heroic performance made Lin Ruoshi quite satisfied. When she walked past Xianxia, she whispered, "It turns out that you are quite useful." Xianxia looked embarrassed. At this point, the value of his life was reflected, coolly. After being busy for half the night, the whole family went back to their room to rest. This was also the last night they stayed in the old house. In fact, everyone didn't sleep well, except for Xianxia. The next morning, the workers that Lin Ruoshi called for arrived in a truck, and they moved the big bags of luggage into the truck. At this time, Qiangwei and Mo Qianni, who had quickly completed a series of identification and household registration, came to the scene with Choi Yun. Choi Yun was still wearing her police uniform. When she arrived at the door, she immediately greeted Mother Wang and Guoxiuehua in a lively manner. She said with a smile, "I'm late. They are almost done moving. I wanted to come and help." Mo Qianni walked up from behind and said helplessly, "I told Yonyan that there's no need, but she insisted on coming. Of course, I have to know where you are moving." Choi Yun pouted. The three women had known each other since they were young, and they laughed and chatted happily. Lin Ruoshi smiled and said, "Thank you. You have been very helpful. Make way, make way." At this moment, Xianxia walked out of the house with a huge stack of books in his arms. Most of them were old books that had been around for a long time. Seeing Choi Yun was also there, Xianxia grinned and winked at her. Choi Yun glared at him and said, "What are you smiling at? Why are there so many old books? Are you going to move them all?" Xianxia sighed and said, "I have been moving them from last night to this afternoon. There's no end to the books." "Oh my God, Ruoshi, are you going to move all the books in the study to the new house?" Mo Qianni said in surprise. Lin Ruoshi looked at the tall and thick books and said, "These were left by Grandma." Hearing this, everyone understood that the books had been in the old CEO's possession since she was a child. It was no wonder that she kept them so carefully. "Let me help you put them in the car." Choi Yun was very enthusiastic. As she spoke, she put the stack of books steadily into a small shipping box. In the process of moving in, a thin, small object suddenly floated down from the stack of books he had picked up. Choi Yun was stunned. She squatted down to pick it up and said, "Ah, it's a very old photo. It's yellowed." "Really?" Mo Qianni was a little excited when she heard this. "Is it a photo of the old CEO's grandmother?" Because it fell from the old CEO's book, she naturally thought that it was a photo of the old lady. However, the next moment, the two women frowned slightly. Mo Qianni asked curiously, "Who is this?" "So it's him." Choi Yun, however, recognized him and murmured, "What is it?" Xianxia was puzzled. Why did the woman have such a strange expression? Choi Yun bit her lower lip and kept the photo. She walked to Mother Wang, who was talking to the workers, and said, "Mother Wang, this photo should be yours. You can keep it." Mother Wang was stunned. She took the photo and didn't say anything at first. However, when her eyes fell on it, her face turned pale and her body trembled. Lin Ruoshi suddenly thought of something and said with some resentment, "Yonyan, what are you doing? Have you forgotten what grandma told us when we were young? Don't mention that person. Why did you show Mother Wang that person's photo?" Choi Yun didn't expect Lin Ruoshi to be so emotional. She stood there awkwardly. I didn't do it on purpose. It's okay. Mother Wang wiped the corner of her eyes and suddenly stuffed the photo into her pocket. She forced a smile. "Miss, don't blame Miss Choi Yun. She mentioned it because she cared about me." Lin Ruoshi walked over with concern and grabbed Mother Wang's hand. "Mother Wang, don't be sad. Don't you have me by your side? Let bygones be bygones. Don't think too much about it. You must be happy." Seeing this scene, not only Yang Qing, but also Chang Wei, Ma Guifeng and the others were astonished. They had never seen the cold Lin Ruoshi take the initiative to comfort someone. It seemed that the relationship between this woman and Mother Wang for so many years was hard to understand. Only Mother Wang, who had taken care of Lin Ruoshi since she was young, could receive such treatment. Yang Qing saw Choi Yun's guilty face and saw Mother Wang's emotional tears. He was confused. What kind of past did Mother Wang hide? Why did the old CEO tell the two girls not to talk about it since they were young? Looking at Mo Qianni's confused face, Yang Qing was sure that those things happened before Lin Ruoshi and Choi Yun were 13 or 14 years old, which was before they entered middle school. At that time, Mother Wang should be a woman in her 30s. Mother Wang tried to hold it in, but after being comforted by Lin Ruoshi and seeing how determined the woman was, her tears started to fall again. "Miss. I'll go back to my room and calm down. I'll come out later." Mother Wang wiped her tears and ran back into the house. Seeing Mother Wang's gloomy back as she ran into the room, everyone could feel an inexplicable sadness from her. Lin Ruoshi helplessly looked at Kai Yan, who was fiddling with her fingers. She sighed and didn't say anything else. Yang Qing asked in confusion, "What's going on? Who's the person in the photo?" "Don't ask if you don't want Mother Wang to be sad." Lin Ruoshi stopped him with a cold expression. Choi Yun continued to move the books obediently and didn't dare to say anything else. Guo Shuahua and Ma Guifeng looked at each other in disbelief. They had been together with Mother Wang for quite some time, but they didn't know that Mother Wang had so many secrets in her past. Even the younger generation didn't dare to mention Mother Wang, and she would burst into tears at the mention of Mother Wang. No matter what, the matter was settled under Lin Ruoshi's hard work. After the busy noon, everything was moved to the new mansion in the western suburbs. Choi Yun still had to go back to work at the police station. She went around and returned quietly. But from what Yang Qing saw, the uniformed girl felt guilty. She felt that she was the one who hurt Mother Wang and didn't want to stay any longer. After signing a series of documents with the real estate company, Yang Qing and the workers moved everything into the house. As for the tidying work, it could be done slowly. The location of the new house was in the north of the villas in the western suburbs. The terrain was quite high and there were only a few high-class houses around the two houses. The trees were lush and the grass was green. There were also some fountains and bronze sculptures, just like a European royal garden. The style of the interior of the villa was a combination of classic and fashionable, but the soft colors and exquisite materials made the ingenious design feel like a home. The garage was underground like the previous house in Dragon Garden. It was spacious enough to store more than 20 cars at the same time. It gave Lin Ruoshi a good place to display her useless cars. In order to celebrate moving into the new house, there was naturally a sumptuous dinner. However, there weren't any ingredients in the new house. The group of women were busy tidying up their rooms and wardrobes, so they didn't have the time to buy groceries, let alone cook. Thus, in the evening, the two families made an appointment to sit in Lin Ruoshi's Lexus LX 570, intending to find a high-end restaurant nearby for a meal. Yang Qing drove the car and waited for Lin Ruoshi, Xianxia, and the two elders to get in the car before he drove to Chang Wei's house. Although they were neighbors, the distance was not short. They were at least 100 meters apart. When Yang Qing was about to drive through an intersection, a black Land Rover happened to be at the stop signal and was about to pass by. The familiar limited edition Land Rover, not to mention Yangqing. Even Lin Ruoxi, who was sitting in the passenger seat, immediately recognized it. At this time, the people in the Land Rover also noticed Yangqing and Xianxia, who were sitting in the Lexus. The car window rolled down, and from the passenger seat of the Land Rover, a young and lively little face appeared. The girl waved her arms and shouted excitedly, "Uncle! Big Sister Ruoxi! Why are you guys here?" Seeing Tang Tang, Tang Wan, and Land Rover, Yangqing's mind flashed with an electric spark. Damn! He really was a pig brain. Didn't he come here before? Wasn't this the courtyard in the western suburbs where Tang Wan and Tang Tang lived? He didn't realize that he had become the neighbor of Tang Wan and her mother. Yangqing didn't know whether to be happy or cry. In Lin Ruoxi's eyes, he was afraid that he deliberately didn't say it out loud. Could it be that the ones who moved in just now were you and Big Sister Ruoxi? You guys are the new residents? When Tang Tang thought of this, she said coquettishly, "Uncle, you're really something. You didn't even tell us in advance if you wanted to move in. You clearly did it on purpose. You knew that my mother and I also lived here. Did you want to give us a surprise?" As soon as these words came out, Yangqing felt two cold gazes behind him freeze him. When Lin Ruoxi found out that Tang Wan and her mother also lived here, and in this area, she really thought that Yangqing was deliberately hiding it. Yangqing turned his head with a bitter smile. "Wife, if I told you that I really forgot that Tang Wan lived here, would you? Would you believe it? What do you think?" Lin Ruoxi asked while gritting her teeth. Yangqing swallowed his saliva. "I don't think so. You're really capable. Will I find out tomorrow that Mingyu and Anxin are actually living next door to us?" Lin Ruoxi asked with a cold smile. Yangqing shrunk his shoulders. He didn't know how to answer, afraid that whatever he said would be wrong. Guo and Mother Wang sat in the back, pretending not to see or hear anything. On the other hand, Xianxia covered her mouth and snickered. But since they had met, they naturally had to greet each other. Tang Wan drove the car to the side. She was wearing a black chiffon dress, revealing her snow-white shoulders. She was as graceful and charming as ever. "General Lin, it's really fate that can't be broken no matter what. I was just about to bring Tang Tang out for dinner. It seems that you guys are the same. Why don't you come together? We'll be neighbors in the future, so we have to be especially close." Tang Wan's face was full of unconcealable joy and pride. In her view, Yangqing deliberately didn't say it, and tricked Lin Ruoxi to come here. So, Tang Wan felt that she had won. Lin Ruoxi knew that if they turned hostile, she would be the one who lost her cool first. So she smiled formally. "That's for the best. I'm usually very busy. After one meal, I don't know when the next one will be. In other words, don't think there'll be a next time. You can count yourself lucky this time." Tang Wan didn't mind. She smiled gently at Guo and Mother Wang behind the car and nodded. Then, she silently followed behind the Lexus. For the rest of the journey, Yangqing felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. Lin Ruoxi, who was next to him, felt like she had eaten a nuclear bomb that would explode at any time. Yangqing's heart felt like it was being tightened by a rubber band. When Chengwei and Mo Qianni got in the car, they were surprised to find out that Tang Wan and her daughter also lived here, and they were neighbors. However, even though they knew Mo Qianni from work, they weren't very familiar with Tang Wan, not to mention Chengwei, who was completely unrelated to her. So, the two women's reaction wasn't as big as Lin Ruoxi's. At the same time, the two women understood why Lin Ruoxi's figure was so cold and unapproachable. After the two cars drove together for a section of the highway, they came to a high-end Italian restaurant nearby. This was recommended by Tang Wan and her daughter. Because they lived here all year round, they were very familiar with the restaurants in this area. Mo Qianni thought it would be good to take her mother, Ma Guifeng, to eat Western food, so she didn't have any objection. However, Lin Ruoxi was quite dissatisfied. Why should Tang Wan make the decision? However, when Yangqing smilingly asked her which restaurant she thought was better, Lin Ruoxi's mind went blank again. How would she know which restaurant was better? Except for the location of the glutinous rice ball shop, President Lin had no impression of other restaurants. The architectural style of this Italian restaurant was quite nostalgic. It was deliberately polished, so that the walls and some details in the corners had a sense of vicissitudes and medieval retro style. The dim lights, as well as the half-finished or half-finished wine bottles on the windowsills, gave people a strong sense of Western romance. The head waiter, who was very familiar with Tang Wan and her daughter, was a tall young man with black and yellow hair. After greeting them elegantly, he led the group to the large family dining table on the second floor. Ma Guifeng and Xianxia, who had never been to such a place, were the most nervous, but they were very fresh to everything. After sitting down, the people around the table were talking and laughing. Although Lin Ruoxi and Tang Wan didn't even look at each other once, the two women were good at dealing with situations, so they didn't show much hostility. After ordering, the waiting time seemed very long. Fortunately, the restaurant also provided Italian bread to relieve the hunger of the customers. Other than the one that was taken by Tang Tang, the remaining 7 or 8 were all brought to Yangqing and he took big bites without hesitation. "Can't you restrain yourself a little? This isn't just for you," Lin Ruoxi said with a frown. Yangqing held the bread and shook it. "You guys eat it and you won't be able to eat it later. I have a good appetite, so I can eat it all later and continue eating, so it won't be a waste." Tang Tang pouted. "Uncle, you're a pig. I'll be stuffed after eating 2 pieces of that cheese pizza with grilled sausage. You ordered 3 whole pizzas with a steak and 2 servings of spaghetti. If it wasn't for Sister Ruoxi's money, she really wouldn't be able to feed you." "Shoo shoo shoo," Yangqing said unhappily. "What do you know, little girl? If it wasn't for my big appetite, how could I show off my wife's wealth? Also, I told you long ago, I'm the same generation as your sister Ruoxi. You have to call me brother. Call me after Xianxia. You're so immature, yet you still want to marry him." Tang Tang took a bite of the bread. "That's simple, I'll call brother Xianxia and call you uncle too, then there won't be a problem with seniority." Yangqing immediately choked on the bread crumbs and wanted to spit it out, but this bickering scene made the others smile happily. Just when Yangqing was about to ignore Tang Tang and continue eating bread, a special scene suddenly flashed in the corner in front of him, making him frown slightly. It was a white waiter wearing a restaurant uniform. He looked gentle and refined, and his appearance was so ordinary that it was impossible to remember his appearance at all. He carried a plate and walked to the dimly lit corner, intending to deliver the food to a middle-aged man and a beautiful woman. The waiter's fingers were abnormally clean, his fingernails were round and meticulous, and his movements were gentle and gentlemanly. After putting down the 2 servings of spaghetti, the waiter put away the plate, bowed, and nodded before turning to leave. The middle-aged man drank a mouthful of red wine, picked up his fork, and prepared to start eating. But before he could put his fork into the noodles, the table in front of him suddenly shook. Bang! The plate of spaghetti suddenly fell to the ground from the earthquake. "What's going on?" The middle-aged man shouted, turned around, and said to the waiter who had not walked far away, "Waiter! What's wrong with your table? Why is it still shaking?" The white waiter did not turn around. Instead, he continued to walk downstairs at the same pace. At this time, Yangqing stood up and said to the women at the table, "I'm going to the washroom." With that, Yangqing followed the waiter's footsteps and walked downstairs. Tang Tang muttered, "There's a washroom on the 2nd floor. Uncle is so stupid." Tang Wan reached out and tapped her daughter's head. "You're the only one with a loose mouth. You're already like this before you even get married. In the future, you'll definitely nag Yuan Yi until he goes crazy." Yangqing, who had walked downstairs, was naturally not really going to the toilet. Instead, he followed closely behind the white waiter, bypassing the front hall and walking to a fire exit at the back of the restaurant. After the white waiter walked to the fire exit, he took off his uniform jacket and threw it into a trash can. Then, he opened the door and walked out. Yangqing followed with a smile that was not a smile. He also opened the door and stepped out. As soon as he stepped out of the door, a fierce murderous aura directly descended from the sky above his head. Humph! Yangqing had already expected this and reached out to grab it. A sharp silvery white dagger was caught by Yangqing's hand. The Caucasian waiter actually leaped up and climbed onto the wall, waiting for Yangqing to come out so he could assassinate him from above. The dagger made of fine steel was actually pinched by a hand made of flesh and could not move an inch further. The Caucasian guy directly flipped over and jumped away, looking at Xianxia in shock. It's rare for us to have a meal together, it's not appropriate for you to poison him to death on the spot. Xianxia chuckled. Who are you? Why are you following me? The white man asked coldly. Xianxia took the dagger and looked at it carefully. His eyes flashed with suspicion. After thinking for a moment, he threw the dagger at the white man. He didn't want to kill him, but he wanted to return the dagger. After receiving the dagger, the Caucasian man was especially surprised. He clearly felt that there was a gap between his strength and Xianxia's, which was why he didn't immediately run away. But at this moment, it seemed that Xianxia didn't have any hostility towards him. Xianxia pondered for a moment, then said solemnly, the symbol on this dagger belongs to Zero. Are you Zero's killer? The Caucasian man's eyes were filled with surprise. You. Who are you? Xianxia continued, what's going on with Sauron? I remember there's a rule that Zero is not allowed to take orders in Xianxia. You clearly pretended to be a waiter and poisoned that man's macaroni. Who hired you? Or could it be? Have you betrayed Zero? The Caucasian man hesitated for a moment. You actually called our chief consul by his name. I didn't betray Zero. Although I don't know who you are, our Zero is now allowed to take orders in Xianxia. That was my first time carrying out a mission in Xianxia. I don't understand why you stopped me for no reason. Aren't you afraid of our Zero's revenge? What? Allowed? Xianxia was amused. Sauron doesn't have the right to make such a decision. You think I don't know? The Caucasian man said, of course it's not the chief consul's order. It's our Lord Pluto himself. He opened a channel to accept orders in Xianxia. Xianxia was shocked, and his face darkened. You mean Pluto gave the order? It seems that you know a lot. You even know who our Lord Pluto is. The Caucasian man said proudly, since you know that I'm a killer from Zero and know our Lord Pluto, are you still going to stop my mission? Xianxia didn't think that this killer would talk nonsense, and Sauron was even less likely to betray him. Then, there was only one reason, he was impersonated again. Damn it. How dare he impersonate me and give orders to my subordinates? Xianxia reached out to the Caucasian man and said, give me the phone for communication. The Caucasian man was a little surprised, but after some hesitation, he still threw the phone to Xianxia. Xianxia dialed Sauron's special line. This number was not known to low-level killers. When the call was connected, Sauron said with some surprise, Your Majesty Pluto, why are you calling again? You called twice yesterday, and today is the third time. What a rare frequency. The third time. Damn it, I only called twice. Xianxia was more and more sure of his guess. Sauron, did I contact you a second time? Xianxia asked quickly. Sauron said doubtfully, Your Excellency, your joke is not funny at all. Didn't we give me orders last night, Xianxia time? We talked about a lot of things. Xianxia scolded, bastard. Sauron. Did your brain get kicked by a donkey? Or did the grapes ferment after soaking in the wine barrel? How could I suddenly change such an important decision, and without any warning at all? Don't you think it's strange? Seeing all this and hearing all this, the Caucasian killer standing not far from Xianxia was stunned. He suddenly realized who Xianxia was. Sauron was silent for a while on the other end, then said innocently in an old-fashioned voice, Your Excellency, I'm a little dizzy. I really don't understand why you are angry. Xianxia walked a few circles in the same place, then calmed down, and said, Sauron. That damn hidden enemy is more despicable than I thought, but also more powerful than I thought. Enemy? Sauron was particularly puzzled. Your Excellency, what is going on? It's not me who gave you orders, it's someone who impersonated me. What? Sauron shouted directly on the other end of the phone, obviously shocked. Xianxia immediately mentioned the man who looked exactly like him above the sea, as well as the Caucasian assassin who was carrying out the mission he met earlier. If I hadn't run into this guy trying to poison a Xianxia person in time, I would probably be suspected by a group of people, Xianxia said in distress. The other party obviously wants Xianxia to be suspicious and hostile towards me. Sauron suppressed his anger and said, I will immediately cancel the order given by that beast, damn it. This is simply a humiliation to me and Zero. Yangqing asked, how did that bastard contact you, and what orders did he give? He contacted me through the network channel you usually use, and even made a video call. At that time, I thought it was strange, why would you contact me in a place similar to a laboratory? But I never thought that you would have someone impersonate you, and even video call me. At that time, that impersonator also asked me to sell some arms, and gave orders to some mercenaries in the Middle East and North Africa to carry out some combat missions. Now it seems that he is simply trying to stir up disputes between countries, and then put the hat of the culprit on your head. Sauron said angrily. He even knows my contact channel with you. Yang Cheng's face was full of murderous intent. Our communication channel is specially encrypted, and it was designed for us by Jane back then. That person's wisdom. It's really admirable. Your Excellency, this is actually a good thing, Sauron suddenly said with a smile. Oh? Why do you say that? Yangqing asked. Before, we couldn't do anything to the guy who impersonated you, because he can use the laws of space, and no one can punish him except you. And the most important thing is, we don't know where he is. But this time, the other party used the network and deliberately broke the firewall set by Princess Jane. Then, as long as we ask Princess Jane to help us detect and track, we can roughly lock the area where the other party is. Princess Jane may even know who in the world has the ability to do all this. Sauron said. Yang Cheng's mouth showed a smile. I almost forgot that Jane still had such a trick up her sleeve. Your Excellency, I will immediately cancel those orders. It's not too late, and the damage should be able to be appeased. Also, I will immediately contact Princess Jane, Sauron said. Yangqing agreed. Last time I asked you to continue to send more sea eagles. How long will it take for them to arrive? Sauron said, they will arrive within this week at the latest, because the sea eagles are scattered all over the world. It's a bit tight to gather 2 squads at once. Okay, you go do your work. If you have caused any losses, objectively compensate them. If the other party is too troublesome, then do as you see fit. I don't need to teach you how to kill and set fire. If you can't solve it, then contact me, Yangqing said. After Sauron promised, he hung up the phone. Yangqing exhaled, threw the phone back to the White Assassin, and said, go back to Europe. It's not your fault this time, don't blame yourself. Yes. Yes. Your Excellency Pluto. The White Assassin suddenly knelt on the ground, his head on the ground, and said loudly, full of gratitude and excitement. Yangqing didn't have much time to feel this kind of worship. When he turned around and returned to the restaurant, his face was still dark. Yangqing was very angry, even angrier than the last time when he was impersonated. This was because it had already started to affect his friends, and it had even started to cause a commotion on a global scale, using his power and name. This was tantamount to slapping his face, secretly mocking his ignorance. Yangqing had already made up his mind. Once Jane found the guy who was secretly causing trouble, regardless of his background, he would go and kill him. Even Buddha would have some anger, let alone a devil. Moreover, Yangqing also realized a rather serious crisis. Since the other party looked exactly like him and was so familiar with his background, it was hard to guarantee that he wouldn't impersonate him to harm the people around him, especially since he had a lot of women. If they were deceived and bullied, how could it be? Yangqing thought about it. Even with the protection of the Sea Eagles, the other party's methods weren't something that the Sea Eagles could control. If the women didn't have the awareness to guard themselves, it would be very dangerous. He couldn't let the people around him be kept in the dark anymore. He had to tell them everything that happened on the Pacific Ocean, as well as the cause and effect of the enemy he was going to face next. Otherwise, if something happened, he wouldn't even have a place to cry. Moreover, since he was going to start teaching the women cultivation, it was time to briefly introduce the whole new world to them. Returning to the second floor of the restaurant, a sumptuous Italian meal was already on the table. The women were eating, talking, and laughing. After Yangqing returned to his seat, he said, after dinner, I have something more important to tell everyone. Let's go home together. Guo asked, son, what's the matter? Why are you so secretive? Yangqing pursed his lips and smiled, Mom, you'll know later. It'll affect your appetite if I tell you now. Anyway, you'll hear a rather sci-fi story later, and your eyes will be dazzled. Still keeping me in suspense, Guo scolded with a smile. Lin Ruoxi, on the other hand, revealed a hint of thought, but she still remained quiet. Although Yangqing refused to talk during dinner, everyone obviously ate faster, so they didn't say much. After dinner, they paid the bill and drove home. On the way home, in front of his family, Yangqing called on Xin, Lu Mingyu, and Choi Yun, who just left in the afternoon, and asked the three women to come to the new house. As for Yangqing's sudden move, Lu Mingyu already knew because she worked at Yulei International, but Xin had been busy these days, so she was a little surprised. Since it was a Monday and Xian and Lu Mingyu were working overtime at the company. However, Yang Chen's tone didn't allow for any objections, so the women obediently agreed and drove over immediately. Although Lin Ruoxi had already guessed what Yangqing was going to do, she still frowned slightly, and there was a trace of sadness that couldn't be resolved. The woman was still thinking about how to treat this group of women later. At this moment, Yangqing couldn't care too much. Compared to the awkward situation, the safety of the women was more important. About half an hour later, 3 different colored cars stopped outside the villa. It was Xin, Lu Mingyu, and Choi Yun. After the 3 women got out of the car, they looked at each other. Xin and Lu Mingyu knew each other, but they weren't familiar with Choi Yun. But as soon as they met each other, they basically understood that Yangqing was going to call all his lovers for a meeting. In the living room, the atmosphere was already very strange. Fortunately, the entire mansion was hundreds of square meters large enough, and the living room was even more spacious. There were a lot of sofas, enough for about 20 people to sit on, so that there was more breathing space. Yangqing wasn't in the living room. As soon as he arrived home, he said that he needed to contact some people, and then went upstairs to work, and didn't come down. As the hostess, Lin Ruoxi seemed to be very natural, but her expression was quite cold. She helped Mother Wan to make tea for the people present. In addition to their own family, Qiangwei, Mo Qianni, and Tang Wan were already seated. They didn't talk loudly, because they weren't very familiar with each other after all. When Xin and the other 2 came in, the atmosphere froze for a while. They first glanced at each other's faces, and then they all smiled shyly. "You're here," Guo stood up and said with a smile, "I know Xin and Choi Yun. You are Mingyu, right? Yangqing just told me that you're coming, and that kid. Sigh, I don't know what to say. Come on, don't be so polite, sit down." When Lu Mingyu found out that this young woman was Yangqing's mother, she was surprised at first, then she hurried to greet her in a soft voice. She was a little nervous. When Lin Ruoxi came over to make tea for them, Lu Mingyu and Xin were both startled. Don't. General Lin, how can I let you?" Lu Mingyu hurried to stop her. Lin Ruoxi revealed a faint smile for the first time. "Don't call me General Lin at home. I'm a few years younger than you, just call me Ruoxi outside." After interacting with Lin Ruoxi for a few times, Choi Yun's previous ill feelings had mostly disappeared. She was a lively person, so she giggled and said, "Yeah, we'll be spending a lot of time together in the future, we should be more intimate." But before she could finish her sentence, Lin Ruoxi's cold gaze swept over her. Her meaning was obvious, "Don't tell me you're the one who decides everything in the future." Choi Yun choked on her words, turned her head away and didn't say anything. Seeing this scene, Guo chuckled, "Ruoxi, don't glare at Yan Er. Although she's a police chief, she's scared of you from the bottom of her heart. Yan Er is a straightforward person, I can see that even though we've only met twice, it's not like you don't know." Choi Yun nodded eagerly, looking at Guo with excitement, as if she had found a soulmate, and agreed wholeheartedly. Lin Ruoxi was a little uncomfortable with her mother-in-law helping Choi Yun, so she muttered, "I didn't say anything." But Sister Ruoxi's gaze was so scary just now, I felt a chill just sitting here. On the other sofa, Tang, who was leaning on Tang Wan, muttered. Tang Wan quickly covered her daughter's mouth and said anxiously, "Stupid girl, don't talk nonsense. This is a central air conditioner." Lin Ruoxi couldn't help but roll her eyes. How can the air conditioner be so strong? She sighed, turned around and asked Xin, "Tell me, am I very fierce?" Xin was traumatized by Lin Ruoxi. When she was dragged to play the hoop game, she was tormented to tears. Being asked by Lin Ruashi, she knew that she should deny it, but she couldn't help but shrink her head and murmured softly, "No, not fierce." This way, it was a complete hypocrisy. Seeing and hearing all this, Xianxia, who had been holding it in, finally burst out laughing. Both her hands slapped on the sofa, and her two exposed legs even kicked high into the air. She was as happy as she could be. Lin Ruashi blushed, walked over and pinched Xianxia's little face. "What are you laughing at? I've doted on you for nothing." Xianxia opened her big watery eyes innocently, "But it's really funny." Lin Ruashi couldn't help but stomp her feet in anger. She felt that she couldn't stay in the living room anymore, so she quickly ran back to the kitchen to help Mother Wang. But because of this scene that caused everyone to laugh, the atmosphere was much more relaxed. After more than 10 minutes, Yangchen finally ran down from upstairs. Previously, Hanya from Yamada sect had contacted him and told Yangchen that a group of elite ninjas from Yamada sect had entered Huaxia. Their regular identities were some employees of some Japanese companies, and she asked Yangchen how to deploy them. Yangchen directly sent this group of ninjas to Yanjing, leaving only a small number of them in Zhonghai. This was because ninjas were better at acting as scouts, and he didn't have many eyes and ears in Yanjing. With this group of guys, he could find the enemy's position as soon as possible. Especially the secret base of Yanbuan. Since Kai Yunqing and the others weren't willing to tell him, it wouldn't be a problem for him to find it himself. Seeing that the living room was already full of women, Yangqing was a little happy. Each of them had a different temperament, but they were all charming and graceful. If one day they all lived together and slept together, how comfortable would his life be? But the matter in his heart made Yangqing not have much mood to joke around. He walked to the center of the living room and sighed, "I called you all here today because there are some things that have to be said. For your safety, I hope that everyone can quietly wait for me to say everything before asking questions, because the things that I have to say are a little complicated." Yang Cheng's suspenseful opening made all the women feel particularly nervous. This guy who was always frivolous was rarely serious, which made them feel uncomfortable. Many people always yearned for some illusory myths and fairy tales, but when many seemingly illusory things really appeared in the originally ordinary world, the impact was huge. There was an ancient saying, "Lord Yi loves dragons." When a dragon really appeared, it could scare Lord Yi to death. This night was destined to be a sleepless night for the women. In the villa under the night sky, the lights were kept on. It was not until the wee hours of the morning that the women drove their respective cars home. However, the series of things that they heard from Yangqing, if they did not know for sure that they were awake, they would have thought that it was all a dream. The matter of cultivation was not too bad, because Yangqing had displayed superhuman strength many times. However, even the clone Yangqing had appeared, and he had easily destroyed a fleet. How could the women accept it all at once? Fortunately, Yangqing had confirmed some secret codes with each of them that only they knew, and he would definitely send more people to protect them in secret. Only then did they feel a little relieved. However, Tang Tang, Xianxiu, Guishuihua, Mother Wang, Ma Guifeng, and the others, who were not mentally prepared before, had such a huge impact that they all began to stare blankly in the end. However, the difference was that Tang Tang and Xianxiu were full of hope, and they begged Yangqing to teach them cultivation. Yangqing did not mind, thinking that there would be more people wanting to cultivate in the future. It did not matter, after all, getting started and really achieving results were two different things. However, just like the other women, he said that he had to persevere in training. In the future, cultivation would require even more patience and comprehension. As for the elders such as Guishuihua, Mother Wang, and Ma Guifeng, there was no need for them to say anything. Yangqing also planned to teach them. However, their bodies were already relatively old. Even if they could start cultivating, their speed would definitely be extremely slow, and they might only be able to provide some health care. In this family meeting, what caught Yangqing's attention the most was Lin Ruashi's attitude. Over the past few days, Lin Ruashi had become much more relaxed about her amorous temperament than before. Although she didn't give him a good look when he interacted with other women, she didn't give him a cold war either. Other than Kai Ning, this was the first time the women were together. There were no conflicts, no quarrels, and they were all quite friendly. Although they all had their own plans, Yangqing was already very satisfied. 4 days later, June 22nd, summer solstice. 2 teams from the Sea Eagles had already arrived in Zhonghai 3 days ago. After being integrated into Molin's team, they were under unified command. All of them were responsible for protecting the women and family that Yangqing valued. As Xianxia had opened up the channels of the military this time, the various advanced equipment brought in was also much more powerful than in the past. Yangqing had given each of the women a nanotechnology alarm that could be easily carried around. Once there was a crisis, he would instantly know their location. At the same time, he also had a tracking device on him so that the Sea Eagles would be able to identify the other Yangqing if they found him. However, what made Yangqing depressed was that the bastard who impersonated him didn't show up even after all these preparations. He had nowhere to vent his pent-up anger. In the end, he could only run back and forth between Tang Wan's residence, Qiangwei's, and Mo Qianni's residence in the middle of the night. He was even caught by Lin Ruoshi knocking on his door in the middle of the night. The next day, it was inevitably cold and windy again. On a summer morning, on the hills behind the western suburbs villas, the lush dark green canopies of the trees were intertwined. The road had not been developed, and the only path overgrown with weeds was made by the workers when they first went up to erect the iron tower. On the top of the mountain, an inexplicable force suddenly opened up a flat yellow mud platform about 100 square meters, as if a large piece of the mountain had been shaved off. At the center of the mountain, there was a neat and smooth platform made of fresh wood. Qiangwei, who was wearing a casual white t-shirt and red sweatpants, was sitting cross-legged on the platform with her eyes closed. She didn't move an inch despite the cool breeze blowing her hair. In the past few days, Yangqing had passed on the cultivation method to Qiangwei and Choi Yun, who already had a good physique. Qiangwei's perseverance and hard work made her run to the mountain on time after she finished practicing martial arts every day. She would practice according to the inner qi that Yangqing had taught her, which she had never learned before. At first, Qiangwei was a little nervous because she didn't know how good her perception was, but the progress was gratifying. When Yangqing guided her to practice the inner qi for the first time, Qiangwei immediately experienced the sense of qi, which meant that she had entered the threshold of inner qi during her first practice. Yangqing was also very surprised at that time. Although 90% of people could eventually have the sense of qi after hard work, she could feel it during her first practice, which showed that she had a very good perception of inner qi. After being encouraged, Qiangwei was very diligent. Although she had only practiced for 3 days, Qiangwei clearly felt that she was very energetic. She would be out of breath 2 days ago when she ran up the mountain, but today, she didn't have any difficulty at all. Yangqing had read all the classics in the Tower of Scrolls, and through his own understanding of the endless resolve restoration scripture and the way of heaven, he had refined a unique inner qi that couldn't be compared to ordinary inner qi. Because most of the founders of those sects were in the Xiantian realm, the support they could provide was to treat the Xiantian realm as the limit. The world that Yangqing saw was on a completely different level. The techniques that he refined didn't take the Xiantian realm seriously at all. Naturally, it seemed like he was progressing rapidly. There was no sunlight in the sky. The weather in summer was always very changeable. Not long after, dark clouds suddenly rose and surged. Soon, lightning suddenly appeared and thunder rumbled. Qiangwei opened her beautiful eyes helplessly and sighed. Seeing that it was going to rain, she had to go down the mountain first. She had originally planned to continue practicing for an hour. According to Yangqing, the time needed to practice was not too long. It was important to practice step by step, but it was better to practice at the top of the mountain or in the forest, where the air was fresh and natural. This was because the turbid air in the city was too heavy. Moreover, at the top of the mountain, one could avoid the noise and be in a certain state of meditation. However, when Qiangwei was about to get up, a voice stopped her. "Don't get up. Continue practicing." Qiangwei turned around and was surprised to see that Yangqing was standing behind her. "Hubby, why are you here?" Qiangwei was a little surprised. She couldn't help but think of something and said for no reason, "How many seconds should we look at each other?" Yangqing smiled bitterly. 10 seconds. Qiangwei heaved a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "You scared me to death. I thought that the bad guy from the clone came. Why did you appear so early in the morning?" Yangqing said with a smile, "Even if that guy came, he would appear at night when you are sleeping." Why would he come to see you practice so early in the morning? Hubby, you were here early? Xianxia asked curiously. Yangqing nodded. Actually, I came to see you practice 2 days ago. After all, you have just started, so I was a little worried. However, in order not to disturb your state of mind, I didn't disturb you. Xianxia darling, don't get up. Just continue practicing. Xianxia hesitated. But, there's going to be a thunderstorm later. It's going to be a thunderstorm. Yangqing explained, heavenly thunder, winter rain, and snow are the most concrete laws of heaven and earth. If you carefully experience the rain and lightning, you will have a higher chance of coming into contact with something on a deeper level. The biggest difference between the cultivation technique I taught you and other cultivation techniques is that the foundation of other cultivation techniques is to plunder the heaven and earth, while my cultivation technique is to merge with the heaven and earth. It's easy to say, but to really do it, it still requires opportunity and comprehension. Cultivation is different from martial arts. Only ordinary people would put qi refinement as their first priority. In fact, the most fundamental thing is to increase one's realm. As long as one's realm is increased, everything else is just like loading bullets into an empty magazine. Pure qi refinement is unable to truly step into the Xiantian realm. Only by continuously comprehending the heavenly Tao that you have comprehended will you have the chance to step into the deity transformation realm that I mentioned. I can't help you with this, but all kinds of living beings and natural phenomena in the world can become the breakthrough point for your cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds. Yangqing remembered very clearly that when he first stepped into the deity transformation realm, it was because he saw an ant nest in the morning after being drenched in the rain for an entire night. Only then did he comprehend his own Tao. Although he couldn't hope that Xianxia would have the same opportunity, it was always good to have more experience. Xianxia nodded her head, not fully understanding. She began to sit down patiently and closed her eyes, waiting for the thunderstorm to descend. Yangqing didn't leave either. By observing Xianxia's cultivation process, he also wanted to gain some experience and continuously perfect his own cultivation technique. Not long after a thunderclap resounded through the heaven and earth, heavy rain poured down. The splashing rain washed the whole world. In the darkness, the mountain wind roared, and the swaying branches were torn in the wind. Sitting in the rain, Xianxia let the rain soak her clothes instantly. All her hair was wet and stuck to the side of her face. At first, her eyebrows were slightly furrowed, but after being drenched for more than 10 minutes, she seemed to gradually enter the state of mind, and her eyebrows relaxed. In the darkness, the woman on the top of the mountain was like a grain of dust in the vastness. Gradually, Xianxia, who was searching for the sense of qi to operate the technique, forgot everything around her, but she clearly saw everything in the world. The slight contact between the raindrops and her skin was like a clear picture flashing in front of her eyes. Time passed by minute by minute. The pouring rain seemed to have thoroughly drenched the world and relieved the air. As the thunder gradually faded, the rain that had lasted for more than half an hour also stopped. Xianxia, who hadn't looked at her during the whole process, slowly opened her eyes and the sound of a bird chirping after the rain, her eyelashes that were dripping with water trembled slightly. At this time, Yangqing slowly walked to the platform and squatted down. His body was already wet, and the woman was drenched in the rain, so of course, he had to accompany her. "How is it? Do you feel anything new?" Yangqing asked softly. Xianxia raised her head and suddenly murmured, "The raindrops in front of me are not the raindrops that fall in front of me." "Huh?" Xianxia was also confused by the game and pouted, "I feel a little bit, but I don't understand what it is." Yangqing smiled and said, "Okay, there is a little bit of progress. Take it slowly. You have just started. Even if my internal force cultivation will improve very quickly, the problem of the realm can't be rushed." Xianxia smiled and slowly stood up. Because of the rain, all the clothes on her body were tightly attached to the soft and charming body. The 2 peaks on her chest stood proudly and trembled slightly, and the small protruding tips could be seen. On the wet hair, the water drops kept falling, making the white and tight face particularly seductive and attractive. Yangqing's eyes were a little dazed. This kind of hazy beauty is more exciting than the direct naked. Seeing the man staring at her, Xianxia was not shy. Instead, she gave him a coquettish look. "Husband, let's go down the mountain. If we go on like this, my eyes will fall out." Yangchen slapped the woman's buttocks. With a loud smack, the flesh on her buttocks shook a little. Acting as a vixen early in the morning. "If it weren't for the wet mud everywhere, I would have finished you on the spot." Yangqing smiled evilly. Xiangwei giggled and took 2 steps to go down the mountain. But when she lifted her foot, she found that it was really as Yangqing said. The top of the mountain road and the mountain road were all muddy because of the soft soil. If she stepped on it like this, a pair of white sneakers would be dyed yellow. More importantly, Xiangwei was a woman after all, and she was very clean. When she saw this section of the road, she was a little unwilling to walk. However, because of this, Xiangwei thought of something. She turned around and said shyly, "Hubby, can you carry me down the mountain?" Yangqing thought for a moment and immediately understood the woman's thoughts. She was taking the opportunity to find romance. After hesitating for a moment, Yangqing shook his head. "No, I won't carry you." However, before the woman could turn around and continue walking, Yangqing rushed forward from behind, bent down, and picked up the woman. But before she could turn around and continue walking, Yangchen rushed forward from behind, bent down, and carried her in his arms. "Ah!" Rose exclaimed. Obviously, she was not mentally prepared to be picked up by someone. Hooking onto Yangchen's neck, Rose happily asked, "Didn't you say you wouldn't carry me?" "But I can carry you." Yangchen smiled as he walked. "Why are you hugging me?" Yangqing blinked. "Because only by hugging you can I stare at your face and look good to my heart's content." A wave of sweetness welled up in her heart. Xiangwei couldn't help but lift her body up, and her plump red lips kissed Yangqing. Her tender tongue licked her lips, bringing with it a trace of moisture. Xiangwei said seductively, "Not only can I see your face, I can also do something else." After the rain, the mountain scenery was empty. On the winding mountain road, under the green scenery, the chirping of the birds. After the two of them went down the mountain, they held hands and chatted for a while. After sending Xiangwei home, Yangqing went back to drive to Yulei Entertainment to work. When he arrived at the office, there was already a tall beauty wearing a light purple uniform sitting at the side of the office, busy with work. When she saw Yangqing enter, she immediately stood up and bowed respectfully. "Good morning, master." She had a mature and charming face full of oriental charm, thick arched eyebrows, and red lips that were as red as blood. She was the current leader of Yamada sect, Hanya. Ever since a large number of elites of Yamada sect could enter Huaxia, Hanya finally had an excuse to stay by Yangcheng's side. Because many of the core ninjas were in Huaxia, she, as the leader, could be said to be here to discipline her subordinates, so that they could better manage the front line and work in Zhonghai. Yangqing knew that this woman couldn't get rid of her deep-rooted slave nature. Since she was young, she was trained by Noriko Okawa to become an assassin who only knew how to obey orders to survive. Noriko Okawa even took away her chastity with one hand, so her heart was also twisted. Once Noriko Okawa died, she lost her backbone and felt uncomfortable all over. On top of that, he returned her dignity and freedom to her, so this female ninja poured all her heart and soul into him. Since she insisted on coming and he was indeed in need of manpower, Yangqing let her take over Anshin's position and help him take care of the company's daily affairs. This matter naturally went through Lin Ruashi's approval. Yangqing also told Lin Ruashi about Hanya's true identity, and Lin Ruashi agreed without any hesitation. When it came to the safety of the people around her, even Yangqing admired the woman's generosity. It seemed that it wasn't that Lin Ruashi didn't want to compete with him anymore, but the woman was keenly aware of the recent crisis. She couldn't stand the Cold War between husband and wife anymore, so she temporarily suppressed her dissatisfaction. After all, Hanya was a talent who could manage Yamada sect. Managing an entertainment company was a piece of cake for her, and she was even better at it than Yangqing. When Yangqing came to work, he spent most of his time listening to her and Molin's report. He couldn't let go of any clues and had to find the enemy's nest as soon as possible. Sitting in his seat, Yangqing asked, "What's the progress?" Hanya replied seriously, "The Zhonins in Beijing have found 3 secret military research facilities, but because the security is very tight and the way to enter isn't clear, they are looking for opportunities to get close and spy on them." We expect to get the results the day after tomorrow at the latest. If the 3 facilities aren't Yan Buwen's laboratory, then we need to spread to other surrounding cities, or consider whether it's in other provinces. Yangqing nodded. What about Yan Buwen's movements? What's the situation with the Yan family? Master, Yan Buwen hasn't shown up for almost 2 weeks. Our people can't find out where he is. The Yan family seems to be very nervous recently. The head of the Yan family, Yan Buwen's grandfather, Huaxia's vice president, Yan Qingtian, claimed to be sick and didn't attend 2 central committee meetings recently. As far as we know, he's secretly looking for Yan Buwen. It seems that Yan Buwen didn't even tell his family why. Yangqing chuckled. What a guy with a personality. If he didn't have to go against me, I wouldn't have killed him. Hanya was puzzled. Master, Princess Jane hasn't confirmed that the channel was broken through by Yan Buwen. Logically speaking, shouldn't Yan Buwen have no grievances with you? Why do you seem to be convinced that he's the mastermind? Actually, when I first saw him, I could almost conclude that he was the one who did many things, Yangqing said faintly. Hanya was stunned. She obviously didn't understand what Yangqing meant. Yangqing glanced at her. Hanya, are you afraid of me? Hanya couldn't help but shiver. She lowered her head and her chin could almost touch her plump chest. Yes. That's it, Yangqing smiled without interest. You're afraid of me because you know my background. You know how I came all the way and what kind of things I've done. Not only you, but even Sauron, Maekdan, Ron, and the others, although I've always been very relaxed with them and treated them as friends, in fact, they're still afraid of me deep down in their hearts. This is also why I never felt that I had real friends before I returned to Huaxia. Hanya looked up and said in surprise, could it be? Yan Buwen isn't afraid of you? Yangqing shook his head. He's not afraid of me. I can't see any fear from him. But he clearly knows my past, because he's one of the core figures in the military. He's a genius who's almost on par with Jane. There's no reason for him not to know my background. But Yan Buwen acted like an equal in front of me, and even had a hint of provocation. At that time, I roughly guessed that he would be a top figure, but I didn't expect that this guy's target would actually be me. I've always wondered what kind of enmity he has with me, and why is he so confident, that's all. Hanya seemed to have understood something, and then said seriously, Master, you're definitely stronger than Yan Buwen. He's ignorant. Yangqing was stunned. Looking at the serious face of the female ninja, he couldn't help but laugh. At this time, Yangqing's phone vibrated. Yangqing took a look, it was a British number, and immediately knew who it was. Jane, is there a result? Jane, who was on the other side, yawned, and said with a lazy tone, my guess is correct. The origin of the intrusion is in Huaxia's Beijing, but the specific location. I can only confirm that it's in the northwest direction. Because the other party didn't use a regular IP, I can't continue tracking. But I can guarantee that other than Yan Buwen, the only person in Huaxia who has the ability to do this is Huaxia's cradle of computer geniuses. Northwest. Yangqing asked Hanya, are there any of the 3 military research laboratories in the northwest direction of Beijing? Hanya hurriedly nodded, yes, that laboratory is located in the mountain, it's the most difficult to enter. Yangqing grinned, looks like. This time I can go and catch him. Yangqing, are you really planning to make a move? As far as I know, Yan Buwen's position in Huaxia isn't low. Jane said with some worry. I don't care who he is, he made my life so messy. If I didn't hide well, I wouldn't have been able to wait until now. The Security Bureau and the Yellow Flame Iron Brigade didn't let me kill him, do they really think I'll give them face? Yangqing sneered. At this moment, the killing intent in the man's eyes made Hanya, who was an assassin, retreat 3 steps, her body shivering. Since he had confirmed the location of the laboratory, Yangqing did not want to stay any longer. After asking Hanya to tell him the exact location, he got up and prepared to leave for Beijing. But before he could move, his phone let out an ear-piercing beep. After modification, the phone was equipped with an alarm function. Whenever the members of Sea Eagles discovered a situation or the women activated the device they carried with them, it would make this noise. Yangqing's heart skipped a beat. He picked up the phone and saw that it was an alarm from Anshin's location. He did not expect that the situation that had not appeared for the past few days would appear right after he found out the person's location. At the same time, in the core of the An family's mansion, which was also the master's living room. Ever since An Zaihuan was arrested and sent to prison, this had become Anqing's residence. The pinkish-white curtains fluttered in the wind. Usually, the windows were tightly shut when the air conditioner was turned on, but at that moment, the windows were opened because of a figure that suddenly barged in. A plain-looking young man wearing a tight black short-sleeved shirt and light-colored jeans was standing in front of the window with his head tilted and a sinister smile on his face. Sunlight shone through his back, making the man's figure look especially hazy and sinister. Anqing was wearing a white floral round-neck nightdress. Her pretty face without any makeup was full of panic. Her watery eyes were wide open, and her pair of bare feet kept retreating. As the current chairman of the Ants group, Anqing did not go to work early. Because no one cared about her, she naturally did as she pleased. Usually, she would wake up after 8 o'clock. The training plan that Yangqing taught her was also different from other girls. She chose to do it after work. Yangqing allowed all of this, but he had no choice. But today, as soon as she opened her eyes, she suddenly heard the sound of metal breaking from the window. Then, the huge window was pushed open from the outside. It was as if the person purposely wanted Anqing to see it. When Anqing turned around and saw the man in the room, she was stunned for more than 10 seconds. Yangqing. Old. Just as he was about to shout, Anqing immediately realized that something was wrong. Although this man looked exactly the same as Yangqing, there was no trace of gentleness in his eyes. His expression was as sinister as a viper's. You are, a clone? An Xian exclaimed in shock. She subconsciously almost tumbled off the bed. She stepped on the floor to retreat, but at the same time, an Xian pressed a button on her bracelet. In fact, even if Anqing didn't press the alarm herself, the sea eagles who were protecting the woman would have noticed the commotion. However, Yangqing had specifically reminded them to only sound the alarm when clones appeared and not to fight. Therefore, the members of the Sea Eagles could only hide in the dark. Humph, the fake Yangqing smiled cruelly. Don't worry, you don't have to be so afraid. I have no interest in killing you. When your man comes, I'll humiliate you in front of him. Wouldn't that be a greater sense of accomplishment? Anqing's pretty face was pale, and her lips were trembling. Her mind was blank. Right at this moment, a figure appeared behind the fake Yangchen, grabbing the man's neck with one hand without warning. Humiliate? Are you talking about yourself? The person who had teleported here was Yangqing. Yangqing's anger had reached a whole new level. The murderous intent in his eyes was so thick that it could materialize. Anqing, on the other hand, was overjoyed. She finally let out a sigh of relief. When the clone's neck was grabbed, there was a flash of panic in his eyes. However, he quickly put on a look of disdain. Let's see if you're qualified. Hades. Go to hell. As soon as the clone's voice fell, the space around them changed. Countless pieces of space were torn apart. Yangqing's expression did not change. He mobilized the Heaven and Earth Restoration Force and built an invisible wall that blocked all the torn space within a small area so that it would not affect Anqing's position. Even so, the area around the two of them was completely shattered and scattered. Yangqing did not move an inch. He sneered. Although I don't know what kind of god you are, the law of space is not that impressive. Is Yen Buwen out of his mind or did he send you here to die? The clone said, this is just the appetizer. Next is the main course. All of a sudden, a chaotic aura that he had never felt before struck Yangqing's mind like a bolt of lightning. Yangqing cursed under his breath. However, it was too late. A power that felt like it was about to tear his body apart and freeze his blood caused Yangqing's body to stiffen. This invisible power was very similar to his Heaven and Earth Restoration Force. They were both shapeless and formless. However, the difference was that the Heaven and Earth Restoration Force was a mysterious power that could disintegrate everything. This power was about to freeze everything. Die. The clone roared. Taking advantage of the moment when Yangqing was unable to move, he turned around and kicked Yangqing out of the window with the mysterious power. Yangqing's eyes were bloodshot. he grunted and mobilized the heaven and earth restoration force. The endless resolve restoration scripture was activated and the power that was restraining him crumbled. Standing in midair, Xianxia waved his hand and a palm print was pushed out towards the clone. "You're the one who should die." The clone used the mysterious power to block the attack fearlessly. However, the moment they made contact, the heaven and earth restoration energy that was even more powerful shattered the clone's power the moment it came into contact with it. It was as if an eggshell had been smashed by a boulder, and the egg had exploded into pieces. The clone's eyeballs looked like they were about to pop out of their sockets. In his horrified expression, Xianxia's huge palm print smashed him into a puddle of blood. Boom! 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 The concrete of the mansion was crushed like a pancake. A puddle of blood and the clone's skin were buried deep in a hole. The sea eagles and Anshin who were hiding in the dark saw this scene. Although it only lasted for less than 10 seconds, it was enough to scare everyone. Xianxia slowly descended like a god of war. His murderous aura did not dissipate because he could feel that the clone was not dead. Sure enough, before Xianxia could think any further, the human skin and the blood around it began to condense rapidly. The mysterious power was like a perfect sculptor. It reforged the clone right in front of everyone's eyes. The clone looked exactly the same as before. Other than the fact that his face was pale and he looked much weaker, there was nothing strange about him. As expected of a man that our master views as a rival. Interesting. Interesting. New Pluto, you're stronger than I thought, the clone said. Xianxia was extremely shocked. Initially, he thought that as long as he destroyed the clone's body, he would not be a threat even if the clone had the ability to reincarnate. With his current strength, as long as he was not at the level of the 12 overgods, he could use the heaven and earth restoration energy to shatter the clone's soul easily. However, he did not expect that the clone did not intend to reincarnate at all. Instead, he used the mysterious power to be reborn. Is this the power that Yan Buwen gave you? Xianxia's heart sank. He had never heard of such a power, and it could even hurt him. If it was not for the fact that the clone clearly had a powerful mysterious power that was comparable to his endless resolve restoration scripture, he might have been at a disadvantage. The clone said proudly, "That's right. It was our master, Yan Buwen, who gave us rebirth. No, it's eternal life. He will be the true ruler in the future. Even Zeus and Athena will not be a match for him. I'm here to show you how terrifying the opponent you're going to face is. Our master said that you are a talent. If you are willing to submit to him and become his slave, he will let you live. T. I don't believe that I can't kill you." Xianxia was furious. The heaven and earth restoration energy that he used this time was extremely powerful. It was like a tsunami, but it was concentrated in this small area. With a twist of his hand, a crushing force gripped the clone tightly. The speed this time was so fast that the clone did not even have the chance to react. Arg! After a heart-wrenching scream, the clone was squeezed into pieces again. Xianxia even squeezed a few times in the air to squeeze all the blood out. Then, he flung the blood onto the grass tens of meters away. Xianxia had more or less figured out what was going on. Even though the clone said eternal life, it was definitely not that. After being shattered by Qin Xiaobei for the first time, the clone was reborn, but it was much weaker than before. This was also the reason why he couldn't even raise his speed to resist this time, and was pinched by him. In other words, if Qin Xiaobei killed him a few more times, even if he could be reborn a few more times, he would eventually be defeated. No matter how strong the opponent claimed that he would always believe that he was stronger than them. That was the truth that Xianxia had learned from countless battles. While Xianxia was deep in thought, the mysterious energy surged through the blood that was flung away. This time, the clone was recreated on a lawn that was tens of meters away. A glint of surprise flashed in Xianxia's eyes. This guy could be reborn as long as there was a piece of debris, even if it was just a drop of blood. Xianxia did not give him the chance to recreate. Once again, he bombarded the clone with the heaven and earth restoration energy. Bam! The blood man that was just recreated was blasted into pieces. The clone tried to use some mysterious energy to block the attack, but it was futile. Finally, Xianxia noticed that a trace of divine power flew out from the pile of blood. It seemed like it was going to dissipate in the area. Yangqing knew that it was the source of the clone's divine power. Even though it was not a complete soul, it was definitely the mark of a god. Without hesitation, the heaven and earth restoration energy surged forward and crushed the remnant soul like a tornado. This time, the clone could no longer be reborn. Yangqing harumphed coldly and returned to Anqing's room that had been destroyed. Xian had long been frightened by the bloody scene to the point that her legs were weak. When she saw Yangqing coming up, she fell into the man's embrace as if she had softened. Yangqing walked forward and hugged the frightened woman. He sighed and said, "It's okay now. I'll make a trip to Beijing and kill those bastards. No one will disturb us then." Anqing asked worriedly, "Hubby, will it be dangerous? Don't you trust me?" Anqing shook his head, but his eyes were filled with worry. Yangqing smiled and stroked the woman's hair. "This house is ruined. If you want, why don't you live in the western suburbs where we live now? We can live together, and I won't have to go back and forth, right?" There was a hint of joy in Anqing's eyes, but she pouted and said, "What if Sister Ruashi winks at me?" Yangqing smiled bitterly. "Is Ruashi that scary? Why are you so timid every time you mention her?" "It's not that scary. It's just. I just feel cold," Anqing mumbled. Yangqing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He patted the woman's buttocks under her nightgown and said, "It's good to be more intimate. Actually, Ruashi is very soft-hearted, as long as you don't take it too seriously with her. She just has a personality that doesn't admit defeat. If you follow her, she won't do anything." Xian thought for a moment and finally nodded. "Then I'll go and see which villas are vacant today. I'll move in once I'm satisfied. Let people repair the houses here and let the servants look after them." Yangqing was also very satisfied with this result. It wasn't that he had to make the women stay together, but living close to each other would make him feel more at ease. After confirming that Anqing was fine, Yangqing ordered the Sea Eagle warriors in the dark to continue protecting her, and then disappeared from the Yin family's mansion. It seemed that Yan Buwen had purposely let him know that he was playing tricks behind his back. Moreover, his mysterious power was indeed very strange. However, Yangqing was not going to be afraid. Since Yan Buwen was already trying to ride roughshod over him, he would not let Yan Buwen down if he didn't smash Yan Buwen into minced meat. At this critical moment, Yangqing didn't care if using the heaven and earth restoration without restraint would attract the heavenly tribulation. After thinking for a while, he reappeared from Zhonghai to the mountains northwest of Yanjin. In the dense forest, the edge of the undulating hillside was separated by a barbed wire fence. There was only one road that extended from the city, but it was guarded by many checkpoints. The coordinates given by Hanya were near this hillside, but Yangqing didn't see any laboratory. Just then, the sound of a few SUVs came from the foot of the hill. Yangqing turned around and squinted his eyes. The person who got out of the car was someone he knew, Li Dun. The one-eyed man was wearing a camouflage vest and was fiddling with a black and gold military knife. He looked up and winked at Yangqing, who was on the hill. Obviously, the security bureau had been keeping an eye on Yan Buwen. The Li family also knew about Yangqing's actions, so they sent Li Dun here as soon as they saw him. Li Dun asked the soldiers to wait at the foot of the hill while he leaped into the air and arrived at Yangqing's location within 10 seconds. "Old Yang, you're amazing. You came all the way here from Zhonghai so quickly. TSK. If I could be as capable as you, I bet Tang Xian would throw herself at me," Li Dun said lazily. Yangqing smiled from the bottom of his heart when he heard this. "You haven't caught up yet?" Sigh. "I really don't know what's going on. I feel like she's interested in me, but she just won't say yes," Li Dun said in distress. Yangqing tilted his head. "You came all the way here because you wanted to talk to me about you flirting with Tang Xian, right?" Hee, Li Dun chuckled for a while before saying seriously, "Can we not go in? Do you think I'll stop?" Yangqing squinted his eyes. "You didn't find it, right? Look at the forest. If you can't find it, you can go back." Li Dun pointed at the mountains and plains. Yangqing said nonchalantly, "If I can't find it, I'll destroy the mountain. I don't believe that I can't find that bastard's lab even if I destroy the mountain. That's our military's secret base. We invested a lot of money into it. If you destroy it, my father won't be able to explain it to the military, Li Dun said gloomily. That's none of my business. If they have anything to say about it, they can come to me. Let me make this clear. Since Yan Buwen is the troublemaker, I have to kill him. No one can stop me. I know your father asked you to come because he wants me to give you some face. But you should know that your face isn't worth that much, Yangqing said coldly. Li Dun scratched his head helplessly. This isn't a job for a human. Fine, fine. The old man said that since Yan Buwen has no choice but to be removed, we can't force you to do it. If you insist on killing Yan Buwen, I'll bring you to the lab. But you better control yourself. The lab cost a lot of money to build. Yangqing thought to himself, you guys can't stop me at all. Lead the way. Li Dun didn't say anything else. With a few leaps, he ran over a hill and came to a higher hillside. He pointed at a rock wall and said, this is the entrance. But because only Yan Buwen has the remote control to open the lab, I can't open it for you. This door, it's up to you. Yangqing frowned. He didn't expect Yan Buwen to have the lab all to himself. It showed how high his status was. He casually slapped the rock wall. Boom. With a loud bang, the seemingly ordinary rock rampart suddenly collapsed. This? Li Dun was shocked. Yangqing looked at the scene in front of him with a gloomy expression. After the mountain wall collapsed, there was actually an incomparably huge pitch-black cave inside. The inside of the mountain had been hollowed out. Is this the lab? Yangqing asked Li Dun suspiciously. Li Dun quickly waved his hand. Old. Young. I may work for the country, but I wouldn't lie to you. I may be stingy when it comes to treating people to meals, but I would never lie to my brothers. This really is the lab, but I don't know how it became an empty mountain. Damn it. Don't you have your own informant? The lab is really here. Looking at Li Dun's anxious expression, Yangqing believed him. If it wasn't for the fact that the laboratory was here, there was no other explanation for such a huge empty mountain. A shocking thought popped up in Yangqing's mind. Did he use the law of dimensions to move the entire lab away? Mother ****. I was tricked by him. He already knew that we had found his location, so he sent one of his men to check me out. At the same time, he used the law of dimensions to move his lair somewhere else. And he made us come empty-handed. Yangqing clenched his teeth and angrily punched the stone wall, causing a large piece of rock to collapse. Li Dun's jaw dropped. No way, the Western gods have such insane spatial laws? You can do that too? Which gods did he hire to work for him? Yangqing shook his head. This precise manipulation of spatial laws is much more difficult than destroying a large area of space. I'm afraid it's not something a single person can do. At least I can't do it. I've fought with one of the gods he cloned before. If his subordinates are all at that level, I'm guessing that he has at least 4 gods helping him. That's why he was able to move the laboratory so precisely without damaging the mountain. 4 gods? Li Dun was stunned. Yangqing sighed. Maybe even more. Li Dun was having trouble breathing. Don't tell me they all have your body and are exactly like you? Yangqing glanced at him in annoyance. Do you think it feels good to crush myself? Crush? What do you mean? I don't want to explain. Yangqing was a little annoyed. He pondered for a moment and said, where are the rest of the Yan family? Especially the head of the family, Yan Qingtian. Li Dun was stunned. Old Yang, are you going to kill Yan Buwen's grandfather to vent your anger because you can't find him? If he doesn't come out, I'll kill his entire family. Yangqing said coldly. Are you crazy? Yan Qingtian is the vice chairman. He's the core leader. You want to kill him? How big of a commotion would that cause? Li Dun yelled. Yangqing snorted. Just make up a random reason for his death. Isn't that what you people do all the time? No. You're being too reckless. The Yan family is one of the top families in Beijing. They may not be as powerful as the 4 families, but they can't just kill people on a whim. Li Dun quickly waved his hands. Yangqing raised an eyebrow. I didn't ask for your permission. I just asked for the address. Since you won't tell me, I'll look it up myself. With that, Yang Cheng's figure flashed and he was already at the foot of the mountain. Another flash and he was out of the mountains. Li Dun shouted from the mountainside, "Old Yang, you son of a bitch. Don't cry and beg me to settle it for you if something happens." I. Where the hell did you go? Yang Cheng, who was already on his way to Yanjin, couldn't care less about Li Dun's screams. After Yang Cheng dialed Hanya's number, he asked her to tell him the exact location of all the Yan family members. The ninjas of Yamada sect were indeed excellent in investigation. All the tracking was flawless and they quickly gave him the coordinates of several important figures of the Yan family. After Yang Cheng confirmed that Yan Qing Tian and the other important figures of the Yan family were at the Yan residence, he immediately rushed over. The Yan family's compound was located in the southwestern suburbs of Yanjing. It was located in the Old City area. The greenish-gray mansion covered an area of more than 2,000 square meters. These were old houses with hundreds of years of history. After several generations of renovations, they had regained their former glory because of the glory of the Yan family. A large number of Yan family guards were densely packed inside and outside the compound, controlling the security of the entire compound with almost no blind spots. When Yang Cheng mysteriously appeared in the front yard of the compound, all the guards nearby exclaimed in surprise. "Who's there?" Nearly 30 guards rushed over from all directions. Because the Yan family had the backing of a military factory, all the guards were well equipped and were elites of the army. Yang Cheng ignored them and strode toward the main hall in front of him. 2 guards rushed forward without hesitation and tried to stop the sudden appearance of the man, but Yang Cheng casually threw them more than 10 meters away. The figure that was like a demon made all the guards feel like a heavy stone was pressing down on them. They wanted to shoot but their hands started to tremble. Inside the main hall, a group of people who heard the commotion outside came out in a single file. Under the leadership of a gray-haired, vigorous old man who was over 50 years old, a group of middle-aged and young men and women walked more than 10 meters away from Yang Cheng. Yan Buwen's younger brother, Yan Bushue, was also among them. When he saw Yang Cheng, he was a little excited and a little timid at the same time. The leading old man frowned, and a majestic aura suddenly rose. "You're Yang Cheng?" Yang Cheng said coldly, "You're Yan Qing Tian?" "Humph, since you're a member of the Yang family, is this how Yang Gongming taught his grandson?" Yan Qing Tian sneered, "I'm your elder. How dare you barge into my Yan family and call my name? What's the meaning of this? I don't want to listen to your nonsense. Let me ask you, where is your dog's *T grandson, Yan Buwen?" Yang Cheng asked with a murderous look in his eyes. Yan Qing Tian was a little intimidated by Yang Cheng's terrifying aura, but he didn't show much of it. He said solemnly, "Why should I tell you? Don't be so full of yourself." Without saying a word, Yang Cheng waved his hand forward. Yan Bushue, who was originally hiding behind, flew directly into Yang Cheng's hand. His throat was grabbed and he was lifted into the air. "If you continue to talk nonsense, I'll kill one of your grandsons. If you continue to say a few more words, I'll kill the rest of your family until you're the only one left." "Let's see if you still want to talk," Yang Cheng said indifferently. Yan Bushue was lifted into the air, and it was difficult for him to breathe. All he could do was scream, but after a few screams, he started coughing loudly. Yan Qing Tian was so angry that his face was trembling, but he looked at Yan Bushue worriedly. He gritted his teeth and said, "It's useless for you to ask me. Bushue has been missing for a long time. Because of this, I called for a meeting in my house today to discuss this matter. Even if you kill everyone, we won't know. If that's the case, I only have one way," Yang Cheng muttered to himself. While everyone was puzzled, they saw Yang Cheng throw Yan Bushue to the ground and stomp on him. "Ow!" Yan Bushue shrieked in pain. One of his legs had been broken by Yang Chen. "You! If you don't tell me, I'll keep stomping," Yang Cheng said indifferently. "Shoot! Shoot him dead!" a fat middle-aged man shouted. As soon as he said that, the guards around him raised their guns and shot at Yang Cheng. Yang Cheng frowned slightly. The bullets turned into powder the moment they got close to his body. He reached out his hand and grabbed the fat man. With a wave of his hand, he threw the fat man into the air. The man screamed in horror and fell heavily to the ground. His head hit the ground from more than 20 meters in the air, and he died a horrible death. Fourth uncle. A few people from the Yan family screamed in horror. Yan Qingtian looked at Yang Qing, who did not change his expression. His face turned pale. You really are the devil in the rumors. How could you kill him just like that? He wanted to kill me first, why can't I kill him? Yang Qing said and stepped on Yan Bushua's other leg. Yan Bushua woke up from the pain. Ah. Grandpa. Grandpa, tell me. Tell me where I am. This guy is crazy. Crazy. Yan Bushua cried for his parents. Yan Qingtian curled his fingers and clenched his fists tightly. He took a deep breath and said, okay. I'll tell you. Yang Qing smiled evilly. That's right. We should have cooperated from the beginning. Buwen mentioned before that he might go somewhere else for a while. Before Yan Qingtian could finish, a hoarse male voice came from the air. Grandpa, you betrayed me so easily. It's disappointing. As soon as the voice came out, the Yan family was shocked. Yang Qing, on the other hand, was fully focused. After a moment of distortion in the air, Yan Buwen, who was wearing a white coat and had long hair, slowly descended with a strange and ferocious smile. When Yan Buwen landed on the ground, everyone subconsciously took a few steps back. For the people present, Yang Qing and Yan Buwen found it hard to accept. Brother! Brother! Save me! Save me! Yan Bushua weakly stretched out his hand and shouted. Yan Buwen glanced at him and said, you're just a burden. According to the theory of evolution, you should have died long ago. What? Yan Buwen sighed and suddenly rushed toward Yang Qing. Yang Qing stood still and waited for Yan Buwen to come forward. However, Yan Buwen did not attack. Instead, he stepped on Yan Bushua's head after arriving in front of Yang Qing. Bang! Like a watermelon breaking, Yan Bushua's head was directly crushed. When the dark red and milky white viscous liquid appeared in front of everyone except for the group of people who were scared silly screamed. Yan Bushua would never have thought that his short life would end under the feet of his biological brother. This scene surprised Yang Qing. He did not expect that Yan Buwen's twisted mentality would allow him to kill his biological brother so easily. Ah. I'm not asking you. What are you doing? Yan Qingtian screamed at the top of his lungs. Yan Buwen turned around and spread out his hands with an indifferent expression. I said that trash should be eliminated. Grandpa, I'm just letting this useless idiot leave the natural world as soon as possible. He's your biological brother. Your biological brother. Yan Qingtian staggered and could not stand steadily. Haha. Biological brother? Yan Buwen looked up to the sky and laughed, but his laughter stopped abruptly. As long as the Yan family has me, Yan Buwen, it's enough. What biological brother? They're all trash. I was just threatened by an outsider and he had to reveal my whereabouts. What's the point of having such a relative? You're just a bunch of people who are dragging me down. Instead of wasting my time to deal with you, it's better for all of you to die. Yan Buwen. You've gone too far. A middle-aged elder of the Yan family reprimanded him. Yan Buwen snorted coldly and his figure flashed again. This time, he appeared next to a guard. After Yan Buwen broke the guard's neck, he took the guard's automatic rifle, raised it with one hand, and fired wildly at Yan Qingtian and the others. 2. Everyone from the Yan family, including Yan Qingtian, was buried in the rain of bullets. The Yan family had no chance to escape. Yan Buwen was like a bloodthirsty demon. He would not stop until everyone's head was pierced through. He laughed loudly as he fired wildly. A group of Yan family guards ran far away with weak legs. The situation was out of control and the Yan family's internal strife. There was no reason for them to stay here. When Yan Qingtian's head was pierced by the bullet, blood flowed down from his aged face. He watched helplessly as his grandson, whom he valued the most in his life, fired a gun at everyone in his family. His eyes were filled with shock and horror, and there was no reaction at all. When all the important figures of the Yan family were dead, Yan Buwen threw the gun away out of boredom. He yawned and turned around to grin at Yangqing. Alright, it's quiet now. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Yangqing saw everything that happened, but he didn't intend to stop it. Yan Buwen's killing of the Yan clan's members might have been insane, but it wasn't Yangqing's business. He would be happier if the Yan clan was wiped out. However, Yangqing was a little puzzled. Although you're more perverted than I thought, I still want to know before we fight. Even if you want to go crazy, why do you have to target me and go against me in every way? Yan Buwen raised his eyebrows. Is the reason important? At least the reason why I kept you alive for so long is to know the reason behind it. Yangqing said. Yan Buwen laughed out loud. You kept me alive? Do you really think you can beat me? Yangqing didn't say anything and waited quietly for Yan Buwen's reply. Yan Buwen's laughter faded, and a trace of deep hatred appeared in his eyes. There's no harm in telling you. Originally, I wasn't interested in playing with you, but you're really an eyesore. You have everything that shouldn't belong to you. And I'm a person who never fails to get what I want. What is it? Yangqing frowned. Godstone? That's not right, the Godstone is no longer with me. You don't need to know. Yan Buwen laughed sinisterly. You just need to remember, you must die. Because only when you're dead can I prove that I'm the one who should have everything. I'm the strongest man in this world. I never said that I'm the strongest. Yangqing curled his lips. But someone thinks so. Who? You talk too much. Yan Buwen waved his hand impatiently. Nothing matters when you're dead. As soon as he finished speaking, Yan Buwen's body seemed to be surrounded by a strange and mysterious force. It began to clash violently with the surrounding space, and the entire parallel space around him began to show chaotic fragments. If one were to look at it with the naked eye, it would seem as if the entire area around the Yan residence had turned into countless broken lattices. Moreover, they were flowing in an irregular pattern. Yangqing deeply felt that this was the mysterious power that the clones had used before. However, when Yan Buwen used it, it was not just twice as strong. It was a qualitative leap. You should have just experienced my masterpiece. Enjoy it. Yan Buwen laughed maniacally. His body turned into a bolt of lightning as he charged straight at Yangqing. His fist was aimed straight at Yangqing's heart. When there was not a great disparity in combat strength between the two sides, only the purest and most effective close-range combat could display the strongest destructive power. Yangqing knew that it was impossible to use the law of space in this chaotic parallel space. At the very least, his law of space was unable to control such an unstable space. It could be said that the power that Yan Buwen used had a natural restraining effect on an overgod. However, Yangqing had no intention of using the law of space. He faced Yan Buwen's crushing fist and reached out to grab it. The heaven and earth restoration power wrapped around Yangqing and collided head-on with Yan Buwen's mysterious power. Bam! There was a muffled sound. It seemed light, but it was a huge shockwave that swept in all directions. Boom! Boom! The surrounding Yan clan's old residence had completely collapsed. Smoke and dust billowed. Yangqing was a little surprised. Yan Buwen's strength was much stronger than he had imagined. Compared to the clones that he had killed before, his mysterious power seemed to be endless. Yan Buwen's attack failed, so he rained punches on Yangqing. The surging mysterious power was like a machine gun, constantly eroding away at Yangqing's defense. Yangqing's speed was no slower than Yan Buwen's, but because the mysterious power could cause his body to stagnate and his blood flow to become obstructed, his speed gradually slowed down. What made Yangqing feel even worse was that his heaven and earth restoration power was clearly at a disadvantage. The mysterious power was forcefully suppressing him. Yangqing tried to crush it, but it was always restrained. After hundreds of punches and palms clashed, Yan Buwen roared and threw a punch that suddenly exploded with energy. It broke through an opening in Yangqing's defense and landed on Yangqing's chest. Bang! With a deep sound, Yangqing's body flew out like a cannonball. Yangqing used all his strength to stand on the ground, leaving 2 deep marks on the ground. But before Yang Chen could regain his footing, Yan Buwen pounced on him again with a flying kick that contained the same mysterious power. It was as if the surrounding space had been frozen, causing Yang Chen's every movement to be extremely slow. Yang Chen used both his hands to block Yan Buwen's kick. With a muffled groan, Yang Chen's body was kicked into a huge pit on the ground due to the huge destructive force. Yan Buwen flipped his body over and stood in midair. He looked up to the sky and laughed, full of excitement and contempt. Ha 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 ha. What else can you do other than get beaten up? What's wrong? My kick is too heavy, so you can't get up? Just as Yang Chen was about to put his hands down, Yan Buwen, who was standing in midair, stomped down again. The destructive pressure brought by the mysterious power caused Yang Chen's body to shake violently again. Clang! Rocks flew everywhere, and the pit became a few meters deeper, doubling in size. Because Yang Chen's body did not listen to him, he was hit again. He knelt on one knee in the pit, surrounded by smoke and dust. After a few heavy breaths, Yang Chen smelled a fishy taste at the corner of his mouth. He reached out and wiped it. Because of the huge destructive power, he was bleeding from the corner of his mouth. Even when he fought with Poseidon previously, Yang Chen did not bleed. But today, because of Yan Buwen's mysterious power, he had actually injured himself. Yan Buwen also noticed this and snorted disdainfully. Pluto? What a joke. In front of me, you're just a bug that I can pinch to death at any time. I thought I would have to spend more effort, but now it seems you're not my opponent at all. Yang Chen slowly stood up shakily from the pit and lowered his head silently, as if he did not hear anything. I suggest that you consider the suggestion of the idiot I sent before. If you are willing to submit to me, become my dog slave, and work for me, maybe I can spare your life. Yan Buwen slowly floated down from the sky and looked at Yang Chen from the corner of his eyes. Oh right, don't you have a lot of women? I've long had an idea about those women of yours. It might be a good choice to give them to my clones as breeding partners. You can come with me to see a lot of people who look exactly like you in my lab at the same time. Ha ha ha, ha ha. The man's maniacal laughter echoed in the center of the ruins, as if he wanted to vent all the violence that he had been holding back. Standing not far away, Yang Chen's figure gradually seemed to sink into a black shadow. A murderous aura slowly spread out, and it was as thick as ink that had dried up. After Yan Buwen noticed the change in Yang Chen, he frowned slightly, but he did not panic. Instead, he sneered. Yo, you can still have such a murderous aura. Not bad. Come on, let me see what other tricks you haven't used. Yang Chen's body trembled a little. Because of the excitement of his emotions, his bones involuntarily began to rub against each other. Slowly, Yang Chen raised his head. On his emotionless face, except for the trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, traces of scarlet gradually began to surge in his originally dark eyes. Yan Buwen originally felt that he had victory in his grasp. But at this moment, he did not know why his heart felt a little weak. Even he himself could not explain why he had a bad premonition. Yang Chen stuck out his tongue and licked the blood at the corner of his mouth. Originally, in order to not be struck by lightning, I didn't want to be too serious. But you, this fellow, make me not have the mood to continue playing, because I really want to pinch you to death. When Yan Buwen heard Yang Chen's gloomy words, he frowned. So you just want to stand up and talk big? Since that's the case, I'll end you earlier. I don't have time to waste with you. But before he could finish speaking, Yan Buwen felt a strange fluctuation between heaven and earth. It was as if the entire world, at this moment, had become completely different from before. An unprecedented huge pressure emerged from the bottom of his heart. This is... Yan Buwen's eyes opened wide, as he looked at Yang Chen in disbelief. In Yan Buwen's eyes, Yang Chen, who seemed weak and powerless to resist his attacks, suddenly expanded at an unimaginable speed to a completely different level. Unknowingly, dark clouds began to roll in the sky, and a raging gale began to wreak havoc in the entire space. The strong wind blew Yan Buwen's white robe and long hair, and he could only squint his eyes in the sand and pebbles. Rumble! Rumble! Lightning flashed across the sky, and purplish-blue light dyed half of the land. Then, there was the sound of thunder, as if an ancient dragon was roaring and trying to devour the heaven and earth. Gulp. Yan Buwen swallowed his saliva subconsciously. He wasn't nervous because of the scene in front of him, but because of the terrifying aura that Yang Chen was exuding from within the sandstorm. One step. Yang Chen only took one step forward. Yan Buwen's breathing became chaotic. He felt a heaven and earth restoration energy that was many times stronger than before, and it began to destroy every part of his body. The aura of the collision had shaken him to the core. There seemed to be black and red flames dancing in Yang Cheng's eyes. He grinned, revealing a row of white teeth that were as sharp as the fangs of the Blood Clan. Why aren't you moving? Didn't you say that you're going to kill me and take my woman? Yang Cheng continued to walk forward in a hoarse voice. I'll give you this chance. Come on. Yan Buwen wanted to retreat, but his eyes were filled with reluctance. He stood his ground and resisted the overwhelming aura. It felt like the world was going to crush him to death. No matter how hard Yan Buwen tried to activate the mysterious power, even if it was the opposite of the heaven and earth restoration energy, it was too weak to resist the power of heaven and earth. In Yan Buwen's eyes, Yang Cheng's body seemed to have become one with the world. He was the world. He was the ruler. You hid your cultivation. Yan Buwen screamed in horror. He knew that Yang Cheng had a backup plan, but he did not expect him to hide so much of his strength. Yang Cheng smiled disdainfully. You should be proud of yourself, because it's not easy for me to find an opponent that I can fight against. You can die in peace now that you've forced me to use my full strength. It's been a long time since I've killed someone seriously. We don't know who will win. Don't be too full of yourself. Yan Buwen mustered all of his energy and charged at Yang Chen while enduring the pressure. With a mysterious force, he charged at Yang Chen again. Yang Chen snorted in disdain. He opened his hand and an invisible giant hand appeared in midair, slamming down hard. Bang! With a loud sound, Yan Buwen's entire body was slapped to the ground. In a pit that was more than 10 meters deep, Yan Buwen's body was smashed into a bloody mess. His bones were shattered inch by inch, and his internal organs were flowing out. Yang Cheng frowned and said regretfully, So, you're only good enough for me to hit you once. Yan Buwen's body had already been flattened into a meat patty, but it didn't kill him just like that. That mysterious power that had displayed its strange ability many times before, after a burst of energy, Yan Buwen's body recovered in the blink of an eye. This ability is interesting, but if you continue to fight with me like this, there will always be a time when you are exhausted, and I borrow the power of heaven and earth. If you don't defeat me with absolute strength, then I will have endless power of heaven and earth. I advise you to just die, so that you won't be killed by me a few times. Yang Cheng sneered. Although he was panting heavily, Yan Buwen's face did not look too bad. It was just that his strength had weakened a little, and it was obvious that he was much stronger than the clone. After jumping away, Yan Buwen's eyes were filled with malice. I don't accept this. Boom. Another tidal wave of heaven and earth restoration power swept up and tore Yan Buwen's body into pieces under the intense pressure. Yan Buwen did not even have time to cry out in pain before he was smashed into pieces again. The mysterious power surged again, and Yan Buwen's body reformed like a system program. Seeing that Yan Buwen's face was getting paler, Yang Cheng said calmly, If you don't accept this, then I will kill you until you do. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Cheng raised his hand again. This time, Yan Buwen did not dare to resist anymore. His figure flickered, and he tried to escape from the scene. But Yang Cheng did not even give him half a second's time. Another wave of heaven and earth restoration power instantly exploded. Yan Buwen, who had just reformed, was once again smashed into pieces. However, the mysterious power was still working. In the blink of an eye, Yan Buwen was panting and bent over, staring at Yang Cheng. Yang Cheng felt a little numb after seeing so many rebirths. He was really curious about what kind of strange things this guy had researched to turn him into a monster that could not be killed. Looking up at the sky, Yang Cheng saw that the thunderclouds were rumbling, but there were no lightning strikes yet. Yang Cheng felt a little relieved. However, Yang Cheng was also afraid that if he continued to let his real cultivation show to the world, there would be problems. He did not want to waste any more time, so he raised his hand and planned to kill this guy one after another. A trace of unwillingness flashed in Yan Buwen's eyes, but there was also a trace of evil as he said, "You can't kill me. I have it." After saying that, Yan Buwen suddenly grabbed at the air, and a black wriggling mysterious object appeared in the air. Yangqing was shocked. Divine level stone. It's in your hands. After all, it was something that he had been protecting. Even though it had turned from a black box into a wriggling thing that looked like a living thing, Yangqing could still recognize it at a glance. Yan Buwen let out a few strange laughs, and the divine level stone in his hand instantly turned into a huge black ball, wrapping around his entire body. Yangqing suddenly realized that the power of the divine level stone was actually quite similar to that mysterious power. So, that was the power that Yan Buwen had obtained from the divine level stone. But how did he take away the divine level stone? Could it be that he already possessed the power of the law of space before he obtained the divine level stone? Everything happened in the blink of an eye. When Yangqing saw that Yan Buwen was wrapped up in the black ball, he wanted to use the heaven and earth restoration force to destroy it. However, when the heaven and earth restoration force came into contact with the black ball, it was like a clay ox entering the sea. After that, as Yan Buwen laughed maniacally, the black ball of light flashed and disappeared. Even Yan Buwen had disappeared from the area. Yangqing stood rooted to the ground. He didn't expect Yan Buwen to be able to escape even though he had defeated him with his full power. D***it. Yangqing swung his fist angrily and destroyed more than 10 houses in front of him. Half a minute later, Yangqing finally calmed down. He withdrew his cultivation and returned to his normal state. Yangqing turned around and looked at the completely destroyed old house. He shook his head and sighed. The key reason why Yan Buwen had escaped was because of the divine level stone. It was no wonder that Athena and the other lords wanted to fight for the divine level stone. It seemed that the divine level stone had extraordinary uses. However, it was possible that Yan Buwen was the first person to crack the divine level stone's password. From this, it seemed that he had the right to be proud. However, what made Yangqing feel slightly relieved was that when he attacked Yan Buwen, he had purposely infused the heaven and earth restoration force into his body. As long as Yan Buwen wanted to use the power of the divine level stone, it would cause the two forces to clash with each other. He estimated that for a long period of time, Yan Buwen's cultivation would not be able to neutralize the landmines that he had planted in him. In that case, he would have enough time to teach the women around him how to cultivate and come up with a strategy to deal with Yan Buwen next time. "Ol Yang. Are you King human? Are you trying to demolish something?" A shrill scream came from afar. Li Dun, dressed in camouflage, was running towards them with a few soldiers. Yangqing glanced at him. "You're smart. You came only after the battle. Screw you. I didn't make it in time." Li Dun looked around and saw the Yan family members who were all dead. He frowned. "On the way here, I received a report from the Yan family's guards. Yan Buwen killed everyone from the Yan family and fought you. What happened? Where is he? Did you kill him?" Yangqing shook his head. "He escaped." "No way. He escaped from you?" Li Dun couldn't believe his eyes. "He's so strong. Thank God I didn't beat him up." TSK. "You? Why did you beat him up?" Yangqing raised an eyebrow. Li Dun mumbled, "He has something to do with Xianxia. I've never liked him. If you want to kill him, I'll be the first to agree." "Didn't you stop me before?" Yangqing asked with a knowing smile. Li Dun looked at him with disdain. There was no evidence of him committing a crime. But this time, he's a lunatic. It's not a problem for you to kill him. I'm not an idiot. Do you really think I'm like those old men in the military who treat Yan Buwen like a treasure? Pfft. That bastard doesn't deserve to be called the Beijing King duo with me. Ol Yang, kill him for me. I don't want to dirty my hands." "You just said, thank God I didn't beat him up." Yangqing smiled helplessly. Li Dun looked confused. "Did I say that?" You heard wrong, hee hee." Looking at Li Dun's silly smile, Yangqing's gloomy mood was lifted. Li Dun's eyes suddenly showed a hint of relief. He punched Yangqing in the chest. But seriously, my old man also said that that guy is evil. It's good that you're fine. Yangqing's heart warmed. He smiled. You haven't even gotten a single woman and yet you cherish your life so much. I'm a man with a nest of children, how can I just die like that? You. Can't you say something nice? I'll King get him soon. Soon. On the ruins, Li Dun was furious. The destruction of the Yan family shocked the standing committee, which was led by the four major families in Yanjin. However, it was not Yangqing who killed Yan Qingtian and the others, but Yan Buwen. This was even more shocking. However, once the state machinery was in operation, it was amazingly efficient. It was not difficult to cover up the matter. In the end, it was directly classified as a natural gas explosion, and Yan Qingtian was buried according to the standard of an old cadre. However, Yan Buwen's betrayal of Huaxia displeased some of the hawks in the military. It was only because Yang Gongming secretly ordered his students to suppress them, and because the Li family controlled the security bureau, that the uncouth people in the military accepted the fact patiently. Fortunately, Yan Buwen was mainly in charge of biochemical engineering, which did not affect the development of conventional weapons. Yang Cheng's terrifying performance saved him from being blamed by some people. At this point, no one dared to provoke this devil. Although the Yang family did not do anything, all the major families in Yanjin once again scrambled to please them. This was because the most powerful venture capital in Yanjin was no longer the two kings of Yanjin, but the eldest grandson of the Yang family who suddenly returned. However, this matter was only known by the senior officials of the central government. Ordinary second-rate families and people in other provinces did not know the role played by Yangqing. On the afternoon of the Yan family's departure from the ruins, Yangqing, Li Dun, and a few soldiers had a simple meal in Yanjin. After drinking some wine, they took a plane back to Zhonghai. When they arrived home in the evening, there were already many people sitting in the house. Not only Lin Ruoxi and Mo Qianni were there, but Qiang Wei and Tang Wan were also waiting for Yangqing in the living room. Of course, an Xian, who had been frightened in the morning, was also sitting on the sofa nervously. She was holding a large brochure of properties in the western suburbs villas. She was probably discussing with the others which villa they should choose. Yangqing returned home safely, which made all the ladies smile in relief, except for Lin Ruoxi, who was frowning slightly due to the fact that the house was filled with women. Yangqing winked at the women, then looked at Lin Ruoxi, who was standing there quietly, and said, I say, Ruoxi, even if you see me home safely, don't pull a long face even if you don't want to laugh. Humph, you're the one who stinks. Lin Ruoxi turned her head to ignore him, but her brows were relaxed. The women looked at each other and snickered. Obviously, they had noticed Lin Ruoxi's expression, but they pretended not to see it. After all, Lin Ruoxi and Tang Wan said, after all, they were just a few days ago, they got together again without an invitation. She was a little bit upset. Tang Wan smiled and said, I already said that he's fine. You guys are too unconfident. You have to see it with your own eyes. Besides, Sister Tang Wan, didn't you only feel relieved after listening to the family's report on the situation in Beijing? It doesn't matter what you pretend to be now. Mo Qianni teased. Tang Wan's face turned red when she was exposed. She reached out her hand towards Mo Qianni's thigh stockings, causing Mo Qianni to dodge with a coquettish smile. Seeing this, Qiang Wei pushed Mo Qianni back, causing Mo Qianni to be attacked from both sides, laughing and scolding. Yangqing was quite surprised. He didn't expect the women to be so close to each other so quickly. It was a pity that Lin Ruoxi was in the middle. At this time, Guo walked out of the kitchen with a large plate of cut melons and fruits. Seeing that Yangqing was standing there unscathed, she said with relief and blame, You're finally back. Why did you cause so much commotion so early in the morning? If it wasn't for Anqing coming to tell us, I wouldn't have known that you suddenly went to Beijing. I just called my family in Beijing and your grandfather told me that you're fine, but you better restrain yourself, lest everyone thinks that our Yang family is trying to establish our might. What others think is not something we can control. Let them be. Yangqing walked forward and picked up a piece of watermelon and put it into his mouth. Suddenly, an unexpected voice came from the kitchen. To be able to encounter such a big event as soon as you arrived, your life in Xianxia must be very exciting, Yangqing. Yangqing turned around abruptly and was a little confused. She was tall, her skin was like velvet, her amber hair was tied up high, and under her elegant pink neck was a pink tight top with straps. Below her slim waist, her perky butt was wrapped in a pair of tight jeans, and she was wearing a pair of white canvas shoes. The woman didn't wear socks at all. She was dressed so casually, but it was hard for people to take their eyes off her. Jane? Yangqing looked at the stunning foreign girl and was a little confused. Why are you here? Jane held a piece of melon in her hand and took a bite with a blissful expression. She chewed and said, I'll be staying in Zhonghai for a long time. What do you mean? Yangqing was even more confused. Lin Ruoshi spoke at this time and said in a clear voice, Miss Jane has been appointed as the chief supervisor of a synthetic material development joint venture between Yulei and a few British companies. She will open a chemistry laboratory in Zhonghai University and be the project executor and honorary principal of Zhonghai University. For at least a year, she will be developing new materials and teaching some subjects in Zhonghai University. What? A year? Why so sudden? Yangqing was shocked. Jane immediately showed a sad face. Dear Yang, don't you welcome me? Yangqing smiled bitterly. I'm just surprised. Why did you suddenly take on the role of the project director? As soon as he said this, Lin Ruoshi looked at him coldly and said, Are you saying that the project I approved is terrible? Only then did Yangqing realize that this was something Lin Ruoshi wanted to do. He smiled awkwardly and said, Honey, don't be angry. It was just a slip of the tongue. Of course it's good for the future of mankind. Haha. Lin Ruoshi was obviously dissatisfied with this kind of reply. She snorted and said, Miss Jane's students were originally in charge of it, but it was changed halfway and Miss Jane came in person. Jane smiled mischievously and said, I understand. Yangqing was surprised because he just talked to me on the phone this morning and suddenly met me in the afternoon. Yangqing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This was really one surprise after another. However, there must be some other reason why Jane suddenly replaced her students and came to Zhonghai to develop a project and become the president of a university. But Jane mentioned it in advance, so Yangqing couldn't help but be curious. At the thought of the ambiguous relationship between Jane and himself, Yangqing felt a little numb. If she stayed in Zhonghai in the future, how would he face her? Because of Jane's sudden visit, Mother Wang prepared a lot of dishes. Many people happened to come, so the family also set up a big round table and had a lively dinner. After dinner, the women went home respectively. And Xian had also chosen a villa that she wanted to buy. It was right next to Tang Wan's house and not far from Yang Chen's. However, the women had a lot of things to sort out, so it would take at least 2 days before they could move in. Jane naturally wouldn't live at home. Zhonghai University prepared a secluded house close to the university for the world's top scholar and the noble woman of the Princess of Wales. Although it couldn't compare to those luxury houses, it was definitely one of the most expensive houses in the area. When the house was quiet again, Lin Ruoshi helped Mother Wang and Guoshuahua wash and clean up the trash, while Yangqing watched TV with Xianxia. Yan Buwen wouldn't do anything for a long time, which made Yangqing feel a lot more relaxed. He enjoyed the family atmosphere and felt very comfortable. At this time, Mother Wang walked out of the kitchen and glanced at the calendar. She suddenly slapped her forehead and said, Oh, I'm really old. Why am I so muddle-headed? What's wrong, Yulan? You're not even 50 yet, but you're calling yourself old? Guoshuahua asked curiously. Mother Wang smiled and said, Today is the summer solstice, and the day after tomorrow is the Dragon Boat Festival. Miss and I used to live here, so it wasn't a big deal. Now that there are more people, we should make dumplings to celebrate the festival. Hearing this, Xianxia turned around from the sofa and happily said, Great, great. Mother Wang, I want to make dumplings too. I like dumplings with sweet dates. Guoshuahua laughed and scolded, You're so greedy. How can making dumplings be the same as eating dumplings? Mother Wang said, We don't have the glutinous rice and leaves to make dumplings at home. I'm worried if we buy them outside. Not to mention the quality, I heard that many glutinous rice and leaves are dyed with pigments. Hearing this, Lin Ruoshi thought for a while and said, Mother Wang, why don't I go to the Zhao family's glutinous rice ball shop tomorrow and get some glutinous rice and leaves? I remember that the Zhao family's rice ball shop sells dumplings during the Dragon Boat Festival. Lin Ruoshi took the initiative to mention it, so she naturally had some ulterior motives. She always asked Ma Guifeng to help her bring the meatballs, so it was inevitable that she would be shy. If she ran over to get the meatballs to eat, she would be a little embarrassed. However, with the excuse of getting the ingredients for the dumplings, she could eat the meatballs openly. Others probably wouldn't have thought that a high and mighty woman would spend so much effort to eat a meatball in order to maintain her reserved demeanor. However, Guo said, Why, Ruoshi, you go. You're so busy, you should rest early after a day. Let Yangqing help you run the errands. Anyway, I don't think he has anything to do all day. Yangqing's face turned red. It turned out that in his mother's eyes, he was so idle. Actually, he was also quite busy. For example, he was thinking every day about how to get the women to agree to sleep together. Seeing Yangqing's conflicted expression, Guo frowned and said, What, you're not willing to help your family run errands? Yangqing hurriedly smiled and said, Of course not, I'll go after work tomorrow. Lin Ruoshi pouted and could only nod. After a while, Lin Ruoshi finished washing her things, took off her apron, and planned to go upstairs to the study. Jane's arrival meant that the important new project was about to officially begin, and women did have a lot of things to do. Seeing this, Yangqing returned the remote control to Xianxia and ran upstairs. Arriving in front of Lin Ruoshi's study, Yangqing blocked the door. What's wrong now? Lin Ruoshi looked up weakly. Yangqing blushed with shame and said, Are you angry at me? What is it? I really didn't remember that Tang Wan was here before, but on Xin. I was the one who asked her to move over. You must be thinking that I deliberately asked them to work together to pressure you so that you would compromise, right? Yangqing smiled lightly. Lin Ruoshi went silent for a moment before she said, If you really think so, then you're looking down on me too much. There are some things that can't be compromised just because of pressure. Besides, since you said it out loud, it means that you're even more worried than I am, right? Yangqing was speechless. He grinned stiffly. You've seen through me. It's not good news to marry a wife who is too smart. Lin Ruoshi had a faint smile on her face as a glimmer of light flashed across her eyes. Because of this moment of pride, her beautiful face appeared exceptionally stunning. Don't worry, I won't say anything. If they want to come, then let them. Anyway, what happened between you and them can't be reversed. As you can see, I even made tea for them and treated them to fruits. I'm very generous. Yangqing said bitterly, It's because you've become more generous recently that I'm feeling a little guilty. Lin Ruoshi suddenly revealed a faint smile. Her soft body slowly moved closer and she raised her head. Her nose almost touched Yangqing's chin. What, do you feel sorry for me? Lin Ruoshi spat out a fragrant orchid. Ugh. I've always been a little embarrassed. Yangqing laughed awkwardly. Then let's accumulate bit by bit. One day, after you've slept with another woman, you carefully run back home to sleep, or when you see a beauty, you don't even have the strength to strike up a conversation. Then my goal will be achieved. Lin Ruoshi said proudly. Yangqing's heart skipped a beat, and he said painfully, So it's like that. I knew it, why did you become so easy to bully and not resist? Mom told me that you're someone who can be persuaded by reason but not cowed by force. The better I treat you, the more guilty you feel. Even if I didn't watch you grow up, I still know my son very well. Mom? Yangqing's liver and intestines were torn apart, and he sucked in a breath of cold air. She actually helped you come up with a plan to torment me. Lin Ruoshi suddenly bit her lower lip, lowered her head, and leaned her forehead against Yangqing's chest. She drilled in and whispered, Hubby. I want to eat glutinous rice balls. Yangqing's entire body was covered in thorns, but after hearing Lin Ruoshi's sudden soft words, his heart, liver, and intestines felt as if they were floating. Yangqing laughed and cried, I knew it just now. You mentioned it yourself to get glutinous rice balls. I'll bring them for you tomorrow. Do you have to torture me like this? I want soybean and sesame fillings. I don't want any other flavors. I don't want them to be salty, but I don't want them to be too sweet. Yangqing swallowed his saliva. Okay. I'll listen to you, but can you not speak in such a soft tone? Lin Ruashi was silent for a while, then suddenly took a step back and said coldly, if you don't want to hear it, then get lost. Don't block the way. Phew. Yangqing breathed a sigh of relief. This tone is my Ruashi baby. It's much more pleasing to the ear. After saying that, he hurriedly ran away. Seeing the man's lazy figure, Lin Ruashi gritted her teeth and stomped her feet in anger. The next day, Yangqing stayed in the company for a rare working day. With Hanya's company, he dealt with a pile of accumulated matters and got off work more than an hour later. Seeing that the sky was already dark, he immediately rushed to the Zhao family's glutinous rice ball store, which was also the location where Zhao Hongyan's house was previously located. The rice ball store had just passed its peak period, and there were only some students and passers-by in the store. Yangqing walked into the store and was stunned to see the person in charge of the business. Ma Guifeng, who was collecting money, was a bit surprised to see Yangqing, but then she smiled and said, Yangqing, why are you here? Are you with Lizzie? Only then did Yangqing remember that Lin Ruashi had recommended Ma Guifeng to work in the rice ball store, so he quickly replied with a smile, no, I'm here to help my family get some glutinous rice and ruel leaves to make dumplings. Ma Guifeng looked enlightened. There are a lot of dumplings left. If you come tomorrow, they might be used up. At this time, old man Zhao also came out from the back. Seeing Yangqing, he couldn't help but be surprised, then he chatted happily and immediately asked Yangqing to stay for dinner. Seeing that it was getting late, Yangqing thought of an idea and said to Ma Guifeng, Mom, stay for dinner with me. I'll send you back later and save some energy. Ma Guifeng also knew that Yangqing was looking for an opportunity to get closer to her, but since she had decided to let her daughter go, there was nothing to be embarrassed about, so she nodded and agreed. Because it wasn't the first time that Yangqing ate at old man Zhao's house, this family was quite familiar with Yangqing, and they treated Ma Guifeng as one of their own. When the meal was almost ready, Yangqing realized that no one was there. Uncle Zhao, is Hongyan not at home? Yangqing asked curiously. Even if Zhao Hongyan had become Lin Ruashi's assistant, there was no reason for her not to get off work. Old man Zhao was also a little puzzled. I just saw that the girl had come back. I guess she was busy with work in her room. Recently, I often heard that she was under a lot of pressure, and she always wrote when she went home. I'll go to the kitchen to serve the dishes, or little Yang, you can help to call her for dinner. Yangqing nodded with understanding. Zhao Hongyan was just a PR. Before, but now she was asked to be the CEO's assistant. Naturally, she was under a lot of pressure, and it was hard for this woman. Listening to old man Zhao pointing out the location of Zhao Hongyan's boudoir, Yangqing leisurely bypassed the front hall and walked to the backyard. Although Zhao Hongyan's family wasn't rich, the old house left by the ancestors was still big. After walking through a corridor of more than 10 meters, he turned a corner and came to the door of Zhao Hongyan's room. A relatively old wooden door was closed tightly, and the window of the room was also covered with thick yellow curtains. He couldn't see the situation inside. Yangqing was about to knock on the door, but he suddenly heard a beautiful voice coming from the room. Anna. It was like a delicate bird's chirp, and also like a stream flowing in the mountains. If Yangqing couldn't hear the content of this voice, then he would really have wasted so many years of mingling with women. The volume of this voice was actually negligible to ordinary people, but for Yangqing's hearing, it was enough to hear it clearly. Yangqing could feel that there was clearly only Zhao Hongyan in the room, so there was only one possibility for her to make such a sound: self-defense. This woman was originally a young married woman who was divorced. After tasting some of the things between a man and a woman, because of the disharmony between the husband and wife, she definitely didn't experience much. Later on, after the divorce, she didn't have a man by her side, and only cared about earning money for her family to pay off their debts. Now that she became Lin Ruashi's assistant, not only was the pressure huge, but she also didn't have the opportunity to date or remarry. But physiologically, women were in the period of absolute burning desire. For various reasons, it wasn't difficult to understand why Zhao Hongyan would lock herself in the room after work to do some pink things. At this moment, Yangqing stood outside the door, and his ears were filled with the woman's increasingly intoxicating moans. Yangqing really didn't know what to do. Walk away? What reason could there be? If Zhao Hongyan knew that he didn't call her when he arrived at the door, she would definitely know that he already knew her private affairs. Knock on the door and call her? Yangqing was very reluctant, because if he did that, Zhao Hongyan would definitely stop in a hurry. As long as he thought about his former beautiful young married woman colleague, the woman whose thighs were touched by him, and that he was touching the sensitive parts of her body, Yangqing felt a surge of heat erupting from his dantian. He really wanted to peek at what kind of scene was inside. Yangqing himself felt that he was too much of a bastard, but this kind of evil thought was especially strong because the other party was a woman that he had contact with before, but had never gotten her. At this moment, Zhao Hongyan suddenly exclaimed from inside, "Who is outside?" Yangqing was stunned. How did he get discovered? He turned his head to look, and his heart skipped a beat. Oh no, I actually didn't notice that my back was facing the sun, so there was a shadow on the window curtain next to me. From inside, I could clearly see a figure that had been hesitating outside the door for a long time. Yangqing immediately thought that if he pretended not to hear anything and pretended that he had just arrived at the door, he would probably be able to fool her. Thus, he said, "Hongyan, it's me. I came to your house to settle some matters. Your father asked me to stay for dinner and told me to call you." There was obviously a series of messy noises inside and Zhao Hongyan's voice could be heard intermittently. "Oh, wait a minute. I'm busy with something." Yangqing smiled bitterly after he spoke. He had made a huge mistake. He didn't call for help when he arrived at the door, nor did he knock on the door. Instead, he was discovered by Zhao Hongyan. Wasn't it obvious that he was eavesdropping outside the door? "Then I'll go out first." Yangqing felt that it was inappropriate to stand there for even a second longer. "N." Zhao Hongyan responded weakly. Yangqing quickly turned around and left. If Zhao Hongyan came out in a sorry state, it would be extremely awkward for both of them. When it was time for dinner, Zhao Hongyan finally arrived. Xianxia was late. She was wearing a white round neck pleated dress with a red ribbon tied around it. Her fair and slender legs looked much rounder than those young and inexperienced campus girls. A charming young married woman only needed a little bit of decoration to show off the charm of a woman at this stage. "Hongyan, what's wrong with you? You even had to invite Yangqing as a guest." "Don't be so unreliable next time," old man Zhao advised. Zhao Hongyan responded softly but didn't dare to raise her head to look at Yangqing. She only lowered her head. From the side, one could see traces of intoxicating redness. Yangqing took a glance and felt his heart heat up. This woman had clearly climbed to a peak and the lingering charm was still there. During dinner, Yangqing wasn't in the same mood as before. He kept glancing at Zhao Hongyan from time to time. Although it was discreet, Zhao Hongyan, who was extremely sensitive at the moment, could faintly sense it. When Yangchen and Zhao Hongyan's eyes met once, both of them hurriedly turned their heads away. Yangchen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In front of Zhao Hongyan's parents and mother-in-law, he and Zhao Hongyan's secret eye contact made them look like a couple having an affair. He could only blame the soft voice he heard outside the door for being too alluring. He kept imagining all kinds of erotic scenes and even his crotch was in a swollen state. If he was still in the public relations department of Yulei and Lin Ruashi, he might have other thoughts after discovering this side of a woman. But now, his family with Lin Ruashi was much more stable and he was trying to improve the relationship between women. If he were to eat Zhao Hongyan as well, it would be the same as eating Ruashi. If Lin Ruashi were to find out about this, Yangchen himself would probably die. Therefore, the meal ended unknowingly while the two were in all kinds of depression. After dinner, old Zhao asked his son to prepare a big bag of glutinous rice and ruo leaves for Yangqing. He also sent some shredded pumpkin, candied dates, and red beans for making rice dumplings. As for the different kinds of rice balls that Lin Ruashi wanted, Yangqing personally chose them and packed them into beautiful boxes. When sending Yangqing and Ma Guifeng off, Zhao Hongyan forced a smile, but the complicated look in her eyes made Yangqing not dare to look at her. On the way home with Ma Guifeng, Yangqing couldn't help saying some nice words to amuse his mother-in-law. Yangqing naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity to get closer to her. When he got home, the women at home had just finished eating and were watching the latest Korean drama in the living room. Now that Xianxia was on vacation, waiting for the admission notice, she joined this watching while wiping tears club, and the nature of a girl made her a loyal fan. Yangqing was really puzzled. Why would the women watch this kind of drama that was obviously a tragedy when they knew it was going to be a mess of crying in the end, but why would they still enjoy watching it? Seeing that Yangqing came back with fresh glutinous rice and ruo leaves, she shifted her attention away from the Korean drama. Come, young master, give me the glutinous rice, I'll soak it for 2 hours, Mother Wang took the big bag excitedly. Yangqing was a little puzzled. Now? Are we going to wrap it tonight? Guo said, anyway, it's still early. You can eat it tomorrow morning after wrapping it up. There's no need to wait until tomorrow. Yangqing didn't have any objection. He didn't know how to anyway. After giving the things to Mother Wang, he planned to go upstairs to take a bath. Wait, Lin Ruoshi wiped the corners of her eyes with a tissue and walked over. I want to tell you something. Tomorrow, I will bring people to attend the opening ceremony of Miss Jane's laboratory. The location is in Zhonghai University. You have to go then. When Yangqing heard this, he smiled stiffly and said, why do I have to go? I'm in an entertainment company now. Why do I have to care about that? Yangqing complained in his heart. He was thinking of ways to avoid Zhao Hongyan and Jane in the near future, so as not to ignite any evil fire. Why did he have to send himself to the door? Lin Ruoshi said discontentedly, first of all, you are more familiar with Miss Jane than all of us. According to etiquette, you have to show up when she comes from afar. Secondly, if she finds out that you didn't go, she will mistakenly think that I am deliberately controlling you. What will she think of me then? Yangqing hesitated for a while and said with a smile, Baby Ruoshi, why does your brain become smart and your EQ skyrocket when it comes to business? You have to go anyway. And you are only allowed to arrive early. You are not allowed to leave early. Lin Ruoshi said decisively. Yangqing sighed helplessly. He could only try his best to avoid the communication between the two women and nodded. After talking about work, Lin Ruoshi suddenly pursed her lips and whispered, where are my meatballs? Oh, Yangqing pointed to the kitchen, in the big bag that Mother Wang brought. Lin Ruoshi showed a satisfied smile and waved her hand, it's okay. You can go upstairs. Yangqing thought that there would be some reward, but the result made him feel a little disappointed. When he returned to the room, Yangqing was about to take off his clothes and take a shower when his phone vibrated. Yangqing picked it up and saw that the number was from England, but he didn't recognize it. He was a little confused and picked it up. Who is it? Yangqing asked in English. Dear little Qinchin. It's me. A woman's joyful cry came from the phone. Yangqing had goosebumps all over his body. Catherine. Only Jane's mother, the child version of the coquettish queen in Wales, would use such a strange title. Catherine giggled and said, I miss you so much. You didn't call me when you went back to Xianxia. You always ignore me after you're done playing. It's so sad. Yangqing sucked in a breath of cold air. The tingling tone and content made him feel both cold and hot at the same time. Smiling bitterly, he said, you wouldn't call me if there was nothing important. Tell me, what's the matter? Catherine hesitated and said, I didn't expect you to know me so well. As long as you're not crazy, I can understand, Yangqing said. Catherine suddenly changed the topic and became a little serious. Her voice also seemed a little reserved and dignified. She said, Yangqing, Jane went to Zhonghai. I want to bring her back to Wales. Do you mind? Yangqing was stunned for a while. What do you mean? Did Jane escape to Zhonghai? What did she do? He had long noticed that it was unusual for Jane to suddenly come to Zhonghai. It was indeed not simple. Catherine sighed faintly. Her heavy tone was like a different person from her previous playfulness. That child, in order to refuse the marriage arranged for her by the royal family and Rothschild, went to your place with the help of a research project of her students. Now I am in a dilemma. The Rothschild family is very angry, but because you are in Zhonghai, we have been discussing how to deal with it for the past 2 days. I want to ask you, if you send someone to bring Jane back to Wales, will you be dissatisfied with our approach? Yangqing was stunned for a long time, and said in a deep voice, she saved my life and saved my life. If she is not willing, no one can force her to do something she doesn't like. Catherine on the other end of the phone was silent, and finally sighed softly. Edward and I had expected that you would not sit back and do nothing, so we did not dare to make a move. That child is smarter than me as a mother. She knows that as long as she catches you, we can't do anything. I'm just stating the facts. Although I don't know who you are looking for her to marry, this should respect her own wishes. Xianxia felt a little upset. After all, Jane was no longer the little girl from back then. According to the marriage age of the royal family, it was normal for a princess like her to have children. Moreover, her outstanding performance would definitely make many international wealthy families and the royal families of other countries drool. It was just that he had never heard of anyone arranging a marriage for her before. When Xianxia suddenly heard it this time, he was a little confused. But Xianxia, Jane is a girl after all. She has to get married eventually. She has to continue the bloodline of the Welsh royal family. Even if she doesn't get married this time, she will still get married next time. Catherine advised, I thought about it for a long time before I decided to call you. I hope you can help us persuade Jane. She needs her own honest life, not some beautiful fantasy that she can never reach. Xianxia's heart twitched. Alright, I'll talk to her tomorrow. But I'll say it again, no one can force her. Catherine sighed faintly and hung up the phone. That night, Xianxia couldn't sleep. All kinds of scenes of meeting Jane as a little girl many years ago appeared in his mind. During that time in England, he gradually watched the girl grow up. Unknowingly, this girl, who was astonishingly intelligent and beautiful in the eyes of others, had a special plot in his heart. The next morning, after dealing with some matters in the office, Xianxia set off with Lin Ruoxi to the biochemical engineering area of Zhonghai University. Because the relationship between the husband and wife had been made public, it was not strange for them to appear together. As one of the top universities in Xianxia, Zhonghai University was more international than Yanjing University. Many internationally famous scholars taught courses here. The large campus was surrounded by a small hill with a large area of greenery. The roads and other infrastructure on the campus were complete, and it was completely possible to drive a car through the campus. Because of Jane's special identity, the school and the government attached great importance to this project. Many leaders of the municipal committee and well-known figures of the school were almost all present. On the field outside the research institute, it could be said to be an unprecedented grand occasion, just like an exchange party. On the lawn, celebrities from all walks of life and government officials from all walks of life toasted and chatted. On such an occasion, many business opportunities could be excavated, and it was not entirely to welcome Jane's arrival. The reporters also swarmed over, but because of the security guards, they could only film from a distance outside the fence, and the flashing lights were everywhere. Of course, most people only knew that Jane was at the pinnacle of science in the world. As for her identity as the princess of the Welsh royal family, only a few government officials were informed. As the main investor of this project, Lin Ruoxi, the CEO of Yulei, naturally attracted a lot of attention. Even in the eyes of most people, Lin Ruoxi obviously needed to be closer than Jane. After all, Jane only produced the results. The one who would really own the patent was Yulei International. When the time came, how to get a share of the profits was what everyone was concerned about. Lin Ruoxi, who was wearing a beige dress, looked energetic, but her temperament was like a lotus on a snowy mountain, and her cold expression made many people flinch. Many of them could only greet her a few times before they stopped talking. This was because the way Lin Ruoxi spoke made it seem as if she had no interest in chatting with others. However, this kind of character, in the eyes of many people, was in line with this woman's appearance, and all of them were praising her from behind. On the contrary, as Lin Ruoxi's husband, the appearance of Xianxia did not attract much attention. Many people in the industry said that he was just a nobody who lived off a woman. Xianxia was not interested in this group of people. As soon as he got out of the car, he took a glass of champagne and went to sit in the corner. If it was in the past, Lin Ruoxi would still forcibly drag Xianxia along with her to greet some officials. But now that she knew part of Xianxia's background, Lin Ruoxi was not in the mood to do that, and she just sat there with Xianxia in a daze. At lunchtime, as the protagonist of this welcome, Jane came on the stage for the first time. Wearing a blue off-shoulder dress with floral embellishments, Jane's amber hair was soft and loose, and her blue eyes were particularly in line with her dress. She had a perfect and delicate face of a Western woman, tall and full curves. It was completely unimaginable that such a woman, who was as noble as a white swan, would be a female scientist who was busy in the laboratory in the minds of ordinary people. When the host of the ceremony invited Jane to speak on the stage, everyone immediately quieted down. Both men and women quietly admired the true appearance of this famous female scientist. Many of them even compared Lin Ruoxi to Xianxia, but almost everyone could feel that it was a clash of beauty between the East and the West, and it was hard to tell who was the better. 1. When Jane spoke, she was no longer as lazy and leisurely as usual. After entering the role of a scientist, the woman was extraordinarily rigorous and serious. Every word and sentence was spoken in standard English without any loopholes. Obviously, this was the result of years of training in large-scale international scientific research conferences. In the end, Jane also showed off a passage of Chinese that was very easy for her, and said, "That's the serious topic. Finally, I want to thank everyone present. I know that many people don't understand what I said at all. This is very normal. Many of my students have a good reputation in the world, but they actually still don't understand. Because of this, I need to stand here. But I'm very glad that everyone is not asleep. They really gave me face, thank you." The guests present cheered and burst of applause. Sitting in the corner, Yangqing also raised his glass from afar, and could not help but sigh with emotion. The helpless but intelligent girl in the Italian seaside church many years ago had indeed grown up. Next, the banquet continued. Almost everyone gathered to discuss some serious topics. As the chief investor this time, Lin Ruoxi was discussing something with Fang Zhongping and some other officials. As a layman who did not know anyone, Yangqing could not get involved. Seeing that the forest near the mountain behind the research institute was quite quiet and there was no one, Yangqing walked over silently. When he came to the shade of a tree, Yangqing directly lay down on the cool lawn. The sunlight penetrated through some leaves and scattered on his face. A breeze blew past, and he was lost in thought. Although Catherine's phone call yesterday was soft, as if she did not mention anything, it made Yangqing's heart full of struggle. He had never thought of making Jane his woman, but if this girl, who he had almost watched grow up, really married someone else, it filled Yangqing's heart with melancholy. The complicated emotions made Yangqing not in the mood to think about anything else. After an unknown amount of time, soft footsteps came from not far away. Yangqing did not need to look to know who it was. A pair of slender, delicate, and beautiful legs stopped by his side. His gaze moved up along the thighs, and he could vaguely see the black lace underwear under the blue skirt. Under the elegant appearance, the woman's inner body had an unusual and gorgeous side. "Running out like this, aren't you afraid of being photographed by the reporters?" Yangqing did not dare to look too much, and turned his head and chuckled. Jane sat down next to Yangqing, not caring that the grass might dirty her clean skirt. "The way I came out from the back door, they can't find it. Besides, it's best to take some photos and make some rumors. I will also be very happy." Yangqing sighed, "You shouldn't have come here like this, it will make things difficult for Catherine." Jane's eyes flashed with a deep meaning, and she asked, "Will you consider me first, or my mother first?" "You are mother and daughter, there is no division," Yangqing said. "No," Jane denied. "I am asking you from a woman's point of view, will you care more about me or the woman named Catherine?" Yangqing was speechless for a moment, and pondered for a long time, and said, "I don't know, it's because of this that I couldn't sleep the whole night after receiving Catherine's call." Jane suddenly revealed a gentle smile. "I like this answer, at least I can make you unable to sleep." Yangqing was helpless, and he smiled bitterly. "You have witnessed my past, my growth, of course I will keep you in my heart." "Is it sweetheart?" Jane asked playfully. Frowning, Yangqing slowly got up and sat on the lawn. Shaking his head, he said, "I don't want to play word games with you. I'm sure you're smarter than me, but the problem now is that no matter how smart you are, you're still a Welsh princess of marriageable age." Jane moved closer to Yangqing, using her back to naturally lean on Yangqing's waist. The two of them sat back to back, and could feel each other's body temperature. "You know why I am here." Yangqing took a deep breath, and said, Jane, do you know, every time I see you, it is like looking at a natural crystal that has not been carved. It is God's masterpiece, any decoration, any craftsmanship will make the crystal unable to return to its original form. But I also know, if I leave it like this, the crystal will only be a crystal. It is perfect in my heart, but it will never become a real work of art. My choice will be very selfish. Then don't ever carve it. Jane said softly, let the crystal stay by your side quietly, and you protect it, it will actually be very happy. Xianxia was silent, and his hands could not help but clench into fists. Jane turned her head, and a hint of tenderness appeared at the corner of her mouth. I like you, Xianxia, really. Do you know, for me, this is very clear. Hearing her words, Xianxia felt that the air he breathed was particularly thick, and he couldn't breathe. Jane continued to smile, actually, you don't have to care too much about this. For me, the moment I fall in love with someone, the world will become different. I will find that living in this world is full of motivation and hope. Just like in the darkness, there will be a beam of light shining into my heart, giving me a sense of stability. I'm not worth it. Xianxia shook his head. Whether it's worth it or not, it's up to me to decide, Jane said stubbornly. Xianxia's hand stroked the grass on the ground. Jane, actually, our relationship is already very close, isn't it? Just like now, you and I, back to back, lean against each other. I won't hide anything from you, and you can also tell me what's in your heart. Jane's eyes were a little blurred, and she said in a low voice, the distance between back to back is actually not close. Because, this is a circle around the earth. This time, Xianxia's brain didn't listen to him, and he was speechless. Xianxia, Jane suddenly said with some resentment, even if you don't want me to be by your side, please don't chase me away, because other than you, I have never thought of going to anyone else, even for a second. Promise me, okay? Xianxia sat where he was in a daze, and his heart was in a mess. After a long time, Xianxia slowly got up and returned in the direction of the ceremony. After a few steps, Xianxia stopped, and with his back facing the woman, he said, I promise you. After saying that, Xianxia continued to walk. Jane looked at the man's back and revealed a quiet smile. When Xianxia went around a corner and was about to return to the banquet, a slim figure in a red low-cut skirt appeared in front of him. Xianxia, who had slight makeup on, looked mature and beautiful, was holding a glass of champagne in her hand, and seemed to be lost in thought as she stood in the corner. Her black hair was meticulously coiled up, and the low-cut skirt made the woman's chest stand out, and the deep ravine showed the woman's extraordinary capital. Compared to the first time he saw her in the office, the woman seemed to be glowing with spring. Like a blooming begonia, but alone in the corner of the wall, it was fragrant. Xianxia's mind was in a mess, and when he realized that it was Xianxia, he couldn't help but be stunned. Xianxia also noticed Xianxia, and there was a trace of panic and shyness in her beautiful eyes, and she hurriedly lowered her head. What a coincidence, I can meet you here too, Xianxia said, trying to pretend that it was nothing. Xianxia pursed her lips and replied in a soft voice. Let's go back to the banquet. My salary might be deducted if I slack off here, Xianxia joked and was about to leave. To be honest, at this moment, when he saw this beautiful young woman, his mind was still echoing with the lewd sounds he heard in the room yesterday, so he didn't dare to stay any longer. Xianxia mustered up her courage and called out to the man, wait. Xianxia paused. Xianxia turned around, and her eyes were already glistening with tears. She smiled bitterly, Xianxia, do you think that I'm a shameless, dirty, and slutty woman? Do you feel disgusted even talking to me? Xianxia was stunned for a while, then he hurriedly turned around and said, why would you think that? It's ridiculous. If that was the case, would I take the initiative to greet you? You're just trying to comfort me so that I won't be embarrassed, right? Xianxia smiled bitterly, actually, you don't have to. Be like this. The more you pretend that nothing happened, the more I feel that I'm lowly. Xianxia sighed and smiled bitterly, since you said that, then I'd like to ask, what is it about you that makes me feel that you're such a disgusting woman? Xianxia was stunned. After thinking for a while, she turned her head and said, You must have heard it yesterday, do I still need to say it? Just because you're a captain? Do I think you're ugly? Xianxia said disdainfully, you think I'm too pure, and at the same time, you think you're too important. Zhao Hongyan was stunned. She obviously didn't expect Yangqing to respond in such a tone. Yangqing continued, there are more than 6 billion people in the world. Can you count the number of men and women who do that every day to vent? If everyone was like you, suffering from depression because of Wei, then the human race in this world could really go extinct. Do you think there are a lot of divorced women in this society? Do you think they don't have men's needs? Then how did they solve it? If they didn't find a boyfriend through the proper way and remarry, how do you think they solved it? Or do you think that finding a random man is much purer than doing it yourself? Don't joke around. You and I are just a man and a woman among a group of humans who are like ants in the world. I just saw you do something that couldn't be more normal. I'm not a little virgin who has never slept with a woman. It's not like I don't know what's growing on your body. You're not a little girl who hasn't graduated from middle school and reads rose novels all day long. Do you have to think so badly of yourself just because of this? Zhao Hongyan hesitated for a while and stammered, then why did you pretend that nothing happened? Yangqing curled his lips helplessly. He took a breath and said with a faint smile, I can't help it. I found that your figure is getting better and better, and you're getting more and more beautiful. If a pervert like me can't hold back and do something that's worse than a pig or a dog, not only will it tarnish your innocence, but it may also cause you to lose your hard-won job. After all, you're my first female colleague in Yulei who can be considered a friend. I can't treat you as a woman I can casually play with. When Zhao Hongyan heard Yangqing's straightforward praise, she felt that it was ridiculous, but she also couldn't hide her joy. Her face blushed and her feet were entwined in place, not knowing what to say. Now that I put it this way, you should understand. You're a good woman, don't let your imagination run wild. Yangqing smiled. Zhao Hongyan nodded, thank you. You've been helping me since the beginning, but I still doubted you. It's my fault. Yangqing felt that she was going to repay me with her body and quickly waved his hand with a smile, it's okay, don't worry about it too much. I'm going to eat something first. After that, he patted his butt and quickly slipped away. Zhao Hongyan looked at Yangqing's back as he left. She stood there with a shy smile on her face. Back at the banquet, Yangqing held a plate and started to eat. There was a special press conference in the afternoon, and there was a welcome party in the evening. He was very busy today. Lin Ruoshi and Mo Qianni were busy discussing business with other partners and had no time to talk to Yangqing in the afternoon. Yangqing strolled around the university alone and took an afternoon nap. Unknowingly, it was evening, and the party that had been prepared for 2 days in the university hall was about to start. At this time, Lin Ruoshi found Yangqing and took the initiative to hold her husband's arm. She looked at Yangqing up and down and asked suspiciously, where did you go in the afternoon? Don't tell me you cheated on me again. Yangqing smiled stiffly, it's none of my business. I don't understand what you were talking about, so I went to take an afternoon nap. Don't worry, there's no woman with me. Lin Ruoshi nodded in satisfaction, there are many beautiful girls in the university, but I don't think they'll be interested in you. You're not handsome and you don't have any temperament. I'm just asking casually, I trust you. Of course, with such a beautiful wife, why would I be interested in ordinary looks? Yangqing quickly flattered. Lin Ruoshi's face turned cold, then, what did you do with Miss Jane behind the research institute? Yangqing's heart skipped a beat and he smiled bitterly, so, you saw it? How could I miss the 2 biggest targets? Lin Ruoshi's eyes were filled with murderous intent. I trusted you, that's why I allowed you to come as a friend. If you were to flirt with Jane behind my back, I'll make her go back to England even if I have to cancel this project. Then, you'll suffer. Yangqing's head was full of cold sweat, Ruoshi, don't think too much about it. We just chatted casually for a while. It wasn't long, what could we have done? Humph, it better be that way. If I didn't have the right to control you before, I'm already working hard now. Besides, you're the one who said that you can only have sex after the wedding. I'm not trying to stop you. If you still dare to throw yourself at me one after another, I'll show you what a woman's heart is. Do you understand? Yangqing gulped as he looked at the woman whose eyes were filled with daggers and arrows. He could only nod. Just as the two were about to enter the brightly lit hall, Yangqing's phone suddenly vibrated. Yang had no choice but to pick up the call. It was from Lu Mingyu. Lu Mingyu didn't attend the event as she had to stay in the company to deal with some routine work. She should be off work by now. Yang didn't avoid Lin Ruoshi. He picked up the phone and said, "Mingyu, what's wrong?" Lu Mingyu sounded anxious. She said in a panic, "Yang, my brother Mingho is missing." What? Yang thought he heard wrong. Lin Ruoshi frowned. She didn't feel comfortable with Lu Mingyu suddenly looking for Yang at this time. Lu Mingyu said in a sobbing tone, "Mingho quarreled with Dad this morning and said he wanted to leave the house. Mom and I thought it was just a child's tantrum, but we couldn't get in touch with him. We don't know where he went. I looked for all the places he usually goes and asked some of his friends, but they didn't know where he went. I suspect that he might have been kidnapped by my father's enemies." "Don't panic. Tell me, why did the kid quarrel with your dad?" Lu Mingyu said, "I'm not sure either. I think it has something to do with Mingho's mother's death." A trace of helplessness flashed in Yang Cheng's eyes. The kid must have gotten wind of Suing and Gao Yu being killed by Lu Qingshan. That was why the conflict was so intense. Although Zhonghai is the territory of the Red Thorns Society, your dad has a lot of connections. Can't you find him? Yang Cheng asked. Lu Mingyu said sadly, "Dad is very angry. He's on N4 drip. He doesn't want anyone to look for him. He said he doesn't want Mingho's son anymore. But my mom secretly asked the Red Thorns Society for help, and they've been searching for 2 hours, but there's still no news." Although they had the same father but different mothers, Lu Mingyu was very close to her younger brother, Lu Mingho, because her mother was a generous woman, so Lu Mingyu followed her personality. When Lu Mingho left home, the woman's strong mental state was on the verge of collapsing. Yang said angrily, "Why did you call me after such a long time?" Lu Mingyu stammered, I don't want to make things difficult for you. You're going to attend such an important event with General Lin today. I'm afraid that General Lin will misunderstand. Since when did you become so stupid? How can a stupid event be more important than your brother?" Yang couldn't help but raise his voice. Lin Ruoshi, who was at the side, immediately revealed a trace of anger when she heard this. Lu Mingyu sobbed softly on the phone and said, I know I was wrong. Please help me look for him. My dad has so many enemies, and Mingho has such a fiery temper. What if he gets hurt? He's already very pitiful." Yang couldn't stand Lu Mingyu's sudden tears. He took a deep breath and said, all right, I'll help you look for him. As long as he's still on Earth, there's no place I can't find him. You go back to your parents first and wait. I'll bring him back once I have news." I'll listen to you." At this time, Lu Mingyu also didn't have her own opinion. After hanging up the phone with Lu Mingyu, Yang directly said to Lin Ruoshi, Mingyu's brother ran away from home. I'll help her find him. You can go in yourself at the party. That's all." "What did you say?" Lin Ruoshi didn't even hear it clearly. "Are you joking? How could there be such a thing? The people inside are waiting for us. They all know that you're my husband. The party is about to start, but you suddenly left me and left. What will others think of me? Sigh, there's nothing you can do even if you want to be angry at me. Let's talk about it when we get home." Although Yang knew that he was letting Lin Ruoshi down, he didn't have the time to explain. In this kind of situation, the more Lu Mingho delayed, the more danger he would be in. The son of the underworld boss of the Green Dragon Society had gone missing, and the Red Thorns Society couldn't find a trace of him. This was definitely not an ordinary runaway. There was only one explanation: he was taken to a place where the Red Thorns Society couldn't reach. Yang couldn't care less about Lin Ruoshi's angry face. He turned around and ran to the parking lot. He left Lin Ruoshi standing alone outside the hall. Feeling the strange gazes of the people around her, the woman didn't know how to vent her anger other than cursing Yang 100 times in her heart. After leaving Zhonghai University, Yang contacted Mullen in the Sea Eagles. Although Lu Mingho couldn't be reached, the information on his phone should still be on the internet before and after he left. As long as he hacked into the telecommunications company and found the corresponding contact information, he should be able to find some clues about his whereabouts. Less than 5 minutes later, Molan sent a few messages about Lu Mingho. From the looks of it, Lu Mingho had sent a message to a person called Gao Yu before he lost contact with them. The content was that he was planning to leave the Green Dragon Society and asked Gao Yu to send someone to pick him up and head to Su Province. Who is Gao Yu? Xianxia asked. Molan replied, Gao Yu's identity, after checking his address, should be the prince of the Giant Whale Society. His father, Gao Feng, is a big shot in Huaxia's underworld. He's always involved in the black market of drugs and jewelry. Since the White Wolf Society suffered a fatal blow last time, the Giant Whale Society is now the sole power in Su Province. Apparently, Gao Feng plans to gradually shift his maritime power to the mainland in the second half of this year. That's why he's recruiting people while taking over the White Wolf Society's former territory. He's even contacted some foreign societies. Just the weapons from America alone are a few ships. Xianxia had a rough idea of what was going on. Did you find out Lu Mingho's exact location? Molan said, I'm sorry, Your Majesty Pluto. We didn't have much time, and there's no one in Su Province, so we couldn't find his exact location. But we did find the headquarters of the Giant Whale Society in Su Province. What we can be sure of is that Lu Mingho won't be in any danger. From the content of the messages, it seems like he's in contact with Gao Yu, so it's possible that he's on his side. On his side? Xianxia laughed coldly. Looks like this kid's brain isn't working very well. If that's the case, I'll go there myself. Since Su Province wasn't far from Zhonghai, Xianxia looked at the address on the GPS. It would only take him 2 hours to get there, so he sped there. On the way, Xianxia gave Lu Mingyu a call and told her to stay at home with Lu Qingshan and his wife. She told her to go to bed when she was tired because it would be very late when they got back to Zhonghai. Lu Mingyu heaved a sigh of relief after confirming her brother's whereabouts. 2 hours later, Xianxia arrived at the headquarters of the Giant Whale Society. It was located in the southern district of Jiang City in Su Province. It was the biggest nightclub on Tonghua Street, Crossy Entertainment City. A huge blue whale neon sign was particularly dazzling on the entrance. More than a dozen tall burly men in suits and ties stood outside with smiles on their faces. Not only were they looking after the place, but they also cooperated with some coquettish girls to entertain the guests. Xianxia parked the car and walked straight to the entrance. Just as he was about to enter, 2 burly men blocked Xianxia's way, and politely said, Mister, we implement a membership system here. If you don't have a membership card, please go to the member service counter next door to apply. Xianxia looked at the signboard at the side. The monthly membership fee was 5,000 per person, and the annual membership fee was 50,000. They wouldn't even let people in if they didn't have the money. I don't have money with me. What should I do? Xianxia shrugged. Then please come back with the money. The burly man was still very polite. Xianxia smiled. I'm not here for fun. I'm looking for Gao Yu. Is he here? The 2 burly men looked at each other and one of them asked, May I know who you are, and why are you looking for our crown prince? Xianxia replied, I'm looking for someone. It's a little complicated, so I won't go into details. I'm sorry, but there are many people who want to see our crown prince every day. If we could meet them so easily, then our Giant Whale Society would lose face. The burly man gestured with his hand and his expression turned cold. Sir, I won't see you out. Xianxia scratched his head. You guys seem to have misunderstood something. Huh? I didn't ask for your permission. I'm just asking if he's here. If he's not here, then you should ask him to see me, Xianxia said seriously. The burly men laughed when they heard that. The 2 men in front of Xianxia clenched their fists so hard that their bones cracked. Looks like you're here to cause trouble. That's great. No one has dared to provoke us ever since we came back from the sea. It's not a bad idea to let us have some fun today. I thought you guys were polite and would be easy to talk to. Why do you still want to fight? Xianxia said helplessly. The burly man snorted. You're still so stubborn? I've seen too many glib words. I'll beat you up and sew your mouth shut. As soon as he finished speaking, a fist the size of a sandbag swung towards Yang Chen's left cheek with a piercing sound. Yang Chen didn't even look and grabbed the burly man's fist. Crack! Crack! The sound of bones breaking was still ear-piercing in the noisy street. Ah! The burly man screamed in pain. Before he could pull his hand away, Yang Chen slapped him to the ground. Under everyone's shocked gaze, Yang Chen's face lit up. He clapped his hands and said, "Oh yeah, I've demolished your headquarters. That bullshit crown prince of yours, it's time for him to come out." Many people thought that Yang Chen was insane when they saw the smug look on his face. The fight at the entrance caused many passers-by and guests to retreat far away. "This kid is a martial artist, let's attack him together." A few muscular men signaled each other and charged forward to take down Yang Chen. Punches and kicks rang out in the air. They were all extremely strong men, and they were experts that could not be hired without an annual salary of a few $100,000. However, they were nothing in Yang Chen's eyes. Yang Chen had no intention of demolishing the nightclub. After all, it was a busy city. If he brought back Lu Mingho and caused a bloodbath, he would really become a homicidal maniac. As long as he beat up the members of the Giant Whale Society along the way, the effect would be apparent. In the underworld, face was the most important thing. If someone dared to throw sh*t at them, how could they not risk their lives? Yang Chen seemed to be able to knock one down with a single stretch of his hand. Yang Chen grabbed these burly men and threw them around like human meatballs. Grab, turn, lift, throw, all in one go. The muscular men felt their feet leave the ground the moment they got close, and they felt dizzy. By the time they reacted, an irresistible force had already smashed them into the walls or other facilities. The loud bang sent chills down the spines of the onlookers, and the women screamed. After dealing with the muscular men at the entrance, Yang Chen walked into the nightclub. The interior of the luxurious nightclub was much bigger than it looked from the outside. Once inside, there was a brightly lit dance floor. The fight outside didn't affect the men and women who were having fun inside. They were twisting their bodies on the dance floor, their ears rubbing against each other, their bodies intertwining. Some of them were obviously on drugs, kissing each other in a daze. Further inside, there were dark bars and various gathering points. Business was booming, and the stairs on both sides were tall and winding. On both sides of the winding staircase, one could see European oil paintings along the way. Just like the exterior, there were many burly bodyguards standing there. Yang Chen took a closer look. The headquarters of the Giant Whale Society should be deep inside the nightclub. If he wasn't mistaken, he would have to go to the deepest part of the nightclub. Thus, Yang Chen ran upstairs on his own. At this time, a few of the bodyguards' earphones received a message that someone had broken in. When they clearly described the appearance of the intruder, the bodyguards immediately locked onto Yang Chen. "It's this guy. Catch him." A group of burly men quickly pounced on him aggressively, wishing they could tear this man who provoked them to shreds. However, Yang Chen was not hindered at all. Every time he got close to one or two men, he would dodge them and kick them backward, sending them tumbling down the stairs. Along the way, who knew how many bodyguards he had beaten down? Yang Chen bypassed the corridor in front of him and entered a long art corridor. The reason why it was called art was that on both sides of the corridor, exquisite original sculptures, huaxiaxing paintings, and many poems began to appear. Even though Yang Chen wasn't an expert, he could tell that these weren't bought by a nouveau riche. They were obviously kept by someone for him to appraise. However, people who liked to cultivate the artistic atmosphere would usually leave these things in the noisy nightclubs or the headquarters of the underworld. It could be said that it was the best. At this time, 2 rows of voluptuous women ran out from the depths of the corridor. Most of them were above average in looks. They wore tight black leather clothes and were of mixed race. Some of them had dark skin, while others had black hair. Their breasts were exposed, and their backs were stretched all the way to their buttocks. The biggest similarity was that Yang Chen could tell that they had gone through strict special forces training. That was why their muscles were shockingly developed. At the very least, an ordinary man wouldn't be as strong as them. Seeing that the group of women had no intention of fighting, Yang Chen continued to walk forward after a few glances. At the corner, a woman with dyed red hair suddenly said, "Please turn right, the crown prince is waiting for you." Xianxia could hear some Russian in the woman's voice. He was slightly surprised. It seemed like the Giant Whale Society had a lot of tricks up their sleeves. After walking for tens of meters, he arrived at the crown prince's guest room. Xianxia opened a heavy door carved out of mahogany and walked into the room. He stepped on a cashmere carpet made from the Persian Gulf. On a long black leather sofa, a handsome man with fair skin, dressed in a blue-gold robe, was leaning against the corner of the sofa, holding a folding fan in his hand, leisurely tasting Thai guanyin. Beside the man was a beautiful blonde woman wearing only a pink bikini. Her plump buttocks were sitting on the back of the sofa, and under her plump thighs was a particularly slender calf. The Caucasian woman's dainty leg would occasionally touch the man's mouth. After the man took a sip of tea, he couldn't wait to stick out his tongue and carefully suck on the woman's ankle, as if he was enjoying the most delicious food in the world. Occasionally, he would open his mouth and bite it with his teeth, making the blonde woman giggle. Xianxia stared at the couple for a while, but didn't say anything. He sat on the opposite sofa and watched for a while with a strange smile on his face. After a long while, the man finally turned around and revealed a gentle and refined smile. He said, "If a woman's feet are beautiful, they will not be inferior to any stunning painting, right?" Xianxia shrugged. "I think she'll be more willing if you lick her crotch." The man laughed. "I'm just enjoying it, not lustful." "It seems like you've misunderstood. If you have to lick a woman's body part with your tongue, I think it's better to focus on the most efficient part," Xianxia said in a bored tone. The man frowned and waved his hand. "How vulgar." "Forget it, I don't argue with ordinary people." Xianxia could tell that this crown prince had more mental problems than he did. "I'm Gao Yu, the young master of the Giant Whale Society. People call me the Giant Whale Crown Prince. You must be Uncle Lu Qingshan's son-in-law, Mr. Xianxia, right?" Gao Yu waved his fan. "Where's Lu Mingho?" Xianxia didn't answer. Gao Yu said, "Little brother Lu Mingho's mother and my father are old friends. He and I have met several times before. This time, he ran away from home because he wanted to stay with me for a few days. Since Mr. Yang wanted to take him away, I naturally asked him to come and follow Mr. Yang back. Being obstructed just now was just a misunderstanding." Xianxia was rather surprised. Does this guy mean that he's going to let them go? Could it be that he was overthinking? Suddenly, there was a commotion outside the door. After a while, a familiar young man appeared at the door. It was Lu Mingho. "Brother-in-law?" Lu Mingho was wearing a white singlet and a pair of cotton pants. He looked like he had just gotten out of bed and was excited to see Xianxia. "Why are you here?" Xianxia gestured for Lu Mingho to come over. He grabbed Lu Mingho's head and smelled something. Frowning, he said, "Tell me, what did you do just now?" Lu Mingho's face turned red and he squirmed, but he still said honestly, "Hee hee. I played with a foreign girl a few times." "Brother-in-law, you have no idea, but the Russian girl that brother Crown Prince introduced to me was really hot. Much hotter than those high school girls in Zhonghai. She has boobs, and she has a butt. I'm about to be sucked dry." Xianxia wanted to punch this bastard, but he suddenly remembered that when he was his age, the number of women he had slept with was enough to hold a sports event. He coughed and said, "Luckily I didn't let Xianxia be with you. You're not as reliable as I am." Lu Mingho quickly argued, "That's not the same. I'm sincere about pursuing Xianxia. If she doesn't accept me, then I can only play with other women. Otherwise, I'll definitely be with her. Get lost. Only a ghost would believe your father's genes." Xianxia said disdainfully. Lu Mingho's face darkened. "Humph, he's not my father. I don't have a father like him." Xianxia frowned. It seemed that Lu Mingho did know something, but this was not the time to talk. He said to Gao Yu, "We're going to bring him back to Zhonghai. You continue to lick my feet. I hope your tongue doesn't get berry-berry." Gao Yu was caressing the blonde beauty's ankle. He smiled and nodded. "Thank you for your concern. I won't be seeing you out then." Lu Mingho was unhappy. "Brother-in-law, don't take me away. I want to stay here. I'm not going back. I'm not asking for your opinion. If I say go, you have to go. You have two choices. First, go back to Zhonghai conscious. Second, go back to Zhonghai after I knock you out. The first choice will only result in some punishment when you return home. The second choice will result in punishment both now and when you return home. Lu Minghe looked sullen. There's no third option? The third option is to castrate you. That way, it doesn't matter if you go back or not, Yangqing said nonchalantly. Lu Minghe covered his crotch. I'll go with brother-in-law. Number 1. Looks like you haven't lost your mind yet. Yangqing patted the young man's head and walked out of the door. Lu Minghe smiled bitterly and said goodbye to Gao Yu before hurrying to catch up. After leaving the headquarters of the Giant Whale Society, Yangqing dragged Lu Minghe to a corner and asked, "Why did you contact the Giant Whale Society? What did Gao Yu tell you? Tell me everything, don't leave out any details." Yangqing felt that something was off. Lu Minghe looked at Yangqing's serious face and didn't dare to joke around. He recalled carefully and said, "My mom was good friends with the leader of the Giant Whale Society, Uncle Gao Feng. But because the Giant Whale Society used to do business on the sea, we didn't have many chances to contact each other. A few days ago, Brother Crown Prince contacted me and even invited me to dinner in Zhonghai to catch up. He treats me really well. After arguing with my dad this morning, I told him that I wanted to join him. I wanted to start as a small leader in the Giant Whale Society, and when I'm strong enough, I'll go and defeat my dad. But Brother Crown Prince said that I was too young and didn't know any better. He asked me to think about it carefully and invited me to dinner. Then, brother-in-law, you came." Yangqing thought for a while and said, "That's all?" Lu Minghe thought for a while and nodded. "That's all." "Brother-in-law, how did you know I was here?" "I threw my phone into the water." Yangqing slapped his brother-in-law on the head. "You haven't even grown your hair yet and you're already running away from home. You even want to help someone else defeat your own father? If I didn't come, would I have to watch your sister and mother wash their faces with tears every day?" Lu Minghe couldn't help but say, "I know I've let down auntie and sister, but my mom, she was killed by that bastard. How can I accept such a man as my biological father?" "Who told you that?" Yangqing frowned. Lu Minghe said shyly, "It's just an old acquaintance of my mother's. But I can't tell him. I promise to keep it a secret, or else he'll be in danger." Yangqing said disdainfully, "Have you checked whether it's true or not?" Lu Minghe was at a loss for words. "I don't even need to investigate to know that my mother's death was too strange and sudden. And when that person told me, he knew all the details. The people in the Green Dragon Society didn't want to tell me more. It's obvious that they've got it all figured out." Yangqing really felt depressed for Lu Qingshan. This guy really wasn't good at justifying himself. He couldn't even fool Lu Minghe. But then again, it was probably because Lu Qingshan didn't want to completely hide it from his son that there were some loopholes. "Since you said you know the details, do you think that if it was your father, he would kill your mother for no reason?" Lu Minghe gritted his teeth. "Even if my mother did something wrong, she's still my biological mother. She's the woman who's helped him for so many years. How could he just kill her like that?" "Then if it was your mother who wanted to kill your father was just forced to do it," Yangqing said. Lu Minghe was suspicious. "Brother-in-law, why does it seem like you know everything? You knew all along, didn't you?" Yangqing tapped the youth's forehead with his finger. "You only think about how your mother is related by blood. Why don't you think about how your father is related by blood too? If it wasn't your mother who died but your father, wouldn't you have killed your mother? Even if there was a conflict between your parents, they didn't want to hurt you. Have you ever thought that they hid it from you so that your mind wouldn't be full of dirty thoughts? That way, your life wouldn't be so painful. Don't forget that you have other family members who will worry about you." Lu Minghe gritted his teeth stubbornly, but he didn't say anything. Yangqing couldn't be bothered to reason with him. He was thinking about the Giant Whale Society, but he couldn't figure out what role the Giant Whale Society played. Shaking his head, he dragged Lu Minghe back to the car and drove back to Zhonghai. 20 minutes later, the car was on the highway. Since it wasn't a weekend or a holiday, there was very little traffic on the highway. Under the night sky, the white BMW was like a speeding arrow. Lu Mingho saw the speed on the dashboard and exclaimed excitedly, "Brother-in-law! You're my idol. Why are you driving so fast?" Yangchen faintly glanced at him. "You're already this excited about 200 and 400. I don't think you have any future. I think it's better for you to go back and do what you need to do. Don't run away from home all the time. If you make me come to Su province to look for you again, I'll throw you off the bridge and let the river wash you into the sea." Lu Mingho smiled innocently. "If only you were my father. It's a pity that my mother is old and you don't like her." Yangchen almost turned the steering wheel and crashed the car into the fence. Logically speaking, how could Lu Mingyu have such an amazing younger brother when they were half related by blood? Yangchen decided to turn on some music to calm Lu Mingho down so that he wouldn't have to listen to any more shocking words. But just as Yangchen was about to press the button on the control panel, a sense of danger suddenly appeared in his mind. Boom! A ball of fire erupted from the front of the car and instantly covered the entire car. The BMW was like a moving fireball. In the next second, there was a violent explosion. From afar, the car that was fine just a moment ago was engulfed in a violent, high-temperature flame in the blink of an eye. The parts of the car broke into pieces and scattered around the highway. If it weren't for the fact that there were no cars passing by, this explosion would have been enough to set the cars on fire. The gasoline ignited a sea of fire. In the chaos of light and darkness, a figure slowly walked out with a person in his arms. Yangqing placed Lu Mingho, who was completely stunned, on a safe parking lane not far away. He turned around and looked at the car that was already charred black. The flames danced in Yangqing's eyes, and an uncontrollable killing intent burst forth from his eyes. Lu Mingho's legs were weak. All he knew was that after a loud bang, he was being held by Yangchen in the middle of the terrifying flames. All the heat couldn't get close to him as he slowly walked out of the flames. "Bro. Brother-in-law. What? What's going on?" Yangqing turned around expressionlessly. "Someone must have planted a small bomb in the chassis of the car when I stopped and detonated it by remote control." "Bomb?" Lu Mingho asked in a daze. "Who? What do you think?" Yangqing laughed coldly. Lu Mingho's mind whirled as he exclaimed, "It's Brother Prince? It can't be. Why would he want to blow us up?" "You'll have to ask him about that," Yangqing said as he strolled to the center of the highway. Lu Mingho was shocked. "Brother-in-law, then, what should we do now?" Yangqing said calmly, "What would you do if you were bullied?" "Of course we'd pay them back. We'd beat them to death." Lu Mingho gasped. "Brother-in-law. Don't tell me you want to go against Brother Crown Prince now? The Giant Whale Society is amazing. I heard from my dad that they deal with arms dealers and drug dealers. If not for the fact that they're mainly involved in smuggling, they would be one of the strongest gangs on the mainland. We should at least go back to Zhonghai and ask someone to clarify things." Yangqing frowned and glanced at him. "If you want to go back, you can go back yourself. I didn't say that I have to bring you along. Don't waste my time there." Just then, a Volvo truck came from afar, roaring over at a speed of more than 100 kilometers per hour. "Brother-in-law, move aside. You're going to be hit." Lu Mingho screamed in panic. Yangqing grinned and said excitedly, "Not bad, not bad. This guy is quite suitable. It's more fun this way." Yangqing's calmness was driving Lu Mingho crazy. If he were to be hit, he would have no bones left. This was an imported steel block. The driver of the truck finally noticed Yangchen's presence when he was about 100 meters away from the truck. After a brief shock, the driver opened his eyes wide as if he had seen a ghost. He instinctively stepped on the brakes with one foot. Screech, the friction between the tires and the ground pierced the eardrums. The truck even skidded toward Yangqing. Lu Mingho closed his eyes tightly, not daring to see what was going to happen next. Yangqing raised one hand slowly. The moment the truck touched his hand, an invisible force completely stopped the huge object in front of him. The truck's rear wheels even lifted slightly because of the sudden stop, then it crashed to the ground. Yangqing saw that the truck had stopped, and he clapped his hands in satisfaction. He walked to the driver's seat, knocked on the driver's door, and opened it. Looking at the pale-faced driver who was scared out of his wits, Yangchen grinned and said, "Bro, I'll borrow your car for a while. Just say that it was robbed and the insurance company will compensate you." The driver looked at the unfamiliar man with a kind face. Whenever he thought of the scene where he had stopped the truck with his bare hands, he felt a chill in his head and fainted. Yangchen touched the back of his head helplessly, then slowly dragged the driver out of the car. Half an hour later, in Gao Yu's private suite in Cross-Sea Entertainment City. On the luxurious elk leather sofa, the blonde woman had already taken off all her clothes. Her waist and big breasts were dazzling white, and her two strong and round legs were straddling Gao Yu's neck. Gao Yu's head was facing the woman's legs. The thong that had already been removed from the bikini revealed the last bit of the beauty that was covered. Around the room, there was a tall woman with an exaggerated figure. All of them were only wearing tight leather clothes, and they were looking at the scene on the sofa in the middle of the room. Gao Yu's mouth made a moaning sound as he sucked in some water, and the woman kept making high-pitched noises in response to the man's tongue. After tens of seconds, Gao Yu moved his head away from the woman's crotch with an evil smile, and said with a face full of water, "Miss Aishapova, I didn't know that you have such a fragrant part of your body other than your little feet. Looks like it's worth my time to study it tonight." The blonde beauty Aishapova giggled, and said in fluent Mandarin, "I thought that my dear Mr. Gao you would ignore that man's words. I didn't expect you to really change your target." Gao Yu stuck out his tongue and licked Aishapova's voluptuous thigh. "I wasn't listening to that man's words. Miss Aishapova has just joined me, and isn't sure of my taste. In fact, I'm obsessed with every part of a beautiful lady. Mr. Gao Yu is the most elegant and gentle man I've ever met. Compared to the bear-like men in my country who only know how to drink and smoke, I like you a lot." Aishapova seductively stretched out a few fingers and ran them across Gao Yu's face, and then into his mouth. Gao Yu greedily sucked on those slender fingers, as if they were delicacies. "Mr. Gao Yu," Aishapova said with a seductive smile. "I have some questions I don't understand." Go ahead," Gao Yu said as he nuzzled his face between Aishapova's legs. Aishapova didn't have much of an effect on this level of physical stimulation. She continued, "Since we've decided to use Lu Mingho's identity to take over his mother's influence in Beijing's Green Dragon Society, and use this method to destroy the Green Dragon Society from the inside, why do we have to blow him up so easily? Isn't that too wasteful?" Gao Yu took a deep breath and said, "The Green Dragon Society is nothing to be afraid of. Lu Qingshan might be capable, but if the Giant Whale Society were to make a move, he would be no match for us. The real enemy is that man named Yangqing." Aishapova's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise as she reached out to caress Gao Yu's face. "Who is he?" "Him? He's not simple. It's because of him that the Red Thorns Society in Zhonghai defeated the two most powerful mafia organizations last year. The leader of the Red Thorns Society, Situ Qiangwei, would not have been able to stand where she is today if it wasn't for Yang Cheng's help. Lu Qingshan might have been aware of Su Ying's murder, but if it wasn't for Yang Cheng's interference, he wouldn't have been able to overcome the crisis so easily. This man's background must be much more powerful than it seems, but the more it is, the more useful it will be to kill him." Aishapova's eyes lit up. "Dear Mr. Gao Yu, are you saying that you want to take down not only the Green Dragon Society, but also the Red Thorns Society in Zhonghai?" "Why not? If it wasn't for that man named Yangqing, the Red Thorns Society and the Green Dragon Society would have been defeated a long time ago. But those idiots can't even take down one person. If I take him out, with the firepower of the Giant Whale Society and your support plan, the government won't dare to interfere. By then, the underworld of Zhonghai and Yanjing will belong to the Giant Whale Society." "You're so naughty." Aishapova giggled. "Haha." Gao Yu cackled. "Miss Aishapova, do you know what giant whale means in Mandarin?" Aishapova shook her head in anticipation. Gao Yu said sarcastically, "In the ancient times of Huaxia, there was a great poet who wrote Searching for Cui Sun and Li Feng in the Dusk Day. In it, it says giant whale swallows the 9 continents. In this poem, giant whale means robber." Aishapova could speak Mandarin, but she was still confused. "Robber? Not just robber." Gao Yu snickered. "He's a sinful and evil robber. Shapova smiled happily. You're the embodiment of wisdom. I didn't expect you to know ancient poetry. Even if you're a robber, you're a graceful one. I'm not some uncouth man who only knows how to kill, Miss Shapova. I'm studying for a PhD in Chinese literature. Don't underestimate me. Shapova kissed the man's lips, her eyes flirtatious. If our plan can take over Zhonghai and Yanjin, Master will definitely praise us. By then, Mr. Gao Yu and your father will be rewarded. I promise. Gao Yu hugged the blonde beauty into his arms and buried his head between the pair of peaks on the woman's chest. He laughed evilly and said, You demoness, as long as you promise me that I will eat you up, that will be the best reward. As he spoke, Gao Yu pushed the woman forcefully, and Shapova fell onto the sofa. She glared at Gao Yu as though she was waiting for a storm to come. But at that moment, an ear-piercing horn pierced through the pink atmosphere. It was as though they were on the road, and a truck was using its horn to scare off passers-by. Damn it! Where did that horn come from? Gao Yu raised his head in anger. The bodyguard's hoarse voice came from outside. Crown Prince! Crown Prince! Bad news! There's an emergency outside. Gao Yu stood up angrily and roared, What the hell are you screaming for? Is the sky collapsing? The bodyguard yelled, It's not the sky collapsing. It's the building that's going to collapse. What did you say? Gao Yu thought that there was something wrong with his ears. He ignored the erotic situation in the room and said, Come in and talk. The bodyguard opened the door and knelt on the floor. He yelled, Crown Prince. It's a mess outside. The people on the dance floor are running out. A crazy driver drove a truck in front of our nightclub and turned on the headlights. He's honking and stepping on the accelerator. It looks like he's going to ram into our building. A truck? Gao Yu could no longer remain calm. He grabbed his shirt and put it on. Get someone to block it. I want to see who's so bold as to cause trouble in front of the Giant Whale Society. If their headquarters were to be destroyed, they would be the laughingstock of the society. It was so simple that he had to put on the robe and hold the folding fan. Even if he was running, he had to look elegant. Gao Yu led a group of subordinates and a group of Russian women in leather suits and hurriedly ran down the stairs. When they reached the entrance of the hall, they were blinded by two blinding lights. Honk honk. The truck's horn was so loud that the members of the Giant Whale Society covered their ears and cursed. When Gao Yu saw the Volvo truck with its engine roaring outside the main entrance, he was stunned. When he took a closer look at the driver inside, he was shocked. You, are Yangqing? How can it be you? In his original script, he was supposed to have died along with his car on the highway. He was supposed to be a dead man whose parents couldn't even recognize him. How could he not be shocked when he saw him? A strange glint flashed in Shapova's eyes, and she secretly sent a few glances to the hot ladies behind her. The ladies immediately understood and quietly left the dance floor. Yangqing stepped on the brakes and the accelerator. The truck lurched forward from time to time. He would roar at the gas pedal to scare off the Giant Whale Society members who tried to get close. Seeing Gao Yu and his men, Yangqing raised his index finger and waved it at him. Then, he put the car in reverse. Screech! The wheels of the car emitted a loud grinding sound. The car did not move forward despite everyone's nervous mood. Instead, it reversed to the far side of the road. The nervous members of the Giant Whale Society scratched their heads in bewilderment. Crown Prince, did he run away? He must be afraid of our Crown Prince, haha. How dare he barge into our Giant Whale Society's headquarters? Let's turn him into a sieve with our weapons. Gao Yu, on the other hand, pondered for a moment before shouting, Idiot! He's not running away. He's speeding up. Before the others could react, the truck that had retreated for about 200 meters came to an abrupt stop. Then, there was a loud roar. It was like a gigantic steel beast. In the blink of an eye, it pounced at the entrance of the nightclub at a speed of tens of kilometers per hour. Get out of the way. Protect the Crown Prince. The bodyguards and thugs panicked. They didn't expect someone to drive a truck through the entrance without any regard for his own life. This was a building made of reinforced concrete. Even if he could destroy the entire dance floor on the first floor, would he still be able to live? Amidst everyone's screams and shouts, the Volvo truck, which was known for its safety features, finally crashed into the nightclub's entrance. The sound of metal being torn apart and the friction between the concrete and stone turned the place into an explosive scene from an action movie. Sparks flew in all directions, and stone shards flew everywhere. The broken wires extinguished many of the lights. At the same time, electric sparks were stuck to the truck and it crashed into the dance floor. After smashing through the gate, the big Volvo truck rushed into the dance floor. The body of the big guy had already been deformed. After the tire skidded on the dance floor, it spun and flipped over. It spun and rolled around the dance floor for more than half a circle. Bang! 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 The entire dance floor was turned into a pile of ruins. Other than a few light bulbs that were still emitting sparks, even the intricately carved pillars had been smashed into pieces. Without a doubt, this test had convinced everyone of the sturdiness of the imported truck. But the attack wasn't over yet. Because the fuel tank had shattered during the crash, and there were sparks on the body of the truck, the moment the truck fell to the ground, a burst of fire rose into the sky. Bang! The violent explosion brought with it thick black smoke that filled the entire nightclub's hall. Even the dome was instantly blackened. There was no doubt that this explosive ending had completely destroyed the previously glamorous and eye-catching entertainment center. All of this happened in the span of half a minute. Gao Yu, who was pulled away by the bodyguards to watch the situation unfold, had no reaction other than a blank expression on his face. Only when the high temperature of the entertainment city's flames had already scorched his face, did the man let out a hysterical roar of rage. Yangqing! I'm going to kill you. The bodyguards looked at each other. They didn't expect Yangqing to really do that. They were a little impressed. He was courting death. However, it was a huge slap to the Giant Whale Society's face. Their headquarters had been destroyed by a single person with a truck, and it had even exploded. If word got out, the Giant Whale Society would definitely suffer a great humiliation. Crown Prince, this guy's bones must have been burnt to a crisp, one of the bodyguards advised. Gao Yu gripped his fan tightly, trembling. What the hell? Why didn't he die from the explosion? If he's not dead, what about Lu Mingho? Many of the Giant Whale Society's members were puzzled by this question. It's not the time to think about this problem. Aishapova interjected coldly and pointed at the burning scene in front of them. Everyone looked over and held their breaths. The figure of a man slowly walked out of the high temperature and small explosions as if he was taking a stroll in the garden. The flaming lightning struck the man's face, illuminating his sinister smile. Yangqing! Gao Yu screamed, as if he had seen a ghost. Yangqing loosened the bones in his spine and shook his head as he walked in front of everyone. From head to toe, there was not the slightest trace of injury. Looks like I have disappointed you. I did not die. Looks like it is not good news, said Yangqing with a smile. Many of them took a few steps back subconsciously. The fact that Yangqing could survive in such a situation was a challenge to their mental state. Humph, it's good that you're not dead. Gao Yu waved his hand fiercely. Everyone, attack. Whoever kills him will get 1,000,000 yuan. As soon as he said that, the men from the Giant Whale Society were enraged. After exchanging a few glances, they charged towards Yangqing in unison. Yangqing did not retreat. Instead, he took a huge step forward and pierced the chest of the man at the front. Pfft! After a muffled sound, Yangqing's right hand pierced through the man's back. All he saw was a still-beating heart dripping with blood in his hand. In the next second, it was directly crushed to pieces. Just from the start, many people's hearts twitched, as if it was their own hearts that were being crushed. Some of the women even fainted and vomited. Those who want me dead will have to die. Yangqing grinned, looking incomparably innocent. But it was this calmness that sent chills down their spines. Why are you guys in a daze? Isn't it just one death? There are so many of you, and you can't beat him? Whoever kills him will get 2,000,000 yuan. 2,000,000 yuan. Gao Yu was exasperated. The power of money was unimaginable. The men from the Giant Whale Society threw all fear to the back of their minds when they heard the offer. They charged at Yangqing with no regard for their lives. The sound of their punches and kicks pierced through the air was a testament to their fighting prowess. The fighters from the Giant Whale Society were made up of world-class boxers from the black market. They did not care about technique, but efficiency. If it was against an ordinary enemy of the underworld, it would definitely be better. But against a master assassin like Xianxia, it was completely insufficient. Xianxia did not need to use his cultivation. There were so many people in the night market, and there were no worthy opponents. Using his extraordinary cultivation would only bring unnecessary trouble to himself. That was why he had not enjoyed a pure physical fight in a long time. It was finally happening on the street in front of the nightclub. A knife landed on the waist of one of the men. Pfft! The man's waist was cut in half by Xianxia. His organs and excrement scattered far away. Blood gushed out from his veins, staining Xianxia's body and face. His clothes turned from white to scarlet. At the same time, the three men's fists and kicks landed on Xianxia's body. But before they could rejoice, they realized that Xianxia did not move at all. A normal person would fall to the ground and lose their ability to fight if they were severely injured. But Xianxia did not feel it at all. Xianxia reached out to brush off the kick and frowned. Sigh, this outfit is ruined. It's a pity it's a Versace. My wife chose it for me. Even as he said that, his body did not stop moving. He continued to punch the nearest target. Screams of agony could be heard everywhere. Crown Prince, there's something strange about this guy. Our brothers were all slaughtered. One of Gao Yu's guards said nervously. Gao Yu's face darkened as he hissed, "Get the guns, I don't believe he can't be killed with a machine gun." Aishapova smiled and said, "No need, I've already asked my sisters to get the guns." At that moment, a dozen women in leather suits appeared from the back of the nightclub. They were armed with Russian RPK light machine guns. They had already put on protective goggles, and the murderous aura they exuded was far stronger than the thugs from the Giant Whale Society. They were like banshees from hell. "Miss Aishapova, you're really thoughtful." Gao Yu grinned. The blonde girl giggled. Since he can escape from a remote bomb, he's definitely not someone ordinary people can handle. Since that's the case, we have to be prepared for the worst. But, my dear Mr. Gao Yu, shouldn't you call your men back so that they won't get hurt by accident? Humph, since he's useless, there's no point in keeping him. Gao Yu said coldly. Aishapova smiled happily, but the murderous intent in her eyes intensified as she spat out a few words in Russian. Shoot indiscriminately. The group of women pulled the trigger at the same time. Tut, 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 tut. The bullets were mixed with the bullets, and a large number of thugs from the Giant Whale Society within a 10-meter radius were hit at the same time. Blood and flesh splattered all over the place. They could not believe that they had been killed by their own people, and all of them died with regret. However, Xianxia suddenly disappeared among the group of thugs. Once again, Xianxia appeared in the line of sight of the crowd. He was already behind the group of girls who were shooting at them. Watch out! Aishapova exclaimed. She did not expect this to happen. But her warning was in vain. One of Xianxia's hands gripped a lady's neck without hesitation, and he gave it a gentle pull. Crack! The woman's head was cut off as her spine was broken. Even his expression didn't change. Just like that, a sexy woman died in Xianxia's hands, but the culprit didn't show any emotion on his face. It was as if Xianxia was plucking weeds in the yard. He ignored all the machine guns that were aimed at him. His silhouette flashed again, and every time, he did the same thing. He separated the heads of the women who were firing at him from their bodies. After the ladies realized that the bullets couldn't hit them, they started to use their riveted hands to counterattack. Although their movements were as fast as lightning and didn't seem like they were women, they were still extremely slow in Xianxia's eyes. After a single move, they still couldn't escape the fate of being decapitated. When all the armed women were dead, Xianxia walked towards Gao Yu and Aishapova. Due to the horrifying scene, the man and the woman did not think of running away. They could only watch as Xianxia approached them, filled with fear. Don't come any closer!" Gao Yu yelled. He finally regained his senses and retreated quickly. Behind him, the remaining thugs of the Giant Whale Society were too afraid to move forward. Aishapova, on the other hand, suddenly laughed. Handsome, you're one of the strongest I've ever seen. Although we've miscalculated, it's best if you don't attack. Otherwise, you'll regret it. Xianxia glanced at her. This Eastern European beauty who exuded a seductive aura from head to toe didn't arouse much desire in Xianxia. Not to mention the fact that Jane and Catherine were already peerless beauties among Western women, just based on Xianxia's experience of living abroad for the past 10 years, this kind of woman seemed ordinary. With one look, it was obvious that her private life was no different from that of a prostitute. Only someone like Gao Yu, who didn't have the ability to judge the price, would regard her as a treasure. If you can't give me a convincing reason, I'll make sure you die a worse death than your subordinates. Xianxia said indifferently. Aishapova said disdainfully, since you managed to escape from the explosion, you must have rescued Lu Mingho too. You came all the way to Jiangqing to bring him back to Zhonghai. If he dies in 2 days, wouldn't your search be in vain? What do you mean? Xianxia frowned. You know that he was doing something wonderful with one of my subordinates in another room before he left, right? Aishapova winked suggestively. A trace of hesitation flashed across Xianxia's eyes. Aishapova giggled, that subordinate of mine may look sweet, but her tongue is deadly. Xianxia finally understood. You poisoned him? Damn it. She poisoned Lu Mingho through the human body. No. Aishapova shook her head. To be precise, it's our newly developed genetic weapon. He'll be the first subject we can truly control. Xianxia's face darkened. He had heard of the term genetic weapon before, but he had never seen it with his own eyes. This kind of thing could only be developed by mad scientists and the laboratories of the underworld. In terms of international law, it was prohibited. Starting from the genes of humans and the target, they produced the most fundamental damage. It might not necessarily cause people to bleed, nor might it cause direct death. However, genetic weapons could make people who were injured lose the ability to reproduce. Lose the ability to regenerate. Furthermore, with the cells unable to regenerate, the victim would rapidly age and rot. Such a high-tech weapon could be considered a weapon of the future. Even countries like America and Germany, who were extremely advanced in the field of genetics, would not dare to try it. If anything went wrong, it could lead to the destruction of their own country. This woman actually said genetic weapon as soon as she opened her mouth. If it wasn't nonsense, then this woman's background was far more complicated and profound than he had imagined. If it was an ordinary poison, Xianxia would not be worried. He could just use the endless resolve restoration scripture to expel it from his body. But a genetic weapon would alter the genetic chain. This was not something that could be cured with his crude method. He would need a professional surgery. Aishapova smiled victoriously when she saw Xianxia's expression change. Handsome, it seems like you know the charm of a genetic weapon. This is not something that a hospital can cure. If we can't find the genetic chain code, we are the only ones in this world who can neutralize this poison. So, if you want Lu Mingho to live, don't do anything that will put everyone in a difficult position. Gao Yu was overjoyed when he saw that Aishapova had managed to control Xianxia. He stepped forward and said proudly, Xianxia, I know that you have an extraordinary background. But we, the Giant Whale Society, and Miss Aishapova's organization, are not ordinary people. It won't do anyone any good if you force it. If you leave now, we can let bygones be bygones. I'll even send someone to deliver the antidote to you tomorrow so that Lu Mingho can recover. From now on, we'll go our separate ways. What do you think? Xianxia smirked. So, you guys were trying to control that stupid kid? We won't deny it if you can guess it. That's right, I did want to make use of Lu Mingho, but he came to me on his own accord. Gao Yu said. Bastard. I'm going to kill you. An angry roar came from an alley not far away. Lu Mingho, who had been hiding in the dark, ran out angrily. His eyes were filled with anger as he rushed to Gao Yu and swung his fists at him. He had been asked by Xianxia to stand in a corner so that he wouldn't be caught in the crossfire. He couldn't take it lying down when he heard that he had been played like a monkey and almost turned into a puppet. Gao Yu might not be an expert in combat, but he wasn't slow either. He dodged the attack and sneered, Lu Mingho, you won't live even if you kill me. Lu Mingho froze on the spot. He suddenly recalled hearing that he was poisoned by some genetic weapon. He couldn't help but shiver. He touched his chest and asked Yang Chen, brother-in-law, they were lying, weren't they? I only kissed that woman a few times. I don't feel any different now. Yang Chen pulled him to his side. Don't hit me if you can't hit me. You're making me lose face. Lu Mingho said pitifully, brother-in-law, you're so hurtful. I was used and you're saying that I'm losing face. Do you know how stupid you are now? Lu Mingho nodded as if he was admitting his mistake. He glared at Gao Yu as if he wanted to eat him alive. Yang Qing thought for a moment and said, prepare a car for me. My car was bombed. Gao Yu and Aishapova smiled triumphantly when they heard that. No problem. No problem. Men, bring my Audi R8 up here. Gao Yu was generous enough to ask for a luxury car worth more than 2 million yuan. Yang Qing waved his hand and said, I'm sick of cars. Get me one with a higher chassis. Gao Yu was taken aback. He didn't expect Yang Qing to ask for a car. He changed his mind and said, then I'll give that BMW X6 to Mr. Yang. It's the one I bought this year. To the prince of the giant whale society who smuggled drugs and weapons, a car worth a few million yuan was nothing. After all, it was only worth a few 100,000 yuan. Lu Mingho was confused. Brother-in-law, you're so fierce. Just kill them. Why are we leaving? I don't feel anything. They're definitely lying. Aishapova smiled. Handsome Lu Mingho, if we're lying, how do you think we managed to make you work for us? Don't tell me they'll send someone to follow you back to the Azure Dragon Society? Lu Mingho's heart skipped a beat when he heard that, and his face paled. Aishapova said, don't worry. You'll be fine for 3 days. If you don't get the antidote after 3 days, your body will fester and you'll die. You're safe for now. Lu Mingho felt a little better, but he was still sweating profusely. A bodyguard from the Giant Whale Society drove a brand new black BMW X6 to the scene. Without a word, Yang Qing led Lu Mingho into the car. Gao Yu and Aishapova exchanged glances when they saw that Yang Qing was not going to go back on his words. They smiled meaningfully. Yang Chen started the car and drove towards the exit. He turned to Lu Mingho and asked, Brat, do you want Gao Yu to die? Lu Mingho nodded. Yes. But brother-in-law, they said that I'll die without their antidote. Do you trust me? Yang Qing asked again. Lu Mingho nodded again. Of course. I would have been dead if it wasn't for you. All right, that'll do. As soon as Yang Chen's voice fell, the car slammed on the brakes and made a 180-degree turn with a screech. The imported BMW X6 powerful 4.4-liter V8 gasoline direct injection twin-turbocharged engine allowed this kind of SUV-like luxury car to accelerate 100 kilometers in only a terrifying 5.6 seconds. Yang Qing stepped on the accelerator and the car sped back to the entrance of the nightclub. Gao Yu, Aishapova, and the rest were still panting when the X6 was right in front of them. Ah! The people from the Giant Whale Society were not the only ones who screamed. Lu Mingho was in the car as well. Yang Qing turned around and drove the car towards Gao Yu. Gao Yu, who was dressed in a long robe, had become a burden. He threw his folding fan far away. He had only taken a few steps when the BMW had already appeared behind him. No! Gao Yu screamed as the car brushed past his back. He fell to the ground in panic. The X6 came to a sudden stop a dozen meters away and made another 180-degree turn. Yang Qing was not done playing around. He stepped on the accelerator again and sped towards Gao Yu. When the tires ran over Gao Yu's legs, everyone could hear the blood-curdling scream of a pig being slaughtered. Aishapova and the rest who had escaped were pale. They could not understand why Yang Qing would suddenly turn around. However, one thing was for sure. Yang Qing did not want the SUV because he was sick of it. He wanted to use the car to run over people. Gao Yu's legs were crushed by a tire, but Yang Qing didn't stop there. After reversing the gear, the car turned back, and the tires once again ran over Gao Yu's legs under his robe. Gao Yu was in so much pain that he could not even pass out. Blood flowed out and stained the road. Lu Mingho was dumbfounded. He had grown up in the underworld of the Green Dragon Society and had never seen such a ruthless character. He did not even treat people as human beings. Lu Mingho wanted to pee in his pants when he thought about how the car he was sitting in was rolling over a person's legs. Finally, after running over 6 or 7 times, Yangqing stepped on the brakes in satisfaction and smiled at Lu Mingho. "Let's go. I'll let you fulfill your wish." Lu Mingho nodded blankly. His mind was blank, and all he knew was to follow Yangqing's instructions. After getting out of the car, Yangqing picked up a machine gun from the ground. He weighed it in his hand to make sure it had enough bullets before walking over to Gao Yu, whose legs had been reduced to dust. Gao Yu's face was bloodied and pale. He did not have long to live. However, the guards of the Giant Whale Society had long since lost their temper, forgetting their duty. They didn't even dare to run. It wasn't because they were cowards, but because their opponent wasn't human. Aishapova, on the other hand, hid behind a few people after recovering from her shock. Almost all of her subordinates were dead, and the headquarters of the Giant Whale Society had fallen. Her alertness allowed her to escape at the first sign of trouble. In fact, the only people left in the area were the remnants of the Giant Whale Society. The entire street was deserted due to the explosion. The police knew that this was the territory of the Giant Whale Society, so they didn't dare to interfere. That was why it was difficult for Aishapova to escape through the crowd. She could only slip away slowly. Yangchen naturally knew what the woman was thinking, but he didn't pay attention to it. Instead, he threw the light machine gun in his hand to Lu Mingho. Lu Mingho caught the machine gun, confused. "Do you know how to use a gun?" Yes. Lu Mingho stammered. Yangqing nodded and pointed at Gao Yu, who was gasping for breath. "Aim at his head. Listen carefully, it's his head. Fire all the bullets in your machine gun." "Huh?" Lu Mingho gasped. "But... brother-in-law, he's dying." Lu Mingho couldn't bear to look at Gao Yu. He might be detestable, but he was more pitiful than a worm. Just the thought of it made him feel pain. Gao Yu's eyes were filled with despair and a fear that was deeper than death itself. Yangqing sneered. "Didn't you say that you're going to use your own methods to get rid of your father? Since you think that your father is a man who can kill your mother without hesitation, then how can you talk about avenging your mother if you don't even dare to kill your own enemy?" Lu Mingho fell into deep thought. 10 seconds later, he took a deep breath and looked down at the dying Gao Yu with a gloomy face. "Raise the machine gun, aim, pull the trigger." When the sound of the machine gun once again shook the streets, everyone who could still keep their eyes open felt the coldness of the underworld from the bottom of their hearts. What they were afraid of was not Lu Mingho's continuous shooting at Gao Yu's head, but Yangqing's demonic methods. Lu Mingho felt as if his world had frozen at that moment. All he could hear was the roar of the machine gun, and in front of him was the pile of human skulls that he had shot into pieces. Blood, flesh, and milky white brain matter splattered everywhere. Lu Mingho could even see the fragments of the skull flying out. Ah! Lu Mingho couldn't help but burst into tears. As he fired at the headless flesh, he cried loudly. When the bullets were finally out, Lu Mingho threw the machine gun away and turned his back to Yangqing. After a few dry heaves, he vomited out everything in his stomach. When Lu Mingho was done vomiting, Yangqing calmly stepped forward and patted the young man's back. "Are you feeling better?" Lu Mingho got up and nodded. Much better." Yangqing chuckled. "Do you still want to kill your father?" Lu Mingho shuddered and shook his head with difficulty. "Why?" Yangqing asked calmly. Lu Mingho gulped and said in a low voice, I can't do it. I'm still too weak." "Looks like you can still be saved." Yangqing stretched out his arm and hooked it around the young man's neck. He said solemnly, "You have to remember, living in the underworld isn't like playing house. Poison, bullets, bombs, these are all small matters. What ordinary people can't face is the fact that many people have lost their humanity. Your father isn't a good person, but he used his own way to let you grow up to this point in the face of these inhumane people. Don't ask why he chose this path. It's like asking why you were born into this family. You have to think about who treats you well and who treats you badly. If you don't want your head to be blown to bits with a machine gun one day, you'd better go home and learn from your father. Don't come out and pretend to be so full of yourself. If you didn't have the protection of the Azure Dragon Society, you wouldn't even be worth a fart. Lu Mingho looked up at the relaxed Yangqing and said in a trembling voice, "Brother-in-law, you're a devil." Hee hee. Yangqing's lips curled up. Many people said that, so they all died. But since you're my brother-in-law, I'll let you go for the sake of your sister. Lu Mingho couldn't help but smile. At that moment, the young man seemed to have aged a few years. The baptism of blood and smoke had made him mature quickly. Yangqing patted him on the shoulder and gestured for him to get in the car. It was time to go back. Brother-in-law, what about Aishapova? Are we just going to let her escape? Lu Mingho asked. I'm more interested in the organization behind her. Genetic weapons aren't developed casually, they're definitely going to be used for something big. The Giant Whale Society is probably just a pawn. Now that I've ruined their plans, they must hate me to the core and will definitely come looking for me. Instead of killing her, it's better to let her leak the news, Yangqing said. Brother-in-law, what if I really have a genetic virus in my body? Lu Mingho asked. Yangqing started the car and stepped on the accelerator. Someone can cure you. Don't you still have 3 days? What's there to be afraid of? Lu Mingho was confused, but Yangqing had never lied to him, so he didn't ask any more questions. It was almost midnight on the way back to Zhonghai. Yangqing dialed Jane's number and asked if she could come to the lab. He told her about Lu Mingho's possible genetic weapon. Jane was very sensitive about the genetic weapon. This genius scientist was very interested in this high-end field of science, not to mention that it was Yangqing's request. She immediately went to the lab. When she and Lu Mingho arrived at the entrance of the lab, Jane was already wearing a white lab coat and a pair of prescription black-framed glasses. Although she was the teacher of many internationally renowned scholars, Jane herself did not spend much time on learning and scientific research. High efficiency was her greatest weapon, so she did not have any problems with myopia. Wearing a pair of glasses only made her look elegant and intellectual. Lu Mingho was stunned by Jane's beauty for a while, worried for his sister. My dear Yangqing, you're really good at finding work for me. I've only been here for 2 days and you've already found such an interesting research project, Jane said with a smile. She didn't find it strange that Yangqing was covered in blood. Yangqing said, I hope it won't affect your research for Yulei International. Otherwise, Ruashi will kill me with her eyes. That's impossible. Jane smiled slyly and said, let me tell you a secret. Actually, when it comes to the new material project, I immediately knew how to synthesize it after looking at the specifications. Only my stupid student would spend so much money on research and development. As long as I'm willing, I can come up with a better plan at any time. I'm here mainly because I don't want to be treated as a commodity by Catherine and Rothschild, so I'm asking for your help. Yangqing smiled bitterly. I knew it. Although I don't think it's a big deal, I'm getting more and more upset at home with you around. Oh right, speaking of General Lin. Jane looked at Yangqing with a pitiful look. She was so mad at you that she scared everyone around her. God, I've never seen a woman who could be so cold. No one dared to get close to her at the banquet. To be honest, this is the first time I feel that she's a challenging wife. Yangqing's scalp tingled at the thought of this. He said helplessly, sigh. Let's hide for a while before we go back. Give this silly boy a checkup. After taking a blood sample, I'll send him back. His family has been urging me several times on the way. Jane didn't say much and brought Lu Mingho into the lab. Because there was no assistant at night, she had to do everything by herself, so she was a little busy. During the back and forth preparations, Jane suddenly asked, genetic viruses are not ordinary toxins. Analyzing and deciphering the code, and then developing the corresponding recovery potion may not succeed even after a few years. You're so confident that you'll give me 3 days to crack it? What if I fail? Yangqing leaned against the door of the lab and shrugged. It's nothing. I believe you can do it. It's the same as you've always believed that I can help you. Jane's action of controlling the instrument paused. She looked up and gave Yangqing a bright smile and nodded. Next, Jane used a sterile environment to take a blood sample from Lu Mingho, and then signaled the two to leave. Lu Mingho only had a little blood taken, and he was full of questions. Brother-in-law, that's it? Then you still want to stay the night? Yangqing looked at the time. It's almost 2 in the morning. Lu Mingho quickly shook his head. I won't die, right? How would I know? Yangqing said indifferently. Lu Mingho sucked in a breath of cold air and put on a long face. Brother-in-law, you're playing with my life. What are you yelling about? Wouldn't you be dead without me? If you dare to go back and let your family know that you've been poisoned, I'll throw you into the river to feed the crabs. Yangqing hit the young man's head without mercy. Even though Lu Mingho was filled with resentment, he knew that his brother-in-law was more dangerous than a terrorist, so he had to listen to him. 20 minutes later, Yangchen brought Lu Mingho back to the luxurious villa by the sea that Lu Qingshan had bought. The members of the Green Dragon Society who were guarding saw Yangchen bringing Lu Mingho home and immediately went in to report. Then, Mrs. Lu and Lu Mingyu rushed out. Even though Lu Mingho's mother wasn't their biological son, and Lu Mingho's sister was only half-blood, the two women treated their only son and brother with sincerity. After all, they had been family for more than 10 years. Seeing Lu Mingho covered in blood, Lu Mingho's mother screamed. When she saw that the blood was someone else's, she patted her chest and twisted Lu Mingho's ear. You little brat. Do you want to die? Go to the Giant Whale Society? Do you know what that place is? If it weren't for your brother-in-law's ability, do you want me and your father to die before you? Do you want your dead mother to be angry in heaven? Lu Mingyu's eyes were also red. She wanted to go up and beat her little brother up. Lu Mingho looked at Yangqing, hoping that Yangqing would say something for him. Yangqing cleared his throat. Mother-in-law, Mingho is very capable. When I went to find him, he was sleeping with a Russian girl. He's really grown up now. What? Mrs. Lu's voice rose a few syllables. You're messing around outside? You're a brat who doesn't study properly. If you want to find a partner, you should find a decent girl. Don't you know that those foreign women might have AIDS? Mrs. Lu screamed and slapped Lu Mingho's but with extra force, wiping her tears as she did so. Facing the anti-sonic attack, Lu Mingho was on the verge of vomiting blood. He looked at Yangqing resentfully. He should have known that his brother-in-law would not save him, but would only stab him. Lu Mingyu blushed and rolled her eyes at Yangqing. How can you talk about this in front of Mom? I'm not a child anymore. I've already developed. Why can't I talk about it? Yangqing said indifferently. When he was younger than Lu Mingho, he had sex with 17 in the rainforest. What the hell was that? After crying and throwing a tantrum, they finally settled down. The few of them entered the house together. The hall was brightly lit. Although it was already 3 in the morning, no one could sleep soundly. Lu Qingshan sat alone on the large sofa in the living room, wearing silk pajamas. On a metal shelf hung his drip. Because he was angered by Lu Mingho's decision to run away from home, he finally collapsed for a while. He only recovered at midnight. Seeing Lu Mingho walk into the house timidly with his head down, Lu Qingshan's eyes were filled with complex emotions. Look, Dad fell sick because of you. What are you going to do to make our family less worried? Lu Mingyu lectured her brother. Lu Mingho stole a glance at his father. When he saw Lu Qingshan looking at him with dignity, he immediately lowered his head. But with just a glance, seeing Lu Qingshan's pale face, cracked lips, and slightly white hair, as well as the bottle of saline, Lu Mingho did not know why he felt a lump in his throat. It had only been a day, but why did it feel like his father had aged a few years? You're back? His tone did not sound like he was blaming his father. Yeah. Lu Mingho nodded. Lu Qingshan paused for a moment before asking, Are you injured? Lu Mingho shook his head again. He clenched his teeth and his facial muscles trembled. Lu Qingshan seemed to be relieved. He turned to Yangqing and smiled. It's all thanks to you this time. If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't have been able to find him so quickly. Even if we found him, we wouldn't have been able to bring him home so easily. It's fine. This shows that I'm a reliable man. I can't just ignore your daughter's family after cheating her, right? Yangqing chuckled. Lu Mingyu pinched Yang Cheng's waist. She blushed and spat, "What nonsense are you talking about?" On the other hand, Lu Qingshan and Mrs. Lu chuckled, looking quite pleased. "Kid, you should thank your brother-in-law. Without him, the trouble you caused this time would have been enough to kill you," Lu Qingshan lectured. Lu Mingho nodded. "I know." He had also recognized the truth of the matter and agreed with his father's words. He was also grateful to Yangqing from the bottom of his heart. However, what touched Lu Mingho the most was that Lu Qingshan didn't have any intention of scolding him. Lu Qingshan seemed to have read his son's mind. "Do you think it's strange that I didn't scold you for doing something stupid?" "A little." Lu Mingho blushed. Lu Qingshan smiled. "I always scolded you in the past because you didn't behave like a sensible child. But now, I can see your maturity in your eyes. You should have learned something from your brother-in-law. I believe that when a man becomes a man, he will know how to make the right choice." Lu Mingho's eyes became hot, and he couldn't help but tear up. He could only nod silently. Yangqing patted his brother-in-law's shoulder from behind. "Go take a shower and change your clothes. I just said that you're a man. Why are you crying?" Lu Mingho suddenly knelt on the floor and kowtowed to Lu Qingshan 3 times. Then, he quickly got up and strode back upstairs. After Lu Mingho left, Lu Mingyu couldn't help but ask, "Hubby, why did you let Hubby be so sensible? I thought he was going to piss Dad off again." Seeing that Lu Qingshan and Madame Lu were looking at him, Yangchen thought for a while and decided to tell them the truth. "It's nothing much. I just asked him to aim a light machine gun at Gao Yu from the Giant Whale Society and turned his head into minced meat." "What?" Lu Qingshan almost jumped up from the sofa. Yangqing shrugged and told them what happened, but left out the fact that Lu Mingho was poisoned. Yangqing had absolute confidence that Jane would be able to develop the antidote. There was no need to worry the Lu family. Lu Qingshan said in a low voice, "You're really reckless. The Giant Whale Society does business with many foreign arms dealers and underground organizations. They don't just have the power of the country, they even have international reinforcements for their collective benefit. Now that you've killed Gao Yu, his father, Gao Zong, won't let this go easily. If he comes looking for us, we'll have to be on high alert." Yangqing said nonchalantly, "I have my own plans. I'll send people to protect you, don't worry about that. As for how powerful the Giant Whale Society is and how much support they have, we'll talk about it when the time comes. I'll kill as many as they come." "TSK, how arrogant. But I like it." Lu Qingshan laughed. Mrs. Lu said worriedly, "You men only know how to fight and kill. Can't you just live a peaceful life? You don't understand. There are many things that he won't come if you don't want to hide," Lu Qingshan said. Yangqing nodded in agreement. "I only wanted to sell some mutton skewers. Who would have thought that this day would come?" Lu Mingyu didn't care about all this. She had a certain understanding of Yang Cheng's strength, and she had already started cultivating. She knew that these people were no match for him, so she asked out of concern, "When are you going back? It's almost 3:30 in the morning. Are you okay?" Yangchen smirked and hugged her soft waist. His palms were separated by the cotton pajamas as he caressed the soft flesh. "It's almost dawn. I'll just rest here." "Mingyu babe, where's your room?" Yang Cheng's action couldn't be more obvious in front of Lu Qingshan and Mrs. Lu. Lu Mingyu lowered her head so much that it almost reached her chest. Her ears were burning. Don't mess around. Mom and Dad are watching." "What's wrong with that?" "It means that we have a good relationship," Yangqing said confidently. Mrs. Lu smiled. "Mingyu, why are you so shy? Take Yangqing upstairs. You've been busy all night. Have a good rest." Lu Qingshan didn't feel good. It was obvious that his precious daughter was snatched away by another man. As a father, he snorted and didn't look at her. Lu Mingyu felt weak all over. She leaned into Yang Cheng's embrace and said, on the west side of the 2nd floor." Without saying a word, Yang Chen carried the woman who was bashfully closing her eyes and ran upstairs excitedly. Without saying a word, Yang Chen carried the woman who was shyly closing her eyes and ran upstairs excitedly. Although Lu Mingyu didn't usually live here and had her own apartment, Mother Lu still cleaned it carefully and waited for her daughter to come back. After Yangqing ran into the room, he went straight to the bathroom. Because his body was still stained with blood, even if he was in a hurry, he still had to pay attention to his personal hygiene. Lu Mingyu only opened her eyes when she entered the room. She said tenderly, "If you want to take a bath, then take a bath. Why did you bring me in? I told you that you're a stupid woman. It's rare for you to have a chance. Isn't it good to take a bath together?" As Yangqing spoke, he was still busy untying Lu Mingyu's body with one hand. Then, he placed the woman in the large bathtub and filled it with warm water. He also took off his clothes and jumped in. Because the bathtub wasn't very big, Yangqing could only put the woman on his body and sit. However, because of this position, the two of them were especially close. Lu Mingyu's clothes had already been torn off by Yangqing when he entered the room. Her entire body was bare, and her delicate skin looked especially warm under the white light. Every part of her body could feel the heat transmitted by the man, especially between her legs. The already swollen giant rubbed against Lu Mingyu's most sensitive inner thigh. If it wasn't for the fact that the two of them had already kissed each other a few times, she would have felt ashamed to see anyone. "You bad guy, aren't you tired from driving for so long and doing so many things? I was dozing off, why did you have to find a time like this to do it?" Lu Mingyu complained weakly. Yangqing caressed the woman's slender waist with one hand, while his other hand covered Lu Mingyu's full and towering snowy peaks. Yangqing wantonly teased it, occasionally pinching the soft meat slightly, causing Lu Mingyu's entire body to tremble. Unknowingly, other than the warm water that was gradually filling up, a cool spring water gradually spread between Lu Mingyu's legs. TSK, baby Mingyu, if you keep flowing cold water like this, the water in the bathtub will turn cold. Yangqing laughed. Lu Mingyu turned her head angrily and bit Yangqing's face. "If you want to come, then come quickly. Don't say such nonsense. Yo, why do you look anxious? You haven't been intimate in a while, are you feeling a little empty?" Yangqing stretched out his hand and pointed at her cheek. As her body twisted, Lu Mingyu was like a flawless white work of art, constantly rubbing against Cheng's body. As the water flowed past, the two's body temperature rapidly increased. "You only know how to bully me. Why are you dawdling at the door? It's so itchy. If you don't come in, I'll go eat by myself. If you don't come in, I'll go eat by myself." Lu Mingyu pouted. Even though he hadn't rested for the whole night, he had forgotten all his tiredness when he was in love. Yangqing didn't keep his appetite in suspense. He found his target, straightened his body, and followed a stream of water into the quagmire. Perhaps it was because Lu Mingyu had been following Yangqing's guidance recently and worked hard to keep fit. Her entire body's elasticity was even better than before. Yangqing only felt that when his little brother entered a tight and wonderful space, the resistance and tension were incomparably comfortable, causing him to uncontrollably let out a relaxed cry. Lu Mingyu let out a soft moan. She was also more sensitive than before. Feeling the man's surging heat, her entire body, which was like water, was about to melt in the bathtub. Amidst the churning water, the two of them enjoyed the pleasure of fish and water like glue. After nearly an hour, the clouds stopped and the rain stopped. Although Lu Mingyu was a little tired because she had reached the peak many times, it was much better than before when she couldn't even muster up the slightest bit of strength. Lying on Yangqing's body, her pink lips gently kissed the man's chest a few times, and said with a silly smile, "Hubby, I've been training for a while recently. It seems like my body is more energetic than before." Yangqing gently caressed the woman's smooth and exquisite back, his other hand holding that soft ball of meat, gently playing with it. "You have to persevere. In another 2 months or so, you will officially start cultivating the cultivation technique I taught you. You will improve faster and faster," Yangqing said in satisfaction. Actually, Yangqing felt a bit regretful. He was previously an unorthodox cultivator and didn't even know that a woman's primordial yin was beneficial to cultivation. He had unknowingly broken the bodies of many of his lovers, and now, he could only let them suffer a bit more and work hard to train their bodies. Lu Mingyu complained slightly, "But running every day is so boring. Is there any other way to quickly improve my physique?" Yangqing smiled and said, running is just more comprehensive. If you are willing, you can buy some fitness equipment. Actually, if you exercise every day, you might be able to do it in a month. Or you can buy some matching electronic equipment, such as an MP3 player. Listening to music while running, it will be easy to forget your tiredness. The key is to raise your body to the standard of a normal person. That way, your cultivation will be twice the result with half the effort. Lu Mingyu's eyes lit up. Oh right, hubby, why don't you accompany me to the sports equipment mall at dawn and help me choose some fun training equipment? That way, I will have the motivation to train. Yangqing was stunned. Today? You're not going to work? Even if I miss a day, the Empress won't fire me, right? Anyway, I don't have to attend an important meeting. You haven't accompanied me for a long time. Lu Mingyu complained. Yangqing smiled awkwardly. Then I might as well take a day off. I left Ruashi alone at the entrance of the ball for your brother. I'll wait for her anger to cool down a bit before I go back, otherwise, I'm afraid it will add fuel to the fire. Lu Mingyu stuck out her tongue and giggled. Although I'm a little sorry to the boss, I'm very happy. What should I do? Wouldn't it be too bad? You women are just generous on the surface, but you care about everything. In your heart. Do you think I don't know? Yangqing laughed. Lu Mingyu glared at him and didn't explain. After washing and drying, the two returned to the comfortable bed. Since he had decided not to go to work, he would have to wait for the department store to open at least after 9 a.m., so he might as well sleep on the bed. Leaning in Yangqing's embrace, Lu Mingyu narrowed her eyes and said softly, hubby, let me ask you something. Speak. Yangqing replied softly. How's mother? Su Ying's second mother, she really? Was she killed by my father? Yangqing was silent for a moment, then said, no, she died of illness. Oh. Yangqing half opened one of his eyes and looked at the graceful woman in his arms. Mingyu darling, you believe me just like that? Lu Mingyu chuckled and drew a circle on Yangqing's chest with her slender fingers. If you say left, then it's left. If you say right, then it's right. I will believe whatever you say, because the important thing is not whether what you say is true or false, nor is it how that person died. I just need to believe that what you say and do is for my own good. That's enough. Yangqing took a deep breath and smiled. Has anyone ever said that you're very cute? Lu Mingyu thought for a moment. I don't think so. Don't you think I'm very mature? Then there is no. You're really cute. Yangqing rubbed the woman's shoulder and said. Lu Mingyu pouted. All right, go to sleep. I don't want to sleep anymore, Yangqing said. I want to fight with the cute Lu Mingyu for another 300 rounds. You. Before Lu Mingyu could resist, Yangqing had already flipped over and mounted her. Because both of them were naked, it was even more direct this time. Yangqing flipped the woman's body over and pounced on top. After the two pieces of plump jade flesh were pushed aside, the boiling hot energy that had been waiting for a chance to break through. This time, it lasted all the way until dawn. Yangqing then happily released everything, threw himself on the woman's body and closed his eyes to sleep. When the morning sun shone into the room, the two of them got up. Lu Mingyu didn't know how many times she had been tossed and turned in the middle of the night. When she woke up, she felt a little sore. She couldn't help but angrily bite Yangqing a few times. When he went downstairs, Lu Qingshan and his wife had already finished their breakfast. They had asked the servants to leave some food on the table. Lu Qingshan could not help but frown when he saw Yangqing coming downstairs with his daughter so late. Aren't you going to work? Why did you come down so late? Lu Mingyu blushed. I'm not going today. I'm going out with Yangqing. However, Mother Lu had a gossipy look on her face. She pulled Lu Mingyu to a corner and asked in a low voice, when you did it with son-in-law Yang, you didn't use any protection, right? Huh? Lu Mingyu was a little confused. Hey, silly child, did you use contraception? Mother Lu asked curiously. Lu Mingyu said shyly and anxiously, Mom, why are you asking such a thing? What's wrong with that? Mother Lu said indifferently, you guys better not do that kind of thing. You're not young anymore, it's not a big deal to have a child first. Besides, I heard from your dad that Yangqing might not be able to have a wedding with you. Isn't it the same to have a baby earlier or later? If you have a child, you can let your parents hug their grandson so that they won't be bored at home all day. Lu Mingyu felt a trace of bitterness in her heart. When her mother mentioned this, she realized that it didn't matter if she had a child earlier or later. She was destined to be one of the women around Yangqing. This kind of reality was fine when they didn't have much time to interact with each other in the past, but as they experienced more and more, the deeper their feelings became, the more uncomfortable they became. Why? Do you feel wronged? Do you regret it? Of course not. Lu Mingyu mumbled. Mother Lu scolded her. You didn't listen to me when I tried to persuade you. You insisted on being with Yangqing. Even though our family isn't an ordinary one, we're both women, and I understand your pain. Luckily, Yangqing is a responsible man, and he's capable, so I didn't object. Listen to me. If you can have a baby, do it as soon as possible. I heard that General Lin isn't pregnant yet. If you can have a baby first, won't you have a higher status in the future? Lu Mingyu sighed. Ever since she heard from Yangqing that it was difficult for ordinary women to get pregnant due to the difference in their physiques, she didn't expect to get pregnant within a few years. However, she couldn't say that in front of the elders. Mom, I know what I'm doing. Don't worry. If Yangqing saw me as more important just because I gave him a baby, he wouldn't have stayed married to General Lin. Even though I don't know why, I'm sure General Lin has a special place in his heart. This time, something happened to Hao, and he left General Lin behind to help us look for him. That means I'm in his heart, right? That's good enough. If I'm too greedy, he'll hate me. Lu's mother thought about it and agreed. She was a broad-minded woman, otherwise she wouldn't have tacitly agreed that Lu Qingshan had a girlfriend in Yanjing. So she patted her daughter's shoulder and asked Lu Mingyu to hurry up and eat breakfast. Yangqing had been chatting with Lu Qingshan about the underworld, and he wasn't in the mood to eavesdrop on his mother-in-law and Lu Mingyu's conversation. Since the woman trusted him so much, he should at least give her the same amount of trust. Last night, the giant whale gang's men died a horrible death, and there was an explosion on the highway. The police must be investigating everything. However, the local police wouldn't dare to dig too deep into the underworld affairs of the Giant Whale Society and the Azure Dragon Society. On top of that, Lu Qingshan would be able to shut the mouths of the media and officials. Even if someone really found out the source of the incident and found out that it was Yangqing who killed so many people, when they found out about Yangqing's true background, they would act as if nothing had happened. Even if Yangqing didn't care much about the Yang family's name, having an official background would indeed give him a lot of privileges. This was also something that Yangqing was quite tempted by. After having breakfast with Lu Mingyu, they sat in Yangqing's new BMW X6 and headed to the sports mall in the center of Zhonghai City. On the way there, Yangqing was still struggling with how to explain to Lin Ruoshi that he felt even more guilty for not going back for the whole night. Lu Mingyu could tell that the man was having a headache. She smiled and said, "Isn't General Lin working out too? You should buy some practical gifts for her. She can't just hide outside all the time." Yangqing felt that it made sense and nodded seriously. After entering the brightly decorated mall, the two of them walked around the shelves of various equipment and sports goods. Usually, the two of them went to the mall to buy clothes. It was their first time going to an equipment store like this, so they found it quite refreshing. When they arrived at a store that sold running accessories, Yangqing walked in and took a sports band for playing MP3 players and said, "This is it. Wear it on your arm and listen to music while running. It's not a burden." Lu Mingyu took it and looked at it carefully. Looking at the black thing, she frowned and said, "This is too ugly. Don't you have anything better? Why do you want something better? Do you have to let other men stare at you?" Yangqing said unhappily. Lu Mingyu couldn't help laughing. "You can even get jealous? There aren't many people in my apartment. Who would want to watch me run so early in the morning?" At this moment, a shopping guide walked to the two of them and smiled. "Madam, is there anything you're unhappy about?" When Lu Mingyu heard that, she immediately shook her hand and didn't know what to say. I'm not." The shopping guide was stunned and said embarrassedly, "Miss, weren't you two husband and wife? I'm sorry. What are you talking about? She's my wife, Yangqing said seriously and even held Lu Mingyu's hand. Lu Mingyu looked at the man in shock. She didn't know how she changed from lover to wife. Although the shopping guide was confused, she didn't think too much about it. She quickly went back to her old job and introduced a lot of sports equipment to the two of them. She even picked out a few brightly colored female kits. When they finished shopping and came out of the store, Lu Mingyu was still a little confused. Her heart was thumping as she asked, "Hubby, why did you suddenly say something like that? If General Lin finds out, you'll really be kicked out of the house. It's just the two of us. If you don't say it and I don't say it, Ruashi won't know." Yangqing bared his teeth and said shyly, "Although I'm a little sorry for her, I can't be so cowardly that I don't even dare to call you wife behind your back. Don't you always call me husband? I just feel that it's kind. Moreover, it's occasionally satisfying. Who told me to never have a husband in my life?" Lu Mingyu smiled sourly. Yangqing reached out and scratched the woman's face. "I know you've all given up a lot for me. Actually, many nights, when I think back to what I've done in the past year, I'm no different from a beast. Tyrannically taking away the other paths you choose, you can only be my woman. Moreover, I always find so many reasons to keep hurting your hearts. I know that a lot of things can't be smoothed over by protecting you and giving you material things. Although I can't really let each of you get the full treatment of a husband and wife, I will try my best to do what I can. At the very least, I have to prove to you that although I am very bad, my heart is true, isn't it?" Lu Mingyu stared deeply at the man for a while, then suddenly stood on her tiptoes and kissed the corner of Yangqing's mouth. "So you also know how domineering you are. For the past few days, I felt like I was being kidnapped. Just because I went to bed with you once, I had to be your woman. However, after thinking about it, it seems that other men aren't as capable as you are. Even a good bird knows how to choose a tree to nest in. I, as a woman, have been hurt before. Now that I've found a man who can protect me and has the ability, I might as well make do with him," Lu Mingyu said craftily. Yangqing grinned. "What? Make do with it? Am I really that lacking in quality?" "Not really. Other than the fact that you have a lot of rouge around you, you're still quite outstanding," Lu Mingyu added, "excluding your height and appearance." Yangqing really wanted to strip this woman's short skirt and spank her on the spot. However, when he thought about how he was around 176 meters tall and had an ordinary appearance, he didn't have the confidence to do so. In the mall, he chatted with Lu Mingyu while shopping. After getting a bunch of supplies, the two of them found a quiet Shandong restaurant and had lunch. Originally, they planned to find a place to enjoy their time together in the afternoon. However, they suddenly received a call from the company. The public relations department needed to welcome an important foreign delegation and they urgently needed Lu Mingyu, the leader, to go over in the afternoon. Although Lu Mingyu felt that it was a pity, she still prioritized business. Thus, she could only pout her lips and wait for Yangqing to send her back to the company. Yangqing didn't force her and simply brought the supplies that he bought for Lin Ruashi to the company. Going to Lin Ruashi's office to apologize to his wife and explain the reason was much easier than being seen at home by Guoxue Hua and Mother Wang. At 2:00 in the afternoon, the two returned to the Yulei International Building. Lu Mingyu ran back to the public relations department to busy herself while Yangqing carried a bag of sports equipment and took the elevator to the CEO's office. As soon as he got out of the elevator, he bumped into Zhao Hongyan who was about to go downstairs. The encounter yesterday afternoon wiped away the shadow in this woman's heart. She finally glowed with a charming brilliance again. Seeing Yangqing, Zhao Hongyan's eyes showed a hint of joy, but then she said with some concern, "Yangqing, are you looking for General Lin?" "Of course I'm here for Ruashi," Yangqing said. "Can't you be looking for me?" Zhao Hongyan snorted. Hearing this, Yangqing was stunned. Zhao Hongyan's face turned red and she immediately changed the topic. "I think you shouldn't go in for now. General Lin was angered by you last night and she was like an ice sculpture. Today, I didn't dare to speak loudly to her. I felt like I was in an ice house when I stood beside her." The beautiful young woman's eyes revealed a bit of fear from the bottom of her heart. Hearing these words, Yang Cheng's heart skipped a beat, but since he had already come this far, it wasn't a good thing to be a deserter anymore, so he smiled stiffly and said, "We live under the same roof, we'll see each other all the time. This kind of thing happened a lot in the past, I can't keep hiding. You go do your work, I'll go in first." Seeing that she couldn't persuade him, Zhao Hongyan could only give Yangqing an encouraging look, then carried the documents downstairs. Yangqing walked to the office door, hesitated for a while, then knocked on the door. "Please come in." Lin Ruoshi's voice was calm. Yangqing carefully opened the door, tried his best to make his smile look normal, and said with a face full of admiration, "Aya, no matter how many times I see a woman sitting in an office, no matter how I look at it, she's breathtakingly beautiful. Ruoshi, why don't you go and endorse those cosmetics brands of Yulei? You don't even need to put on makeup to be able to beat those artificial models. Women would always like someone to say that they were beautiful, regardless of whether they were beautiful or not." However, Yangqing realized that his bootlicking skills didn't seem to be very good, because the woman didn't even give him the slightest special reaction. Lin Ruoshi was sitting in her seat looking at something. When she heard Yang Cheng's words and a series of opening remarks, she didn't even raise her eyebrows. "What's the matter?" Lin Ruoshi said unhurriedly. Yangqing was overjoyed, at least she would pay attention to him. Thus, he hurriedly said, "Oh, haven't you been going to the gym in the morning recently? I went to the mall today to buy some sports equipment for you. They're all quite interesting, so I wanted to bring them for you to try." Lin Ruoshi slowly raised her head, her cold eyes were like two sharp knives. "Director Yang, if there's nothing important at work, please leave." Just as Yangqing was about to open the bag, he stopped and nodded awkwardly. "Oh, then I won't mention this. Ruoshi, I know you must be angry at me, but I really had a reason last night. It was a matter of life and death, I had to do that first. You can be a hero, a living bodhisattva, or a man that other women can only dream of. It has nothing to do with me, so you don't have to explain anything to me," Lin Ruoshi said coldly. "Besides, do I need to explain anything to a man who left so casually? Don't you think that once you explain, that cool image of yours will be ruined? Isn't that too much of a pity?" Yang Chen's mouth was half opened, but he didn't know what to say. He was at a loss for what to do. Smiling stiffly, he said, "Don't say that. I know I was a little impatient and rough in handling the situation, but I hope you can understand me. Mingyu's brother ran away from home, and that silly woman was afraid that it would affect our work together, so she dragged it out until night time. Of course I was angry and anxious. Oh, right, I went to save Lu Mingho, the guy who chased after our Xianxia in the past. You know him too, right?" The more he said, the more Yangqing realized that Lin Ruoshi was exceptionally cold. "Speak, explain, I'm listening." Lin Ruoshi was indifferent. Yangqing stuttered for a while. I'm done, hee. That's it. Since you're done, please leave before I tell you to scram." Lin Ruoshi's eyes were like cold stars as she gritted her teeth. Yangqing sighed and nodded helplessly. Before he left, he turned around again, picked up the big plastic bag, and asked with a smile, "Ruoshi, I picked these for you. Scram." Yangqing completely lost his confidence. It seemed that the woman was really angry. Although he felt uncomfortable, he didn't dare to go against the wind. This was also because Yangqing didn't see Lin Ruoshi's situation last night with his own eyes. After all, yesterday, Yangqing and Lin Ruoshi appeared as husband and wife. However, when it was time for the main event of the ball, Yangqing left Lin Ruoshi at the door in front of everyone. Moreover, when Yangqing was talking on the phone, some people who paid attention heard that he was talking to another woman. In this way, Lin Ruoshi's situation was especially awkward. Many people started to secretly say that CEO Lin was cheated on by her husband. Although this kind of thing was not uncommon in the upper class. Although Lin Ruoshi also knew that this was really cheating. However, in such a public occasion, being whispered and laughed at behind her back was more painful than being stabbed in the body. What made Lin Ruoshi unable to vent her anger was that this bad guy didn't go home at night. He didn't go home early in the morning. Obviously, he didn't go home all night. In this way, he came to my office in the afternoon to beg for mercy. He didn't bring anything delicious or beautiful, but a bunch of boring exercise equipment. Lin Ruoshi even felt that if she didn't still have rationality, she would have picked up the computer monitor and smashed it. After leaving Lin Ruoshi's office, Yangqing wasn't in the mood to go to work. He made a phone call and asked Tanya. After confirming that everything was fine, he went home with a bag of things. When he returned home, Guo Shuihua was fiddling with the mung bean sprout. In such a hot day, the mung bean sprout would grow in a week. Most of the time, there was nothing to do at home, so raising these green food became the two women's fun. Because Yangqing didn't go home last night, Guo Shuihua and Mother Wang only knew from Lin Ruoshi that Yangqing went out to do something important, so they didn't call to ask. Seeing that Yangqing had come back, Guo Shuihua quickly ran out and said, "Son, what did you do last night? Why is Ruoshi's face so cold this morning? She hasn't been like this for a long time. Did you find a new lover?" Yangqing almost fell to the ground. He smiled bitterly. "Mom, do you think I reject anyone and look for women all day? Then why is Ruoshi so angry with you?" Guo Shuihua was puzzled. Yangqing had no choice but to tell her what happened last night. "You didn't go home last night because of this?" Guo Shuihua asked. Yangqing scratched his head embarrassedly. "It was already 2 o'clock in the morning when I got back to Zhonghai, so I slept at Mingyu's house. I just went to the company to apologize to Ruoshi and brought her a gift, but she seems to be still angry." Guo Shuihua wanted to scold him, but she didn't know what to say. "You little rascal. Being your mother will shorten my lifespan by at least 10 years. Why do you have so many things to worry about? Gifts? What gifts did you buy? Glutinous rice balls?" Guo Shuihua's face stiffened every time she thought about her daughter-in-law's love for glutinous rice balls. Yangqing hurriedly shook his head. "This is much more advanced than glutinous rice balls. Look, these are the most advanced sports equipment. Didn't I let Ruoshi exercise? She can use them now." As he spoke, Yangqing opened the big bag and showed Guo Shuihua. Guo Shuihua picked up an armband and an Apple Music player. She stared at them for a while and said sadly, "I think you deserve it when Ruoshi told you to get lost. If I was angry, I would have thrown these on your head." Yangqing felt a chill in his heart. He bought them for Lu Mingyu, and she was quite happy. Why couldn't he give them to Lin Ruoshi? Guo Shuihua did not seem to have the energy to say anything. She put down the things and went back to the kitchen to play with her bean sprouts. Yangqing was speechless again. For the whole afternoon, Yangqing surfed the internet and played games in his room. He also downloaded a large number of songs for the MP3 player he bought for Lin Ruoshi. He planned to let Lin Ruoshi experience them when she exercised the next morning. Of course, he was more concerned about how to appease his wife's anger. When it was almost dinner time, Yangqing went downstairs. He thought that Lin Ruoshi would come back, but unexpectedly, Lin Ruoshi had already called home to attend an international trade conference. Because it was organized by the government, it was not easy to reject it, so she could only go home very late. Yangqing had prepared a bellyful of flattering words, but they all came up empty, and he began to worry again. When he sat down at the table, Yangqing noticed that even Xianxia was nowhere to be seen. No wonder the dining table was so empty. "Mom, Mother Wang, where did Xianxia go? Why has she been appearing and disappearing so mysteriously these days? Is she still helping out at the orphanage at night?" Yangqing asked. Mother Wang came out with a bowl of vermicelli and smiled. "Young master, there's no need to wait. Xianxia has been working at the beach in the afternoon these days. She said that she will be working part-time during the summer and will come back by bus at night." Yangqing really didn't know about this, but when he thought about Xianxia's stubborn personality, he didn't find it strange. Although the girl didn't regard him as an outsider anymore after being enlightened, she still wanted to be independent, so it wasn't a big deal for her to go out and work. Speaking of which, ever since Park Jong-yoon left, the Star Moon Group in Korea had lost contact with them. He didn't know what was going on with the old chairman. Perhaps Xianxia's stubbornness had forced them to give up. Guo Shuihua heard about this and said, "Yangqing, since you have nothing to do today, why don't you pick Xianxia up later? It's not safe for a girl to take the public bus at night." "It's fine, how can a normal man defeat Xianxia?" Yangqing smiled. Guo Shuihua glared at him. "Will I lose a piece of flesh if I let you pick her up?" If Ruashi is free, she will definitely go. Yangcheng was speechless and could only nod. It was nothing much, he just felt that since Xianxia was going to work, she should look like she was working. After she was done, there would be a car to pick her up, which didn't match. After dinner, he watched TV for an hour. Yangcheng saw that it was almost time, so he drove to the seaside restaurant that Guo mentioned to pick up Xianxiu. Because it was the hottest time of the year, the seaside business was especially good. During the day, tourists would play in the water, and at night, there would be a large number of people eating seafood at the seaside food stalls. Under the tranquil night sky, a row of planted palms swayed their huge branches in the wind. The pale golden beach appeared especially quiet and soft under the yellow light curtain. After Yangcheng parked the car, he enjoyed the sea breeze while humming a tune, looking for the signs of various food stalls. The air was filled with the faint smell of burning smoke. After walking for a mile, he finally found the seaside barbecue stall where Xianxiu worked at the south side of the beach. Under a makeshift shelter, Xianxiu, who was wearing an old yellow dress and an apron full of oil stains, had her hair tied up in a ponytail. She was wiping the tables that the guests had eaten on with a rag. Although it was windy by the sea, the girl's forehead was covered in sweat from exertion. After wiping the last table, the girl raised her head and caught a glimpse of Yangcheng outside the shed. She was stunned for a moment before she waved happily. "Brother Yang, why are you here?" Yangcheng walked into the shed and looked around. "Mom asked me to pick you up. She said that she was worried about a girl taking the bus." "Why are you alone? Where's your boss?" Xianxiu smiled strangely. "The boss and the other two brothers and sisters went to drink. I'll finish wiping these things. I can leave when they come back." When Yangcheng heard this, he immediately understood the meaning behind it. His face darkened as he said, "Did they bully you and purposely give you the dirty work?" "It's nothing. I'm here to work anyway." Xianxiu smiled. Yangcheng frowned and snatched the rag from Xianxiu's hands. He threw it away and said, "Stop it and go home with Brother Yang. Your family treats you like a treasure. Why should they bully you? If Mother Wang and the others knew that you were being bullied like this, they would definitely have smoke coming out of their heads." Xianxiu's face was filled with anxiety. She picked up the rag from the ground and pouted, "Brother Yang, why are you like this? What's the big deal? I'm just a student working, not the boss. What's so strange about being assigned more work? Which company in society doesn't treat newcomers like this? Didn't I work to get in touch with society? You. You mean, I'm wrong? It's good for them to bully you?" Yangcheng was depressed. Xianxiu said angrily, "Of course. I'm not too happy that they bullied me, but this is reality. Brother Yang, do you think everyone is like you? You're so capable that you can be unrestrained and do whatever you want? No one can provoke you and no one can order you? We ordinary people don't have so many privileges. It's already good enough that the boss is willing to give me a student's salary. Don't tell me that I'm here to enjoy it." Yangcheng bared his teeth, feeling a little conflicted after being lectured. "Little girl, since when is it your turn to lecture me?" Xianxiu was like a reservoir that had its floodgates opened. She continued to snort lightly, "So what if I'm lecturing you? You're not even that much older than me, calling me girl and little girl all day long. I'm already in university. In ancient times, I could be the mother of 3 children at this age. Do you really think I'm a child? In terms of days in society, you're not as long as me. When I was selling fried rice cakes on the street, you didn't even know how to grill mutton skewers. Stop lecturing me." Yangcheng only felt that his head was about to explode. Why didn't he realize that this girl was so eloquent before? "What's wrong? Can't say anything?" Xianxiu said disdainfully, "No wonder Sister Ruashi is always angered to death by you. If it was me, with such a husband, I can't stand it either. You're always so self-centered. Do you really think that your logic is the only logic and others' logic is bullshit? I'm magnanimous not to argue with you. I'm arguing with you because you're too full of yourself." Yangcheng opened his eyes wide and pointed at Xianxiu. His hands were trembling. You. Are you really Xianxiu?" Xianxiu put her hands on her hips and said angrily, "I didn't want to say so much, but when I saw Sister Ruashi so sad, I couldn't help it. Do you know how long Sister Ruashi waited for you last night? 2 in the morning. If I didn't go downstairs to drink water and wake her up, she might have caught a cold. She was alone on the sofa without even a blanket. Why did you run away without a trace and didn't even call your wife? You want your wife to suffer. You're a man, you should be busy. If you have the ability to go around flirting with women, why can't you take care of your wife? You're a useless stupid man who thinks he's so great. I think Sister Ruashi should just divorce you. Since she's still young, the line of men who want to marry her can go all the way to the mouth of the Yangtze River. Yangqing stared blankly at Xianxia, who was reprimanding him in a tender voice. At first, he was depressed and angry, then he was at a loss, and now, he felt guilty and regretful. After thinking for a while, Yangqing sighed and asked, Ruashi, she really waited until 2 in the morning? Why would I lie to you? If Sister Ruashi didn't tell me, I wouldn't even know that you didn't go home. Even if you went out to do something, is it difficult to make a phone call on the way? Xianxia seemed to feel that her tone was too heavy, so she said it slowly. In Yangqing's mind, Lin Ruashi's cold face and angry words from that afternoon appeared. He couldn't help but feel sour in his heart, and a warm feeling flowed through his veins. Sighing, Yangqing smiled bitterly and said, You're right, I have a pig's brain. Seeing that Yangqing was full of self-blame, Xianxia couldn't bear it, so she grabbed her apron and said with her head down, Actually, Brother Yang, you don't have to be too sad. I know that you actually love Sister Ruashi very much, but the environment you grew up in made you more casual about a lot of things. And Sister Ruashi grew up in a very serious environment. One of you is casual, and the other is serious, so of course there will be all kinds of conflicts. But you've been through so much together, even if you quarrel, you'll still have each other in your heart. Otherwise, Sister Ruashi wouldn't have waited for you so worriedly at night, and you wouldn't be as sad as you are now. Yangqing's eyes flashed with a few traces of complex emotions. After a moment of silence, he walked up to Xianxia. Xianxia raised her head, not understanding what Yangqing's gaze meant. Suddenly, Yangqing reached out his hand and touched the girl's head. Su Xianxia, this is the last time I'll touch your head like an elder. I won't touch you like this in the future. Yangqing smiled warmly. Xianxia was a little dazed, not knowing what was going on. From tonight onwards, you have truly become the Miss Su Xianxia in my heart. Not a little girl, but Miss Su Xianxia, who is a few years younger than me. Yangqing sighed with emotion. Xianxia stared blankly at Yangqing. After a long while, she smiled sweetly, her pure face like a lily blooming. Brother Yang, are you planning to chase after me? What? Yangqing lost his voice and shouted, Little girl, don't get carried away. You just said that I'm not a girl. Xianxia screamed. Yangqing hurriedly covered his mouth and laughed awkwardly, hee, a slip of the tongue, a slip of the tongue. Sister Xianxia, quickly tidy up and leave after you're done. If you're late, Mom and the others will be worried again. Xianxia wrinkled her nose in annoyance, then turned around and continued to tidy up. Yangqing couldn't help but be absent-minded as he looked at the girl's swaying ponytail and her slender, round, and white legs. By the time Xianxia was done, the owner of the food stall had just returned with a flushed face. He was a man with a big beard, and he was quite generous. He gave Xianxia 2 20 yuan bills as her salary for half a day, and then he sent Xianxia away. Yangqing looked at the man with a big beard, and he had the urge to punch him. But when he thought of Xianxia's criticism of him, he held back. Indeed, he couldn't treat ordinary people as experts. People in the secular world had their ways of living, and he had to bear with what he had to bear. Otherwise, he would be no different from a bully. When he had just returned to the country, he was actually quite restrained. But later on, many things happened, and a lot of suppressed blood leaked out. It seemed that he needed to sort out his state of mind. Logically speaking, with his cultivation, he should have the air of an immortal, transcending the mortal world. But why did he keep so many miscellaneous things in his heart? Even after reading a large number of books in the Tower of Scrolls, Yangqing still didn't understand what he was cultivating. The realm brought by cultivating the endless resolve restoration scripture was obviously very different from ordinary cultivation realms. Walking along the quiet coast with Xianxia, they didn't say much when they got into the car. Yangqing was still thinking about how to apologize to Lin Ruoxi with the right attitude, while Xianxia didn't want to break the atmosphere. Xianxia saw that Yangqing had changed his car, but she didn't ask much. She just thought that Yangqing had randomly taken a car from Lin Ruoxi's garage. After all, Lin Ruoxi had a luxury car. On the way home, there was little traffic, and the atmosphere in the car was a little dull. Yangqing was a little annoyed. Seeing that Xianxia didn't say anything, he couldn't help but want to ask for Xianxia's opinion. But when he was about to speak, he heard a strange sound. Gulp. Xianxia touched her belly, and her face immediately blushed. Yangqing was stunned. Xianxia, you didn't have dinner? Xianxia nodded awkwardly and said, there were too many guests just now, so I didn't have time to eat. Yangqing frowned. What do you want to eat? Big brother Yang will treat you. Think of it as the tuition fee for your guidance. Xianxia rolled her eyes at him. What nonsense are you talking about? School fees or not? Alright, that's not the point. Tell me, what do you want to eat? Yangqing said with a smile. Xianxia pursed her lips and said, turn right at the intersection ahead. There's a small supermarket that's open late. They sell Korean ramen and seaweed rice. Let's go there to eat. What? Ramen? Yangqing's mouth twitched, but looking at Xianxia's serious expression, he had no choice but to comply. One had to admit that something like bloodline was definitely influential. At the very least, Xianxia was born in Xianxia, but she had a special liking for Korean food. Since they planned to eat in the supermarket, Yangqing accompanied Xianxia to buy the kimchi flavor ramen and a box of seaweed rice. After taking a hot bath from the boss, the two sat at the outdoor table outside the small supermarket, waiting for the steaming ramen to be cooked. The feeling of waiting for a bowl of ramen on a quiet street at night was a little silly, but Xianxia seemed to be full of excitement, as if it was something very happy. While waiting, Yangqing couldn't help but ask, Xianxia, how do you think I should explain to Ruoxi so that she will forgive me? The girl was licking her lips with her pink tongue, obviously starving. Hearing this question, she frowned and said, explain? Why do you need to explain? If you don't explain, are you just going to ignore it? Xianxia said helplessly, what I mean is, explaining is useless. Brother Yang, do you think that Sister Ruoxi wants to listen to your explanation, a series of reasons? Yangqing was puzzled, then what does she want to listen to? Xianxia had a your already hopeless expression on her face and sighed, right now, Sister Ruoxi is in a fit of anger. If you try to reason with her, it's the same as telling her that you did nothing wrong and she shouldn't be angry, as if she was the one causing trouble for no reason. You can only unconditionally and wholeheartedly apologize to her and ask for her forgiveness, only then will her anger be appeased. Yangqing thought for a while and said hesitantly, you want me to beg her? It was you who didn't handle it well in the first place. What's the big deal? Can a man bend and stand tall? Xianxia said, when a girl is angry, she doesn't want to listen to you men's reasoning. Things like rationality are all cold. It's not like you're in a company meeting, who cares about you? If I were you, I wouldn't have really walked out of the office and begged for forgiveness on my knees. I wouldn't have kept apologizing until Sister Ruoxi's anger subsided. If she scolds you, you have to listen obediently. It's best if you scold yourself too. You have to be even more ruthless. If I hit you, you have to obediently accept it. In any case, I won't really hit you hard. Hitting is love, scolding is love. If I tell you to scram, you have to shamelessly refuse to leave. Don't care what other people think, your wife is yours, why do you care what other people think, right? Yangqing gulped and asked blankly, Xianxia, how did you think of all this? Who taught you? Xianxia rolled her eyes, Brother Yang, I think you're really all brawn and no brains. Look at those melodramatic Taiwanese dramas and Korean romance dramas. Even kids know what to do. Which male lead doesn't think he's a real man at first, but in the end, he can only pretend to be a grandson and finally get the female lead? Even if you want to be strong, you have to do it in front of other people. What's there to be strong towards your own wife? Yangqing nodded slowly. It seemed that he was a little out of touch with the times. Generation gap? It can't be, she's not even 25 years old. However, those dramas were too hardcore. As a shy person, how could he do that? He scratched the back of his head and didn't think too much about it. After a while, the ramen was ready. Xianxia opened the seaweed buns and counted, "Brother Yang, there are 5 of them here. We'll each have 2, who's going to eat the last one?" Yangqing said casually, "You eat it, what's there to ask?" "How can you be so casual? It's like I'm asking you to give in to me. You already said that we're of the same generation, so why should I give in to you?" Xianxia pouted and said unhappily. Yangqing smiled bitterly, "Alright, since you're so calculative, I'll eat it." "That won't do." Xianxia shook her head, thought for a while and said, "Let's play rock paper scissors, whoever wins gets to eat it." Yangqing wanted to cry but no tears came out. "Just because of this seaweed buns, I have to play this childish game with you? Are you afraid of losing?" Xianxia goaded him. Yangqing had already been criticized by this girl as a third-rate person who was all brawn and no brains. If he was goaded like this again, he wouldn't give in even though he knew it was stupid. "Let's play, but whoever loses has to be flicked on the forehead by the other party," Yangqing said. Xianxia slammed the table, "All right. Don't you know that I used to be the forehead-flicking king in the orphanage?" Yangqing rolled up his sleeves, "Cut the crap, let's start." If passers-by saw this scene, they would definitely think that the man and woman were idiots, but the 2 of them were exceptionally serious. Rock paper scissors. Yangqing used a rock and Xianxia used a pair of scissors. Xianxia's face instantly turned green, she pouted and said, "Humph, count yourself lucky, looks like you got scolded by Sister Ruashi today, that's why God pitied you. Come on." Yangqing didn't hold back, he smiled proudly and stretched out his finger to flick the girl's forehead. Although Yangqing didn't use much strength, just a light flick, the strength was enough for Xianxia. Ouch. Xianxia held her pale forehead and pouted, "Brother Yang, I'm a little beauty no matter what, how could you be so ruthless? It hurts. Which girl would be as shameless as you to say that she's a beauty? I'm telling you, we don't do dirty tricks, it's not possible to lie to the audience," Yangqing smiled evilly. Xianxia cursed in a low voice and said, "No, 2 out of 3, let's go again." Again? Yangqing didn't know whether to laugh or cry, eating a seaweed bun, is there a need to be like this? This concerns the honor of me, the king of forehead flicking. How can you be so careless? Xianxia said angrily. Yangqing didn't care, "Come on." Thus, the 2 of them played again. This time, Yangqing's piece of cloth was directly cut by Xianxia's scissors. Yay! Xianxia immediately jumped up from her seat and ran to Yangqing's side excitedly, "Alright, don't move, it's my turn." Seeing the girl's happy expression, Yangqing's mood relaxed a lot, thinking to himself that she was still a child. He simply closed his eyes and waited for Xianxia to play. Xianxia licked her thin lips and moved her little mouth to the top of Yangqing's forehead, lightly breathing. Yangqing was shocked, and he suddenly opened his eyes and said, "Su Xianxia, what are you doing? Why are you breathing?" Xianxia grabbed Yangqing's head, don't move, don't move. If you breathe like this, it will hurt more if you hit me. I'm a girl, so you have to give in to me." Yangqing was speechless, thinking to himself that no matter how much she hit me, it wouldn't hurt, but he couldn't say it out loud, or else Xianxia would be more aggressive. Helpless, he could only close his eyes again and continue to breathe for Xianxia. With this interruption, when Xianxia moved her little mouth close to Yangqing's forehead again, she paused, feeling a little strange. Her lips, at this moment, were so close to the man's face, as if her lips could touch his face if she leaned forward a little. Xianxia couldn't help but think, if she pretended to accidentally kiss his face, would it be fine, and just say that she came to receive her reward? But I'm not his lover, can't I just kiss him casually? Ba ba ba, Sister Ruashi is so good to you, how can you have such thoughts like those other vixens? Thinking of this, Xianxia couldn't help but blush, her mind was a mess, and her heart was full of struggle. Just like that, Xianxia was frozen there, forgetting to breathe. After waiting for a while, Yangqing didn't feel Xianxia move again, so he couldn't help but open his eyes, looked at the little face close to him, and wondered, "Xianxia, what's wrong with you? Why is your face as red as an apple?" Xianxia was shocked, and hurriedly stammered, "Oh, I'm starting." After that, she didn't care whether Yangqing closed his eyes or not, and directly flicked her finger on Yang Cheng's forehead. After that, without saying anything, she turned around and ran back to her seat, lowered her head, and began to quietly eat ramen. Yang Cheng asked, "Isn't it best of three? This is 1-to-1, who is going to eat this seaweed rice bun?" "It doesn't matter who. You're so calculative, you're not a child." Xianxia raised her head and muttered. Yang Cheng's mouth twitched. This girl is really a gust of wind, a shower of rain. Just now she was calculative with me, and now she's saying I'm a child. Gloomily shaking his head, Yang Cheng didn't say much. After eating, he still had to find a chance to apologize to Lin Ruoxi at night. The two finished their supper and returned home. Xianxia didn't say a word on the way home, and when she got home, she also hurried back to her room. Yang Cheng thought she was tired and didn't think much of it. Originally, Yang Cheng wanted to talk to Lin Ruoxi, but she locked the door and didn't give him a chance to talk. Helplessly, Yang Cheng had to wait until the next morning when Lin Ruoxi went out to exercise. The next morning, the red sun in the east had just released a thin curtain of light, and the international metropolis of Zhonghai was already busy. Because of its geographical location, the Shijiao villas were relatively quiet. However, because it was an affluent area, many people went out to exercise early in the morning, especially some old men and women, who had nothing else to ask for but good health. Therefore, there was a trend of exercising in this area. Due to the humanization of the design, the artificial lake on the east side of the Shijiao villas was surrounded by all kinds of fitness facilities and open spaces for the people in the nearby high-end apartments and villas to do all kinds of exercises. Under the dense trees, on the smooth asphalt road, a beautiful figure ran at a moderate speed. Wearing a white sweatshirt, light gray sports pants, and a pair of pink and white running shoes, Lin Ruoxi ran from home to here, just like she did 2 days ago. Many people on the roadside and by the lake were used to her passing by, but after all, she was too eye-catching, and many old people would point at her, wondering whose daughter or daughter-in-law she was. In the first 2 or 3 days, some relatively young men would come up to talk to her, and all of them were young and talented, but they were all rejected by the woman. These people were not convinced, so they naturally wanted to investigate Lin Ruoxi's background. When they found out that this beautiful woman who suddenly appeared out of nowhere was the CEO of Yulei, Lin Ruoxi, they all subconsciously stepped aside. Not to mention the fact that he was already married. Even if he was single, this group of people would feel that he was out of their league. They might as well greet him in a friendly manner. Maybe they could become friends in the future and talk about cooperation. Lin Ruoxi originally didn't want to run to a place with people, but in a big city, it was really difficult to find a place without people to run. Moreover, Yang Cheng specifically said that she wanted a place with fresh air, and this lakeside was the most suitable place. She didn't care too much. If others liked to watch, then let them watch. After running for more than 10 minutes, Lin Ruoxi felt a little tired. She slowed down, put her hands on her waist, and began to walk slowly. Lin Ruoxi felt that today's run was particularly tiring. It was as if there was a stone pressing on her heart, making it hard for her to breathe. The scene of Yang Cheng leaving her the night before yesterday kept appearing in her mind. What was even more infuriating was that Yang Cheng's attitude when apologizing to her was so casual. She couldn't feel any sincerity at all. Damn Yang Cheng, stinky Yang Cheng, calling me to exercise all day long, but only caring about teaching Chengwei martial arts early in the morning. Do you think I'm easy to bully? Lin Ruoxi muttered to herself. The more she thought about it, the more furious she became. At this moment, a hand suddenly reached out in front of her, holding a bottle of mineral water. What are you cursing about? How could I only care about Chengwei? I only went there 2 or 3 times. Hearing the familiar voice of a man, Lin Ruoxi was surprised at first. She turned her head and saw that it was Yang Cheng who had come to her side. Yang Cheng giggled and said, "Wife, drink some water. Look at how much you're sweating. It's so hot early in the morning." Lin Ruoxi's expression instantly turned cold. She didn't take the water and shifted her gaze to the lower half of Yang Cheng's body. He saw that Yang Cheng was actually riding a bicycle that looked a little like the one he usually used to buy groceries. It was a rustic yellow color, and he didn't know where he got it from. "How is it? This car is very cool, right?" Yang Cheng said proudly, "I went to the sports mall yesterday to buy it." That person recommended me to buy a mountain bike, and I said I wanted to buy a car that could carry my wife, so I bought this one. Darling Ruashi, do you want to sit? I bought it especially for you. After saying that, Yangqing didn't forget to pat the metal frame behind him. Yangqing was telling the truth. When he bought it yesterday, he had been thinking about how to please Lin Ruashi, but it was a pity that he hadn't been able to use it. Sit in this car? Lin Ruashi felt that unless she was crazy. Ignoring the man, Lin Ruashi started running again. Yangqing also knew that it wouldn't be so easy. He rode very slowly and kept a meter away from Lin Ruashi. Ruashi, I was wrong. Please be merciful and forgive me this time. Although I know there have been several times before, the situation is different after all. At worst, I will take you with me next time no matter how urgent it is. I will never leave you alone. How about it? Lin Ruashi didn't seem to hear anything and continued to run in an orderly manner. Yangchen didn't give up and continued to smile. Honey, if you don't forgive me, I'm going to start screaming. Lin Ruashi felt strange. Scream? What? At this time, the appearance of Yangqing had attracted the attention of many residents who were exercising by the roadside. Everyone was curious about what this young man was doing riding a lousy bicycle. Even if he wanted to chase after a beautiful woman, he shouldn't be so poor. Lin Ruashi stared at Yangqing coldly. The meaning was obvious. Don't mess around. Yangqing looked pitiful. Ruashi, don't be angry. I can kneel down now if you want. Don't ignore me like this. Lin Ruashi turned her head away. She was a little happy in her heart. Yangqing had never been soft in front of her. Even if he wanted to please her, he would not show his weak side. Suddenly, she felt that the man's pleading expression was very interesting. Actually, it was impossible for her to be angry at Yangchen for this matter. After more than a day, her anger had actually subsided a little. The main thing was that she couldn't accept Yangchen's apologetic attitude. She couldn't help but feel that what she had suffered was not worth it. Seeing that Lin Ruashi was still unwilling to reply, Yangqing pursed his lips and said, My wife, if you're still like this, I can only be completely shameless. When Lin Ruashi heard this, she felt that something was going to happen. Before she could think about it, Yangqing's deafening shout came from beside her ears, Lin Ruashi's wife. I was wrong. Please forgive me. Yangqing's loud shout directly penetrated the forest, traversing at least 100 meters and even echoing. For a moment, a large number of men, women, old and young looked at each other in dismay. Lin Ruashi was instantly stunned. What was going on? However, Yangqing was clearly not done yet. He continued to shout at the top of his lungs, Wife. I'm a pig. Without waiting for Yangqing to shout, Lin Ruashi had already covered Yangqing's mouth with one hand. The woman was both angry and amused. Her face flushed red as she scolded, Do you have any shame? How can you shout such words in such a place? Yangqing laughed foolishly as he grabbed Lin Ruashi's hand. He didn't forget to kiss her palm and said with a chuckle, As long as Ruashi darling isn't angry with me, why would I need face? Lin Ruashi sighed weakly, I really admire you. You're so thick-skinned to this extent. The surrounding young and old men were all pointing and laughing at the couple. It was obvious that they were all discussing. Lin Ruashi's face was bright red. She wished that she could find a forest to hide in. Yangqing grabbed the woman's hand and said earnestly, It doesn't matter what you say to me. Ruashi, I really know that I was wrong. If you ignore me, I won't be in the mood to do anything else. I promise that something like this won't happen again. Don't lower yourself to my level. Lin Ruashi struggled to break free from his hand and stammered, Just say it. Why are you grabbing my hand? I'm not going to lower myself to your level. So, my wife, you've forgiven me? Yangqing's face was filled with joy. Lin Ruashi sighed, You're already so shameless, how can I be angry at you? However, if you dare to leave me alone in front of others again, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Yangqing's entire body trembled. Looking at Lin Ruashi's cold eyes, he felt that this was not a joke. Xianxia laughed, Ruashi, don't make it sound so scary. I definitely won't. I won't. Lin Ruashi snorted softly. She wanted to continue running, but she found that everyone was looking at her. She was a little embarrassed, so she turned around and was about to go back. Yangqing hurriedly followed her. He took out the MP3 player and connected headphones from his pocket and said, "Ruashi, try this. I bought it for you. Wear it on your arm. In the future, it'll be easier to listen to music when you run in the morning." Although Lin Ruashi was not very interested in music, seeing that Yangqing kept talking about it, she reluctantly reached out and let Yangqing put it on her. Yangqing was attentive as if he was serving his master. However, he was in a good mood after being forgiven by his wife, so he did everything happily. Lin Ruashi plugged in the headphones, turned on the player, and listened to it. Yangqing laughed, "Wife, sit on my bicycle. I'll take you back." Lin Ruashi seemed to not hear it. She just listened to the music. Yangqing took off the woman's headphones and said, "Isn't the sound a little loud? Can't you hear it? I say I'll take you back. You have to let me buy a bicycle to use once. Once is enough." Lin Ruashi felt that the man in front of her was like a child who found a fun toy and wanted her to play with him. Looking at Yangqing's expectant eyes, she couldn't bear to refuse, so she nodded and continued to plug in the headphones. Speaking of which, because President Lin was almost an idiot when it came to music and sports, it was the first time in her life that President Lin used an MP3 player to listen to music. It was a little novel. Yangqing saw that Lin Ruashi agreed, and he was even more enthusiastic. The method that he carefully designed to repair the relationship finally worked. When Lin Ruashi sat on the bike, Yangqing happily pedaled the bike in the direction of his home. The morning breeze blew, and the two people on the bike were a little relaxed. Yangqing glanced back and saw that Lin Ruashi was still listening to the song, but her hands were placed on the back seat. He couldn't help but say, "Ruashi, you have to hold my waist with both hands. This is very dangerous." However, it seemed that the volume of the MP3 player was indeed a bit loud. Lin Ruashi didn't respond. She just nodded according to the rhythm. Yangqing's mouth showed a trace of a smirk. Suddenly, he accelerated the speed of the bike. When the bike sped up for a while, Yangqing immediately braked. This way, because of inertia, Lin Ruashi couldn't sit properly. The moment her body swayed, she subconsciously hugged Yangqing's waist. Because she only wore a loose cotton t-shirt, when Lin Ruashi leaned close to Yangqing's back, the softness of her chest also touched the man's body. Yangqing's body didn't look very strong, but when she really felt it with her hands, she found that the muscles under the skin were particularly smooth and solid, like a fine work of art. Lin Ruashi immediately realized that Yangqing was deliberately playing tricks on her. But when she hugged him, she felt the man's hot body temperature and strong waist muscles. The strong masculine scent made her a little reluctant to let go. It seemed like a strong temptation, so Lin Ruashi shyly and nervously accepted this situation. Since he's my husband, I'll just hug him." Lin Ruashi hypnotized herself. However, Lin Ruashi also guessed that Yangqing deliberately let her hug him like this. She couldn't let him be too proud, so she took off her headphones and planned to scold Yangqing. Meanwhile, Yangqing's plan had succeeded, and he was elated. He experienced the wonderful touch of the woman on his back, and it felt like he was sitting on top of the clouds. But surprisingly, Yangqing didn't have any evil thoughts. He was a little absent-minded when he thought that the person he was carrying was actually his wife, who he had spent more than a year with, riding the breeze on a bicycle and returning to the villa by the mountain from the quiet cement road. That was their shared home. Their families were waiting to have breakfast together, go to work together, and get off work together. Such a gentle scene was something he had never imagined in the past 10 years. There had never been a woman who could make his heart feel so peaceful. Even the woman from before had never given it to him. Involuntarily, Yangqing murmured, "Thank you." Lin Ruashi had just taken off her headphones when she heard these 3 words. She was a little dazed, but she immediately realized that it was for her to hear. "Lin Ruashi, do you know? I've met all kinds of women since I was a teenager. To me, when I first met you, you were just one of the more outstanding women in this group of countless women. If it wasn't for the fact that your temperament was too similar to that person's, I wouldn't even care about your life or death, much less marry you. If you want to talk about other things, you're really terrible." You're cold all day long, and it's rare for you to smile. Even if you do smile, it's for other people and other things. You're clumsy when doing housework. Even if the food you cook isn't delicious, you have to pretend that it's delicious, or else you'll get angry. Other than working all day, all you do is watch Korean dramas and ignore me, your husband. You obviously don't know how to put on makeup, but you have to act like you don't need it at all. You don't know how to act coquettishly, but you can scare people to death when you act coquettishly. She can sing a song out of tune at the first word, dance with you at every step, eat glutinous rice balls like eating golden apples, and still worry that someone will snatch them from you. Yet, such a woman, when she does things, she's so scheming that even I feel afraid. After being together for more than a year, I still can't guess what you're thinking. It seems that other than looking better than other women, there's really no reason for me to find you as my wife. It doesn't save me any worry or effort. No matter how I look at it, other women are more considerate and gentle. If I want to marry someone like that. Xianxia rambled on, as if he was mocking himself. Occasionally, he would even laugh foolishly. Lin Ruashi sat at the back, gritting her teeth so hard that they were about to shatter. Her eyes were filled with round teardrops that almost rolled down her cheeks. She was filled with grievances, but she didn't know what to say. Am I really that bad? Besides, how could I not know how to put on makeup? I really don't need it. Xianxia laughed for a while, then continued to sigh, but, it's a woman like you who is so muddle-headed and domineeringly tied my past life into a dead knot. Then, you dragged me to walk on a new path, regardless of whether it was a pond or a swamp, you insisted on dragging me to jump together. Speaking of which, I'm really stupid, and I really followed you. I don't know what happened, but it's like I've been poisoned by Lin Ruashi, and I can't extricate myself. Wife, in the future, you should be like this, tightly cling to my back and hug me. I know, I always make you sad, but even if you don't feel like looking at me, every time you turn around, I'm definitely behind you. Thank you, for giving me a second feeling of being alive. Sitting at the back of the car, Lin Ruashi, who listened quietly, still couldn't help but shed tears. Letting go of a hand to wipe the corner of her eyes, Lin Ruashi muttered, you know I'm important, but you still make me angry, humph. Xianxia's nerves tensed up, his hand trembled, and the car suddenly shook. Aya! What are you doing? Lin Ruashi hurriedly grabbed onto Xianxia, so that she wouldn't fall. Xianxia hurriedly braked and turned his head stiffly. His face was pale, and he wanted to cry but had no tears as he said, Ruashi. Didn't you say you couldn't hear? Lin Ruashi resisted the urge to laugh, picked up the headphones that had been taken off, shook them, and said, the downloaded song isn't good. The corner of Xianxia's mouth twitched, then you. Where did you start hearing it? Lin Ruashi said indifferently, anyway, I've heard it. What cold, clumsy, not gentle, childish. So you know me so well. Xianxia felt like his liver was about to break into pieces, and hurriedly explained in all seriousness, darling Ruashi, my wife, all the bad things I said just now were actually fake, I just made it up. You just need to listen to me say good things. The conclusion is good. Lin Ruashi's pretty face turned cold, and said, what are you talking about? Hurry up and ride. You're not going home? Xianxia swallowed his saliva and hurriedly nodded in agreement. Once again riding on the road, Xianxia's face was even more bitter than a bitter gourd. How could he make such a mistake? Lin Ruashi, on the other hand, had a smile on her face as she looked at the man who was pedaling from behind. She took a deep breath and felt that the air was especially fresh. Opening her arms, this time, the woman took the initiative to hug the man. Xianxia's body stiffened. After a while, he relaxed and exhaled, a trace of warmth flashed through his eyes. When the two of them were about to reach home, they suddenly saw from afar that outside the villa, other than Lin Ruashi's Bentley and Xianxia's BMW X6, there was suddenly an Audi A8 and a Mercedes-Benz SL 550. Xianxia frowned. Why were there people visiting so early in the morning? Other than the Yuan couple, it didn't seem like anyone else would come to his house. When they got closer, Lin Ruashi also noticed that there was someone there. She looked at the car and asked doubtfully, hubby, this X6 is yours, right? I saw it when I went out today. Yangqing nodded. These two should belong to someone else, do you know them? Lin Ruoshi shook her head, obviously full of doubts, but she immediately asked, where's your M3? If you want to change cars, I have a better one. Why are you still driving a BMW? Yangqing shrugged, I snatched this car from someone else. The M3 was blown up. Oh, I forgot to tell you the night before yesterday when I went to pick up Lu Mingho. Hearing Yangqing say such things so casually, Lin Ruoshi frowned slightly and complained, don't act like it's only natural. Can't you make me worry a few times less? I know you're amazing, but your car was blown up. It must have been very intense. You only know how to go out and act ruthlessly all day long. You don't even care about how worried your family is. Yangqing smiled awkwardly and was about to apologize to Lin Ruoshi when the door of the villa opened. Mother Wang walked out and greeted cautiously, young master, miss, we have guests. Come in quickly. Lin Ruoshi asked, Mother Wang, who's here? Mother Wang said awkwardly, they said they're from Zhonghai city's government and a foreigner. They said they're waiting for you and miss to talk business. Yangqing and Lin Ruoshi looked at each other and nodded. They walked into the house together. In the living room, the first middle-aged man they saw sitting on the sofa was the Zhonghai Municipal Party secretary, Fang Zhongping, who was also Tongtong's father. Ever since Yangqing and Yangqing talked about Tang Wan outside the nursing home, they hadn't had any contact with Yangqing since then. Yangqing and Lin Ruoshi were puzzled by the sudden visit. Fang Zhongping only brought 2 bodyguards and an assistant with him. The other person sitting on the sofa was an unfamiliar Caucasian man. He was 2 meters tall, but he looked refined. He had a head of dark blonde curls and charming green eyes. Although it was summer, he wore a simple pink shirt and a white suit. Mother Wang had already poured tea for them and was waiting leisurely. Seeing Yangqing and Lin Ruoshi enter the house, Fang Zhongping and the Caucasian man stood up. You're back. Haha, I haven't seen you for a while. It's been a while. Please don't treat me like an outsider. Fang Zhongping already knew Yangqing's background, so he was very polite to them. Lin Ruoshi was surprised to see the Caucasian man. Mr. Maxim? Why are you here? Lin Ruoshi asked in English. Yangqing frowned. Maxim? He had never heard of him. Ruoshi, do you know him? Maxim bowed elegantly. Nice to meet you. I'm Maxim from Russia's Klyachevsky family. It's my honor to visit you too. I just met General Lin at the International Trade Conference yesterday. Yangqing remembered that Lin Ruoshi had a meeting yesterday and didn't come home for dinner. Hearing the Klyachevsky family's name, Yangqing felt it was familiar, but he couldn't remember where it came from. Fang Zhongping said, Mr. Maxim hopes to visit you personally to discuss an important project. Because this project involves Xianxia and Russia's diplomatic relations, the central government has asked me to be the middleman to introduce Maxim to you too. Yangqing chuckled. Isn't it a bit too much to discuss a project that can affect our diplomatic relations? Not at all, Fang Zhongping said with a smile. Because if we want this project to go through, the most important factor is the attitude of you two. At this point, everyone sat down and planned to discuss in detail. Mother Wang and Guoshuihua both went upstairs and didn't listen to the conversation. Maxim introduced himself humbly and told them about the Klyachevsky family's business in Russia. He also told them how much he admired Lin Ruoshi's international administrative skills. As for what he said to Yangqing, he only said one sentence. I've heard a lot about you. Yangqing was sure that Maxim knew his real background, or else he wouldn't have said something like that. Fang Zhongping continued, you guys might not know this, but Mr. Maxim's Klyachevsky family is an important force in Russia's United Russia Party. A large portion of the funds for the current president came from their family. In Russia, the Klyachevsky family owns a stake in almost half of the nuclear, oil, and natural gas industries. However, the Klyachevsky family has never participated in international affairs and rarely shows up in public. Lin Ruoshi was also surprised. It was obvious that she didn't know that this handsome man had such a powerful background during the meeting yesterday. Russia is a big energy country, and the big family that controls the world's most precious energy. It seems that any piece of meat from them can be greasy to death for other multinational companies. Coupled with a capitalist country, such an oligarch family indeed had the ability to make decisions that could affect diplomatic relations. Mr. Maxim didn't mention anything about cooperation with Yulei in yesterday's meeting. Why are you here today? Lin Ruoshi asked curiously. Women were always more enthusiastic when it came to business. Maxim smiled shyly. It's like this, General Lin. Because the business I'm talking about involves my background, and it's not suitable to be made public. A trace of surprise flashed in Lin Ruoshi's eyes, and she waited for him to continue. Maxim took a sip of hot tea and said in a refined manner, I hope that Yulei International can sever the cooperation agreement with Princess Jane. As soon as he said that, not only Lin Ruoshi, but also Yang Cheng's hands trembled unconsciously. Maxim continued, actually, my main purpose of coming to Zhonghai this time is for Jane. To be honest, Jane is my fiancée. The British royal family, the Rothschild family, and the Klyachevsky family have agreed on this marriage. But because Princess Jane has some misunderstandings about me, she suddenly signed the cooperation agreement with Yulei and came to Zhonghai to escape our marriage. This is a disgrace to our family and the Welsh royal family. I have to stop my fiancée and bring her back to Russia to complete the wedding. Yang Cheng looked calm, but he was upset deep down. He didn't ask Catherine which family she had chosen for Jane, but he didn't expect it to be a Russian oligarch. If the Klyachevsky family really controlled a large amount of nuclear energy and oil, it would be understandable. After all, in this world, the Rothschild family valued resources more than money. Moreover, the Klyachevsky family was the driving force behind the ruling party in Russia. Lin Ruoshi had just found out that Jane had come to Zhonghai to escape her marriage, and the other party had a terrifying background. Although it was a negotiation, it was actually a forced release. Lin Ruoshi's mind raced. If the first option was to let Jane go, it would be a huge loss for Yulei, not to mention the technical research and development issues. At the same time, it would also show her weakness, which didn't match her stubborn personality. However, the other party's strength was on a completely different level from hers. As the decision-maker, Lin Ruoshi wouldn't be so impulsive. However, if she really let Jane go, the Klyachevsky family would give Yulei generous compensation to make up for the suspended contract. It might be a great help in opening up the Eastern European market. The other option was not to let Jane go, but if she did that, it would be the same as fighting to the death with them. It wasn't that there weren't any benefits. Jane would definitely appreciate her persistence, and it would be very helpful to Yulei's product development. But at the same time, the pressure from Russia and Huaxia's government wasn't something that a small businessman like her could bear. Lin Ruoshi silently turned her head and looked at Yang Cheng, who was silent. If she chose not to let Jane go, the only one who could help her was Yang Cheng. But did she really have to fight them head-on just to save her face? Was it a wise choice to keep Jane in Zhonghai? Lin Ruoshi was worried that if Jane stayed in Zhonghai, she would have more relations with Yang Cheng sooner or later. After all, she was a woman who grew up with Yang Cheng. Yang Cheng gradually noticed that Lin Ruoshi was looking at him, so he turned his head and smiled. What do you think? Lin Ruoshi hesitated for a while and asked, Mr. Maxim, let's talk about the conditions first. If I really agree to terminate the contract, not only will Yulei have to pay the 1 billion yuan penalty, but the other losses will also be huge. What do you plan to use to make up for it? At this time, Lin Ruoshi still intended to use a calm business mind to make a judgment first. Maxim had expected it. He raised 3 fingers and said, First, Yulei's European branch will obtain direct sales channels in Eastern Europe. I know that General Lin has been worried about this. Second, we will send the world's most authoritative experts to help Yulei develop it. Although it won't be as fast as Princess Jane, we will be able to produce results in at least 2 years. Third, in addition to paying the penalty in full, we promise to give Yulei priority in the supply of raw materials in the offshore oil exploitation in the border waters in cooperation with Huaxia. When he said the first condition, Lin Ruoshi was tempted. This kind of barrier formed by the country's own commercial protection was difficult to be broken by the strength of a company, but Maxim dared to make a guarantee casually. When he said the second and third conditions, it felt like a pie had fallen from the sky. Priority supply of raw materials? Wouldn't that reduce Yulei's cost to the extent of several times? That terrifying profit was enough to double the speed of development. Lin Ruoshi knew that she didn't lack money, but she was born to do business, so it was hard for her to refuse such a good deal. Moreover, Jane's departure was actually a good thing for her family. Maxim was confident. After he finished speaking, he quietly drank his tea and waited for Lin Ruoshi's reply. Fang Zhongping tried to persuade him. General Lin, the Klyachevsky family's conditions are definitely generous and sincere. The central government also hopes that Yulei International, as a leading enterprise in Zhonghai, can reach an agreement as soon as possible for the sake of friendship between the two countries. As for Princess Jane, the British royal family of Wales has already sent a friendly message. They won't blame Yulei for breaking the contract. Lin Ruoshi took a deep breath and pursed her thin lips. She didn't want to look at Yang Cheng's expression. She knew that she shouldn't refuse such an offer. If the conditions are true, I can agree. No. Before Lin Ruoshi could finish, Yang Cheng suddenly interrupted her with a cold voice. Yang Cheng's expression was slightly solemn. His two words stunned everyone in the room. Lin Ruoshi's pretty face turned pale. Yang Cheng's refusal wasn't only a rejection of her decision, but it also contained other meanings. Maxim and Fang Zhongping's smiles disappeared as they looked at Yang Cheng in silence. This deal must be approved by Jane herself. If she doesn't want to go to Russia and marry you, no one can take her away. Yang Cheng raised his head and said word by word. Maxim grinned. Mr. Yang Cheng, I know where you come from. I also know that you have the strength that my family, even the Rothschild family, is afraid of. But this doesn't mean that you can control the world's political situation and national relations at will. You are a powerful person, but you are not truly invincible. You are not the ruler of this world yet. Your rash decision will bring unnecessary conflicts between Xianxia and Russia, England, and other major families. Maxim's face became colder and colder. Although he maintained his elegant demeanor, one could feel the piercing meaning in it. Yang Cheng sneered, rubbed his fingers, and said, "Are you threatening me?" Maxim shook his head arrogantly. "I'm not threatening you, I'm just telling the truth. As far as I know, Mr. Yang is a descendant of the Yang family in Yanjing. Shouldn't you ask the head of the Yang family for his opinion and make some appropriate efforts for the peace on the border between Xianxia and Russia?" You seem to have misunderstood something. Yang Cheng's face gradually became a little gloomy. If I really want to do something, even if it causes a world war, it can't stop me. Maxim had a "so that's how it is" expression on his face. He chuckled and stood up from his seat. He straightened his suit jacket and said, "Since Mr. Yang is so determined, then I will let our Russian Ministry of Foreign Affairs formally negotiate. This matter will not be so easy to deal with when it comes to the international community. And it doesn't seem to be a good thing for Princess Jane's reputation." Fang Zhongping's face was anxious. Even if the VIP he received this time couldn't be too perfect, he couldn't let the situation become an international dispute, right? "Yang Cheng, what are you doing? Let's talk about it." Yang Cheng lowered his eyes as if he didn't hear anything. Lin Ruoshi clenched her teeth and wanted to say something, but she, who had been with him for a long time, could feel that Yang Cheng was like a time bomb that could explode at any time. She didn't dare to speak casually. Maxim walked to the door and didn't forget to look back with a cool smile. "By the way, General Lin, as far as I know, Yulei International should be a company that you absolutely control. Do you have to get your husband's consent for such a lucrative deal? This is contrary to the identity of an outstanding, independent, and self-reliant female entrepreneur in my eyes. It's very unwise." After that, Maxim shook his finger and walked out of the door with a laugh. At this moment, Yang Cheng moved. It was like a lightning dragon. Yang Cheng suddenly rushed out of the hall and blocked Maxim's way. Before Maxim could retract the smile on his face, he was suddenly frightened. "You." Maxim was stunned because Yang Cheng's aura was completely different from before. He was like a bloodthirsty beast that had opened its bloody mouth and was about to swallow him whole in the next second. He was a head taller than Yang Chen, but Maxim didn't have the slightest bit of confidence. Maxim instinctively took a step back, trying to avoid it. However, one of Yang Cheng's hands was holding Maxim's neck tightly. A muffled sound came from Maxim's throat. He tried his best to dodge, but was caught and brought back to Yang Cheng. "Don't think too highly of yourself. I don't even want to play with you." Yang Qing's voice was like the grinding of gears, completely emotionless. After that, one of Yang Qing's hands went to Maxim's abdomen. Pooh! The cruel sound made Fang Zhongping and Lin Ruoxi, who had followed them to the door, freeze on the spot. Yang Qing's hand went through Maxim's abdomen and came out from his back. His hand was full of flesh and organs, and he didn't forget to twist it in his abdomen. Some of the man's intestines and spine were exposed to the air. His white suit was dyed red in the blink of an eye. Maxim's eyes turned white, and he screamed hoarsely in pain. It was worse than death. After this attack, Yang Qing threw Maxim's body onto the grass outside the door, and it rolled for 7 to 8 meters. Waving the blood off his hand, Yang Qing glanced at Fang Zhongping, whose legs were already trembling, and said, "Report what happened. Even if the sky falls, I'll hold it up." Lin Ruoxi couldn't help but turn around and retch. She didn't care about the deal at all. Although it wasn't the first time she saw Yang Qing kill someone, she still felt it was too cruel. Fang Zhongping was about to say something, but his expression froze, as if he had seen something strange. Yang Qing had also noticed it. He turned around and looked at Maxim, who had been thrown onto the grass. Something strange had happened. The wound on Maxim's abdomen was rapidly healed in a few seconds. Not only was his skin and muscles healed, but even his internal organs seemed to be intact. Some of his internal organs were directly removed from his body, and his internal organs continued to function. Maxim panted heavily and stood up from the ground. His eyes were bloodshot, and his 2 fangs were especially eye-catching. As expected of Pluto, the toughness of his body is unbelievable. Maxim laughed evilly. Seeing the white man's terrifying recovery ability and the 2 sharp fangs that were different from those of vampires, a thought suddenly flashed through Yang Qing's mind. Yes. I remember now. Werewolves, descendants of the White Wolf King. The Klyachevsky family is the royal werewolf family. You're a werewolf? Yang Qing said in surprise. Maxim laughed maniacally. So what if I am? This isn't the Middle Ages anymore. Our Klyachevsky family, starting from Queen Catherine II, has assisted the successive leaders of Russia. We are the kings of Eastern Europe. This isn't the era of cold weapons anymore. In wars between countries, the threat of nuclear weapons is far more important than individual soldiers. What you did to me today will make Xianxia suffer. Then, Maxim stomped his feet and turned into a shadow. After a few leaps, he disappeared from the scene without a trace. Although Yang Qing could easily catch up with him, he didn't choose to capture him. The werewolf race had been able to contend with the blood kindred for thousands of years not only because of their powerful physical bodies, which even the blood kindred were jealous of, but also because of their primitive wild nature. Their regenerative abilities were also extremely abnormal. Unless their hearts were completely shattered, the werewolves with the bloodline of the Wolf King would be able to revive even if their heads were smashed. Moreover, werewolves weren't afraid of sunlight and had a strong reproductive ability. Even the vampires didn't dare to fight them head-on. No one could do anything to the other, which was why the werewolves were different from other dark creatures in the Dark Parliament after the Thousand-Year War. They didn't respect the Dark Parliament that was controlled by the vampires. Of course, it wasn't that Yang Qing couldn't kill him. It was just that killing Maxim wouldn't affect the overall situation. The key was how to deal with the next problem. As an ordinary person, Fang Zhongping couldn't handle everything that had happened. He sat on the ground with a blank look in his eyes. Yang Qing walked over and said, "Don't worry. You can't be blamed for this kind of thing. Just say what you need to say." Fang Zhongping was stunned for a while before he stood up. He shook his head at Yang Qing and sighed. He left with his bodyguards. He had to inform his superiors immediately. Yang Qing walked into the kitchen and washed the blood off his hands before returning to the living room. Lin Ruoxi was already sitting on the sofa. There was no emotion on her cold and elegant face. She seemed to be in a trance. Yang Qing sat down helplessly and said, "You saw it too. That person isn't an ordinary person. Although I don't know why Jane's family arranged for her to marry a werewolf, as a friend, I shouldn't let such a thing happen." Lin Ruoxi turned her head and sneered, "Is that really what you think?" Yang Qing was silent, not knowing how to answer. Lin Ruoxi smiled bitterly. "I knew it. I knew you wouldn't let Jane go to another man when you rejected the deal I agreed to. Do you know how cruel it is to do this in front of me? I'm sorry, Xianxia said weakly, I know you won't forgive me no matter what I say. But I promised Jane that if she doesn't want to, no one can take her away. At this time, Guo and Mother Wang, who had not come down from upstairs, heard that there was no movement downstairs, so they came down. Both of them were a little surprised to see the blood at the door. When they saw Xianxia and his wife sitting on the sofa, the atmosphere was heavy. The two elders looked at each other at the same time, full of worry. Just as Guo was about to go forward and ask what happened, the sound of a car came from outside the door. Because the door was open, Guo saw who it was at a glance. She said with some surprise, "Hey, isn't that Miss Jane? Why is it so lively this morning? Why is she here?" Jane, who was still wearing the white lab coat, seemed to have just run out of the lab and directly drove to the villa. When she walked into the house, Jane's gaze was complicated as she looked at Lin Ruoxi on the sofa. Then, she smiled at Guo and Mother Wang in a friendly manner. Lin Ruoxi wiped the corner of her eyes and stood up to greet Jane. "Why are you here?" Xianxia stood up and asked in a relaxed manner. Jane took out a small medicine bottle from her pocket and shook it. Inside was a strange-looking purple medicine. "Here, the antidote. I was afraid that someone might die if I delivered it too late, so I came to get it for you. Just let that kid drink it," Jane said as she tossed the medicine bottle to Xianxia. Xianxia caught it and didn't look at it much. He put it in his pocket and asked curiously, "That's it?" Jane heaved a sigh of relief and brushed her amber bangs. "This is the Nicene Laboratory's Praise of Mary. It's a genetic weapon that officially entered the experimental stage at the beginning of this year. My students in the laboratory asked me some questions about biochemical synthesis through an email. After I took a look at it, I advised them not to develop it. This thing might be destructive to humans, but it seems that they still went ahead with it." Lin Ruoxi and the others couldn't understand the conversation between Jane and Xianxia, so they didn't interrupt. Xianxia frowned. "Nicene Laboratory? What's that?" Jane explained, "The name comes from the Nicene Creed, which is a Christian scripture that the Orthodox Church is ashamed of. However, this laboratory was established by the Russian Orthodox Church's believers and scholars. Their goal is to use an extraordinary method to redeem humanity's original sin. You can say that they are a group of theological fanatics. Because the Eastern Orthodox Church gave great respect to the Virgin Mary, this weapon, which combined the crystallization of their many years of research, was named Praise of Mary. It was a genetic virus that could be transmitted through the air or through human secretions and blood. Those who have been hit by this type of genetic weapon, if they don't have any medicine or antidote to alleviate the effects, will first start to become frenzied and bloodthirsty after 3 days. The collapse of the brain's nerves will cause the person to only know how to harm the surrounding life forms. Then, in a frenzied overdraft, the internal organs will gradually fester and die." Xianxia said in a low voice, "Why would such a perverted thing appear in Xianxia?" "I also want to know the answer to this question," Jane curled her lips and said, "If I hadn't seen their synthesis process before and seen and deliberated the entire research and development process, even with my ability, I wouldn't be able to decipher this virus without a month. That kid is too lucky to have you come looking for me." Xianxia thought for a moment and asked, "Jane, the Nicosia laboratory is in Russia, right? Who are their sponsors?" Jane shook her head. "How would I know such a secret? You should ask your friend Makedon. His Mossad should be able to find out. I believe that without an annual investment of over £3 billion, it's impossible to develop such a weapon. It's definitely not an ordinary investor. By the way, the Russian government won't be involved either. The terror of this weapon isn't something I can describe with words. It's an anti-human experiment. Alright, I'll get Makedon to look into it later." Xianxia vaguely felt that this thing was related to the blonde Russian woman and Maxim from the Klyachevsky family. But without any evidence, he could only make a guess. Xianxia couldn't help but find it funny. "Jane, why would your student join such an organization? As his teacher, can't you do something about it?" Jane smiled brightly. "Don't you have a saying in Xianxia, education doesn't discriminate? I'm a teacher, not a judge. As long as my student is sincere in learning and respectful enough, then I'll definitely teach him. As for whether he becomes a hero or a coward, good or bad, it's none of my business. Aren't you afraid that someone will become a traitor after learning it? Jane blinked. Do you know, Yangqing, I actually quite admire your Huaxia Zhenbuan. Unfortunately, I heard that he's missing now. In this world, if there's anyone who can make me interested in scientific research again, it's him. The others, my students, are no challenge at all. Yangqing felt that this woman wasn't cute at all when she talked about her scientific achievements. Watching Yangqing and Jane talking for so long, Lin Ruoxi didn't really understand. She only felt that she couldn't get a word in when they were talking. It was as if Jane was the woman that Yangqing could chat with the most. Lin Ruoxi couldn't help but feel a little bitter, a little sour, and a little sense of crisis. Jane suddenly walked in front of Lin Ruoxi and lowered her head in embarrassment. Miss Lin, I'm very sorry. Lin Ruoxi was startled. She didn't know why Jane suddenly said that. Jane raised her head and said sadly, I saw the Mercedes-Benz outside. That man came to me yesterday. I know it's his car. Since he came here, the car didn't drive away, and there was blood at the door. I can guess that Yangqing beat him away to fulfill his promise to me, right? Jane didn't need to think much to come up with this kind of logical reasoning. Lin Ruoxi didn't expect that Jane knew everything that happened without being there. Originally, if Jane didn't say this kind of thing, Lin Ruoxi would still complain about Jane. But at this time, looking at the bitterness in Jane's sapphire blue eyes, the woman couldn't help but soften her heart. Just now, Lin Ruoxi also saw that Maxim wasn't human. So when she thought that Jane was going to marry such a monster because of the pressure from her family, she couldn't help but feel pity. Jane forced a smile. I know that Yangqing's actions will make you misunderstand a lot of things. But don't worry, Miss Lin, I have no intention of breaking up your relationship. When I was young, Yangqing saved my mother and my life. As for him, I feel like he's my benefactor. If Miss Lin can't tolerate me staying in Shanghai, just tell me. I won't have any complaints. As for the new material development project of Yulei, I can help your company with it elsewhere. I just hope that you and your wife can be happy. Don't become too suspicious and quarrel because of me running away from the marriage. Enough. Yangqing interrupted and said seriously, Jane, there's nothing going on between me and Ruoxi. Don't think too much. Since you know all this, it means that you already know that the Klyachevsky family is a werewolf family. Damn it, even if you're a vampire, I wouldn't be so angry. Werewolf? Do you want to marry Maxim and give birth to a freak? Is Catherine out of her mind? Why would she agree to this marriage? Jane shook her head and said with a smile, don't blame her. In fact, this marriage is mainly the idea of the Rothschild family. The Klyachevsky family provided a generous share of the oil field and sold a large number of Russian nuclear warheads and other military equipment at a low price. Plus, I haven't had a partner to discuss marriage with, so the family doesn't want to wait any longer. My mother can't make the decision either. After all, the royal family's position in England is stabilized by the Rothschild family. Nonsense. They didn't even want to tell me about your marriage. They obviously want to do it behind my back. Looks like they thought I lost all my teeth when I wasn't in Europe for 2 years. Yangqing said gloomily. Jane smiled casually. It's nothing. It's not over yet. Besides, it's just a formality for me to marry Maxim. It's not like I have to have children with him. Yangqing heard this and frowned. What do you mean by that? You want to marry him? Lin Ruoxi also heard the hidden meaning in Jane's words and looked at her in surprise. Jane bit her lower lip and said, he's already chased me all the way to Shanghai. At least he won't treat me lightly. Maybe we can try dating for a while. Looking at Jane's silly smile and words like that, Yangqing felt like there were needles poking his heart. He was about to say something when Lin Ruoxi grabbed his hand. Lin Ruoxi tightened her grip and Yangqing turned his head in confusion. What's wrong, Ruoxi? Yangqing asked. Lin Ruoxi smiled at Jane and said, that's a good idea. Mr. Maxim is very polite. Although, he might be a little different from ordinary people, what's important is the intention, isn't it? Yang Cheng's expression froze. He immediately understood that the woman still wanted Jane to leave Zhonghai. Jane was smart enough to know what Lin Ruoxi meant. She nodded unnaturally and said, "Yes, since there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Goodbye." After that, Jane trotted out of the villa. After a while, the sound of the car outside gradually faded away. Guo Shuihua and Mother Wang looked at the series of events and shook their heads subconsciously. They felt that these things should be left to the younger generation, so they went back to the kitchen. Lin Ruoxi let go of Yang Cheng's hand and exhaled as if she had fought a tough battle. Yang Cheng, who was in a daze for a long time, walked to the stairs lightly and planned to go upstairs without saying a word. Looking at Yang Cheng's depressed back, Lin Ruoxi felt bitter in her heart, but her eyes were firm. She said stubbornly with a trembling voice, "I didn't do anything wrong. I'm fighting for my family, there's nothing wrong with that." Yang Chen paused for a moment and nodded slightly. Then, he silently walked back upstairs. Zhonghai International Hotel, in a luxurious suite. Maxim, who had changed into a new set of clothes, stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the busy city below with an enigmatic expression. A blonde woman in a sexy outfit knelt behind Maxim and said humbly, "Master, the Giant Whale Society has received 100 missiles from us and placed them at the border between Zhonghai and Su province. They can be fired or detonated at any time. Also, that old man has started negotiating with Huaxia's navy in the East China Sea and is putting pressure on the central government." Maxim nodded. "That's to be expected. Did the old man have any other reaction to his son's death?" "He's very angry, but he's sensible enough not to do anything unnecessary." The blonde woman sneered. If Yang Cheng was here, he would have recognized her immediately. She was the one he let go on purpose, the one who used Gao Yu. "Aishapova," Maxim said, "how's Jane doing?" Aishapova replied, "Princess Jane just went to Yang Cheng's house, but she has returned to her research center. There's nothing out of the ordinary." Maxim said, "We have to keep an eye on her and be ready to kidnap her." "Master?" Aishapova was puzzled. "I don't understand why Master is so insistent on marrying Princess Jane. She's not worthy of marrying into the Klyachevsky family." Maxim snorted. "What do you know?" "I don't mind telling you. I want to marry Jane not because of her body, but because of her wisdom." "Wisdom?" "We've spent a lot of time and effort on this Maria's tribute. If everything goes according to plan, even the Americans won't be able to come up with the antidote within a year. The only unstable factor is Jane." Maxim said, "The person who developed this genetic weapon is Jane's student. If there's anyone who can destroy our trump card in a short time, it's Jane. So, Master wants to control that woman in our hands?" Aishapova asked in realization. "Not bad." Maxim sneered, "The reason why the Rothschild family is willing to marry Jane is that Jane has always refused to develop various anti-human weapons for them and opposed some scientific research that is not allowed in the world. They thought that even if Jane were to marry into the Klyachevsky family she would stick to her beliefs and not develop weapons of war. But these stupid humans don't know that our great white wolf king family naturally has a way to control Jane and make her work for us." Aishapova's eyes lit up. "Is Master referring to totemic hypnosis?" "Humph," Maxim said, "it would be best if Jane follows me obediently, but if she insists on resisting, then even if it causes discord in the UK, we can't do much about it." Aishapova asked worriedly, "What about Yangqing? His strength is not within the scope of our calculations." Maxim said disdainfully, "Don't worry. No matter how powerful he is, he wouldn't dare to joke around with the lives of millions of civilians on both sides of Zhonghai and Su province. If he dares to do anything to us, the people in Huaxia won't agree to it either. Don't forget that Yang Chen had another identity now. He was a descendant of the Yang clan, one of the 4 major clans. By then, his elders and the other clans would restrict his performance. Plus, we're just sending the Giant Whale Society's main force to China's mainland first. They'll take over the underground forces in Zhonghai, Yanjin, and Su province. Compared to the hundreds of genetic bombs destroying the entire coastal area, they'll accept our conditions. By then, the richest underground world in China will be under the control of the Klyachevsky family, and the surrounding areas will also be under our control. the oil we gave to the Rothschild family is nothing compared to this. Also, thanks to the giant whale society, we won't have any evidence against us, Maxim said with a smile. Aishapova was also excited. Congratulations, Master. Once this plan succeeds, our Klyachevsky family will be able to turn Southeast Asia into our treasury and reap the benefits. By then, we will be able to suppress those stinky bats who look down on us in the dark world. Maxim sneered, bloodlings? They're already rotten and living in seclusion. They're destined to be eliminated sooner or later. We werewolves will be the rulers of the world in the future. Aishapova's eyes were filled with admiration. Suddenly, her expression froze and she cried out, "Oh no! Master! I forgot to report something." "Speak," Maxim said casually. Aishapova trembled. Gao Yu used a small amount of commendation of Maria on a young man in order to speed up the process of taking over the Green Dragon Society and Red Thorns Society. That young man was saved by Yangqing. Could it be that Yangqing brought him to Jane for treatment? What? Maxim turned around and kicked Aishapova in the chest. Aishapova was sent flying and slammed into the wall. Go. Investigate this immediately. If he really did. Give it to Jane, send someone to capture her and send her overseas. Mobilize all the forces you can. Don't let her have the chance to develop the antidote. Maxim roared. Aishapova spat out a mouthful of blood and crawled out of the room. On the other hand, in Yangqing's room. After returning to his room, Yangqing took some time to calm himself down. He wasn't angry about anything, nor was he dissatisfied with Lin Ruashi's choice. Lin Ruashi had only chosen the normal path from her point of view. After all, he was the one to blame for everything that had happened. After sorting out his thoughts, Yangqing summoned a member of the Sea Eagles to deliver the antidote to Lu Mingho, just in case something happened to him later. After that, Yangqing contacted Maekdan, who was far away in the Mediterranean Sea, and asked him to send Mossad to investigate the sponsor behind the Nisha lab. At the same time, he asked Hanya's Yamada sect to investigate the deal between the Giant Whale Society and the Klyachevsky family. After giving these orders, Yangqing felt that he had missed out on something. It was Jane's safety. Since Maxim had chased her all the way to Zhonghai, it was only natural that he would take Jane away by force. So, Yangqing sent 2 more members of the Sea Eagles to protect Jane in the dark. After waiting for about half an hour, Yangqing received a reply from Maekdan. The fat bald man looked at the information he had just received, drank some wine, and reported to the other end of the video call, "Your Majesty Pluto, our people secretly found the information behind the scenes of the Nikia laboratory from the Russian KGB's intelligence system. The first founder of the lab was a mad scientist who was fired by the KGB. He was involved in the creation of anti-human genetic weapons. The Russian government was afraid that other countries would find out about it, so they fired him. But later, the Klyachevsky family saved him and protected him. The KGB thought that this wouldn't harm the country's interests. Also, the Klyachevsky family's core was the White Wolf King, so they didn't pay much attention to them. After that, the Nisha lab was built and they recruited elites from all over the world. The core members were 2 of Princess Jane's students. So, the Klyachevsky family is the sponsor behind the scenes? Yangqing grinned. Maekdan rubbed his stomach and burped. Yes, but because the lab is under the Klyachevsky family's jurisdiction, no one knows what they're researching. If it really is a genetic weapon, the world will be helpless in a short period of time unless it's Jane. She might be able to develop a genetic vaccine in a short period of time, right? Yangqing understood. Maekdan nodded. Damn it. Your Majesty Pluto, it seems like the Klyachevsky family doesn't really want a marriage alliance. They're probably worried that Princess Jane will ruin their plan. As a friend of Jane's, Maekdan was furious. Yangqing said gloomily, "You've done well. Next, you just need to find out where the Klyachevsky family's gathering points are. It's best if you can draw a map and give it to Sauron." Maekdan's eyes lit up. Your Majesty Pluto, are you going to fire? How can you leave such an interesting task to that red-headed ghost? I object. Yangqing said indifferently, your men can't compare to the werewolves in terms of combat power and recovery. They'll just die if they go. But even the sea eagles won't be a match for the werewolves. The White Wolf King family is the royal family of the werewolves. Even the elites of the 13 clans of the vampires might not be able to win against them, Maekdan said unhappily. Xianxia chuckled. If they can't, I'll do it myself. As for the stragglers outside, let Zero's expendable independent team do it. That counts as a gift to them on behalf of Jane. Hearing the name expendable, Maekdan shivered and smiled stiffly. Your Majesty Pluto, it seems that the anger in your heart has reached an astonishing level. I thought you wouldn't use too much force since you can still smile like this. Since they dare to use Jane's marriage as a plot, then they should prepare for the worst, Xianxia said coldly. Maekdan asked curiously, Your Majesty Pluto, what do you want to achieve in the end? Xianxia pondered for a moment and said, That Maxim, didn't he say that he wanted to marry Jane? If their family no longer exists, can he still marry her? At the other end of the video, Maekdan wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and nodded knowingly. 3 hours later, in the core conference room of the central government in Beijing. A round mahogany table that was neither too big nor too small looked like it had been through many years, but it was still clean and spotless. At the 4 corners of the round table sat 4 people, Ning Guanyao, Li Mozhen, Yang Gongming, and Tang Zhichen. Among the 4 of them, except for Ning Guanyao who was in the prime of his life, the other 3 were already old men with gray hair. Among them, Yang Gongming and Tang Zhichen were the oldest. However, Ning Guanyao wasn't any weaker than anyone else on this stage. Instead, he sat on the most important seat in Chaonan's room. And behind the 4 family masters sat several backbone members of the family. Usually, these people were the protagonists of the discussion, but today, they didn't have the authority to sit here and discuss the problems they were facing. Ning Guanyao gently stroked the edge of the blue and white flower tea set. After nearly 3 minutes of silence in the meeting, he turned to look at Yang Gongming and said with a smile, Eunuch Yang, the navy in the East Sea is under the control of Commander Yang. It's time for you to say something. Yang Gongming was expressionless and said in a flat tone, Why do we need the navy if we let a group of bandits land? Ning Guanyao furrowed his brows and glanced at Li Mozhen and Tang Zhichen. Both of them lowered their brows as if they heard nothing. Ning Guanyao sighed and said, Duke Yang, I know that the Yang family is made of iron and blood, and that they are not afraid of death. However, the Giant Whale Society had obtained hundreds of genetic missiles from the Klyachevsky family. Those missiles could endanger the lives of tens of millions of civilians. Compared to such a huge loss, there's no harm in temporarily agreeing to the Giant Whale Society's request. Since they dare to use genetic weapons, they naturally have an antidote that can save them. Since it's a virus with an antidote, do you think we can't think of a way? Yang Gongming said. Ning Guanyao said, but the problem is, if we act rashly now, it could lead to an irreversible disaster. We don't have much time left, we have to be decisive. Yang Gongming closed his eyes and said, Premier Ning, I've already said what I need to say. The decision is not in my hands. If Premier Ning insists on quenching his thirst with poison, there's no other way. Ning Guanyao said, Duke Yang, I'm forced by the situation and I have no other choice. Actually, there's another reason why I invited you to this meeting, it's because of Yangqing. Oh? As far as I know, Yangqing has stopped the marriage between the Klyachevsky family and the Welsh royal family. Maxim from the Klyachevsky family wants to take Princess Jane away and hopes that Yangqing won't stop him. Yangqing might not listen to what I say, Yang Gongming said nonchalantly. Ning Guanyao frowned and was about to say something when Li Mozhen, who was standing at the side, suddenly spoke. Let's stop for a moment. Li Mozhen held his earphones and said to everyone, It's too late now. What do you mean? Li Mozhen smiled faintly and said, Our security bureau has just received intelligence that Zero's secret unit, Expendable, has started a bloody raid on the Klyachevsky family's stronghold in Eastern Europe. The Klyachevsky family has already started an international condemnation of our Xianxia through the Russian Ministry of Foreign Affairs. At the same time, Yangqing Sea Eagle's mercenaries have already started a fight with the Klyachevsky family's men in Zhonghai. Hearing this news, not only Ning Guanyao, but Yang Gongming and Tang Zhichen were also quite surprised. They looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Although they knew that Yangqing never played by the rules, they didn't expect him to act so quickly and without hesitation. Ning Guangyao clenched his fists and the veins on his hands bulged. He said in annoyance, expendable? What kind of power is that? Li Mozhen lowered his voice and explained, according to the intelligence, the origin of that unit has a lot to do with Princess Jane. Princess Jane has stated a long time ago that she won't develop anti-human weapons for any country. But she once developed a drug for the world's #1 assassin organization, Zero. That drug was initially used to save the lives of some severely injured assassins. But later on, the drug had side effects. Those assassins were originally on the verge of death, but after taking the drug, a batch of them successfully survived. Their bodily functions underwent a strange mutation. Whether it was strength, speed, perception, or other abilities, they all exceeded the limits of normal human training. These assassins were dragged back from the clutches of the Grim Reaper and were given the title of expendable, which means that death is a thing of the past for them. They became the most mysterious team in Zero. They appeared the least, but they were also the strongest team. Bang! Ning Guangyao slammed his fist on the table and said angrily, the more it is like this, the worse the situation is. If Russia becomes enemies with us, it means that we will lose an ally against the US. A lot of trade at the border will also be affected. This Yangqing is simply destroying the interests of our Huaxia. Yang Gongming smiled and narrowed his eyes. Premier Ning, you are wrong. There are no allies between countries, so there is nothing to worry about. Master Yang, what do you mean? Yang Gongming said indifferently, what I mean is, if we have to give our country an ally, then there will only be one. What? Ning Guangyao asked. Yang Gongming straightened his back and said proudly, Army. Tang Zhichen laughed and said, Old Yang, you still dare to say it. Li Mozhen smiled and nodded in agreement. Yang Gongming continued, since they have already sent missiles to our doorstep, it is clear that they are going to fight. At this time, if we don't send warships to sink their ships and air forces to flatten their bases, then what's the point of having an army? Although that kid Yangqing is a little reckless, he is setting fire to the Russians' backyard. The Russians are much more anxious than us. They can't even protect themselves, so why should we care about them? Ning Guangyao saw that the three old men were all unyielding and said unhappily, the key now is to ensure the safety of the people. What's the use of talking about this? Are we really going to fight to the death? Li Mozhen shook his head and said, hundreds of missiles entering Huaxia without anyone noticing is already the biggest joke in the world. It must be a show directed by some coastal officials. I have already sent people to investigate and found out that there are many parasites in the customs line of the Jiangsu province. Since those people have already benefited from this, why would they want to die so soon? Ning Guangyao was taken aback and said, Master Li, are you saying that those people in the Jiangsu province are colluding with the Giant Whale Society? That's right. Li Mozhen said, colluding with the Giant Whale Society and using genetic weapons to intimidate us. Once the Giant Whale Society's naval forces are released, Zhonghai and the Jiangsu province will definitely be in chaos. In that case, just the funds allocated to them to maintain law and order would be enough for them to earn a large sum of money. The purchase of equipment for customs and inspection agencies would also be a large sum of money. Not to mention other things, this money would be enough for them to spend. Ning Guangyao was shocked. These old foxes had already planned this from the start. They had done so many investigations in secret, but they didn't tell him about it. On the surface, the four great clans seemed to be in harmony, but in the dark, they all had their own way of doing things. There were also differences in who they favored. Obviously, other than the Tang clan, who was relatively neutral, the Li clan and the Yang clan were especially close. What do you think we should do now, Master Li? Ning Guangyao asked seriously. Li Mozhen said, actually, we only need to focus on wiping out the Whale Society at sea. While they think they're safe, they're not on their guard. As for the missiles between Zhonghai and the Jiangsu province, they will be fine as long as Yangqing is there. Ning Guangyao asked, you trust Yangqing that much? Haha, Li Mozhen laughed heartily and said, that kid is very shrewd. Since he dared to make a move with such great fanfare, he naturally has the confidence to deal with the genetic virus. Otherwise, with so many women in Zhonghai, how could he not be anxious? At the same time, Yangqing was standing in the luxurious suite of the Zhonghai International Hotel. Beneath Yangcheng's feet was the body of a man whose heart had been crushed. It was Maxim. Maxim's eyes were wide open in anger. He couldn't understand why Yangcheng would kill him without any hesitation. In the corner, a blonde woman with long black hair was about to transform into a werewolf. She was Aishapova, but her heart had been pierced through by some unknown force. Yangcheng retracted his foot and said to Mullen, "Clean up this place. I'm going to Russia. It's time to put an end to this farce." After weighing the pros and cons, he decided to remove the battle scenes. Otherwise, it would be a fantasy again. Half a day later. When night fell, the famous lake area on the northwest coast of England was quiet and serene. Near an ancient city called Keswick that was built during the Victorian era, there was a classical British castle that had stood there since God knows when, and a few banners with complicated patterns fluttered in the wind. In the main hall in the middle of the castle, colorful crystal lamps hung on the dome, and under the simple murals, pieces of exquisitely carved art were placed in rows. On the handmade wool carpet of the Persian Gulf, on the big sofa made of agarwood that would not rot for 100 years, a man yawned and glanced at the big clock in the corner from time to time. If one did not notice the man's scarlet clothes, perhaps such a scene would not be too strange. Suddenly, the outer door of the hall was opened, and a few figures hurried in. The one in front was an old white man with silver hair but a ruddy face, wearing a gentleman's black suit, and a small pocket watch hanging on his chest. And beside the old man, there was a handsome young man with blonde hair. Other than being uneasy, there was a more complicated expression on his face. When the silver-haired old man saw the man on the sofa, and then saw a big sack that was oozing scarlet liquid, which was thrown on the carpet in the middle of the hall without hesitation, the corner of his eyes couldn't help but twitch a few times. But very quickly, the old man still walked forward with a smile and said, "What a rare guest, Your Majesty Pluto. It's been many years since you came to our Rothschild as a guest." The one who was lying on the sofa for a while was Yangcheng. Yangcheng scratched his ear and said with an evil smile, "You don't seem to be very welcome." "Your Majesty must be joking, there is no one in Rothschild who is not welcome," the old man said warmly. Yangcheng was not interested in dealing with this family that integrated business into their blood, so he directly pointed to the big sack on the carpet and said, "Take a look, I personally brought you a gift." The old man took a deep breath and signaled the two bodyguards behind him to step forward and open the sack. After the two men stepped forward, they held their breaths and carefully loosened the heavy sack. A particularly strong stench rushed out, even causing the two bodyguards to hold back and not vomit. Squeezed together in the sack was a bunch of wolf heads with red eyes and fangs. The faces of these wolf heads were particularly hideous, as if they saw an incomparably terrifying scene when their heads were cut off. Wolf. Werewolf? Yangcheng stood up, took off his shirt, and threw it on the ground. He put his hands on his waist and said, "These are all the core members of the Klyachevsky family that I killed for half a day. They are all in this sack. You can take a look." The old man's body trembled a little. "Your Majesty Pluto's body, why? Didn't you want to send Jane to the Klyachevsky clan?" Yangcheng sneered, "Now that their clan is gone, can you cancel the marriage?" The old man's footsteps were a little unstable. The blonde man beside him immediately supported him and looked at Yangcheng helplessly. "Your Majesty Nether King, aren't you usually not involved in international disputes? Aren't you afraid of causing dissatisfaction from all sides by doing this?" The old man tried his best to remain calm as he spoke. "It's true that I don't interfere in international affairs, but I will never give up on the people around me." Yangcheng said, "Jane's life is up to her. Unless she is willing to marry, no one is allowed to have other thoughts. I don't care if you want to make money, I don't care if you want to use war to get rich, but you better not disturb my life." In the end, Yangcheng smiled disdainfully. "Dissatisfied? If anyone is dissatisfied, they can stand up. I will kill anyone who dares to oppose me. Don't talk reason with me, and don't talk about conditions. Ever since I became sensible, this world only has the law of life and death. By the way, the werewolves of the Klyachevsky family can at least resist for half a day. I wonder how many hours a human like Rothschild can resist." After hearing this, the old man couldn't help but take a step back and slowly lowered his head. Yangcheng faintly glanced at him, then said to Edward, who had been silent all this while, "Edward, try to persuade the members of your clan who think they can control everything with money. Although you're considered half a friend of mine, it doesn't mean that your clan is the same." Edward smiled wryly. "I thought you wouldn't do such a thing in the 2 years since you returned to Xianxia. I didn't expect you to do it again. The Russian government has entered a level 1 military alert. They are worried that you will go crazy and implicate their leaders." Xianxia said, "Let them be. Prepare a plane for me. I'll go back to Xianxia after I take a shower." Zhonghai. Dawn had just arrived, but the sun was already shining brightly. In the summer in the south, the sun always rose early. In the western suburbs, Lin Ruashi was standing in front of her house in a light gray dress. Her hair danced in the wind, making her look like a fairy of the moon. However, it was not difficult to see the red lines in the woman's eyes. There was fatigue caused by a night of not sleeping well. Since yesterday afternoon, Xianxia suddenly went abroad for business. There had been no news until now. Lin Ruashi felt a little scared. Regarding Jane's matter, Xianxia was not angry, nor did he raise any other opinions, which made her feel worried. At this time, a white Cadillac slowly stopped on the road in front of Lin Ruashi. A woman dressed in a colorful black dress leisurely got out of the car. Behind her was a dignified middle-aged man. It was Yuan Hui and Yang Jieyu. Yang Jieyu saw Lin Ruashi standing at the door of the courtyard and showed a happy smile. She enthusiastically hugged Lin Ruashi. "Yo, Ruashi, are you waiting for Auntie?" Lin Ruashi was still a little shy, but she smiled unnaturally and nodded. She had just received a call from Yang Jieyu, saying that she had something to talk about, so she came out to wait when it was almost time. "My dear niece-in-law is so sensible. You know to come out and wait for us." TSK. "Ruashi, your husband is so rude. Why did he let you come out alone?" Yang Jieyu laughed and scolded. Lin Ruashi's eyes dimmed. "He is not back yet." Yang Jieyu had expected it and said with a smile, "Then he will be back soon. Let's go inside and talk about business when Xianxia comes back." Lin Ruashi wondered why Yang Jieyu was so sure that Xianxia would be home soon, but she didn't ask much and invited the couple into the house first. Guo was also very happy to know that her sister and brother-in-law were coming. Although they were in Zhonghai, Yuan Hui and his wife were busy with the Yang and Yuan families' businesses in Jiangnan, so they didn't have time to meet each other. She didn't know what made them come here so early in the morning. The house was bustling early in the morning. Other than Xianxia, who had gone out to work early in the morning, no one else could be seen. Since they hadn't eaten breakfast yet, they sat down to eat the leftover dumplings from the Dragon Boat Festival and drank porridge while chatting and laughing while waiting for Yang Chen's arrival. "Jieyu, you said that Yang Chen will be back soon. How did you know?" Guo asked curiously. Yang Jieyu said with a smile, "Dad sent someone to inform us. We could have asked Secretary Fang Zhongping to tell Yangqing about it, but Fang Zhongping seemed to be frightened by Yangqing and didn't dare to come. So, he asked us to come and talk to him." Guo was very concerned about her son. "Don't keep us in suspense. Is it a good thing or a bad thing? Did Yangqing get into trouble again?" Yuan Hui laughed and said, "Sister-in-law, if it's a bad thing, how can we have breakfast with you so leisurely? It's a good thing. Yangqing made a great contribution to Huaxia this time. He saved thousands of people. To be exact, Yangqing played the role of a matchmaker. If it wasn't for Yangqing, Miss Jane wouldn't have provided such a big help," Yang Jieyu said. Lin Ruashi didn't say anything until she heard the name Jane. She then asked, "Auntie, what did Miss Jane do? Can you tell us?" When Yang Jieyu heard Lin Ruashi call her auntie, her heart felt like it had eaten honey. This was too rare for the shy Lin Ruashi. "Actually, there's nothing to hide. We're all on the same side." The government and the military had been suppressing the news, but in fact, Zhonghai and the Su province had been targeted by a batch of genetic weapons, which could cause mass casualties at any time. But now, thanks to Miss Yiling's efforts, the crisis had been averted. The central government is very grateful for Miss Jane's help. They hope that through Yangqing, they can invite Miss Jane to Beijing to express their gratitude. Secondly, they can discuss future cooperation, Yang Jieyu said. Lin Ruoxi was surprised, while Guo and Mother Wang were scared. As soon as Yang Jieyu opened her mouth, she roughly explained the situation. Before Yangqing left Huaxia, he asked Jane to provide the Security Bureau with the information about the antidote for Maria's tribute. Since they already had the finished product, all they had to do was to copy it. Although Maria's tribute was powerful, its biggest drawback was that it needed nearly 3 days to take effect. Under such circumstances, even if all the missiles were successfully launched, the military would be able to produce a sufficient amount of antidote within 2 days. The Giant Whale Society's amulet was rendered useless, and they were wiped out by the Jiangnan army and navy. Oh right, Yang Jieyu added, Ruoxi, did you know that the Klyachevsky family that attended the International Trade Conference, Maxim, has been declared a crime against humanity by the Russian government? All the Klyachevsky family's businesses have been confiscated by the Russian government. This time, they used genetic weapons to threaten the Huaxia government. Luckily, Yangqing found out in time and asked Jane to prepare the antidote. Lin Ruoxi was stunned for a moment, but very quickly, her calm mind allowed her to analyze and understand many things. It seemed that Maxim's persistence in pursuing Jane wasn't because of his fiancée, but because of the conspiracy. Out of pure selfishness, she had asked Yang Chen to let go of Jane so that Maxim could take her away. If Yang Chen hadn't found the key, there might have been a catastrophe. Lin Ruoxi couldn't help but hate herself. Why did she only think about her feelings? Why didn't she think about what kind of person he was? When did she become so narrow-minded and short-sighted? Right at this moment, the roar of a car came from the entrance of the mansion. Guo was elated. It's Yangqing's car. He's finally back. Yangqing took the plane prepared by the Rothschild family. It didn't take him many hours to get back to Zhonghai. He thought that he would be able to have breakfast when he got home, but he didn't expect to see 2 people at home. Why are you guys here? Yangqing asked in confusion. Guo frowned and scolded him with a smile. Why are you calling me uncle and auntie? Yangqing curled his lips. I'm not used to it. Guo wanted to pull his ears, but when she thought about how Yang Chen hadn't had any relatives by his side for the past 20 years, she felt sad and let it go. Yuan Hui and his wife didn't mind at all. In fact, if they weren't related, Yuan Hui and his wife wouldn't have dared to face Yangqing like Feng Zhongping. They had received news from the Yang family that in less than half a day, Yangqing had slaughtered hundreds of people in the Klyachevsky family. Men, women, young and old. The couple felt a chill down their spines when they saw how relaxed Yangqing was. Luckily, this young man was one of them. Otherwise, they might have nightmares at night. Yangqing noticed that Lin Ruoxi was sitting there without saying a word. She was staring at him with a weird gaze. He couldn't help but feel confused. He walked to Lin Ruoxi and asked carefully, Dear, what's wrong? Why are you staring at me in a daze? Hee, are you too happy to see me back? Lin Ruoxi couldn't see any blame in the man's eyes. It was as if she wasn't unhappy with what he and Jane had said and done. Lin Ruoxi couldn't help but hate her previous choice. She lowered her head and said, It's nothing. I just didn't sleep well. Although Yangqing felt that there must be another reason, he didn't ask further. Instead, he said to Yang Jieyu and his wife, You haven't said anything yet. Why are you here so early? Yang Jieyu smiled and said, Grandpa asked us to come over. He wants to talk to you. Of course, the first thing is to praise you. You handled it well this time. Also, about Miss Yiling. Then, Yang Jieyu briefly explained her future goals and looked at Yangqing with anticipation. Yangqing sat down and peeled a rice dumpling. As he bit into it, he said, That's a good idea. After losing that science geek, Yen Buwen, they want Jane to help them. Even the British MI5 couldn't get Jane to develop weapons for them. Does Huaxia have any magic? I think you want to use my relationship to tie Jane to Huaxia, right? We're just passing on the message, so it's not our place to comment. But no country's government will give up the chance to get Jane, Yang Jieyu said. Yangqing shook his head, Go and tell the old man and all those who want to get benefits from Jane. Jane will only stay in Zhonghai to do the research she likes and teach the subjects she likes. She will not go to Beijing, nor will she contribute to the military. Yang Jiu smiled bitterly, not at all? So determined? Don't make me repeat myself, Yang Qing said. Yuan Hui stopped his wife who wanted to say something and smiled, that's enough. We're not here to persuade them. It's fine as long as the message is passed. Yang Jiu sighed and smiled, okay, I'll pass on the message to Beijing. But, Yang Qing, didn't you say you wanted to go back to Beijing last time? Why haven't you gone back yet? Hearing this question, Lin Ruoxi also looked at Yang Qing curiously. Yang Qing chewed the sticky rice and swallowed it. I'm used to getting things done one step at a time. I'll go back when I'm ready. Yang Jiu and her husband couldn't say anything else. They knew that Yang Qing might seem easy to get along with, but there were a lot of things that no one could control. Finally, Yang Jiu sent out an invitation, Yang Qing, Yuan Yi is holding a small celebration party for Tongtong's admission to Zhonghai University. Your family should come too. I remember there's a girl called Xianxia, right? She took the exam with Tang Tang. Which university did she get into? When everyone heard this, Guo Shuihua asked in surprise, the college entrance examination results are out. Yuan Hui said, it's already July, of course they've finished marking the exam papers. Don't you guys know that you can check by phone now? Guo Shuihua was a little embarrassed. She might be a mother of two, but her son had never participated in the exam. Thus, she had no idea about it. Lin Ruoxi was also looking forward to it. Let's check it when Jinxiu comes back. As everyone chatted, Yang Jiu did not forget to remind Yang Qing to bring his family to the Yuan family's private banquet on time. She even insisted that everyone must be present. Since Yang Qing couldn't resist their enthusiasm, he could only agree to it. After Yuan Hui and his wife left, Lin Ruoxi helped Mother Wang clean up the dishes and went to work. Yang Qing immediately chased after her and grabbed Lin Ruoxi's hand. Ruoxi, what's wrong with you? Did I do something to make you unhappy? Why haven't you looked at me since I came home? Lin Ruoxi bit her lips and turned around. She said gloomily, no, you're great. It's my own problem. What's your problem? Yang Qing was even more confused. He thought about it and said unhappily, did someone bully you? Damn it, I've only been away for less than a day. Who's so tired of living? I'll go kill him. Lin Ruoxi raised her head and looked at Yang Chen, who seemed to be taking things for granted. You always talk about killing people. Is it really that interesting? Yang Cheng's face turned bitter. He smiled awkwardly. I was just making an example. An example? An example? Lin Ruoxi looked at the man with mixed feelings. Do you think I can't tell? Just now, Aunt and the others looked at you with fear in their eyes. Even they, as family, are afraid of you. You went abroad this time and killed a lot of people, right? Yang Qing was startled. He didn't expect Lin Ruoxi to be able to see through this. In fact, he had overlooked one thing. Lin Ruoxi was an expert in the business world for many years. Although she didn't talk often, her ability to read people's expressions was definitely far superior to ordinary people. I'm sorry. Yang Qing sighed, I didn't expect this to make you unhappy. You're saying sorry again. Lin Ruoxi smiled miserably, what do you have to say sorry for? You don't have any sorry to me at all. Looking at the woman's sudden agitation, Yang Qing was a little sluggish. Lin Ruoxi suddenly covered her face helplessly with her hands, softly squatting down and sobbing. Yang Qing was at a loss for what to do. He quickly squatted down and wanted to reach out to caress the woman's sobbing shoulders, but he was afraid that it would cause even more emotional fluctuations. Wife. Don't call me. Lin Ruoxi's eyes were red and filled with tears. I'm not worthy of being your wife at all. You're not someone from my world, I'm not worthy of you at all. Yang Cheng's mind went blank, as if lightning had struck his forehead, causing him to lose the ability to think. To you, killing is as casual as breathing. To you, money and power are all things that are easily obtainable. Even if you kill hundreds or thousands of people a day, perhaps you won't find it too hard to accept. But to me, the death of a person in front of me is something that will give me nightmares at night. The enemies you have to face, they aren't even human. In their eyes, I'm not your wife, I'm just a burden by your side, a hostage that can be used to force you to submit. I can't help you with anything, I don't understand anything. Other than arguing with you all day because of other women's matters, I can't do anything for you. Don't you think I'm very sad, very ridiculous? My dignity, my pride, my beliefs are just a fragile piece of paper. In front of you, it's useless. But I see myself as so important. Am I an extremely stupid woman? Tell me. Isn't that right? Yangqing looked at the woman who had lost control of her emotions. This wasn't the first time he saw Lin Ruoxi cry so painfully, but this was the first time that Lin Ruoxi actually appeared to feel inferior in front of him. Lin Ruoxi's tears dripped onto the ground, like dyed flowers blooming. Do you know, sometimes I even think that if they were your lovers, wouldn't they be much happier than if I were your wife? They don't need to feel that they're not worthy of you, they don't need to worry about other women competing for their positions, they don't need to worry about not returning home at night. If they were lovers, even if they couldn't help you, they wouldn't be in so much pain. Ruoxi, don't be like this. Yangqing said with difficulty. Lin Ruoxi shook her head and said sadly, Yangqing, you did the right thing. Jane is the woman who should stay by your side. Only her wisdom can bring you help. She is the woman who is worthy of you. She's so beautiful and comes from a noble background. Unlike me, I'm a woman who doesn't even want my own father. She's also so intelligent, always able to provide you with so much help, the whole world needs her. She loves you so much, even though she knows that the other party is that kind of person, she's willing to sacrifice herself and marry to Russia for you. She won't have nightmares about you killing people, nor will she feel a sense of crisis because you have a lover, because no one can compare to her. Lin Ruoxi. Yangqing glared at her angrily, what nonsense are you talking about? Yangqing's anger did not seem to have any effect on Lin Ruoxi. After wiping away the tears on her face, the woman stood up and forced a smile. It's normal for you to be angry. I know I'm stupid, and I don't know why I'm saying this, but after saying it, I feel a lot more relaxed. Yangqing looked at Lin Ruoxi's relieved expression, but his heart tightened. Don't think too much, okay? I just said yesterday that you're very important to me. You're the one who gave me a brand new life. How are you not worthy of me? Lin Ruoxi smiled. Maybe I'm still not confident enough. Okay, I have to go to work. I'm sorry, I'll only annoy you. After saying that, Lin Ruoxi turned around and walked toward her car as if nothing had happened. Yangqing watched in a daze as the woman got into the car, started it, and left. He stood there, not moving an inch. Sorry? Yangqing did not even remember if Lin Ruoxi had said these 3 words to him. Or, how long ago was the last time she said it? For the first time, Lin Ruoxi was smiling at him, but Yangqing felt that it was even more painful than when she was angry. It was as if there was a breath of air stuck in his chest, and he could not breathe it out. After standing there for a long time, Yangqing silently walked out of the courtyard and walked toward a villa in front of him. When he arrived at the entrance of a newly moved villa, Yangqing pressed the video call doorbell. Not long after, a lazy Anqin, who had not even dressed up, appeared in the video call. After being frightened by the clones, Anqin quickly chose a villa that was close to Yangqing and moved over. In fact, it was a woman's own idea. Of course, the closer she was to Yangqing, the better it would be. This way, she wouldn't be out of favor if they couldn't see each other for a long time because of work. However, Anqin was more afraid of Lin Ruoxi. He was afraid that moving in for no reason would cause strong resentment, so in a way, being attacked gave Anqin an excellent excuse. Hubby, why are you here so early in the morning? Anqin asked tenderly, didn't you say you went abroad? Yangqing forced a smile. I just got back. Open the door. Anqin smiled sweetly, ran to the door excitedly, and opened it. Because she was still in bed and went downstairs, the woman was still wearing a fluffy white nightgown. Her black hair was scattered with small curls, making her look cute and charming. Yangqing walked in. As soon as he got close to Anqin's fair face, he smelled a refreshing milk fragrance unique to women, like a pink baby after a bath. Looking at Anqin's moving eyes, Yangqing was slightly absent-minded. He reached out a hand and slowly caressed the woman's cheek. Anqin could feel that Yangqing's emotions were not as calm as he looked on the surface. She was still worried that something had happened when she saw Yangqing's hand gently caressing her hair. You little lazy pig, you're already the chairman, why are you still so sleepy? Yangqing said with a smile. His fingers landed on the corner of Anqing's eyes and gently wiped it. Anqing suddenly came to a realization. Crap. I didn't wash my face. Yangqing already said with a smile that was not a smile, Darling Anqing, this is the first time I've seen you stand in front of me with eye wax. Huh. Anqing was about to collapse. She really was a pig head. Hurriedly, Anqing buried her head and used her hands to tidy up the area around her eyes. She said in an aggrieved voice, Hubby, don't look. It's so annoying. Yangqing's irritated and depressed mood was somewhat relaxed by the woman's naive expression. He laughed and said, I didn't know before that there was a woman who could look so beautiful with eye wax. Little demoness Anqing, did you specially train to secrete eye wax? Pfft, disgusting. Anqing laughed and scolded. However, hearing Yangqing say that she was beautiful, the woman was still very happy. After a simple cleaning, Anqing still felt unsatisfied and said, Hubby, take a seat first. There's a lot of delicious food in the fridge. I'll go wash up first. Seeing that Anqing was about to turn around and run back upstairs, Yangqing immediately hugged the woman's waist. As soon as Anqing ran away, she was pulled back into Yangqing's embrace and bumped into him. A pair of plump breasts were tightly pressed against Yangqing's thin shirt. Through the cotton nightgown, one could still feel the exquisite softness of the two protrusions. Don't go. Yangqing hugged the woman and said deeply. Anqing looked at the entangled emotions in Yangqing's eyes and couldn't help but feel a faint pain in her heart. She obediently nodded her head. Opening her arms and wrapping them around Yangqing's neck, Anqing took the initiative to use her tender and cold lips to press against Yangqing's lower lip and lightly peck. Yangqing looked at the beauty who was about to melt like water, and his breathing became heavier. He originally wanted to vent the anger in his chest, but now that he was ignited by this considerate woman, he finally couldn't control himself. With a muffled roar, Yangqing forcefully pressed Anqing's elastic body against the snow-white wall. With one hand, he touched the back of the woman's head, grabbing onto her black hair, while the other hand reached into the gap between her breasts and directly grabbed onto a lump of plump. His lips and tongue invaded every inch of tenderness, seizing every trace of sweetness. Anqing didn't even have the time to catch her breath. Every inch of her skin was ignited by the man's demonic claws. Her entire body was burning, and she only felt that the small piece of cloth beneath her body had already been soaked. When her brain could no longer clearly distinguish what she was doing, Anqing simply didn't make any movements, allowing the man to position her body in any position. After Yangqing enjoyed a series of wet kisses, he moved Anqing's light body onto the large leather sofa in the living room. The loose nightgown became the most suitable attire at this moment. With just a casual lift, the full and round curves of the woman's lower body could be seen. The pink and red panties were already wet, emitting bursts of fragrance. Yangqing couldn't wait to pull it off, and then took off the only restraint he had. Looking at the woman who had already softened on the sofa and was panting, his eyes were a little red. He grabbed Anqing's two plump jade legs and directly clamped them on his waist. That tender and soft flesh, with a slight movement, brought about a trace of enchanting ripples. Yangqing let out a loud roar, and his entire body completely pressed down, as if he wanted to completely penetrate a lake of spring water, stirring up peach-colored waves. Ing. For a moment, the entire living room was only filled with Anqing's bewildered moans, feeling the waves of crazy impact, causing the woman to climb to the peak not long after they started. Yangqing was like a ferocious beast that didn't know fatigue. His entire delicate and beautiful body was tightly bound to his body, as if he couldn't wait to sink deep into his own body. In the violent storm, the two were lost in a pink fog of passion. After more than an hour, Anqing drowsily heard the man's satisfied voice. Her body felt like it was burning, and she almost fainted. If it wasn't for the fact that she had been training these days, Anqing believed that she would definitely be unconscious just like that. After finishing the deed, Yangqing placed the soft woman on his chest, caressing Anqing's back. It was silky smooth like silk, and he couldn't help but let out a breath of turbid air. After he finally calmed down, Yangqing felt rather guilty. He had been a bit too violent just now, and the high intensity had caused the woman to suffer. Darling Anqing, it's my fault. I shouldn't have come to look for you at such a time. Did I hurt you? Xianxia said apologetically. In Anqing's chest, her heart was still beating rapidly. She panted and said, there were a few times when my mind went blank. I'm a little tired now. Hubby, are you very unhappy today? I don't know either. I can't explain it clearly. I just feel like I want to find someone and spit everything out, but you little demoness, I can't help it when I see you. You still have to light up the fire yourself. Xianxia said with a wry smile. Anqing used her warm little face to press against Xianxia's chest, pursed her lips and smiled happily, actually. Hubby, I'm still very happy that you're willing to come and find me at this time. At least, it means that I can walk into your heart, right? Xianxia pinched her cheek. What nonsense are you talking about? You have always been in my heart. However, why don't you ask me why? You won't be happy if I mention it. So I don't want to know. In any case, it's fine as long as you're by my side. Anqing mumbled. Xianxia sighed softly. Even if it was for the sake of such a foolish woman, he had to pull himself together and face the development of the situation. No matter what, Lin Ruashi wasn't the only person he needed to care about. He couldn't let them worry about him. After thinking for a while, Xianxia couldn't help but ask, darling Anqing, tell me the truth, being with me. Will there be any pressure? Anqing blinked her eyes, pressure? Of course there is. Xianxia said dejectedly, so that's how it is. So it's not just Ruashi who thinks this way. Why does Sister Ruashi have to feel the pressure? She's already my real wife, so I, as a little lover, will feel the pressure. I'm always worried that you'll only care about accompanying other women and won't accompany me, and won't love me anymore. Anqing said sourly, if I were to be like Sister Ruashi and live with you every day, how would there be any pressure? Xianxia was stunned. The pressure you're talking about, is that? Then. Which one? Anqing was puzzled. Xianxia smiled, you stupid brain, how could I not be willing to accompany you? You're the one who's busy and you don't even give me a call. How would I know when you're free? It's not like you don't know that I'm the most idle person. Anqing stuck out her tongue, hubby, you haven't said it yet. What kind of pressure do you think it is? Xianxia was a little embarrassed, and said, Ruashi told me this morning that she felt that she and I were not in the same world, and that she was in pain, so much so that I didn't even know what to say to her now. I thought that you were the same as Ruashi, and felt that my status abroad would make you feel uncomfortable. Anqing was stunned for a while before she giggled, hubby, did Sister Ruashi really say that? It's more or less the same, but it's much more complicated than that. Xianxia said in distress. Anqing smiled and kissed Xianxia's face a few times. What kind of pressure is this? Men are supposed to be stronger than women, so women will like them. I don't know about others, but I definitely hope that the man I like is as strong as possible. No matter how strong he is, no matter how high his status is, it's not like I'm going to be a man's competitor, so why should I feel pressured? As long as we're together, it's fine. Anqing said indifferently. Xianxia hesitated. Really? Anqing nodded vigorously. Hubby, think about it. Although I'm not particularly rich, my family has at least tens of billions of yuan. How could I fall in love with a man who only has 1 or 200 million yuan? It's not that I'm materialistic, it's just that I can't really communicate with such a man. Ordinary people had to be calculative when it came to living. In our eyes, a Ferrari worth millions and a villa worth tens of millions could be bought at any time. Money was just a number. Even if a business lost a few hundred million, it would still be a common occurrence. These were two worlds to begin with, so of course they couldn't be together. That's why I feel that it's natural for me to get along with you because you have money and power, and you're stronger than me. Xianxia asked suspiciously, it can't be. Then when I first met you, you didn't know who I was. How could you be willing to follow me? Anqing said shyly, Actually, if it wasn't for you letting me know later on that you were actually very powerful, I don't think I would have agreed to stay by your side. What? Xianxia's eyes widened, are you looking for a beating? Hubby, don't be angry. Anqing cried out as she covered her, but, it's not that I'm vain, but if that was the case, you wouldn't have been able to save me. so everything was predestined by the heavens. Besides, if hubby doesn't have as much money as I do, then wouldn't I have to adopt a pretty boy? Yangqing felt that it made sense. If he wasn't strong enough, then Lin Ruoxi would have died back then. If it had been earlier, how could he have saved her from the bar? It was better for him to do it alone than to be defiled by a group of people. Although it was a little cruel to say this, that was the reality. Therefore, that woman actually mentioned that she wasn't worthy of him. It was simply inexplicable. Yangqing finally felt a little better, and then asked, "Then, baby Anqing, tell me, I often kill people, and I don't take killing people too seriously, is that okay?" Anqing hesitated for a moment, and said softly, "Killing people is never a good thing, but I also know that if you don't kill a lot of people, it might only leave behind hidden dangers. Hubby, if you kill people to protect the people around you, I think it's still understandable. After all, hubby, you don't kill people for fun. If they didn't provoke you, they wouldn't have been killed." Yangqing felt that this woman was really too cute. That was true. It wasn't like he went to find them himself. If it wasn't for the fact that they didn't treat human lives as human lives, developed anti-human genetic weapons, and even used Jane, would they have nothing better to do? Why would they go to Russia to uproot them? Although the means were cruel and cold-blooded, it didn't matter how they died. Anqing caressed Yangqing's face and said softly, "Moreover, I know that hubby must hate killing people, otherwise you wouldn't have come back to China to live a peaceful life. But there are a lot of things that can't be avoided just because you want to. I only hope that when I'm by your side, I can see you happy. That way, I will be the happiest. As for the rest, it's not a big deal." Yangqing smirked and said, "Baby Anqing, as a reward, let's do it again." Anqing hurriedly shrunk her body and said coquettishly, "I haven't even slept enough. I've been tossing and turning all morning. I'm tired, I want to sleep." "You won't be sleepy after tossing and turning." Yangqing licked his lips and tempted. Anqing still shook her head and punched Yangqing's chest with her fist. She pouted and said, "Little San also has human rights." Yangqing completely lost his temper, but it was actually on a whim. Seeing how weak Anqing was, he couldn't bear to pounce on her again. Yangqing sat up and let Anqing's head rest on his lap. He said warmly, "Then you sleep. When you've slept enough, we'll go eat lunch together." Only then did Anqing relax. She obediently nodded and closed her eyes. Due to her fatigue, the woman quickly fell asleep. One of Yangqing's hands gently stroked Anqing's long hair, intimately and naturally. Anqing's breathing became even, and she opened her mouth in a daze. "Hubby, if you touch me like this, I'll fall asleep and become bald. If you dare to become bald, I'll get rid of you." Yangqing joked. Anqing pouted, "Don't get rid of me. Even if you become a fatty in the future and have a beer belly, I will still love you very, very much." Hearing the woman's murmur, Yangqing's hand unconsciously paused. A burst of warmth surged through his eyes as he pursed his lips into a smile. Time passed by minute by minute. Perhaps it was because he was sleeping soundly on his lover's thigh, but it wasn't until noon that Anqing woke up after sleeping soundly. Because Yangqing said that he wanted to have lunch together, Anqing gave up on the idea of going to work at the company and gave herself a day off. No one could control her anyway. After experiencing the coercion of a group of relatives, to the current Anqing, Yangqing had truly become her only family. Yangqing sent a text message to Guishuahua early in the morning, telling them not to wait. Then, he brought Anqing, who had finished dressing up, to a home-cooked restaurant in the city and quietly enjoyed a lunch. Although he was worried about Lin Ruoxi, Yangqing knew that both of them needed time to calm down. Moreover, Anqing, who had been silently contributing by his side, should not be left out, so Yangqing tried his best to talk about some of his interesting experiences abroad. Firstly, it allowed Anqing to understand him better, and secondly, it allowed the woman to relax and laugh happily. After lunch, the two of them strolled hand in hand on the business street. When they arrived at the entrance of the cinema, Anqing thought of something and said excitedly, "Hubby, isn't Spider-Man 4 showing in the next few days? Let's go in and watch." Yangqing frowned. He had never liked watching this kind of sci-fi action movie, because he himself was more sci-fi and more action than the movie. What's the point of that thing? Isn't it just flying around? If you want to play, I'll take you to a place with no one around right now. Yangqing curled his lips and said. Anqing pouted and said with some disappointment, that's right. Do you think I'm very childish? Yangqing was stunned for a moment, then raised his eyebrows and said, no, let's go and watch. Anqing didn't understand why the man immediately changed his mind. Yangqing said, I always put my own values on you guys. You just reminded me that this might occasionally hurt people, so I decided that I should try my best to get in touch with your usual hobbies. Today, I'll accompany Anqing baby to watch Spider-Man, and tonight, when we go home, I'll accompany Ruashi to watch Korean dramas, this way. Maybe it can increase the sense of identity? Anqing was overjoyed. She hugged Yangqing and kissed him on the cheek, hubby, that's right. But you can't watch Korean dramas and think of me as a sissy. Yangqing smiled bitterly and didn't say anything else. He told Anqing to wait where she was and went to line up to buy a ticket. Because the movie had just been released for a few days, the entrance of the cinema was crowded with people. There were quite a few people buying tickets. Yangqing was quite patient and just stood in the line. If one didn't look carefully, no one would be able to discover his existence in the crowd. At this moment, Yangqing suddenly quivered. From the corner of his eyes, he felt that he had almost forgotten a familiar figure. Following that direction, Yangqing looked at a bakery across the street. In front of the big window, there was a graceful woman wearing a light pink gauze skirt, looking to see if there was any bread she liked. Under the summer sun, the woman's snow-white calves were wearing a pair of plain canvas shoes, but it was precisely this fresh and natural combination that attracted the attention of many passing men. Yangqing sucked in a breath of cold air. Perhaps it was because he had wreaked havoc on that woman for more than half a day. With just a glance, that body that was not exaggerated but had a golden ratio attracted his attention. After carefully observing the angle from the side, the woman's exquisite and seductive facial features were immediately seen clearly. Xianxia. Why is she here? Ever since that time in Los Angeles, when he left this ruthless and mysterious woman in the hotel, Yangqing thought that it would be the same as in the past, a one-night stand, and did not think that they would meet again in the future. But seeing her appear in Zhonghai, Yangqing couldn't help but feel a headache. Xianxia was different from other women. She was definitely a big trouble, otherwise, she wouldn't have stayed in the United States with her 9 meridians, and even did the business of poisoning and swindling money. Yangqing didn't ask about the inside story at the time because he didn't want to get involved in unrelated matters. Therefore, Yangqing took her body, but he didn't have any thoughts of taking her. Firstly, the two of them were secretly plotting against each other, and she was asking for trouble when she failed. There was no relationship at all. Secondly, Yangqing didn't want such an unpredictable spider spirit to appear among his women. Moreover, he had helped her get rid of the poison that was enough to take her life. He had already done his best, and didn't feel that he owed her anything. But now, Xianxia suddenly appeared, and Yangqing had a headache. If she really came to find him, what kind of situation would that be? He hadn't settled down with the woman at home yet, and if this kind of thing happened, wouldn't it be killing him? Hubby, what are you daydreaming about? Anqing leaned forward and asked suspiciously. Yangqing was stunned for a moment, then laughed and said, aren't we lining up? But it's already your turn, Anqing squinted. Only then did Yangqing realize that the people in front of him had already bought their tickets. Many people around him were staring at him with dissatisfaction. Xianxia had also disappeared while he was pondering. Yangqing broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly bought 2 of the most expensive 3D movie tickets. Anqing, on the other hand, discovered something. She smiled mischievously and said, hubby, I noticed a pretty girl walking past us just now. Her calves are so enviable. Have you taken a fancy to her? Yangqing said righteously, how is that possible? I'm not the kind of man who falls in love with every woman I see. No matter how beautiful she is, it has nothing to do with me. After saying this, even Yangqing felt a little embarrassed. He hurriedly coughed a few times and pretended that nothing had happened. Anqing rolled her eyes cutely. Although she loved this man very much, sometimes when faced with a man's rogue appearance, there was no other way to express her attitude other than this kind of expression. Yangqing heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. It seemed that Xianxia didn't notice him. Perhaps she just happened to pass by Xianxia after returning to China and was strolling around. For the rest of the afternoon, after Yangchen accompanied an Xian to watch a movie, he brought her to eat her favorite ice cream. In a French ice cream restaurant called Berthelion, Anqing was eating colorful fruit-flavored ice cream as she introduced, "Hubby, guess who the owner of this shop is?" In a French-owned ice cream restaurant called Berthelion, an Xian was eating colorful fruit-flavored ice cream as she introduced the place, "Hubby, guess who the owner of this shop is?" In a French ice cream restaurant called Berthelion, Anqing was eating colorful fruit-flavored ice cream as she introduced, "Hubby, guess who the owner of this shop is?" Anqing was surprised. "Hubby, how did you know?" "I really opened this after I returned to China. However, I invested and let that French friend run it. I have 60% of the shares." Yangqing casually guessed and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Do you like it that much? I've never heard you say that you want to eat ice cream before." "Hee," an Xian said excitedly, "when I was a stewardess in the past, I ate this Berthelion in France, and I always wanted to eat it again. However, it wasn't sold in Zhonghai, so I discussed with their company and opened this chain restaurant. How about it? It tastes much better than Haagen-Dazs, right?" Yangqing wasn't interested in sweets, but he still nodded in agreement. Anqing's eyes were sparkling. "Hubby, do you know? I didn't dare to come here before because I was afraid that I wouldn't be able to stop once I opened my mouth. But now that you said that I can cultivate to keep my figure, I'm not afraid anymore. Anyway, even if I get sick from eating it, hubby can cure me, right?" Yangqing's eyebrows twitched when he heard this. He felt that the woman had such an idea. He could only shake his head helplessly and smile. "As long as you like it." Anqing was so excited that she ran from the other end of the table to Yangqing's side and kissed Yangqing on the cheek. "Hey! You crazy vixen, there's even cream on your mouth." Yangqing touched his cold face and said gloomily. Anqing giggled. "The air coming out of my mouth is ice cream flavor. Hubby, do you want a French kiss? It's very sweet." Saying that, the woman also used her lilac tongue to lick off the cheese on the corner of her mouth. She blinked her eyes and her eyelashes curled up, exuding a seductive look. Yangqing was suddenly electrocuted again. Without saying anything, he hugged Anqing's soft waist and held the woman on his lap. He kissed her heavily. The relaxed and happy time passed quickly. It had to be said that Yangqing felt that he could always be particularly happy when he was with Anqing. Among the women around him, she was the most lively. Of course, the fiery Choi Yun was another concept. It wasn't until Anqing's belly was full that he returned with satisfaction. Anqing still had to deal with the important documents that had accumulated after a day of not going to work. After sending her home, Yangqing also had to rush back home. First, he had to talk to Lin Ruoshi. Second, it was time to find out Xianxia's results. Whether it was good or bad, he was the one who sent her to retake the exam, so he had to pay attention to it. Yangqing even thought that if Xianxia did badly, he would have to use his connections to buy a good university admission seat for the girl. When it came to using the back door, people were always particularly biased towards their own people. As soon as he stepped into the living room, Yangqing saw the 4 women in the family gathered around the sofa and chatting happily. Seeing that Yangqing had come back, Guo hurriedly waved her hand. "Son, come over quickly. Something good happened in our family." Yangqing let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that Xianxia had worked hard and should have done well in the exam. Now it was going to be lively. On the other hand, Lin Ruoshi had already returned home early. She sat on the sofa alone. When she saw Yangqing, her gaze was a little evasive and the smile on her face had also disappeared. "Did you get into university?" Yangqing smiled as he walked up and asked. Xianxia's little face was red and she looked very excited. Looking at the tear stains on her face, it seemed that she had just cried. When she heard Yangqing's question, she nodded vigorously. Yangqing habitually pinched the girl's face. "You got in and you still cried. If you didn't, you would have cried until you fainted." Xianxia wiped her face embarrassedly and pouted. "I don't know why, but I just couldn't help but cry." "You child, why don't you say something nice?" Guo jokingly scolded. "Do you know which university our Xianxia got into?" Before Yangqing could guess, Guo said it herself, Zhonghai University. She got in. She has the same score as Tang Tang from the Tang family. Top 10 in Zhonghai. Yangqing was slightly surprised. He only knew about Zhonghai University because of Jane. It was undoubtedly a famous university in the country, or even the world. Tang Tang was originally extremely talented. She inherited her mother, Tang Wan's intelligence. She belonged to the type that didn't put much effort into studying, so it wasn't strange. It was really commendable that Xianxia could also achieve such an achievement by relying on her own hard work. However, thinking about how this girl had been studying at night, it was understandable. As expected of the direct bloodline of a Korean super chaebol, her genes had a certain standard, Yangqing thought silently. Xianxia suddenly raised her head and said to Lin Ruoshi seriously, Sister Ruoshi, can I work at Ulay International after I graduate? I will study very hard. Lin Ruoshi was stunned. She didn't seem to understand why she suddenly asked that question. She then smiled and said, of course you can. If you have a diploma from Zhonghai University, you can directly apply for a position at the headquarters. I can't wait for you to come. Yeah. I will definitely work hard to repay you. I owe you too much. Xianxia was full of confidence. She proved herself through the college entrance examination. It was as if she had been reborn. Lin Ruoshi sighed softly and said, silly girl, why are you saying this again? It's not like I'm the only one who helped you. Besides, do you think I'm letting you stay at home for you to repay me? That's right, Yangqing said sourly. I wonder who led that bad girl back from the edge of the cliff. Xianxia pouted and said, that person was Sister Choi Yun, definitely not Brother Yang. Hiss. You ungrateful girl. Yangqing laughed and scolded, pretending to pull Xianxia's ear. Xianxia quickly hid behind Guo and complained, Auntie Guo, look, Brother Yang is bullying me again. Brother Yang is so bad. You said not to call me little girl a few days ago. Men are fickle. Yangqing shouted shamelessly, then walked past Guo and pinched Xianxia's nose, causing Xianxia to be like a little rabbit that was about to bite someone. This scene made Guo roll her eyes, looking at her shameless son. He was simply a clown. It was a pity that she missed out on his childhood and youth. Guo and Mother Wang looked at each other and smiled. They could see the gratification in each other's eyes. Son-in-law, don't tease that last Xianxia. Today is such a joyous day, why don't we go out for a meal? Mother Wang suggested. Yulan's suggestion is not bad. Guo said excitedly, we can also invite that last Choi Yun, Tang Wan, and Tang Tang. Oh right, also Changwei, Qianni, Anqin, and Mingyu. Yangqing, you can also contact them. If something good happens, we can all have a good time together. Just as she finished speaking, Guo felt that something was wrong. That's right. Lin Ruoshi was still here. When she was happy, she wanted to invite all the women she liked, but she suddenly forgot about the thoughts of her real daughter-in-law. Involuntarily, Guo looked at Lin Ruoshi, a little embarrassed, and asked, Ruoshi, what do you think? Or should our family go out for a meal? Lin Ruoshi smiled faintly, Mother is right, just invite everyone, I don't have any objections. Hearing Lin Ruoshi's straightforward and calm reply, although Guo was happy, she also felt that it was strange. Yangqing's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly realized that Lin Ruoshi had given up on fighting for her own position, as if she had seen through everything. If it was in the past, Yangqing would still feel extremely happy because he finally didn't have to be in a cold war with his wife because of another woman. However, the current situation was clearly the result of Lin Ruoshi losing confidence in herself after being stimulated to a certain extent. That was why there was such a sudden change. Such a situation only made Yangqing feel extremely uncomfortable. Yangqing even thought that even if she used to stare at him coldly in the past, it would still make him feel more comfortable than this gentle and obedient appearance. The matter was settled. Guo called them personally, and the women naturally wouldn't refuse. Even Anqin had just gone back to deal with some matters. Even if she had work to do, she declined at first. However, when she called Lu Mingyu, Xianxia repeatedly emphasized that they couldn't let Lu Mingho come over, for fear that the kid would come and play some troublesome tricks. After all the preparations were done, the family was driven by Yangqing to a leisure and vacation farmhouse restaurant that had reserved a private room. It was also a villa that Lin Ruoxi had acquired not long ago, and it came in handy. The entire restaurant was built on an artificial lake. On both sides of the private room, there were huge floor-to-ceiling glass windows that could see the starry night outside and the sparkling lake. When the women arrived one after another, the entire big round table was full. There were more than a dozen seats, and it was quite lively. As soon as Tang Tang arrived, she chatted nonstop with Xianxia. The two girls seemed to have established a stable friendship after passing the college entrance examination. After all, they were of the same age and had a lot to talk about. This made the group of women in their 20s feel that there was a generation gap between them and the two girls. This was because Yangqing had gathered all the women once for the matter of human cloning, so there was no awkwardness when they met again. Everyone was talking and laughing, and it looked like a happy and harmonious gathering. To Yangqing's surprise, other than Wu Shuihua, Yangqing's biological mother, the most popular one was actually Tang Wan. Perhaps it was because Tang Wan was more than 10 years older than them, and her experience and knowledge were much higher. It was easy for the women to show some admiration for her when she talked, and it was also very convincing. Anqin, Lu Mingyu, and Mo Qianni were all in business management, and they were particularly interested in some of Tang Wan's pointers. In fact, in terms of doing business, it was not that Tang Wan was better than Lin Ruoxi. In fact, in terms of achievements, Tang Wan was the type who preferred stability, and there was still a gap between her and Lin Ruoxi. However, it was precisely because Lin Ruoxi always took the unconventional path that others would not have the thought of asking her for advice. And naturally, Choi Yun and Xiangwei had the most things to talk about. Both of them were more interested in practicing martial arts. When Xiangwei said that after a thunderstorm recently, she gradually found a path that belonged to her, Choi Yun kept asking questions. She looked very anxious, which made Xiangwei very annoyed. In the end, they talked about some topics about the underworld, which made Choi Yun's appetite become better. It seemed that the women were very harmonious, but Yangqing also knew that it was a different matter in the depths of their hearts. As the hostess, Lin Ruoxi did not participate in the conversation much. She was not good at talking. She was busy ordering the dishes, choosing the ingredients, and choosing the drinks. After that, she sat quietly beside Gu Shuihua. Throughout the entire dinner, other than talking about Jinxiu and occasionally clinking glasses with fruit juice, Lin Ruoxi did not say much. However, everyone knew her personality, so they were not surprised. Yangqing saw this. He did not say anything, but in his heart, he became more and more worried. It was not until 10 o'clock in the evening that everyone returned. Because all the women at the table did not drink, everyone was very sober when they said goodbye. Yangqing drove home. When he was about to enter the door, he called out to Lin Ruoxi. "Ruoxi, don't go in yet. Come for a walk with me." Lin Ruoxi, who was about to follow Gu Shuihua in, was stunned and hesitated at the door. Xianxia, who was already in the house, smiled and said, "Sister Ruoxi, let's go. It's rare for Brother Yang to think of such a leisurely and elegant thing. A walk under the moonlight." Gu Shuihua, on the other hand, saw something and pushed her daughter-in-law's back. "Go, remember to bring the key, I want to lock the door." Lin Ruoxi nodded obediently and walked to Yangqing's side. Yangqing naturally held the woman's hand and turned around to walk straight to the wide green area on the west side of the villa. Stepping on the winding path paved with cobblestones, a fresh breeze blew through the trees at night. A crescent moon hung in the sky, and the stars were especially clear and bright at this moment. Yangqing's eyes were filled with thoughts, and he did not speak for a long time. Lin Ruoxi only felt that her hand was being held by the man, and had no intention of letting go. Feeling the burning warmth, her heart was intertwined with a complicated feeling, a little bitter, a little sour, and a little sweet. "Don't you have something to say?" Lin Ruoxi could not help but ask. Yangqing let out a light breath, and suddenly said with a smile, "I can tell that Jinxiu is very grateful to you, from the bottom of her heart." Lin Ruoxi pursed her lips and smiled. "Hasn't she always been very sensible? Why did you suddenly mention this?" "There are also many people who are grateful to you," Yangqing said. "Who?" "Your subordinates, your employees, the bosses of the small companies that you bought over." A lot, Yangqing said slowly. Lin Ruoxi looked at the man in confusion. Yangchen turned his head away. Under the moonlight, his ordinary face appeared chiseled. Madam Lin Ruoxi, my dear wife, you've earned a lot of money. Although your total assets aren't as much as mine, you're stronger than me. You're stronger because you've helped more people earn more money besides yourself. That's the value you've shown. Lin Ruoxi smiled faintly and said, you don't need to comfort me like that. I'm fine. Besides, I'm just trying my best to keep the business my grandmother left me alive. I'm not that great. To judge whether you are great or not, to judge your true value, is not to look at how much money you make now, nor is it to look at how many people you feed. It's history. History will tell people whether you are a profiteer who only knows how to make money to satisfy your selfish desires or a great entrepreneur. I believe that history will choose the latter. Yangqing blinked his eyes and smiled. Don't say these words to make me happy. I'm not a child. I know what I'm doing. Lin Ruoxi said calmly. Yangqing stopped in his tracks, turned around and faced the woman, and said solemnly, you said that you were always worried about me, always afraid of me, always tortured. Now, since you say that you know what you're doing, why do you want me to worry about you and suffer for you? I've been thinking about you since morning. Even when I go out with Anshin, I'll think about you from time to time. I'm worried that you won't be able to eat, that you won't be tired, that you'll be hiding in the office crying by yourself. Do you know what you're doing? You don't want me to put too much pressure on you, and so do I. But you're starting to make it hard for me. I am your family, and I am also your husband. Shouldn't a husband and wife understand and help each other? If you really treat me as your husband, you should tell me what's wrong with you, what's so difficult about you, tell me, you need me. Listening to the man's increasingly agitated words, Lin Ruoxi's eyes reddened as she forced a smile. What's wrong with you today? I think it's good like this. I won't argue with you, and I won't argue with you because of other women. Isn't it what you want to live a peaceful life like this? Yangqing shook his head resolutely. I hope that you can accept them, but the premise is that you have to be happy. I hope that you are sincere and happy to get along with them, and not seal up your true self to force yourself to accept the current situation. I didn't. Lin Ruoxi bit her lower lip and lowered her head to say. However, Yangqing stubbornly reached out to caress the woman's face, making her raise her head and look at him. Lin Ruoxi, ask yourself, why did you persist until now? Why did you carry all the burden of carrying you lay by yourself? Answer me. Why? Lin Ruoxi muttered to herself, but did not answer. Yangqing took a deep breath and said, do you know, in my eyes, you are like a flower that will never wither? Even if you are crushed into the mud, you will not lose even the slightest bit of color. However, she was definitely not a fake flower without any life force. She used the petals of the most real life to continue the most brilliant posture. A real flower, even if it was small and delicate, was more precious than a gorgeous fake flower. You work hard to support a company that feeds tens of thousands of people. You are injured at any time, and you can fall at any time. Some people don't understand you, some people hate you, and some people hate you. You may earn money, but you will be cursed. Even so, you can completely stop working now and let a man support you for hundreds of years. But why are you still standing in your position? Answer me. Lin Ruoxi stared blankly at Yangqing. Her moist eyes were filled with stars. Lin Ruoxi's voice trembled. Let me help you. Yangqing said gently, because you're Lin Ruoxi. You have to prove that you're truly living in this world. You'd rather let your blood run wild and miserable than choose those comfortable and hypocritical luxuries. You're such a stupid woman that I can't stop. Do you know? Lin Ruoxi couldn't hold it in any longer. Her tears fell onto Yangqing's palm, and they felt cold. Yangqing reached out to wipe her tears away and said with a smile, do you still remember that time when you asked me to rescue Mom? Lin Ruoxi nodded. She didn't know what to say. I was in so much pain that my heart felt like it was on fire. However, I was like a traveler who had fallen into the sea and couldn't even find a straw. At that time, if you hadn't stood in front of me and fished me out of the sea, perhaps I would have lost our mother. To me, it's true that money and status aren't things that I care too much about, and I don't need you to do anything for me. However, when I was most helpless, you gave me the courage to face things that I didn't dare to face. It's precisely because you can walk into the deepest part of my heart that you're so precious. Lin Ruoshi slowly raised her head and looked at Yang Cheng's sincere eyes under the faint moonlight. What you said. Is it all true? Do you know how water birds migrate? Yang Chen asked with a smile. Lin Ruoshi shook her head. She didn't understand the meaning behind Yang Cheng's sudden words. When water birds fly across the ocean, they travel in pairs. If they're tired, one of the birds will fly under the tired water bird and open its wings to support the water bird so that it can rest a little longer. When the other water bird is tired, the resting water bird will also turn around and support it. Couples who walk together often experience twists and turns in their lives. For couples like us who live in different realms, like parallel lines intersecting, the challenges we face are naturally greater. Don't you think that the process of water birds flying across the ocean is very similar to our lives? As Yang Cheng spoke, he used his forehead to press against Lin Ruoshi's forehead and gently touched her nose. Feeling the man's hot breath, Lin Ruoshi's cheeks blushed. Then in the future, I can still lose my temper at you, ignore you, and don't give those vixens any face? Lin Ruoshi stammered. Yang Cheng looked at her with a strange expression, and finally nodded slightly, although I don't like you calling them vixens. But, you can do whatever you want. Besides, if you ignore me, I'll stick my hot face to your cold butt. What a disgusting way to say it. Lin Ruoshi pouted. You have to make it clear, are you referring to my face being disgusting, or your butt being disgusting, baby Ruoshi? Oh, that's not right. It must be my face that's disgusting. My butt is fragrant. Yang Cheng said in all seriousness. Lin Ruoshi couldn't help but bite her lower lip and laugh foolishly. Why are your skin getting thicker and thicker? Hey, you're going to ridicule me. It seems like you've thought it through now? Yang Cheng said happily. A little bit. What do you mean a little bit? Then have you thought it through? Yang Cheng asked gloomily. Lin Ruoshi blinked her eyes, tilted her head and said, it depends on my mood. Yang Cheng was stunned for a while, then said with certainty, then I've thought it through. Lin Ruoshi couldn't help but remain silent. Seeing that it was getting late, Yang Cheng said, let's go back. You should rest early, don't you have to go to work tomorrow? Lin Ruoshi didn't move her feet and said faintly, didn't you say you wanted to take a walk? We've only walked for a short distance. But didn't you think it through? Yang Cheng said with a smile, don't tell me you're really going to eat supper on the main road? Lin Ruoshi shook her head, eating supper will make you fat. Then what do you want to do, my wife? Yang Cheng said in distress. Lin Ruoshi lowered her head and said unwillingly, if you can play with Anshin for the whole day, can't you walk with me? Yang Cheng looked embarrassed. So it was because of this that she felt uncomfortable. However, from this point, it seemed that the knot in Lin Ruoshi's heart had been untied. Then how about I piggyback you to the back of the mountain to look at the stars? Yang Cheng suggested. Lin Ruoshi's eyes flashed with a bright light. It was clear that this kind of romantic idea was more acceptable to a woman who liked romantic feelings. But when she saw that Yang Cheng wanted to piggyback her, she was still a bit reluctant and said, why are you piggybacking me? I can walk by myself. Yang Cheng smiled bitterly in his heart. She was still shy, so he sincerely said, my wife, please do a good deed and let this young man take advantage of you. Lin Ruoshi giggled, it was as if the fragrance of the night had bloomed, all right then, I'll let you take advantage of me. After finally making this woman laugh, Yang Cheng also let out a sigh of relief. He piggybacked Lin Ruoshi and slowly walked up the mountain. The night breeze was gentle, and the stars were sparse. The two of them were quiet, and their conversation was soft. The atmosphere was a little ambiguous, and a little sweet. For Yang Cheng, of course, there was no problem with his physical strength. It was just that during the process of carrying her, Lin Ruoshi's two plump snow-capped peaks were tightly pressed against his back. The soft touch would slide up and down from time to time, rubbing against each other, making Yang Cheng's heart skip a beat. Lin Ruoshi also pretended not to know. If she were to look at her face to face, the woman's face would already be flushed and her eyes would be filled with spring. The two sensitive spots on her chest, although protected by a bra, were still too close to each other. They were stimulated again and again, causing her to almost moan in shame. Yangqing could feel the woman's patience. Lin Ruoxi was much more sensitive than he had imagined. He couldn't help but smile and say, "If it's comfortable, then call it out. There's no one else here anyway, so it's fine if you call it out to your husband." How could I want to shout? Lin Ruoxi hurriedly defended herself. Yangqing sighed softly. "Let's wait a little longer. I think I'll be able to receive the gift I prepared for you at the end of August. By then, I'll bring you to a good place for our wedding. Then we can sleep in the same room. I'll definitely make up for the lack of intimacy during this period of time. I'm actually feeling terrible right now." Lin Ruoxi's eyes were sparkling. She seemed to be longing for it, but at the same time, she was a little confused. "I thought that when I promised to sleep with you, you would be impatient. Why are you holding back this time?" Yangqing smiled. "What, darling Ruoxi, you can't wait any longer?" "How?" Lin Ruoxi's charming face was burning hot. She only dared to ask this question when she looked at the back of Yangqing's head. She stuttered, "I'm just curious." Yangqing thought for a moment, then replied, "Maybe. It's because I really care too much. That's why I'm a little timid when it comes to everything related to you. I'm not sure either, but I definitely don't want to leave behind any regrets." Listening to the man's leisurely and seemingly simple reason, Lin Ruoxi felt a little sour in her nose. The corner of her mouth revealed a gentle smile. The temperature dropped quickly at night. Leaning on the man, Lin Ruoxi felt unusually warm. When Yangqing carried her to the top of the mountain, Lin Ruoxi had unknowingly fallen asleep on Yangqing. This also had something to do with Yangqing deliberately walking steadily. It was like lying in a cradle. It was hard not to fall asleep. After Yangqing discovered this, he had no other thoughts but a bitter smile. So he walked in vain. He didn't even look at the stars and turned back to send Lin Ruoxi home. However, when going down the mountain, Yangqing deliberately chose to hold Lin Ruoxi. Otherwise, the woman's chest with just the right degree of softness would always rub against him. Yangqing really couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't turn into a wolf. It had to be said that some women were born to lead men to commit crimes. After sending Lin Ruoxi to her own boudoir, he took off her sandals and covered her with an air-conditioned quilt. Yangqing kissed her forehead calmly and then slowly left the room. For Lin Ruoxi, she hadn't had a good rest in the past 2 days. First, because of Jane's incident, and then because she didn't know how to carry out her relationship with Yangqing, her ego was constantly under attack. Tonight, she finally solved the inner confusion. Exhaustion swept over her, and she slept very soundly. After Yangqing returned to his room, he took a cold shower and planned to sleep. He would go to see the women's exercise tomorrow morning. This was what he was most concerned about in the future. But before he could lie down, the phone vibrated. Yangqing took a look and saw that it was Tang Wan. "You heartless." As soon as he picked up, Tang Wan's voice came from the other side of the phone. Yangqing's brain tightened. "Dear, did that girl Tang Tang provoke you? What kind of opening is this?" Tang Wan said angrily, "Accompany Anshin during the day, and carry your wife up the mountain to play romantic at night. Tell me, have you been with me since you came back from Yanjing? Do you think I'm easy to bully because I don't talk? Believe it or not, I will go to your house every day and piss your CEO wife off." Hearing the woman's complaint, Yangqing suddenly realized that the woman had seen him carrying Lin Ruoxi up the mountain. After all, the villa where Tang Wan and Tang Tang lived was just behind, so it was understandable. Yangqing smiled embarrassedly and said, "Xiao Wan, don't be angry. It's my fault. It's not like you don't know that I'm a heartless person. It's inevitable that I'll make mistakes. Besides, I'm just worried that you'll feel awkward if I make out with Tang Tang around. Don't use this kind of excuse. If you cared about Tang Tang, why would you have dared to pounce on me in the first place?" Tang Wan scoffed, "Fortunately, I don't need a man to support me. Don't come looking for me in the future. I'm going to be a grandmother in a few years. It's not suitable for me to be with a young man like you. We're finished." After that, Tang Wan directly hung up the phone. Yangqing was so anxious that he scratched his ears and cheeks. This woman was clearly throwing a tantrum. It seemed that women who had entered the stage of love, even if they were not young, were still extremely unstable. Of course, Yangqing wouldn't let Tang Wan really be finished. This was definitely Tang Wan's way of venting her dissatisfaction. After putting on some simple clothes, Yangqing jumped off the balcony. Since Tang Wan wasn't asleep yet, wasn't it a good time for him to make a surprise attack in the middle of the night? When he ran to Tang Wan's villa, sure enough, the lights in the hall on the first floor were still on. Yangqing smiled evilly. As expected of Tang Wan, even the way she called him over to accompany her for the long night was so special. After walking forward and pressing the doorbell, the door was opened after a long while. "Why are you still here? Didn't you say it's over?" Tang Wan stood at the door and said with a straight face. However, Yangqing didn't answer. Instead, he stared at the beautiful woman who was dressed in a cool outfit. Tang Wan was actually only wearing a nightgown. Her curvy and voluptuous figure was completely revealed under the thin champagne-colored nightgown. The places that the nightgown couldn't cover revealed her snow-white and tender skin. Coupled with Tang Wan's current delicate appearance, she had a kind of seductive charm. "What are you looking at? Your wife is so beautiful, why are you still looking at an old woman like me?" Under Yangqing's gaze, Tang Wan's pretty face blushed. She was happy in her heart, but her mouth didn't relax. Yangqing licked his lips. He didn't care about Tang Wan's hidden bitterness at all and said, "Don't be naughty, I'm here now." "Where's Tang Tang, that girl? Is she asleep?" How could Tang Wan not know what Yangqing meant? She said softly, "Tang Tang went to bed early." "You came to find me just to do that? Also, how am I naughty? At this time, if I want to accompany you, other than doing something I love to do, I can only eat supper. But with our Wan's figure, eating supper will definitely make her too plump, so let's do some exercise." Yangqing moved closer step by step. His nostrils were already filled with the mature woman's fragrance of Tang Wan. Tang Wan subconsciously retreated back into the room. She was a little nervous. "You don't mess around, I'm still angry." "Then do serious things while you're angry," Yangqing laughed. He reached out to stop Tang Wan's soft and delicate body and pulled her into his arms. "Ah." Tang Wan couldn't help but moan. After her sensitive and plump body touched Yang Cheng's warm and wide palm, her mind was shaken and her nerves couldn't help but tighten. "Yangqing, you only know how to bully me. After playing, I'll leave. After leaving, I'll forget. Am I that cheap?" Tang Wan struggled to say. Yangqing sucked the woman's soft earlobe. "Don't be angry, I'll definitely pay attention to it in the future. Even if I have a lot of things to do and I'm busy, I'll still tell you. Is that okay?" "That's more like it." Tang Wan wasn't really angry. She just showed her dissatisfaction appropriately. This would always make a man pay more attention to her. It could also be considered a cautious tactic. At this moment, Tang Wan had long lost her temper after being attacked by Yangqing from top to bottom. At first, she was still struggling weakly, symbolically expressing her dissatisfaction. However, when Yangqing's hands directly reached into her nightgown, facing her pair of incomparably proud soft snow-capped peaks, and after caressing them, her body became completely limp and softly stuck to Yangqing's body. Tang Wan's soft and moist lips couldn't help but kiss Yangqing's neck. As she panted, her lips were filled with the fragrance of flowers. After Yangqing's recuperation and a period of training, Tang Wan's beautiful body not only possessed the seductive charm of a mature woman, but also the youthful vitality of a young woman. It was truly flawless. Yangqing couldn't hold back his excitement. He hugged the beauty and spun around a few times. With a push of his body, he pressed Tang Wan onto the soft sofa in the living room. After the thin nightgown was lifted up, Tang Wan's slender, snow-white, round, and elastic thighs were tightly wrapped around Yangqing's waist. You rascal, last time it was the kitchen, and this time it's the living room? Can't you find a normal place?" Tang Wan was panting. Her pretty face was flushed as she panted. "The kitchen has its fun in the kitchen, and the living room has its fun in the living room. If little one is willing, I can carry you to the grassland outside to do it. Anyway, no one can see," Yangqing tempted Tang Wan's ear. After hearing this, Tang Wan let out a moan. Her charming eyes looked at Yangqing, and her delicate body couldn't help but slightly twist. Although she wasn't young, she was still inexperienced. How could she withstand this kind of teasing? Xianxia smirked. After removing his restraints, he attacked the beautiful woman who was already empty inside. After a moment, the room reverberated with Tang Wan's excited moans. Mixed with Xianxia's heavy breathing, they converged into a thrilling symphony. The red flowers were beautiful, and the beautiful orioles were flying slowly. As the pink picture flashed, the battle between Xianxia and Tang Wan had moved to the second floor, to the soft big bed in Tang Wan's room. A woman who had reached a certain age, and had been waiting for a wife for many years, once the hidden desire was released, it was like Pandora's box was opened, and it couldn't be stopped. The woman who usually maintained an intellectual, reserved, and even cold attitude in front of others, suppressed the passion in her heart, especially raging and crazy. At this moment, Tang Wan's body and mind were in a whirlpool of extreme desire, which made her fall into madness. Only through Xianxia's fierce sprint and collision could she satisfy the emptiness that she had been feeling for a long time. Therefore, for so many days, Xianxia didn't come to find her. Not only was she sulking in her heart, but she had also been tortured physically, which resulted in this moment of release. This night was destined to be a sleepless night full of lingering affection. The two of them fought until the wee hours of the morning. After more than an hour of nourishment, Tang Wan's delicate body appeared even more tender and smooth. Her plump and round breasts seemed to have swelled up a little because of the excessive stimulation. This was definitely an irresistible temptation for any man. Her eyes were like silk, her delicate and charming oval face was flushed, and her soft and red cherry lips were slightly open. Soft moans were constantly squeezed out of her mouth unscrupulously. However, the tide-like feeling that her body felt could not be completely released through the moans in her mouth. Xianxia's dragon horn constantly stirred up violent waves on her lower body. It was as if a monstrous wave had suddenly set off on a calm sea surface, violently hitting her body and mind. At this moment, she felt that her body had become extremely wonderful. Her body and mind had also become extremely light, as if she was sitting on the clouds. Along with the turbulent waves, she was constantly rolling up and down, drifting. Tang Wan couldn't even remember how many times she had climbed to the peak in the past hour. It was like a gentle breeze and drizzle for a long time, but it was so exciting. The spring water below was overflowing, all of which proved that Tang Wan's body and mind were extremely excited. This time, she had enjoyed a feast that surpassed any of the previous times. Compared to the ignorant in the past, the beautiful woman's movements were so skilled. Her delicate body twisted so softly, especially the moment her plump and beautiful buttocks swayed, it was as if she was watching an art film. She used her body to completely accommodate Xianxia, to accommodate this little man who had occupied her once, and who she couldn't help but fall in love with in the past year. However, she couldn't help but feel a little regretful that she had always let Xianxia take the initiative. She thought to herself that she also wanted to take the initiative for once, to see how she felt after taking the initiative. Thus, she turned over and pressed her hands on Xianxia's body, making him lie down. She said shyly, "This time, I want to take the initiative. It doesn't matter even if you treat yourself as a corpse, you are not allowed to fight back. Can't I touch it?" Xianxia pointed at the sensitive part of the woman's chest and said, "No." Tang Wan also completely let go, "You can only move if I let you." Xianxia smiled faintly. In fact, there was nothing wrong with it. Although he had no problem with his physical strength, watching Tang Wan's vivid performance was also a great enjoyment. Tang Wan sat down from top to bottom, and the fire stick hit the bullseye very smoothly. That feeling was as if her soul was forcibly extracted and then thrown to the ninth heaven. Tang Wan's delicate body couldn't help but soften, and she directly laid down on Xianxia's broad chest. "Lil Wan, are you okay?" Xianxia teased her and nudged her lower body. I told you not to move. Also, don't ask a woman if she's okay or not." Xianxia almost burst out laughing. Weren't these words supposed to be said by men? Tang Wan cursed in her heart. This bad guy, why does it feel like that thing has grown a bit bigger? Could it be that he didn't use his full strength just now? Unable to care too much, Tang Wan subconsciously followed her feelings, and her beautiful buttocks began to sway. The flexibility of her waist was perfectly displayed at this moment. She twisted and swayed, and slowly, her entire body entered an extremely wonderful dream, filled with warmth, beauty, excitement, and different emotions. She was intoxicated in it, unwilling to wake up, nor did she want it to end. But in the end, when Xianxia let out a deep roar, and after his powerful venting poured into the depths of her bud like a surging tide, she also couldn't help but scream loudly. Her body instantly convulsed, and she instantly held her breath. The expression on her face seemed to be both painful and happy, and also seemed to be reminiscing for a long time. Tang Wan laid on Xianxia's sturdy chest weakly, and closed her eyes, recalling the moment of ecstasy just now. Her heart couldn't calm down for a long time. To her, that kind of wonderful experience was unforgettable, and she realized that she had already lost control of her crazy love for this wonderful feeling. After a long time, Xianxia let out a light sigh, and reached out to gently stroke Tang Wan's soft hair. Looking at her beautiful flushed face, he couldn't help but feel a trace of warmth in his heart. Tang Wan slowly opened her pair of charming eyes, and her big watery eyes were filled with thick tenderness and honey. Her beautiful face only had a look of satisfaction. To her, Xianxia was not only powerful, but could even be said to be a superb master. Of course, that was in bed. Although she didn't have much experience in the past, when she was curious, she could also learn from the internet or books that not every woman could really get a true release from entanglement, and every time she did it with Xianxia, she could climb to the peak. This undoubtedly had a great attraction for women. Of course, what was even more fortunate was that this man was still the man she liked. Satisfied? Are you not angry anymore? Xianxia kissed Tang Wan's forehead and asked with a smile. Tang Wan pouted coquettishly. She bit her lower lip and looked at Xianxia with infinite charm in her eyes. She said, "I'll tell you when I recover." "Forget it, you're tired. Can you rest early?" "It's late," Xianxia said as he stroked the woman's hair. Tang Wan moved her body and suddenly couldn't help but open her mouth and moan. The end of the moan was extremely long and seductive. "What's wrong?" Xianxia couldn't help but ask in surprise. "That your one is still. It's still inside, and it seems it's up again." This time, Tang Wan was already crying. Her pretty face was full of shyness, and her eyes were filled with emotion as she mumbled. Xianxia couldn't help but sigh. "Who told you to retreat so slowly?" "Then what should we do?" At this moment, Tang Wan's body was soft, and her brain wasn't listening to her. She didn't notice her own problem at all. She was too stupid. Sure enough, Xianxia only let out a sneaky laugh. "Since it's up, let's suppress it." Oh. It was obvious that Xianxia wouldn't follow the woman's wishes this time. After a moment of disdain, the turnaround once again broke out in the bed. One night later, at noon. When the sun shone directly into the room, Xianxia slowly opened his eyes on Tang Wan's soft bed. His mouth and nose were filled with the smell of male and female hormones and Tang Wan's body fragrance. After relaxing and having a good sleep, Xianxia felt refreshed. Suddenly, he smelled the fragrance of food coming from downstairs. Xianxia licked his lips. It turned out that Tang Wan had gone downstairs to cook. As expected of a mother, she still had this much strength after the battle. After putting on his clothes, Xianxia excitedly ran downstairs, just in time to see a graceful woman wearing a red and pink apron with wavy hair carrying 2 dishes from the kitchen to the dining room. When Tang Wan saw Xianxia, she seemed to recall last night's madness and couldn't help but blush. She pretended to be indifferent and said, "Wash your hands and eat. I made chicken soup." Xianxia followed behind the beauty and said with a smile, "I'm not washing." "Why?" Tang Wan turned her head and asked in confusion. "My hands have been touching these 2 fragrant lumps for the whole night and there's still that milky fragrance." "I can't bear to," Xianxia said with an ambiguous smile. Tang Wan's ears turned red and she coquettishly scolded, "Pervert." She stretched out her hand and pinched the soft flesh on Xianxia's waist. Xianxia laughed out loud. He didn't expect Tang Wan to be so easily teased. He could watch her reaction more in the future. It was very joyful, completely different from her usual graceful demeanor. After the fun, Tang Wan also relaxed. She scooped rice for Xianxia and toyed with a fresh chicken leg. The two of them sat at the table facing each other and ate their lunch that skipped breakfast. "Where's Tang Tang?" Yangqing asked curiously. Tang Wan rolled her eyes at him. "Look at the time. That crazy girl was picked up by Yuan Yi early in the morning. The two of them are so sweet now. I think she can't wait until she graduates from university to get married." "That's to be expected. After all, he's a man who's willing to give up his life for her. He's also rich, good-looking and has a good personality. Such a man would be welcomed by women wherever he goes, but he's still in love with Tang Tang." Sigh. "There's nothing to say about this cousin of mine. Other than the fact that he's not universal enough, he's like me in everything else." Yangqing boasted shamelessly, but he didn't blush at all. Cough. Tang Wan choked and covered her mouth angrily. She cleaned up the rice and scolded with a flushed face, "Can you not say such shameless things when we're eating?" Seeing how excited the woman was, Yangqing touched his face and smiled foolishly. "All right, let's eat then." "Let's eat, haha." Tang Wan was annoyed and amused at the same time. This guy could even say universal love. After eating for a while, Tang Wan recalled something and said, "Oh right, my grandfather asked me to thank you in person. I almost forgot." "Thank you? What is it?" Yangqing scratched his face with his chopsticks. "I don't remember lending you any money." Tang Wan rolled her eyes again. "Do you think the Tang family is short of money?" Yangqing was puzzled. "Then what is it?" Tang Wan said, "Didn't you slaughter the Yan family?" "Don't deny it. Although the government didn't release any information and my grandfather didn't explain it to me, I can guess that no one other than you could wipe out the Yan family in one night. Moreover, I was on alert for the past few days because I was guarding against the Yan family." When Yangqing heard this, he put away his cynical expression and asked seriously, "What does this have to do with the Tang family?" Tang Wan nodded. "Don't you remember? Your father." "Oh, I mean Commander Yang Pujuan ran for the standing committee of the Central Committee but he lost. Of course, you are one of the reasons why he was removed from the position. This is undeniable, but more importantly, the Yan family has a genius like Yan Buan. In order to ensure the Yan family's position, many people from small parties also felt that the Yan family should have a place, so they gave one of the 8 standing committee seats to the Yan family." Yangqing still didn't understand. "What does this have to do with the Tang family?" "Let me finish." Tang Wan drank a mouthful of soup and seemed a little thirsty. "Because you killed Yanqing Tian, the position of the standing committee was immediately vacated. It happened too suddenly, so it was impossible to run for the position. So, after the 4 families discussed it, we, the Tang family, took over the position." Yangqing asked curiously, "The Ning family didn't object?" "The remaining branch members of the Yan family would have interfered too, right?" Tang Wan smiled. "The 8 standing committee members that decide Huaxia's daily affairs are usually 2 seats for each of the 4 families. But because the Tang family is weak in the political arena and the Ning family is at its peak, the Ning family has 3 seats, the Li family has 2, the Yang family has 2, and the Tang family has 1. But because the Yang family and the Li family's main forces are in the military, having 2 seats is enough influence. Our Tang family is different, we are already in a weak position, and we only have 1 seat." "Wait, if that's the case, did Yanqing Tian replace the Yang family's seat or the Li family's seat?" Yangqing asked. "Of course it's the Yang family." Tang Wan smiled a little embarrassedly. "I remember telling you in the past that the Yang family's biggest problem is that they have too few descendants. In your generation, other than you and Yang Lai, only Yuan Yi, that kid whose surname isn't Yang, is related to you by blood. The others are considered distant relatives. Commander Yang Pujuan only has a few cousins in the central government. Originally, Commander Yang Pujuan wanted to replace an uncle who retired, but he was replaced by Yanqing Tian halfway. So it became 3 from the Ning family, 2 from the Li family, 1 from the Tang family, and 1 from the Yang family. Now that Yanqing Tian is dead, the seat should have been taken by the Yang family, but because you killed Yanqing Tian, if the Yang family takes that seat, it would be equivalent to giving in to you. So, for the sake of face, the central government gave the seat to the Tang family after some discussion. After all, the Tang family is the most neutral. My second uncle has already replaced him and become the vice premier and standing committee. For our Tang family, this is a good start for us to recover our political strength. Yangqing smiled disdainfully. What's the big deal? Whoever likes it can go. You have to thank me for this. I just want the Yan family to get lost, I don't want to help anyone. Tang Wan sighed softly. You may not understand, but in fact, entering the standing committee is quite useful, especially when it comes to voting on important matters. Huaxia's current economic development speed can produce unparalleled profits every year. So, as long as they can gain the upper hand, it will be a huge benefit for any family. I know that you have the ability to stay above the country's political power, but you have to know that the real rulers of this world are the leaders and interest groups of the big countries. A person can't always go against the country, unless you really don't care about anything. Yangqing was silent for a while, then said with a bitter smile, I know what you're saying, otherwise I wouldn't have chosen to return to the Yang family. Although I destroyed the Yan family, the most important thing is that damn Yan Buwen escaped. He's dangerous, so I can't use my own men to find him. Even if I find them, they will be tortured to death by him. I can't let my men die. I can't even be sure if I can kill him if I meet him again. As long as he exists, it means that he can mobilize any forces to deal with me. Plotting and framing are all his usual tricks. At that time, maybe Hong Meng will also think that my existence will affect the stability of Huaxia's foundation, and it's not impossible for them to confront me. I can be fearless, but the people around me, whether it's Ruashi, my mother, Qiangwei, Qianni, and of course, you, Tang Tang, and Yuan Yi, all of you have your own lives. You have people and things you care about and want to protect. I can't just destroy a lot of things just because I don't like them, without considering the consequences. So, I must have enough official power to deal with a head-on confrontation. Tang Wan said happily, it's good that you know. So, you should go back to the Yang family as soon as possible. I think, with Commander Yang Pejuan and your brother Yang Lai around, it may not be smooth for you to take over the position of the head of the Yang family. But as long as you hold the power of the Yang family in your hands, you will have the support of more than half of the military generals. At least in Huaxia, you won't have any pressure from the officials. Yangqing nodded. In fact, Yangqing had also considered that if Ning Guanyao was willing to acknowledge Lin Ruashi as his biological daughter, admit the mistakes of the past 20 years, and treat the Ning family as his own, it would also be a good thing. After all, the Ning family was the number one in power. However, during the meeting in Yanjing, Yangqing gave up on this idea because of how cold-blooded Ning Guanyao was towards Ning Guanyao. Compared to the strength of the Ning family, Yangqing hoped that Lin Ruashi would not be harmed. At this moment, Yang Cheng's phone vibrated. He took a look and saw that it was Lin Ruashi. Oh no, did Lin Ruashi notice something when I didn't go back for a night? After all, I didn't have breakfast with her in the morning. Yangqing carefully picked up the call and asked Tang Wan not to speak first. He smiled and said, Ruashi, why did you call me at noon? Lin Ruashi tried to suppress her anger. I can't control you if you go out and sleep with other women, but why didn't you even come to the banquet today? If you don't want to go to work, just tell me. It's not a big deal if I send someone else to be the director. I'm so angry. Banquet? Yangqing was puzzled. What banquet? You. Do you really want to anger me to death? It's fine if you don't show up for today's entertainment media conference, but now you're going to meet with those guests, and you, the director of the entertainment branch, aren't here. What will those big-name media people and star directors think of our Lei? Lin Ruashi scolded. Yangqing scratched his head. Why don't I understand? I didn't know there was such a thing. Nonsense. Didn't you hire that Japanese Xianxia as your secretary? Didn't she tell you? Lin Ruashi said unhappily. Xianxia? Yangqing slapped his head. Oh right, I didn't go to work yesterday, but she didn't call me either. Lin Ruashi didn't know what to say. She cursed a few times. Anyway, come here immediately. Yangqing felt as if his eardrums were about to shatter. He didn't expect this woman, who usually spoke gently, to be so loud when she was angry. What made Yangqing at a loss whether to laugh or cry was that she didn't even tell him where the banquet was. Helpless, Yangqing could only give Xianxia a call. The female ninja quickly picked up and said respectfully, Master, what can I do for you? Yangqing was still not used to this woman's catchy word master. He clicked his tongue and said, Xianxia, just now General Lin said that I was absent from some kind of exchange meeting and banquet. What is it? Xianxia immediately replied, it's an exchange with the entertainment media circle that our Yulei's chief planner will be working on for the second half of the year and next year's products. It will open this morning, and there will be a banquet in the middle. In the afternoon, it will be held until 6 o'clock, and then there will be a party. As the director of the entertainment branch, Master needs to attend. Then why didn't you tell me yesterday? Yangqing asked. Xianxia quickly said in a low voice, Master, please forgive me. I thought Master had something urgent to attend to, so I didn't dare to come to work and disturb Master. Yangqing was about to go crazy. He didn't know how Noriko Okawa trained this female ninja. Her servile nature was vividly displayed. Even a phone call from her made her seem as if she was afraid that he would chop off her head. Yangqing didn't bother with her as he was afraid that she would make a disembowelment if she had nothing better to do. After asking for the location, Yangqing bade farewell to Tang Wan in a hurry. As a businesswoman, Tang Wan was very understanding. He still had to do what he had to do. Lin Ruashi had a strong sense of professionalism and responsibility. If he didn't go, she might think that he was looking down on her again. Then, it would be his turn to make a painful disembowelment. Although Yangqing wanted to be there in time, it would be too late for him to put on his suit and drive to the Yulei Convention and Exhibition Center under Yulei International. Looking at the guests and staff leaving, Yangqing touched his face and picked up the phone with a bitter smile. He dialed Lin Ruashi's number. But before the phone rang 3 times, it was hung up. Yangqing stiffened. It seemed that the woman was sulking again. He dialed Zhao Hongyan's number. After all, she was his assistant. Zhao Hongyan hesitated for a while before picking up. Yangqing, what's up? Yangqing smiled. Don't beat around the bush. Where's Ruashi? Lin Ruashi's crisp voice came from the other end. Hongyan, hang up the phone. Ignore him. Zhao Hongyan awkwardly smiled on the phone and said, Yan Chen, there are even more VIPs coming in the afternoon, and quite a number of foreign friends as well. You should head to the venue for the meeting first, your seat has been empty all morning. Finally knowing where to go, Yangqing asked a few staff members before arriving at the central conference hall. The huge round table in the center was already filled with men and women in different attire. Yangqing didn't recognize any of them. Lin Ruashi was sitting in the innermost leader's seat. Seeing Yangqing barging in and grinning at her, she couldn't help but pretend she didn't know him. Last night, he had improved quite a bit. How did he become like this in just one night? Yangqing tugged at the shoulder of his suit that was slipping a little. Ignoring the astonished gazes of the various representatives present, he found his seat and sat down without a care in the world. Just as he sat down, Yangqing couldn't help but frown at the figure in front of him. Dressed in a light blue Armani shirt with a tie, the handsome man was none other than Li Jianhe, whom they had met at the reunion. Li Jianhe smiled politely. Director Yang, you're finally here. I've met you once before. It's a pity I didn't get to see you this morning. Upon hearing Li Jianhe address Yang Chen as director, the rest of the people present finally believed that this rustic-looking man was actually the director of Yulei's entertainment company. They couldn't help but have different expressions. Yangqing narrowed his eyes and didn't say anything. He only glanced at Lin Ruashi. Lin Ruashi was a little flustered. Afraid Yangqing would misunderstand, she quickly explained. Director Li is representing BMW's Asian Auto Show this year. He's here for the meeting. Yangqing smiled in realization. I see. But there's no need to introduce him to me. My memory isn't good. I don't remember who he is. You must be joking, Mr. Yang. Li Jianhe's mouth twitched. But knowing Yang Chen's background, he had no choice but to swallow his anger. Chuckling, he said, I've met you once at a class gathering. I'm Boss Lin's university friend. Yangqing ignored him. He turned to a bald, fat man beside him and asked, Big brother, you have a nice hairstyle. I want to shave my head too. But my wife won't let me. I'm not handsome to begin with. If I shave my head, only nuns will like me. This nonsensical connection made it seem like Li Jianhe was talking to the air. He froze on the spot. The bald man laughed in a hoarse voice. It's easy to sweat in hot weather. It's convenient to be bald. Director Yang, I heard that Director Yang is Boss Lin's husband. It's enviable that they have such a deep relationship, but Boss Lin is famous for being meticulous. I'm afraid she must have suffered a lot, haha. The others laughed. They were all smart people in the business world. Anyone could tell that Li Jianhe was trying to get on Yang Qing's good side. This meant that Yang Qing had a higher status and was worth befriending. Even if Li Jianhe was embarrassed, he pretended not to know and praised Yang Qing and his wife instead. Lin Ruoxi blushed. She cleared her throat and announced that the meeting would continue. She didn't want to give these people a chance to get close to her. Li Jianhe sat on his seat, a faint smile on his face. His expression did not change at all, like a smiling tiger. But this attitude caused many to be secretly shocked. To have such a calm attitude at such a hot-blooded age, it would be hard not to succeed even if one wanted to. On the other hand, Yang Qing looked extremely careless and unattractive. Many people sighed. He was like a flower stuck in cow dung. Of course, these thoughts were just in everyone's minds. The meeting lasted the entire afternoon. Listening to all kinds of business jargon, Yang Qing almost fell asleep. The people around him couldn't help but shake their heads. It was only when Xianxia arrived that she recorded some important information for Yang Qing. In the evening, after the meeting ended, everyone returned to the 5-star hotel provided by Yulei International to rest. The most important event was when night fell. At that time, all the important guests would be present. Lin Ruoxi shook hands with a few important business partners before sending everyone off. If she wasn't the host, with her personality, she would never do something so trivial. Yang Qing saw that Lin Ruoxi had finished her business. He wanted to say a few nice words to make Lin Ruoxi happy. But Lin Ruoxi immediately ordered Zhao Hongyan to handle some matters before heading to her special lounge in the convention center. Yang Qing followed Lin Ruoxi to her private lounge. Lin Ruoxi didn't wait for Yang Qing to come over. She walked into the changing room and changed into her evening gown. It was as if she didn't have time to deal with Yang Qing. Yang Qing, who was rebuffed, could only sit on the sofa and yawn. He scratched his head and thought about what to do. After thinking about it, Yang Qing shouted to Lin Ruoxi in the changing room, "Honey, you haven't even said a word to me. Are you still angry? Although I said that I can use my warm face to stick to your cold butt, you don't have to do an experiment so soon, right?" There was no movement in the changing room. After a full 3 minutes, the door opened. The first to step out of the door was a pair of snow-white feet wearing a pair of red high heels with a crystal-like texture. Her thin chiffon skirt slowly revealed itself, covering most of her delicate legs. On her ankles, which seemed to be exquisitely sculpted, one could vaguely see traces of blue blood vessels, which were crystal clear. When half of Lin Ruoxi's elegant figure walked out, Yang Qing's eyes had already become blank. He didn't know where the woman found a long white dress with embellishments. She had an ancient Greek-style hanging collar and a pair of slippery pleated shoulder suspenders. Her pair of jade-like arms were particularly slender and elegant. A black ribbon was tied around her waist, which vividly reflected the exquisite curves of her figure. Her slender waist and full curves complemented each other, making her fresh and refined temperament sublimate to the level of a priestess. She was like a devout saint, untainted by the mortal world, but with an indescribable beauty. When Lin Ruoxi saw Yang Qing looking at her with infatuation, she was secretly delighted. She carefully asked with blushing cheeks, "Do I look good?" Yang Qing nodded blankly and then shook his head. Lin Ruoxi frowned, "Is it good or not?" "What do you mean by nodding and shaking your head?" "Nodding means it's good, shaking your head." Yang Qing swallowed his saliva and said, "Because this has already exceeded the scope of good, I can't describe it." Only then did Lin Ruoxi let out a sigh of relief. Twirling a strand of her black hair, she walked out with light steps and twirled on the spot. The light gauze fluttered like a blooming white lily, bringing with it a natural jasmine fragrance. "I can't help it." There are many A-list celebrities today, as well as many famous directors and writers. There are also some internationally famous celebrities who will be attending, so everyone must be trying their best to dress up well. Although I'm not in the film industry, as the host, I can't be too casual. Otherwise, it won't look good for Yulei. Lin Ruoshi took a deep breath. It's just that the waist is a little tight, but there's no time to change. This set of clothes was the last one I chose at noon. Ah! Lin Ruoshi exclaimed, because Yangqing had already rushed up and hugged her. You! What are you doing? You've messed up my clothes. Lin Ruoshi laughed and scolded as she pushed Yangqing's head away. Yangqing moved closer to the woman's fair neck and kissed it a few times. With a serious face, he said, Darling Ruoshi, you should change into another set. I'm afraid that if you wear it out like this, other women will feel ashamed and jump off a building tonight. You're exaggerating. I've been through a lot. There are plenty of red carpets in the world, and they're all superstars. It's good enough that I don't embarrass myself. Lin Ruoshi glared at Yangqing, then struggled out of Yangqing's embrace. Yangqing quickly said, I'll gouge out the eyeballs of anyone who dares to say they're prettier than you. Lin Ruoshi punched Yangqing's chest. Why are you saying such disgusting things again? Can't you say something normal? Yangqing chuckled. I'm just joking. Oh right, Ruoshi, you're not mad at me anymore, are you? Lin Ruoshi stared at him for a while, then shook her head and sighed. It's not the first time. I'm used to it. I'll just be mad for a while, then it'll pass. Besides, you didn't even ask me about Li Jian's appearance. Since you trust me so much, why do I have to hold on to such a trivial matter? Yangqing had a look of realization. So you think I'm being generous? It's actually nothing much. If that guy has any ulterior motives, I'll just break his neck. So I'm not worried at all. You. Lin Ruoshi gritted her teeth. She couldn't be bothered to say anything else. It seemed like it was harder to get her husband to stop being violent than to get him to stop touching women. Yangqing grinned. He put an arm around the woman's shoulder and sighed. But to be honest, we haven't been married for long, but our experiences are more complicated than most couples' entire lives. A lot of things are just the way they are. You'll get used to it. Don't be so full of yourself. Don't play dumb with me. I haven't asked you yet. Where did you sleep last night? Lin Ruoshi asked coldly. Yangchen inhaled a mouthful of cold air and started looking around. Lin Ruoshi raised her heel and stomped on Yangcheng's leather shoe with her high heels. Hey! Yangqing yelled, Wife, the leather shoes will break. Lin Ruoshi said hatefully, You're the one worried about your leather shoes. Don't you feel pain? Yangqing shook his head. Of course it won't hurt. You must be in pain. Lin Ruoshi stomped her foot again and pouted. Yangqing finally understood that if he didn't feel pain, the woman wouldn't be able to find an outlet to vent, so he smiled bitterly and pretended to cry out in pain. Lin Ruoshi nodded in satisfaction and said proudly, It's good that you know pain. The couple didn't have much time to chat because the gala was about to begin. As the host, according to the usual rules, Lin Ruoshi still had to go on stage to say a few words. Thus, the two hurried to the hall of the gala. Originally, with Yulei international status in the entertainment industry, it wasn't enough to invite a large number of A-list celebrities and entertainment industry veterans to attend this gala. However, because Yangqing had sent people to invite a large number of international fashion masters from Europe, Yulei Entertainment was directly pushed to the top. After all, many celebrities hoped to have the opportunity to cooperate with those international masters. Thus, they were very willing to come and walk the red carpet and sign their names. For such a gathering, there was naturally a large number of media reporters. They almost surrounded the entire Yulei Convention and Exhibition Center. However, as the CEO, Lin Ruoshi still had a special passage. She didn't have to worry about being intercepted halfway. When they directly entered the hall from the backstage, Zhao Hongyan, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately signaled the staff to stop the music and start announcing that Lin Ruoshi was going to go on stage. When the hundreds of guests heard the music decrease, they also realized something and started to look towards the stage. Under the spotlight, Lin Ruoshi took a deep breath and slowly walked up. When the woman in the snow-white dress stood in the center of the stage with the elegance she had cultivated since she was a child and the dignity of a superior, facing the hundreds of guests below the stage, all the guests were silent. The entertainment stars, famous directors, and heads of major companies, who had previously looked relaxed, now looked at the hostess on the stage in disbelief. Especially the gorgeously dressed female stars, they suddenly felt that they were overshadowed, and that their outfits were incomparably vulgar. This kind of otherworldly feeling wasn't just a matter of appearance. Without the accumulation and absolute confidence from a young age, it was impossible to have such an aura. The couple, Li Jianhe and Xianxia, had a much more complicated expression. The man's eyes were burning, and the woman's eyes were filled with endless jealousy, forming a strong contrast. Although many of them had seen Lin Ruoxi in person, under normal working conditions, even though they would be stunned at first glance, they wouldn't be so distracted for so long. This time, after Lin Ruoxi dressed up, many directors had a look of longing on their faces. It was as if they had found the perfect uncut jade, and they could mold her into a never-before-seen iconic character. But very quickly, when they remembered that Lin Ruoxi was a female entrepreneur with tens of billions in assets, they dispelled this ridiculous notion. No matter how glamorous a star was, they were just actors in the entertainment industry. In ancient times, they were actors and actresses. Their household registration was even lower than that of a commoner. Rich families bought and sold them as goods. Even in the current era, those with a real background and status wouldn't pay too much attention to those dazzling stars. Making them famous and banning them was a game for the rich. How could a behind-the-scenes boss like Lin Ruoxi, who could control the rise and fall of those stars, be involved in the entertainment industry? Feeling the intense emotions in everyone's eyes, Lin Ruoxi was a little nervous. Many of the things she wanted to say were skipped, and she just wanted to get off the stage as soon as possible. Hence, Lin Ruoxi gave a simple speech of thanks, and announced the official start of the gala. Then, she walked off the stage. Because many of the people present were still immersed in that flash of beauty, they even forgot to applaud. In any case, the busy day had come to an end. After Lin Ruoxi got off the stage, she led Xianxia to meet with many important bosses and big-name media people. Although Xianxia had never been very diligent about his work, Lin Ruoxi still hoped that this man would put more effort into his work. Otherwise, if he always went to hook up with other women, it would only make her feel uncomfortable. Xianxia had also learned his lesson. He followed beside Lin Ruoxi with a straight face, shaking hands with all kinds of people he didn't know, chatting with them for a while, and using all kinds of foreign languages to deal with foreigners, which actually gave Lin Ruoxi a lot of face. At this time, a man with a ponytail, who looked to be in his 50s and wore black-rimmed glasses, and a gorgeous and luxurious woman wearing a fiery red low-cut evening gown walked in front of Xianxia and Lin Ruoxi. "General Lin, we haven't seen each other for half a year, do you still remember me?" the man asked with a friendly smile. Lin Ruoxi's eyes lit up and she quickly introduced the man to Xianxia. "Hubby, this is director Yu Shua. He was the one who produced our company's promotional video half a year ago. It was voted the best corporate promotional video in the country that year. Director Yu Shua also won the Best Director award in Cannes and Tokyo Film Festivals this year. Even Hollywood is looking for him to collaborate with us." "Hee, General Lin, you're flattering me. It's all thanks to the cooperation of the leaders and the businessmen that I'm where I am today," Yu Shua said humbly. Xianxia was a little surprised. This seemingly honest man was actually an international master director. Even if Xianxia didn't know much about the entertainment industry, he still knew what it meant to win an A-level international film festival. "Miss Lin, are you looking down on Liu Yao? Why are you only chatting with Director Yu?" the woman in the red dress said with a charming smile. Her tone was thick with femininity. Lin Ruoxi's expression didn't change. "Why would I? I was just about to say. Hubby, you should know Miss Liu Yao, right?" Xianxia looked at the woman from head to toe and found her familiar. "I think I've seen her on the news." Liu Yao's eyes flashed with displeasure, but she still smiled and said, "Mr. Yang, it's normal that you wouldn't know her." Lin Ruoxi secretly pinched Xianxia's waist from behind. How could he say it out so directly? She smiled and said, "Miss Liu Yao is our Huaxia's best female singer this year. She's also the best actress of the University Film Festival. She also won the Best Album Sales Award in Hong Kong and Taiwan. Of course she's in the news." Xianxia slapped his forehead. "Oh, I remember now. Don't you have a song called Heaven Without You?" Liu Yao smiled and covered her mouth in embarrassment. "So Mr. Yang has heard of it." I thought a young man like Mr. Young wouldn't like it. This song is mainly sung for female friends. She was obviously being polite, but Yangqing nodded seriously. I don't like it. The melody is good, but your voice isn't clear enough. If our Hui Lin. Oh, I mean Lin Hui, that girl sings it, it would be much better. It wasn't just Lin Ruoshi, even director Yu Shua was petrified. Lu Yao's face darkened with anger. She squeezed out a cold smile and said, Miss Hui Lin's voice is indeed beautiful. I'm also a fan of hers. But, songs always had different styles. Different singers would have different tastes. It's not appropriate for Mr. Young to deny it so directly. After all, we've all listened to Miss Hui Lin's recording. A live performance is also very important, so you can't say everything. Lu Yao's words were merciless, but since Yangqing was very direct, it wasn't hard to understand. Yangqing smiled nonchalantly. That's true, I'm just a layman. Don't be angry, Miss Lu Yao. If you don't believe me, you can ask my wife. Right, Ruoshi? Lin Ruoshi snapped out of her daze and asked, what? Yangqing said, I'm an honest man, and I'm very direct. Oh. Yes. Oh, no. Lin Ruoshi immediately covered her mouth, her face flushed red. She wanted to run away from the scene. What the hell is this guy saying? Direct? Doesn't that mean he's telling the truth when he said Lu Yao's singing is not as good as Hui Lin's? Sure enough, Lu Yao was already gnashing her teeth, and her eyes were spitting fire. Director Yu Shua, who had been listening, wanted to laugh but dared not do so. He coughed twice and said, Mr. Yang, you really know how to joke. Miss Lu Yao is a double superstar of the Song Queen and Best Actress award. There's no doubt that she's a capable actress. We were just discussing if we should work together in the next movie that I'm producing. Lin Ruoshi saw this and quickly changed the topic. She asked, Director, what movie are you planning? Can you give us some insider information? Yu Shua laughed and said, it's not an inside story. Let's get straight to the point. I'm planning a Huaxia-style fantasy movie. It's mainly about the Xianxia story, which is the story of sword immortals in our popular Xianxia novels. If it was in the past, Lin Ruoshi definitely wouldn't have understood what Xianxia was. If she had asked her about obscure financial questions such as financial alchemy, she might have immediately ignited a flame. But now, Lin Ruoshi had learned from Yangqing that there was indeed a way of cultivation in the world, and she had a certain understanding of the unknown world, so she didn't feel that it was too sudden. However, Yangqing said, could it be that there's a demon who wants to eat Tang Seng's meat in this story? Miss Lu Yao is quite suitable, I think she's like the spider demon from Journey to the West, haha. Mr. Yang, are you saying that I'm like a demon, or that my heart is like the spider demon? Lu Yao sneered. This was not the first time Lin Ruoshi pinched Yangqing from behind. She couldn't understand why this man was always targeting Lu Yao, as if he had a grudge against this singer whom he had never met before. Yangqing grinned. You'll have to ask Miss Lu Yao's father if he chose you because you're different from the rest of the humans. His words were strange, and she couldn't make sense of it. But Lu Yao's eyes narrowed, and her face paled. Mr. Yang's words are really strange. I don't understand at all. Yangqing smiled meaningfully. As long as I understand. Lin Ruoshi and director Yu Shua looked at the two of them in confusion, clearly dumbfounded. Lu Yao's face darkened, and just as she was about to say goodbye, she seemed to have seen someone, and stopped in her tracks. At this moment, Zhao Hongyan led a few men and women from Europe to Lin Ruoshi and the others. Zhao Hongyan had a background in public relations, and her English was very good. She seemed to be chatting happily with the men and women who were dressed like rock stars. General Lin. Zhao Hongyan smiled and introduced them. This is the Cranberries from Ireland, who just happened to be in Shanghai for their world tour. Their lead singer, Miss Dolores, is very grateful to Ulay International for helping with the tour, and hopes to get to know you, General Lin. Before Lin Ruoshi could open her mouth to greet them, Lu Yao let out a cry of surprise. Oh my God! Miss Dolores! The Cranberries? Lu Yao was visibly excited. She stepped forward and greeted them in English. Hello, I'm Lu Yao. It's an honor to meet all of you. Dolores, who had a head of platinum hair, was at a loss. She did not know who Lu Yao was, but still, she said in a friendly manner, "Hello, it's our first time in Xianxia, so we're not familiar with each other. Please forgive us." As the host, Lin Ruoshi naturally had to introduce Lu Yao's background to them. She also thanked the Cranberries for their arrival. Although Lin Ruoshi did not really listen to music, she still knew about this international supergroup. After all, they were the most outstanding representatives of Ireland's music scene. Although the Cranberries were not very popular, their status in the international music industry was recognized by many authorities. A band like this was not a flash in the pan, but one that had a long life. Therefore, they should not be underestimated. Being able to collaborate with top international musicians was something that many Chinese singers looked forward to. It was undoubtedly a shortcut to the international scene. Hence, when the Cranberries appeared in front of her, Lu Yao's eyes lit up with excitement. Lu Yao had long forgotten about her conflict with Xianxia, and she began to talk about her love for the Cranberries with a smile on her face. "My dear Dolores, you have no idea how much I love your voice. I've been listening to your songs since I was in university, and many of them have touched my heart. When my manager told me that I couldn't get a ticket for your concert in Xianxia, I was so sad," Lu Yao said regretfully. Dolores and the other members smiled happily. They had learned from Lin Ruoshi that Lu Yao was a famous singer, and as a matter of etiquette, they responded politely. "Miss Lu Yao, if you're willing to come to the concert, we can arrange a special seat for you. You just have to let the organizers know, and if there's a chance, we can work together. We've never worked with a musician from Xianxia before, and we're looking forward to it," Dolores said. Lu Yao was overjoyed. There's an old saying in Xianxia, "There's no time like the present." Since there are so many musicians and investors here today, and with such an outstanding stage, I wonder if I could have the honor of singing a duet with Miss Dolores? Let's just take it as a request from a little fan, is that alright? Everyone present could tell that Lu Yao was using this as an opportunity to forge a relationship with the Cranberries. If things went well, there was a high chance that they would actually work together. When that happened, the media would naturally help to promote Lu Yao's music, and she would be able to go international. However, from the point of view of music having no borders, no one could doubt that Lu Yao was using the Cranberries' fame to her advantage. As long as she had the ability, there was no doubt that she would do so. Dolores discussed it with a few of the band members, and after consulting with her manager, she agreed. After all, Lu Yao's talent had been recognized by the Xianxia music industry, and performing with her wouldn't bring disgrace to the band's reputation. Moreover, performing in front of so many celebrities from Xianxia would only help the band gain more fans. When the host was asked if Lin Ruoshi was willing, Lin Ruoshi had no objections. She couldn't wait to see a band like the Cranberries, which usually cost millions to hire, perform a few more times. It was one thing to have an international celebrity on the stage, but the performance would be on a whole new level. Therefore, in order to create a better effect, Lin Ruoshi even asked Zhao Hongyan to sneak in a few well-behaved reporters from major media outlets, so that they could accurately record the live coverage and attract the attention of all parties. Soon, Zhao Hongyan had the staff adjust the sound system, and officially announced that the Cranberries and Lu Yao would be collaborating internationally, and that they would be performing one of the Cranberries' classic songs, Dreams, for the guests. In an instant, the gala reached its climax. Many people were cheering, looking forward to the unexpected and exciting performance. After Lin Ruoshi was done with a series of instructions, she took the opportunity to whisper to Xianxia, "What kind of trouble are you trying to stir up again? Why do you have to make things difficult for Lu Yao? She might not be a big deal to you, and she might not be as good as Hui Lin, but you don't have to say it out loud. She's a famous celebrity, you know." Xianxia put his arm around the woman's shoulder and said, "Don't worry, it'll be fine. Besides, the reason why I'm treating her this way is because I find her a little disgusting." "Why?" Lin Ruoshi was curious. Xianxia pursed his lips. "I don't want to talk about it. But don't worry, she'll definitely be wary of me when I mention her father. Even if she holds a grudge against me, she'll still choose to forget everything that happened today." "Father? Her father?" Lin Ruoshi was puzzled. "Why does she look so afraid?" Xianxia shrugged. "Baby, there are some things you'd better not understand. Otherwise, you'll think that the world is filled with filth. Sigh, human nature. Lin Ruashi mumbled, she's so weird. Forget it if she doesn't want to talk about it. Silence fell over the venue. The Cranberries and Lu Yao stepped onto the stage one after another. The lights in the venue dimmed, and a few warm lights shone on the stage. Colorful neon lights flashed behind them. As the music started, the classic song, Dreams, began to play. Dolores, the lead singer of the Cranberries, was the idol of many international superstars. Her deep tongue roll and elongated voice were imitated by many superstars. Oh, my life is changing every day in every possible way, and though my dreams are never quite. The beautiful melody captivated the audience. Many of the older fans even hummed softly. When Dolores finished her first verse, Lu Yao, who had been quietly harmonizing, began to sing as well. Lu Yao's voice was slightly hoarse, which was why Xianxia said that her voice was not clear enough. But it was this hoarseness that gave the song a different feel. Lin Ruashi leaned over to Xianxia's ear and said, she's actually quite good at singing. You've been too harsh on her. Xianxia snorted. I said she's not as good as Hui Lin, I didn't say she's not good. Besides, if Hui Lin were to sing this song, she'd be better than her. Lin Ruashi was speechless for a while. Finally, she snorted and said, it seems like Hui Lin is your biological sister. You don't usually call her, but she always asks about you when we talk on the phone. Is that so? Xianxia scratched the back of his head. Xianxia said, I keep forgetting about it. But aren't we going back to Shanghai for a concert this month? We should spend more time with her then. Lin Ruashi sighed, it's not that simple. Hui Lin is already a superstar now. Don't you know how many fans she has? Just the number of visitors on her official homepage alone is close to 10 million a day. As long as she goes out, she will definitely be recognized. Xianxia hadn't thought about this problem and felt a headache. Then I'll have to disguise myself as a man before going out. Lin Ruashi hit the man's arm. I can't believe you came up with such a stupid idea. Xianxia chuckled, feeling rather proud. Before they knew it, the duet between Lu Yao and the Cranberries was coming to an end. The audience couldn't wait to give them a round of applause. Many of the staff had even forgotten about their work and were clapping excitedly. Dolores exclaimed into the microphone, Miss Lu Yao is truly the queen of Huaxia. Her singing is very unique. Lu Yao smiled humbly on the stage. I'm just singing with the heart of an idol. Miss Dolores, you're too kind. Many guests at the scene immediately asked the two of them to sing another song, shouting that it was not enough. Miss Dolores. I'm also a fan of the Cranberries. Please sing a few more songs. Miss Lu Yao's singing was amazing. Let's do another one. The Cranberries were at a loss as to what to do. After all, if they continued singing like this, it would be an early concert. Lu Yao's eyes drifted to Xianxia and Lin Ruashi, who were watching from below the stage. Her eyes glinted as she said, today's host should be General Lin. General Lin is such a beauty that even women would be jealous of. Why don't we invite General Lin up on stage to sing a song? As soon as he said that, all the guests present immediately cheered. Many of them were still reminiscing about Lin Ruashi's stunning entrance. Unfortunately, as the host, they were too embarrassed to stare at her. Hence, many of them sneaked a few glances at her. Everyone was looking forward to Lin Ruashi's singing. Although it was impossible for her to sing like a professional singer, at the very least, she would not be any better than Lu Yao. Moreover, it would not be rude to stare at her, especially the men, who were more than happy to do so. This shocked Lin Ruashi herself. Sing? Lin Ruashi wanted nothing more than to pass out and be sent to the hospital right now. Nervously grabbing Xianxia's hand, Lin Ruashi tried her best to remain calm, but her palms were drenched in cold sweat. Xianxia frowned. Lu Yao was clearly using this as an excuse to take revenge. Although only a few people close to Lin Ruashi knew that she could not sing out of tune in the first word, as long as she was not a professional, going up to sing after the Cranberries and Lu Yao's performance was tantamount to suicide. Due to the difference in their singing skills, people would immediately think that Lin Ruashi's singing was terrible. Unfortunately, Lin Ruashi's singing couldn't be described as awful. No one was perfect. If God had designed this woman's business acumen to be 200%, then her musical talent would be minus 200%. Lu Yao knew that it would be dangerous for her to fight back directly, so she had to resort to such a subtle method. After all, inviting Lin Ruoxi to sing was not exactly the right thing to do. Lin Ruoxi's eyes were filled with panic. She looked at Yangqing and asked, "What should I do?" Yangqing pursed his lips. "How about I sing in your place?" Although he was also an amateur, at least he was better than Lin Ruoxi. As a husband, he should be able to sing in his wife's place. Lin Ruoxi quickly nodded, grasping at straws. If she could refuse, she would have done so already. However, all the guests present were VIPs, and she was the host. If she didn't even dare to go on stage to sing a song and create an awkward silence, it would be too damaging to her dignity. Moreover, many people might think that she was deliberately looking down on them. Hence, under such a joyous occasion, Lin Ruoxi could not refuse such an offer. Yangqing cleared his throat and said, "Why don't I sing a song on behalf of my wife? My wife's voice hasn't been very good lately, so she left the stage after just a few words. Can you all understand her?" Hearing Yangqing's words, the guests felt that they could not force the issue. Looking at Lin Ruoxi's troubled expression, many of them agreed. However, those who were here to see Lin Ruoxi on stage rejected the idea, saying that it would be disrespectful to them. Li Jianhe and Xianxia stood in the crowd with a cold smirk on their faces. As Lin Ruoxi's schoolmates, especially Xianxia who was her classmate for many years, they naturally knew about Lin Ruoxi's singing skills. Seeing the unfavorable situation, Yangqing wondered if he should create an emergency to divert everyone's attention. However, if he did that, the event would be ruined. He was not sure if he would lose more than he gained. At this moment, a clear and melodious voice came from the back of the stage. "My sister's voice is not good, let me sing in her place." The girl did not appear in person, but her voice made many people turn to look at the stage in shock. Then, a slender woman with long hair, wearing a white, off-shoulder dress with blue floral patterns, appeared from the back and slowly walked onto the stage. "Isn't that Miss Hui Lin?" "It's really Hui Lin? She's prettier in person." "Aya, my wife, and I listen to her songs every day. No wonder Miss Hui Lin signed with Yulei. She's General Lin's sister? Now that I think about it, they do look alike. Miss Hui Lin, I love you." The audience below the stage was in an uproar. Regardless of age or gender, practically all of them recognized Hui Lin at once. Yangqing and Lin Ruoxi were shocked. They did not know that Hui Lin had already returned to Zhonghai. "Why is this girl here all of a sudden?" Yangqing mumbled. Lin Ruoxi had also forgotten about her nervousness. She said happily, she must have been afraid that there would be too many reporters if she came back on time, so she came back earlier. "Look, everyone knows Hui Lin. You can imagine how popular she is now." It had only been a few months since Hui Lin stood on the stage. Her face was still fresh and beautiful, but compared to before, there was a bit more maturity, a bit more experience, and a bit more indifferent and noble temperament. It was as if she had grown from a naive girl into a superstar who could win the hearts of countless people. Under the spotlight, her every movement exuded a confident feminine charm. Yangqing clicked his tongue and sighed. "Wifey, it looks like we can't call Hui Lin a lass anymore. I remember when I saw her in Beijing, she looked like a university girl who needed to be educated. But now, she looks more like a sister than you do." Lin Ruoxi, on the other hand, was alert. "Don't even think about touching Hui Lin, or you'll regret it." Yangqing touched his face and smiled bitterly. "I'd rather eat Jane than touch Hui Lin." "What? You want to eat Jane?" Lin Ruoxi frowned, and a cold glint flashed in her eyes. I'm just giving an example." "For example?" Yangqing waved his hand stiffly. "Let's just listen to Hui Lin sing." Lin Ruoxi snorted softly, and turned to look at Hui Lin on the stage expectantly. After Hui Lin bowed to the audience, she nodded at Lu Yao in a friendly manner. Lu Yao's expression was a little stiff, but she still exchanged a few pleasantries. She did not expect Hui Lin to suddenly appear. She whispered in English, "Miss Dolores, I've been listening to your songs since I was a kid. I really like your songs. Can I sing on behalf of my sister?" Dolores was a little nervous in front of Dolores from the Cranberries. She spoke in English, which she had learned quite well. Dolores was a little embarrassed. Although the Cranberries debuted in the 90s, it was still a little weird to hear a girl in her 20s say that she had been listening to them since she was a child. Of course. Judging from everyone's reaction, this lady here is also an outstanding singer named Xianxia. What song would you like to sing? Dolores asked with a smile. Huilin bit her lower lip and said softly, "It's my favorite, Ode to My Family." Dolores was obviously taken aback for a moment, as if she did not expect Huilin to choose this song. She kindly whispered, "This song is very difficult. It's usually difficult to control the sound effects in a live setting, and wouldn't it be too sad on such an occasion?" She was, of course, telling Huilin not to shoot herself in the foot. As the original singer, Dolores was well aware of the difficulty of this song. Lu Yao, on the other hand, had a gleam of schadenfreude in her eyes. "Miss Dolores, you might not know this, but Miss Lin Hui is the hottest singer in China right now. I'm sure she'll be able to perform very well." Although Hui Lin's songs had been released all over the world, Dolores was not aware of it since it had only been a short time. Hearing Lu Yao's words, she nodded skeptically and stopped trying to dissuade her. Hui Lin said embarrassedly, Actually, I only know this song. I haven't learned anything else, so please don't mind if I don't sing well, Miss Dolores." Dolores smiled and gave her an encouraging look. She asked the band to help with the accompaniment. The crowd quietened down again. They were curious about what kind of performance Huilin would bring. After all, Dolores and Lu Yao's duet was going to be very stressful. Huilin took the microphone from Dolores and turned to face the guests. She smiled and looked at Lin Ruoshi and Yangqing with a longing look. The music sounded at this moment, and Huilin also closed her bright beautiful eyes, immersing herself in the ocean of music that she yearned for. Do. Understand the things I say, don't turn away from me, 'cause I spent half my life out there. The emotions in this song were extremely rich, and almost every line was mixed with a moving tone, which made the song exciting from the beginning. Originally, Dolores' voice was as sonorous as the sound of nature, and it had changed many timbres in order to vividly interpret the song. However, Huilin's voice had a completely different feeling. Huilin didn't use too many fancy techniques. Instead, she used her natural voice that was as clear as a mountain spring. She put in the most sincere emotions and performed every syllable in a simple and unadorned manner. It was a wonderful feeling. It was not a straightforward description, but a kind of communication with the soul, bringing it into an ethereal state. The audience was curious and expectant at the beginning, but in the end, they almost forgot who the singer was, forgot who the original singer was, and had no idea where they were. All they could think about was the images of their families and the emotions in their hearts. When the song gradually faded and the lights lit up again, no one in the audience applauded. Everyone was staring at the stage with a smile on her face. It was as if they couldn't tear themselves away from the beautiful scene. It wasn't until 10 seconds later that someone was the first to say nice, that the audience burst into thunderous applause like a tidal wave. It was as if there were not hundreds of people in the audience, but thousands. The reporters that Lin Ruoshi had led in started taking photos frantically, to record the clearest image for tomorrow's headlines. Dolores covered her heart and walked to Huilin excitedly. She said sincerely, "Miss Huilin, please allow me to extend an invitation that may seem abrupt. Can you be a guest in our concert? Or, if you want to hold a concert, we can also participate. Of course, I hope to have the opportunity to collaborate with you. I have to say, this is the most perfect voice I've heard in recent years. I respect every singer who uses their voice to tell a touching story about life. It's amazing, it's as if my song has been given a brand new soul." For a moment, many of Huilin's fans started praising her. Even the leaders of some big companies were generous with their praises. Director Yu Shua's eyes were also shining brightly. It was as if he had found some sort of treasure, and was filled with yearning. Lu Yao, who was standing at the corner of the stage, was flushed and pale. She had not expected such an outcome. Everything was different from what she had expected. No one would remember her performance tonight, because Huilin had stolen all the limelight. Moreover, it was tantamount to him giving Huilin a better boost on the international stage. From now on, not only would the international diva Kristen be associated with Huilin, the Cranberries would also help Huilin gain more fame. What pained her the most was that when it came to singing, there was a huge gap between her and Hui Lin. Lu Yao did not want to stand there any longer. She ignored the surprised looks from the audience and stormed off the stage. She walked out of the hall through the back door and returned to her lounge. Lin Ruoxi noticed this and frowned. She gestured for Zhao Hongyan to come to her side and said, "Hongyan, go to the back and check on Miss Lu Yao. Don't let anything happen to her, her emotions aren't stable." Zhao Hongyan nodded and walked out of the banquet hall. Although Lu Yao was not as good as Lin Ruoxi, she was still an A-list celebrity. She had to be careful not to leave a bad impression. In the hall, Hui Lin was so embarrassed that she did not know how to reply to Dolores's invitation. It was only when her manager ran up to her that she was rescued from the predicament. Although the girl had matured a lot, she was still not good at socializing. After greeting the enthusiastic fans and guests, Hui Lin walked up to Lin Ruoxi and Yang Qing. When she saw Lin Ruoxi, Hui Lin immediately went up to her and gave her a hug. She pursed her lips and almost burst into tears. "Big sister, I missed you so much." Lin Ruoxi caressed her sister's face. Although they were not related by blood, the two of them were like biological sisters. Lin Ruoxi smiled and said, "Didn't I call you often? Why do you act like you haven't seen me for years?" "But a phone call is different from meeting in person," Hui Lin said in a wrong tone. Yang Qing coughed and said, "Hui Lin, I'm the one leading your music career. Why do you only care about talking to your sister? Come, let's hug too." Hui Lin pouted and said, "Big brother Yang didn't even give me a call. Didn't you say that you would contact me regularly? You didn't keep your word at all." Yang Qing touched his chin and murmured, Is that so? I might be too busy." "Oh yes, why haven't I seen your manager? Didn't I find you an international team? Why didn't you change them because you weren't satisfied?" Hui Lin shook her head and said, "No, it's not like that. I felt that it would be a waste for them to work for me alone. So I asked them to return to Europe last month. I can control myself now and the team is doing well. Big brother Yang, don't blame them. They are good people and have helped me a lot." Yang Qing didn't pay much attention to Hui Lin. It was fine as long as she liked it. He then asked curiously, "Did you just arrive? Why are you here?" Hui Lin said embarrassedly, "I was afraid that I would be caught by the reporters at the airport and I wanted to stay at home for a few more days, so I came back early. I heard that the Cranberries are in Zhonghai and they are holding a banquet, so I came here. I didn't do anything wrong, did I?" "Of course not. Luckily you came. I was scared to death," Lin Ruoxi said with lingering fear. Hui Lin smiled sweetly. She was happy to be of help. Just as everyone was discussing how great Hui Lin's singing was, and their eyes were on Hui Lin and Lin Ruoxi, Zhao Hongyan, who had gone to the back to check on Lu Yao, suddenly ran back to the banquet hall in a panic. "General Lin! General Lin! Bad news!" Zhao Hongyan looked like she had seen something horrifying. Her hair was a mess and her voluptuous chest was jiggling, but she didn't have time to care about her exposed body. Many people's gazes turned over, and they were more or less surprised. "Hongyan, calm down. What's going on?" Lin Ruoxi's face, which was still smiling a moment ago, turned frosty. Zhao Hongyan bit her lip and whispered into Lin Ruoxi's ear, "Lu Yao. Lu Yao. She's dead." Lin Ruoxi's expression froze. Slowly, her eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be? Dead? Dead? Naturally, Yang Qing heard her clearly as well. He pondered for a moment before putting his arm around Zhao Hongyan's shoulders and asked, "What happened?" Zhao Hongyan's eyes were brimming with tears as she shook her head. I don't know. When I went in, she was covered in blood." Just then, a few women's screams could be heard coming from the back door. A few waitresses ran into the party and shouted crazily, "Someone's dead. Lu Yao's dead. Lu Yao's dead." This time, the entire venue was in a mess. After everyone was stunned, they gradually began to panic. Everyone in the hall turned to look at Lin Ruoxi with inquiring eyes. When they saw the unnatural expressions on Lin Ruoxi and Zhao Hongyan's faces, they knew it was true. Someone's dead. The richer one was, the more worried they were about their own lives because they couldn't afford to die. That was why many of the rich and powerful investors threw their wine glasses and ran out of the venue. They didn't care what was going on, they just wanted to leave. As for the media that had been let in, as soon as they saw the commotion, they immediately rushed to the back of the lounge. The superstar, Lu Yao, was dead. She was just fine a moment ago when she suddenly died. And at Yulei International's gala. What kind of earth-shattering news was this? All of a sudden, the situation went out of control. Lin Ruoshi clenched her teeth and looked at the chaotic crowd. She didn't know what to do. This wasn't something she was good at. She couldn't help but look at Yangchen helplessly. Yangchen squinted his eyes and said, "Contact the police too. Maintain order and block the back first. I'll go take a look at the scene. Ruoshi, you'll command the people below to maintain order. I'll handle the rest." Lin Ruoshi nodded and rushed to the stage with Zhao Hongyan. It would be easier for her to direct the crowd with a microphone. Hui Lin, on the other hand, was not afraid of a dead person, but she knew the situation was dire. "Brother Yang, is there anything I can help with? You're not an ordinary person now. You're a public figure. It's best if you don't get involved. Take your manager and leave. We'll talk when we get home," Yang Qing said. Hui Lin was helpless, but she believed that Yang Qing did not need any help. So, she left the scene with her manager and the rest. Yang Chen walked directly towards the resting room at the back. Because the crowd was too chaotic, no one noticed his extremely fast speed. In just a short while, he had already rushed to the front of the crowd of reporters that were swarming over. After a turn in the corridor, Yang Chen arrived at the lounge with the name Lu Yao written on it. The door was ajar. Zhao Hongyan must have been too scared to close it. Yang Qing sensed the surroundings, and after making sure there was nothing out of the ordinary, he pushed the door open and walked in. After entering, Yang Qing locked the door from the inside and turned around to take a closer look at the scene. This was a lounge for VIPs, so the decorations were more elegant and luxurious. Beside the white leather sofa was a clean cashmere carpet. But now, Lu Yao's body was lying on the carpet. She was still wearing the same fiery red gown, but the area around her body was also burning red. There was a glaring red wound on her neck, severing her artery. At the same time, Lu Yao's face was contorted and her eyeballs were bulging as if she had died from extreme shock. Yang Chen looked around. Under the sofa, a fruit knife handle was exposed. It was extremely eye-catching. At this time, someone knocked on the door of the lounge from the outside. "Open the door. Open the door. We're reporters. We have the right to see the truth." Loud noises could be heard coming from outside. It was obvious that the quick-witted media had found their way here. Yang Qing furrowed his brows and a cunning glint flashed across his eyes. He turned around silently and opened the door. There were at least a dozen reporters outside the door. Their flashes were blindingly bright. Yang Qing had expected this. His eyes swept across the cameras and SLR cameras. Bang, bang, bang. A series of mechanical explosions rang out, and all the camera equipment exploded into a pile of debris in the hands of the reporters. Although he did not want to use his cultivation too often in case something went wrong, this was the only way he could do it without leaving any traces. With that, all the photos he took were now useless. The reporters looked at each other in shock, as if they had seen a ghost. Yang Qing said mysteriously, "Everyone saw how tragic Miss Lu Yao's death was. I suspect there's a ghost in this room. I wanted to take a photo just now but my phone exploded. You're reporters, have you ever seen something like this before?" These words were as superstitious as one could imagine. Usually, these reporters who had graduated from university would never believe it. But when they saw Lu Yao's tragic death, and the equipment in their hands that had been destroyed, they couldn't help but gulp. Firstly, it was too strange and horrifying. Secondly, they had lost their cameras, so there was nothing they could do even if they stood where they were. Who would believe that there were no photos to write an article these days? Mother asterisk cur. What the F asterisk CK? A few of the reporters standing outside could not help but curse. They tossed the ruined cameras aside and ran outside like madmen. The other reporters saw this and decided that the news was not as important as their lives. The more they thought about it, the more horrified they became. After Yangqing and the others left, he stood guard at the door. Not long after, Lin Ruoshi rushed over with a few people in charge of the venue. "Have you called the police? There's something here that needs to be tested," Yangqing said. Lin Ruoshi nodded. She glanced at the female corpse lying on the carpet in the room. It was covered in blood. She couldn't bear to look at it any longer. Although she had seen many dead people when she was with Yan Chen, she still frowned. Sighing, Lin Ruoshi said worriedly, "This is going to be a mess. With Lu Yao's reputation, the whole country will know that she died at Yulei International's gala, and in our lounge." Yangqing sneered, "That's what the murderer was hoping for, isn't it?" Lin Ruoshi seemed to have thought of this as well. She rubbed her forehead, feeling a headache coming on. "I really can't think of anyone who would kill Lu Yao to harm Yulei International. Besides, the security guard said that there were no strange people here. How did the murderer avoid the cameras? If it's not a person, maybe he could have avoided it," Yangqing said. Lin Ruoshi's eyes flashed with surprise. She whispered, "Don't tell me, it's those practitioners you talked about before?" Yangqing shrugged. "I don't think so. The culprit isn't that skilled. I can't be sure. Let's wait for the police to come and do some tests. Maybe we'll know. Anyway, don't worry. As long as we get to the bottom of this murder case, it will only make our company more trustworthy." Lin Ruoshi had no other ideas. She could only comfort her subordinates and wait for Yangqing to solve the problem. No matter how strong she was, when it came to assassinations and deaths, Lin Ruoshi had no idea what to do. 10 minutes later, Kai Yan, who had not been seen for a few days, arrived at the scene with a group of police officers in a valiant police uniform. She made eye contact with Yangqing and Lin Ruoshi. Cui Yan dared not show too much intimacy in front of her subordinates. She ordered the officers and the search department to cordon off the scene and collect evidence and samples. Following that, Kai Yan asked in a businesslike manner, "Who was the first witness at the crime scene?" Zhao Hongyan calmed down a little and raised her hand. "It was me. I followed General Lin's instructions and came here to check on Miss Lu Yao. But when I opened the door, I saw Miss Lu Yao dead inside." "Did you see anyone strange on your way here?" Cui Yan asked. Zhao Hongyan thought about it and shook her head. "There were only a few waiters. They came to check on me when they saw that I was shocked. There was no one else suspicious." Cui Yan then called the other waiters to the scene and questioned them one by one. She observed their facial expressions carefully, but they were all ordinary employees and there was nothing strange about them. At this time, a member of the search team came forward, took off his mask and reported, "Chief Kai, according to the preliminary investigation, Miss Lu Yao's carotid artery was severed by a knife, causing her to bleed to death. The murderer is very vicious. When the knife was slashed across her neck, the flesh on her neck was torn apart, as if it was a vendetta. The time of death should be less than half an hour ago. The weapon used by the murderer is the fruit knife found under the sofa." But strangely enough, Miss Lu Yao did not show any signs of resistance. It was as if she was slashed before she could react. Yangqing asked, "There might be other wounds on Lu Yao's body. Did you find anything?" The investigator glared at Yangqing and said, "We will naturally go back to the search department to examine the body. The cause of death is very obvious. Does this gentleman have any special opinions?" Yangqing didn't bother to argue with this guy. If it weren't for the fact that the incident had been spread out, he wouldn't have to wait for these people to come over to examine the body. Cui Yan looked at Yangqing apologetically and said to the investigator, "Then go and identify the evidence at the scene immediately. I want to see the detailed report before 12 o'clock tonight." The investigator nodded and immediately left the scene with a few assistants. Cui Yan walked to Lin Ruoshi and gently held the woman's hand. She comforted her, "Don't worry, Ruoshi. I will find out the truth soon. I will ask the media not to talk nonsense so as not to cause panic among the people. You go back with Yangqing first. I will deal with the scene." Lin Ruoshi smiled reluctantly, "Then I will have to trouble you again. This matter may have a great impact on our company, especially the entertainment media business. If there is anything I can help with, I will do my best to cooperate." Choi Yun brushed her soft and beautiful short hair and smiled confidently. After so many years of friendship, you still don't trust me? Lin Ruoshi nodded and looked at Yangqing meaningfully. Then she said, since this bad guy appeared, I really can't trust him. Choi Yun suddenly blushed and lowered her head in embarrassment. Fortunately, the police officers were busy in the room, otherwise they would be stunned. Yangqing pretended to be thinking about the case seriously and didn't hear anything. Lin Ruoshi glanced at him helplessly. Then, she pursed her lips and smiled. Alright, Yan, I'm just teasing you. I can only try to find joy in my misery. Just a moment ago, a living person died in our party. It's really terrifying. Feeling relieved, Kai Yan nodded her head in understanding. Then you guys can go home first and wait for my news. I'll contact you guys if there's anything. Zhao Hongyan asked softly, Chief Kai, can I go home too? Choi Yun shook her head. No. Hongyan, you still have to go to the police station to make a detailed statement. I will send someone to send you there. The matter was settled. Yangqing brought Lin Ruoshi back home while Zhao Hongyan and the waiters went to the police station. When they got home, Hui Lin had already arrived and told Gui Shuihua, Mother Wang, and Jin Xiu about what happened at the party. Hence, they didn't have time to celebrate Hui Lin's return. Instead, they were worried about what would happen next. When Yangqing brought Lin Ruoshi into the house, Gui Shuihua and the others quickly got up from the sofa and asked about the situation. Really, how could something like this happen on such a good day? Lu Yao is a superstar. Yulan and I watched her movie a few days ago. How could she die just like that? Tomorrow morning's news, wouldn't that push you late to the heart of the storm? Could it be Lu Yao's enemy? Or a business rival? Gui Shuihua asked. Lin Ruoshi shook her head. I don't understand. The police are still not sure how Lu Yao was killed. Yongyan is investigating and I believe there will be some results soon. Yangqing had some thoughts in his mind but he knew there was no need to say it out loud. Hence, he said gently, Ruoshi, go upstairs and rest. Take a shower and sleep. You must be tired. I'll take care of the rest. Lin Ruoshi frowned. How can I do that? If you need me to answer some questions later, I still have to get up. Right at that moment, Lin Ruoshi's phone rang. It was Choi Yun. Whatever she said, came true. Yongyan, are the results out? Lin Ruoshi asked anxiously. On the other end of the line, Choi Yun seemed a little reserved. She hesitated for a moment before sighing softly. Ruoshi, don't be too surprised. I've asked the people from the search department to confirm it 3 times. The results are correct. Then, Choi Yun told her the results of the investigation. WH. What? Lin Ruoshi's eyes widened as if she had heard an unimaginably shocking piece of news. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. Mother Wang asked anxiously, what is it, miss? You have to tell us, I'm dying of anxiety. Lin Ruoshi took a deep breath and hung up. She stroked her hair and said softly, Yongyan said, there were fingerprints on the fruit knife that was used to slit Lu Yao's artery. The fingerprints belonged to Hongyan. Hongyan? Gui Shuihua and the others also knew that Lin Ruoshi's new assistant was Zhao Hongyan. Yangqing sneered, this is getting more and more interesting. Looks like she's not just any ordinary person. Lin Ruoshi said angrily, how can you still laugh? How could it be Hongyan? I was the one who asked Hongyan to check on Lu Yao. She didn't go there herself. Besides, Hongyan has no motive to kill. Yangqing smiled at Xianxia. I know, but I can't cry. Child, don't worry. I believe it's just a mistake. Maybe Hongyan accidentally touched it? Gui Shuihua quickly comforted her. Lin Ruoshi nodded and said to Yangqing, Yongyan asked me to go to the police station to take notes and ask some questions. I want to bail Hongyan out. I'm sure she's innocent. By yourself? Yangqing decisively refused. No, I have to go with you. I also want to confirm some details. Let's go together. Lin Ruoshi was puzzled about what Yangqing wanted to confirm. She looked confident but she didn't object to it. After all, that was what she was thinking. Lin Ruoxi was still a little scared when she saw a living person die just like that. Half an hour later, Yangqing and Lin Ruoxi arrived at the police station. Choi Yun was already waiting at the door. When she saw the two of them, she led them in and said helplessly, "Because of the fingerprint test, Hong Yan is the only one who touched the knife. There is indeed Lu Yao's blood and some minced meat on the knife. There is no doubt that it was the weapon that killed her. So Hong Yan's situation is not easy to deal with." Lin Ruoxi quickly said, "Yonyan, I was the one who asked Hong Yan to go there. How could she be the murderer? It's all a coincidence." Choi Yun smiled bitterly. "I know it's not normal. At least, if someone wanted to kill someone, they would wear gloves or look for an alibi. Moreover, Hong Yan has nothing to do with Lu Yao. Tonight was the first time they met. Our colleagues in the police station have also thought of these problems. But that's why we called you here." Lin Ruoxi's pale face showed a hint of anger. "Do you think that I sent Hong Yan to kill someone? Is that even possible?" "Calm down, Ruoxi." Choi Yun quickly explained, "I can't make any conclusions. Lu Yao is a well-known public figure. Her management company and family are involved in this case. The higher-ups have also sent several experts to analyze the case. They believe that it was a premeditated murder." "Premeditated murder? Are you Lei? Or me?" Lin Ruoxi snorted. Yangqing signaled to Choi Yun to stop provoking Lin Ruoxi. After all, the situation had developed in such a confusing manner that Lin Ruoxi was on the verge of breaking down. If she were to be blamed again, no matter how strong a woman was, she would not be able to accept that she was a premeditated murderer for no reason. Choi Yun knew that things would only get worse if they continued. So, she quieted down and led the two into the office where there were already many people present. A few well-dressed middle-aged men with serious expressions were sitting at a few large tables, looking at the documents in their hands. Some police officers were bowing and cooperating by the side. Zhao Hongyan was still in her evening gown, but the makeup on her face had completely faded. Her eyes had turned into panda eyes due to the eyeshadow. Her teary eyes were filled with grief and agony. A hint of heartache flashed across Lin Ruoxi's eyes. She hurried forward and grabbed Zhao Hongyan's hand. "Hongyan, are you all right?" When Zhao Hongyan saw Lin Ruoxi and Yangqing, a glimmer of hope appeared in her eyes. "General Lin, you're finally here. They said that I killed Lu Yao. I didn't. I really didn't." "Be quiet. What kind of nonsense are you shouting about? What kind of murderer would admit to killing someone right from the start?" A low, hoarse voice rang out. The one who spoke was a bald, middle-aged fat man with a shiny forehead. End of chapter 874. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.